The story begins in the Taesongjan of the Madalim in Sichuan, where the sound of conversation constantly echoes. Mugong, do you remember Younga from when she was little? The person named Mugong replied. My sister was a very clever woman and also very headstrong. The old man confirmed, yes, Younga was a remarkably bright and intelligent child. I am Zhou Pyeongqian, the former lord of the Madalim and now the supreme lord. The heavenly yin constitution is someone with innate yin energy, which can bring about exponential progress in martial arts training. However, in the end, the entire body's blood vessels are eroded by the yin energy, causing the whole body to freeze. For some martial artists, it might be considered a heaven-sent blessing. But for you and me, it was nothing more than a curse that cost us our family. Mugong was puzzled. Father, do you regret disowning my sister? Zhou Pyeongqian did not deny it. Yes, she is, after all, this old man's only daughter. In the end, I couldn't bear to let her live the rest of her life outside the Madalim. I should have brought Younga back that day. When I heard she had a child, I, as her father, couldn't stop thinking about how I had betrayed her, Mugong continued. If that is how you feel, father, then I have something to tell you. I, Zhou Mugong of the Madalim, will bring Jin Wu Rip, the sole bloodline descendant of the disowned disciple Zhou Yang, back to our clan under the pretense of being a clan heir. I recently received information from Shangxi. I will bring the child to the Madalim soon. This decision is entirely for the good of our clan, so I hope the former lord will grant it. Zhou Pyeongqian stood there lost in thought. Young A's son, my grandson, how much has he grown? The scene shifts to the area near the Yellow River in Shangxi. Several mountain peaks here suddenly began to tremble incessantly. Then one after another they crumbled. The reason for the crumbling mountains was a fierce confrontation between two people. The boy took the opponent's attack, yet his expression remained calm as if nothing had happened. His opponent's eyes were bloodshot and fierce, and he soon swung his palm again, unleashing a technique called Myriad Dragon Palm. An extremely powerful blow flew straight towards the boy's head, but unexpectedly the boy leaned back and easily dodged it. This strike from his opponent directly shattered the mountain into a massive hole. The boy asked, puzzled, "Who are you?" The opponent continued to attack, saying, "I am merely the dragon of the Yellow River. Why aren't you attacking? I'm dying of boredom, so I'll just kill you." This person was the Yellow River Dragon King, one of the 5 kings of the world, and the boy continued to dodge his attacks. "If I step in, you will die, so don't make me angry." This boy was Jin Wu Rip, the heavenly lord of Sangqian. The Dragon King laughed, intrigued. "Get angry then. Your master must be a madman, right?" Even upon hearing his mockery, the boy remained calm. "A provocation? That won't work on me. But if you sincerely wish it so, I'll show you a little something." The Dragon King smiled happily upon hearing this. "Really?" Jin Wu Rip sighed and said, "Yes, watch closely. This technique is precisely the secret art I learned from the mad master you just mentioned." He stood there, took a deep breath and held his tightly clenched hands out in front of his body. Seeing him like this, the Dragon King's face was filled with bewilderment. Jin Wu Rip then raised a single finger and laughed heartily. "O ancestor of provocation schemes, haha." The Dragon King was furious, veins bulging on his face. "You damn brat, that's a provocation scheme. Do you think I'd fall for your trick?" Jin Wu Rip was still laughing heartily. "Isn't it working? A trivial fellow like you must die." The Dragon King rushed to attack him, but unexpectedly, Jin Wu Rip seriously unleashed exploding heaven strike and struck his body. The Dragon King was sent flying by this blow, seething with extreme indignation internally. "One blow, only one blow, shouldn't he have hit me at least a few times? This can't be. A mere milk-smelling brat defeated me, one of the 10 great masters of the world, in a single strike." He lay beneath a pile of dirt and rocks when Jin Wu Rip's voice suddenly rang out, "Wake up!" He was still dazed, but then was hit again, making his mouth stick out. Jin Wu Rip continued to slap his face, urging him to wake up. The Dragon King hastily explained, Stop it, I'm not sleeping." Jin Wu Rip snorted and said, "Nonsense. You were completely asleep for that entire lapse." The Dragon King gritted his teeth. "Kill me, you damn brat, you've won." Jin Wu Rip firmly refused, saying, "Enough, this isn't a life or death battle, is it? Hurry and use your chi to heal your wounds." The Dragon King burst out laughing. "Haha, such spirited youth indeed." Jin Wu Rip turned and stood up, dusting off the dirt from his body. "I'll spare your life. As of today, I won't be here. So if you ever appear in Sangqian again, daring to seek out masters, then I will truly kill you, understand?" As he remained silent, Jin Wu Rip turned back around. The young man exclaimed in surprise. "I answered." Jin Wu Rip swung his hand and hit him one more time. "That's for my master." The Dragon King thought to himself. "How ridiculous. That's all for his master. If it were me, I would have broken both his arms for daring to insult me and my master. I've even lost to this young man in magnanimity." He then opened his mouth. "I believe there was no one in this world who could be my match apart from the 10 great masters, but today, meeting you, young hero, my mind has changed. I, the Yellow River Dragon King, relinquish my position among the 5 dragons and—" Before he could finish, Jin Wu Rip cut him off. "No need. Didn't I say no need? You guys can sort out the 5 dragons or whatever among yourselves." The Dragon King's expression hardened. "Do not decline, young Heavenly Lord. This is fate. I will personally decide the position of the 5 dragons, but you said you would leave Sangqian. If I wish to challenge you again later, where can I find you?" Jin Wu Rip smiled. "I'm not leaving. Just stepping away for a while. You'll never be able to find me as I hide very well. All right, farewell. If you wish to die, then come back." As Jin Wu Rip walked, he thought to himself, "Thanks to this, the bandit stronghold will be safe for a while. Now should I return to the Madalim? That's where my mother was born and raised, and also where she and I were abandoned. It was my mother's last wish for me to be acknowledged by my ancestors, but Sichuan is a dangerous place in the Murim, so it would be best to hide my past. This world really gets stranger the longer you live. A bandit leader like me, a young master? Time passed quickly. Half a month later at an annex on the outskirts of the Madalum. Your young master's father was a hunter from Mount Wudang, wasn't he? He must have been a remarkable man. The young master seems to resemble his father somewhat. Haha, yes indeed. Seeing the young master, I thought the lady had returned. I think so too. The young master's kind eyes are very much like the lady's. You can see it too. Of course, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Surely the young master's conduct is as pure and beautiful as white jade, just like the lady's. Haha, this person is starting again. Did I say something wrong? Jin Woo-rip sat on the roof smiling. I'm really lucky. I finally returned here as per my mother's last wish. I really can't get used to this. A young master, right? Chung Yu, not far away, a young boy was struggling to climb up. I finally found you, young master. Jin Woo-rip was surprised to see him drenched in sweat and trembling. Hey, you seem to be overdoing it. Shall I help you? Chung Yu replied. I'm fine. Please come down quickly. You can't escape today, young master. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lost his grip and fell. Jin Woo-rip rushed over to help him. Chung Yu, I told you not to overdo it. How absurd. Just tell me today's schedule. Chung Yu, carried on his back, hastily replied. From early this morning, young master, you must have been truly exhausted. First, it was time for martial arts discourse with the elder of the inner clan. Then martial arts training and dinner with the Supreme Lord. At night you'll read martial arts books before going to sleep. Jin Woo-rip couldn't hold back a curse. Damn it, why are there so many places to go? Chung Yu explained. Of course, young master, you are the clan's sole legitimate heir. Therefore, young master, you are one who will bear great responsibilities. Jin Woo-rip couldn't understand. This kid has a way with words, but why is the magnificent Madalum so empty and eerie? Chung Yu was surprised. Did young master notice too? My mother told me that there used to be many people in the Madalum, but it became like this because of the bloodbath of the 8 emperors. You will hear the reason during the discourse session shortly. He suddenly jumped off Jin Woo-rip's back. Elder of the inner clan, it's Chung Yu. Has the young master arrived? From a distance an old man hastily said, Young master, please come here quickly. Warm tea and light refreshments have been prepared. Jin Woo-rip was slightly annoyed seeing Chung Yu still walking around as if nothing had happened. That kid's legs were perfectly fine. He quickly went to the pavilion and sat down. Hey old man, hurry up and finish this. The elder of the inner clan sighed. Young master is really in a hurry today. Is this old man's discourse not interesting at all? I am Sang Hogun, the elder of the inner clan of Madalum. Young master, you dislike discourses just like your mother, but these are things you absolutely must learn to survive in the Murim. Jin Woo-rip's face still clearly showed boredom. So what's today's topic? The old man replied. It's nothing more than common occurrences in the Murim. I want to tell you about people you must never fight, so you must listen carefully. Jin Woo-rip put a rice cake into his mouth and ate it. What reason would I have to meet such people in a place like this? But fine, I'll remember it. The old man was pleased. Ho, then let's begin. Young master, have you heard of the 10 great masters of the world? The 10 strongest people in the Murim include the 2 emperors, 3 sovereigns and 5 kings. They are called the 10 great masters of the world. They are heroes who saved the Murim from foreign forces in the Great War of the World. Besides these, beyond the 10 great masters of the world, there is a person called the Divine Dragon. Stories often circulate by word of mouth that the Divine Dragon has reached an even higher realm, completely surpassing all 10 great masters. What do you think? Isn't this story interesting? Jin Woo-rip still spoke expressionlessly. What? It's just a famous story, isn't it? The old man burst out laughing. Haha, young master, you know it well. However, recently a master has appeared among the 5 kings. He is the Heavenly Lord of Sangxian, a monstrous figure whose face no one knows. He is called the Faceless Mountain King. As soon as Jin Woo-rip heard the words Heavenly Lord of Sangxian, he couldn't help but spit out the tea he had in his mouth. Old man, the what of Sangxian? The old man wiped the tea from his face and replied, The Heavenly Lord, a formidable figure said to have 3 heads and 6 arms, whose movements are elusive and whose appearance is mysterious, or also called the Faceless One. Jin Woo-rip's face was filled with bewilderment. Old man, what did you just say of Sangxian? The Heavenly Lord of Sangxian, the Yellow River 5 Kings, the Dragon King, young master. Jin Woo-rip recalled the situation of that moment in his mind. Do not yield to this young Heavenly Lord. I will reassign the positions of the 5 kings. Congratulations on becoming one of the 10 great masters of the world. Recalling this, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. So the one who defeated the Yellow River Dragon King has become a new king of the 5 kings? The scene shifts to another location. 2 young children were hiding in a forest, fleeing. The boy reminded the girl inside a tree hollow. Even if you're scared, you have to bear with it. Just hold on a little longer and those people will leave soon, the girl asked, puzzled. Brother, aren't you coming in with me? The boy shook his head. I'll hide somewhere else. Don't come out until the sun rises. Just then another voice was heard from a distance. Search quickly, they're just around here. Hearing this, the boy hastily urged his sister to go inside. He quickly ran in another direction to distract the pursuers. Several assassins swiftly followed him, shouting, Catch him, that damned brat. One of them swung his hand and threw a dagger which grazed the fleeing boy's left arm. 3 men slowly approached him. What is this, just one brat? This one is born with devil's blood, so he must be eliminated, another reminded him. Have you forgotten the Divine Dragon's command? Didn't he instruct us not to lay a hand on those without martial arts or on children? That man, still resolute, reached out and drew his sword. It is precisely these trivial elements that will bring a blood calamity upon the world. Didn't we pay the price 200 years ago for failing to uproot the 8 emperors? Your wife and daughter, your only brother, and my entire family all died. To prevent the second 8 emperors sect from appearing, I must kill this damned descendant of the eunuch." Just then, a loud voice rang out, commanding him to stop. An old man and Jin Woo-rip stood atop a mountain peak observing them. "I understand your feelings, but this child is innocent." The group was puzzled. "Who are you? State your identity quickly. Are you from eunuch?" The old man denied it. "Eunuch? No." Hearing this, the group lost interest. "Then leave quickly. This child is a child of the devil and must be eliminated." The old man persuaded them. "That is not true. Eunuch of Mount Changsu opposed the Eight Emperors sect and did not participate in the war at all, although it is the root of the Eight Emperors sect. This place is completely harmless." One person was puzzled. "I've never heard such a story before." "Old man, do you have proof?" The person next to him interrupted. "Proof is unnecessary. To me he is also just a devil." He raised his sword again, intending to finish off the child. The old man immediately shouted for Jin Woo-rip to charge. Jin Woo-rip, without hesitation, charged down from above. The group shouted, seeing his terrifying speed. "A devil! This is devil's martial arts." Jin Woo-rip swept past them at an incredibly high speed. Before they could even react, their swords were already gone with not even a shadow remaining. Jin Woo-rip threw their swords to the ground and warned them, "Go." I won't say it a second time. All three trembled uncontrollably. Seeing his formidable skill, 2 of the 3 turned and left without hesitation, but only the one who had been leading gritted his teeth and stood there. He reached behind his back, attempting to draw a dagger. Jin Woo-rip did nothing, merely stood there, staring at him. Confronted by his gaze, the young man trembled even more. In the end, he dared not move and turned to leave, following his 2 companions. The child, too, escaped that crisis. Jin Woo-rip then went with his master to a mist-shrouded mountain peak. "Everything is my karma. In my youth I took in a pitiable soul and taught him martial arts. Then that fellow created the Eight Emperors sect and incited war throughout the entire Murim. You won't do that, will you?" Jin Woo-rip said casually. "We'll have to see about that." The old man got angry. "You rascal, as you know, I don't have much time left. So there's one favor I need to ask. Too many lives have been lost in this eunuch. I want you to help these people survive." Jin Woo-rip was impressed. "That was by no means an easy task," the old man continued. "With your heavenly yin constitution and having trained in the 8 heaven soul arts, you are certainly capable. Even though your yin energy was so strong that your internal power had to be sealed, but no matter what enemy you face, you are not one to be easily defeated." Jin Woo-rip couldn't understand. "Can't I just kill their leader, the divine dragon?" The old man sighed. "You rascal, when will this cycle of blood vengeance ever end? Protect them so they can live alongside the world. Helping people is Sang, and heaven is Qian, so let's call it Sangqian. How does that sound?" Jin Woo-rip didn't have any particular thoughts. "I'll do as you say," the old man reminded him. "Your martial arts can also make you a target for hunting, so always be mindful of your situation." Jin Woo-rip sighed. "Understood, I'll keep both my martial arts and eunuch in mind." The old man apologized. "Rip, I'm just so sorry to you." Recalling this, Jin Woo-rip felt even more apologetic. "Master, I am even more sorry to you. I am the faceless mountain king who defeated a 10 great master of the world. A 10 great master of the world defeated by a bandit leader. Wouldn't that make me a target for the entire world?" Seeing him sitting there lost in thought, the old man went in front of him, waved his hand and said, young master, do you see me?" Jin Woo-rip paid no attention and remained deep in thought. "My master's first disciple is the head of the 8 Emperors sect. He is the one who unleashed a bloody massacre and took countless lives. His name is Wang Qianan. With his domineering martial arts, he caused the bloodbath of the 8 Emperors, killing countless people. Countless martial artists flocked to Yunsalgok for revenge and were slaughtered. That's why I had to hide my identity. But that damned Yellow River Dragon King spread this news throughout the Murim. Let's never meet again, you dog-like bastard." The old man sitting opposite him continued to call out, "Young master, is something wrong? Young master, what on earth is the matter? Your complexion is very poor." Jin Woo-rip was startled. "I'm not feeling very well. Elder, I apologize, but could we perhaps stop here for today?" Unexpectedly, the old man was very pleased. "That's perfectly fine. Since young master is not feeling well, I'm sure if I tell you a story about a Murim figure, you'll feel better right away after hearing it." Jin Woo-rip explained. No, what I meant was, how about we end today's discourse class here?" The old man was still very firm. "I also have a story about a person who became the world's greatest swordsman by working tirelessly without a single day's rest." After some time, Jin Woo-rip was released from the old man. "Young master has completed the basic studies of Murim discourse. Now we must begin the lessons for the successor." At this time, Elder Sang Hogun and his group were gathered in the Taesongjan of the Madalim, and the situation in Sichuan was very tense. Leaving the successor's position vacant for too long is truly unfair. "I believe it's time for young master to enter the core phase," Muga-san, the chief of the outer clan who was sitting next to him, interrupted. "I think differently. Let's move past that matter today and discuss something else. Although young master Jin Woo-rip is a direct descendant, what's important here is not his lineage. The crux of the matter is whether he possesses sufficient capability as a successor. As you know, Supreme Lord, we cannot yet have a positive view of young master Jin's sudden appearance. How can we place someone in the successor's position when we don't even know where he came from or what he has done? Supreme Lord, please give young master Jin a chance to prove his abilities." Zhou Pyeongqian nodded. "If that is your will, then the chief of the outer clan shall give Woo-rip a task. The test question must be completely confidential, and even I have no right to interfere. And so Muga-san was currently sitting opposite Jin Woo-rip, secretly resolved in his heart to pose a very difficult test question. Did not hide his conversation with the elders, and informed Jin Woo-rip of his reason for being there. Jin Woo-rip said without the slightest fear, "You could just say you don't trust me. Is there any need for excuses? Elder, please, present the problem." The old man was very angry but still tried to compose himself. "Young master must reclaim an inn located west of Chongqing, Sichuan. Its name is Changhe Inn." Jin Woo-rip sighed in annoyance. "Are you telling me to reclaim it or to plunder it?" The old man explained. "That place was originally under the jurisdiction of the Madalim, but it was taken by the Cholsa clan. The Cholsa clan is a dark faction secretly active in Uljeong. Those rascals are extremely vicious." Jin Woo-rip burst out laughing. "Haha, is it that bad? The Madalim lost a business establishment to a dark sect." The old man could no longer hold back, slammed the table and shouted, "Young master, you had better watch your words. The Cholsa clan is no ordinary dark faction." Jin Woo-rip, without weakening in the slightest, sharply retorted, "Elder, are you proud of having a business establishment taken by such a dark faction?" At his words, the old man was speechless for a moment. Only then did Jin Woo-rip calm down and sigh, "My apologies. My ears are a bit sensitive, so I'm particular about loud noises. So, Elder, you're telling me to reclaim the Changhe Inn?" The old man confirmed. "That's right, for your safety, young master. You may call for additional guards." Jin Woo-rip scoffed internally. "How ridiculous. Frankly, they just want to monitor me." The old man was cursing internally as well. "This rude fellow is impossible." Only then did Jin Woo-rip agree. "All right, since the elder has commanded it, I shall do so. What is the deadline?" The old man put on a solemn expression. 5 days. I will give young master 5 days. His heart was filled with secret satisfaction. "You will never accomplish it, young master." Contrary to his expectations, Jin Woo-rip sighed. "Oh dear, I knew it. 5 days aren't necessary. I'll reclaim that inn in 2 days. The old man thought to himself. If it were an easy task to begin with, the Madalim would have already reclaimed that inn. Young master must also have realized that this is by no means an easy test, Jin Woo-rip continued, not bothering to care much. "Oh right, I'll choose the people to accompany me myself. After all my movements are being monitored anyway," the old man explained. "Everything is solely for young master's safety." In his mind, curses erupted once again. Damn it, this rascal knew everything. Jin Woo-rip turned his back to him and lay down. "If you have nothing more to say, elder, you may leave. I'll begin my actions tonight, so I need to get some sleep." The old man was startled. "Understood, then please rest comfortably, young master." Only then did he exit Jin Woo-rip's room. "This is by no means an easy test, but the Madalim does not need a useless successor. Nevertheless, young master's spirit is very admirable." He slowly returned, lost in endless thought. Not long after he left, as dusk fell, another person quietly rushed into Jin Woo-rip's room. He had been sleeping but was startled awake by Sang Hogan's call. "Young master, I heard the chief of the outer clan visited, is that right?" "What on earth did he say to you?" Jin Woo-rip yawned in annoyance. "The elder told me not to rely on others." Sang Hogan thought to himself that stubborn old chief of the outer clan would never give young master an easy task. Thinking this far, he opened his mouth. "Young master, if it's related to outside matters," before he could finish speaking, Jin Woo-rip interrupted. "I said I'd choose the people to accompany me myself, so let's take a break from discourse lessons for a while," Sang Hogan said worriedly. "With a situation like this, what good are discourses? Young master, do you truly not need any help?" Jin Woo-rip calmly brought the tea to his mouth. "What needs to be done must be done. When the water reaches your neck, you must run frantically." The old man asked again, "Are you confident, young master?" Jin Woo-rip smiled. "What's there to say? People are people wherever you go." Watching his expression and listening to his words, the old man felt as if he were seeing his mother. Jin Woo-rip turned and headed outside. "Elder, do not follow me. This is something I must do." The old man was puzzled. "Young master, where are you going?" Jin Woo-rip replied calmly. "For a stroll and some moon-gazing." As he walked, he thought, "Tonight is perfect for reverting to the appearance of the 3-headed 6-armed monster. That rascal Chung Yu is asleep, so there's no one to guide me. Since coming to the Madalim, I haven't really been to many places, so oh gods, I'm lost." Just then, the sound of a pipa echoed in his ears. He followed the direction of the sound. "He plays really well. Who is it?" A moment later, he approached the person playing. As he played, he hummed a song. "I really wonder, is she the same? Her beautiful dark eyes draw me deep within. Me in her eyes and her in mine." After singing this far, he suddenly stopped. It was because he had just noticed Jin Woo-rip's presence. The young man smiled at him in a friendly manner. "Your Excellency truly has a charming air about you." The person's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Jin Woo-rip laughed and asked, "Your charming air is truly at its peak. Haha, what is your name?" Anger was evident on that person's face. "I am Dea, from the Black Sword Unit of the Yuko Pyongdaewon." Jin Woo-rip sat next to him and asked, "What are you doing here so late?" The person explained, "I am spending my last night as a Murim warrior. From now on I can no longer wield a sword. Judging by your martial arts attire, your excellency must be the young master from the rumors, correct?" Jin Woo-rip was surprised. "You're quick-witted too. You look so healthy. Why can't you wield a sword anymore?" The person didn't answer but asked back, "Young master, what color does that moonlight appear to you?" Jin Woo-rip couldn't understand. "The moon, naturally it's yellow." The young man smiled. "To me everything is just gray." Jin Woo-rip suddenly realized. "So that's why you failed your mission?" The young man exclaimed. "Oh, young master is truly quick-witted." Jin Woo-rip burst out laughing. "Haha, tell me in detail." Only then did the young man begin his story. I was once the commander of the Black Sword Unit, responsible for special missions in the Manhwa. At that time, everything went smoothly. Then one day I received an assassination mission at the Wuxia County branch. Unknown assailants had infiltrated the branch and the martial attire of both sides was too similar. Commander, please help us. I'll arrive soon, just hold on a little longer. Hearing his request, I immediately rushed there. The strike he unleashed was the sword-shattering fury. Ultimately, he couldn't distinguish between the martial attire of allies and enemies, injuring many comrades, and the entire force had to retreat in haste. The stubborn commander caused a mishap. He failed to protect the Wuxia County branch and had to step down from the Black Sword Unit. After that, he was demoted to Pyongdaewon. And not only that, due to guilt, he could no longer wield a sword. It was a boring story, wasn't it? Young master, thank you for listening. Jin Woo-rip focused on the two words stubborn in his mind. The young man continued, at any rate, in this Chongqing no one will dare to recklessly provoke the young master of the Manhwa. I wish you good luck. Jin Woo-rip was puzzled. Where are you going? The young man replied. This is no longer a place for me to stay. I'm going elsewhere to begin a farmer's life. Jin Woo-rip cursed. Damn it, you can't even abandon the most basic tenets of a Murim warrior. So what's with farming? The young man was startled. Young master, what are you saying? Jin Woo-rip held out his hand. Enough nonsense. If you're so confident, give me your sword. He took the sword, drew it, and scoffed. Someone trying to give up keeps their sword so carefully. You are a Murim warrior to the bone. This is precisely the most fundamental aspect of a Manhwa Murim warrior. The young man marveled internally. Although his family has fallen, young master still possesses towering pride. Jin Woo-rip returned his sword and commanded him. Lead me to the Changha Inn at once. I'll change your mind, the young man said with a solemn expression. Let me reiterate, I am leaving this place. Jin Woo-rip turned his head and stared at him with a frown. You said there's no place for you in the Manhwa, didn't you? In that case, I will create that place for you. The young man thought to himself. I have nothing left to lose. If I follow this person, could I live a different life? In Shijin, 2 hours later, at the Changha Inn in northwest Sichuan, Jin Woo-rip was miserably sprawled on the ground. The young man who followed him saw this situation and instantly felt that his choice had been wrong. The scene shifts to northwest Chongqing, Sichuan, 1 Shijin earlier. Chongqing city proper is comprised of 2 large intersecting roads in a cross shape leading to the 4 city gates, east, west, south, and north. Of these, the northeast road is under the Manhwa's jurisdiction. What about the other 3 directions? Currently, the 2 southern gates are the territory of the Great Sword Sect. The remaining gate is jointly administered by factions affiliated with the Great Sword Sect, Jin Woo-rip suddenly realized. So that's why the Manhwa feared a trivial dark faction. It turns out they had someone protecting them from behind. If we were to wage war with the Cholsa clan, the Great Sword Sect would intervene, wouldn't they? The person replied. Of course, but they wouldn't want an all-out war with us either. If a war with the Manhwa were to break out, the Great Sword Sect would also lose many Murim warriors. Jin Woo-rip asked again. If war breaks out, would we win? The young man answered decisively without the slightest hesitation. The Manhwa would be defeated. The Manhwa and the Great Sword Sect have a similar number of masters, but their troop strength differs significantly. That's because all the dark factions and wandering martial artists in Chongqing are on the Great Sword Sect side. Jin Woo-rip smiled. In that case, we shouldn't give those Great Sword Sect rascals an excuse to act. The young man was puzzled. Then what will you do, young master? Jin Woo-rip looked at him seriously. I will reclaim this place. From now on, this Changha Inn will be within my Jin Woo-rip's sphere of influence. Only then did he cast off his outer robe. Protect me. If my identity is exposed, things will get complicated. It might be a bit chaotic inside, but you don't need to do anything, the young man said worriedly. Are you going in alone, young master? Jin Woo-rip smiled and opened the door. Everything has a reason. You just need to wait for me outside. You absolutely must not interfere, the young man nodded. Understood. In his heart, extreme doubt still lingered. Can I trust the young master? Inside the inn, many customers were drinking alcohol at this time. Jin Woo-rip stepped inside and called out in a cold voice, Little waiter, quickly bring me a bottle of wine and a plate of snacks. As soon as he sat down at a table, a person gloomily stood up. Hey kid, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? You probably don't know, but our inn charges extra at this hour. Do you have enough money? Are you the Cholsa clan leader Yuk Yubong? Jin Woo-rip nodded inwardly. Yes, this is how a dark faction should be. He closed his eyes and sighed. Indeed, it's the same everywhere. How can they be so greedy? Not only greedy, but foolish too. The most effective means to achieve what one wants is negotiation. To negotiate, you need justification, and this negotiation is about stripping the Great Sword Sect of any grounds for intervention. I merely came here to drink but was unilaterally assaulted by the Cholsa clan rascals. The young man standing outside felt slightly uneasy hearing the loud noises from within. I heard the young master only knew a bit of self-defense martial arts, but it seems he's stronger than rumored. If the Great Sword Sect gets involved because of this, just then the main door shattered and someone flew out from inside. The young man curiously craned his neck to look inside. A moment later his eyes widened. Jin Woo-rip was nowhere to be seen, only the Cholsa clan members exclaiming, "Ah, that was a satisfying hit, the best punch of the year." As he stood there dumbfounded, Jin Woo-rip's voice echoed from behind him, "I'm here." The young man turned around, utterly disbelieving. The person who had just flown out was none other than his young master. He hastily rushed over to help Jin Woo-rip up. "Young master, please come to your senses. Are you all right?" Despite being bruised and bleeding all over, Jin Woo-rip smiled, seemingly very pleased. You see now, don't you, the great sword sect will no longer have a reason to intervene in this matter. Only then did the young man recall Jin Woo-rip's words from the street. Now I understand why the young master brought me here. The Cholsa clan members also approached at this point, mocking, what's this? This brat, isn't he a worthless wretch who can't even use a Madalim sword? But that guy called him young master, didn't he? There's no way the Madalim's young master could be this weak. The young man raised his voice and shouted, do you even know who you've messed with? Hearing this, the group's expressions all stiffened. Soon they shouted nervously, don't tell me, the young man continued. That's right, this is none other than the young master of our main sect. The rumor quickly spread throughout Chongqing. The Madalim's young master hadn't fought the Cholsa clan, a subordinate of the Great Sword Sect, but had been unilaterally assaulted by them. The Great Sword Sect no longer had any grounds to intervene in this matter, thus it was impossible for a small dark faction like the Cholsa clan to contend with the Madalim alone. The young master was hit in a very sensitive area, causing his chi and blood to become disordered, and he could be crippled for the rest of his life. Jin Woo-rip even staged a play, calling in a fake doctor to pressure the Cholsa clan leader. Zhou Pyeong-cheon also seized the opportunity to threaten him. Cholsa clan leader, listen, Woo-rip is a blood relative I've just brought in, and that child is very likely to become the Madalim's successor in the future. Frankly, I want to tear you and the Cholsa clan to shreds right now, but I'll hold back and defer to Woo-rip, the party involved. Jin Woo-rip lay on the bed, wailing miserably. Supreme Lord, I am a proud young master of the Madalim, yet I was oppressed by these dark faction scoundrels. I have defiled the honor of our main sect. This matter has already spread throughout Chongqing. Woo-rip truly has no face left to live. It would be better to die. Hearing this, Zhou Pyeong-cheon's murderous aura intensified and burst forth from his body. The Cholsa clan leader, terrified, said, young master, please don't say such things. Please forgive me just this once. I've brought some humble medical expenses and wish to compensate you. Jin Woo-rip immediately flared up. Is this damned rascal trying to insult me, the young master, with money? The young man grew even more terrified. Young master, that's absolutely not what I meant. Then please tell me what you desire, young master. This humble one will surely fulfill anything. Muga-san was startled to hear this. Young master, you weren't beaten up just for this, were you? Seeing Jin Woo-rip's sly smile, he became even more convinced. If he had taken Changha in by force, the Great Sword Sect would have had grounds to deploy, but even so, does a martial artist like the young master have no pride at all? Jin Woo-rip very quickly stated his condition. Changha in if you leave Changha in to me. Before he could finish speaking, the young man hastily replied, the young master wants Changha in? I will transfer it immediately if you wish. The young man inwardly rejoiced. This is a good deal, isn't it? Crippling the Madalim's young master and only having to pay with an inn. That's a really cheap price. The promissory notes I brought for medical expenses are worth more than buying the inn, so it actually turned out well, ho ho. But before he could fully rejoice, Jin Woo-rip continued, medical expenses, you must pay medical expenses too. The young man's jaw dropped. Young master, isn't the inn alone enough? Jin Woo-rip, who had been enjoying himself, paused when he saw him haggling. Immediately he wailed once more, I just want to die. The young man no longer dared to haggle, and hastily said, young master, I will pay a great deal. Afterwards, the Supreme Lord was still furious, but the Cholsa clan leader was able to leave thanks to the exchange condition of the inn and medical expenses. The young man left the Madalim in a daze, and as soon as he stepped outside, he sank into a corner, overcome with sorrow. It seemed this price was too heavy for him to bear. Inside the room, Zhou Pyeong-cheon sighed. You were at risk of becoming crippled, so why on earth did you go to Changha Inn at that hour? Jin Woo-rip sat up and smiled. I just wanted to drink. My internal injuries were feigned, so please don't worry too much. Zhou Pyeong-cheon sighed. Then I have a question for you regarding your injury this time. Was Changha in the test question given to you by the outer clan chief? Muga-san replied, that is correct, but just then Jin Woo-rip countered, no lord, changing people's minds, I believe that was the test question this time. Hearing this, Muga-san laughed blankly. Zhou Pyeong-cheon smiled. Oh good, then outer clan chief, how do you evaluate Woo-rip's performance this time? Did the young master pass or fail? Muga-san replied, I absolutely cannot understand the young master's methods, however. If the theme was changing people's minds, then I congratulate the young master on passing. Afterwards, the group all dispersed and returned to their respective homes. Muga-san chased after Jin Woo-rip. Young master, just a moment, Jin Woo-rip said, puzzled. What is it, old outer clan chief, what's the matter? If you have something to say it quickly. I need to go watch stories on the Hugo Review channel. Muga-san finally mustered the courage to ask. Young master, did you willingly endure such humiliation to pass this test? Jin Woo-rip said, perplexed. Humiliation? Is pride that important? Muga-san continued. The Murim is precisely a place where people risk their lives to protect their pride. Jin Woo-rip burst out laughing. Listen, old man and Dea. Must a man truly be unable to endure the shame of crawling under another's legs, even to the point of handing over his own inn to a dark faction? Do you two martial artists truly believe that if you just cling to your pride, glory will come on its own? Wake up, it's time to face the reality of the Madalim. After finishing his words, he took Dea and left, leaving the old man standing there. The old man watched his retreating figure and thought inwardly, I understand why the young master abandoned his pride, but that is by no means an easy path. Aren't there truly too many within the main sect who would obstruct the young master? What martial artist would follow a young master who was thoroughly beaten by a dark faction? To gain more supporters, the young master still needs to put in a lot of effort. Tisk tisk. He then said to Inner Clan Elder Sang Hogun, Inner Clan Elder, it seems summer has passed. Night fell upon the city streets of Chongqing, Sichuan. Big brother will enjoy this. You worked hard on this escort mission. Hey you guys, big brother, when are you going to open the Yangwaja? Can I just have a taste? Dream on, not a single drop. This person was Ma Qinpyo, an elder of Chongqing. It's a strange world indeed for dark faction members like us to be doing escort work. Another person approached and asked, Big brother, is the Great Sword Sect really that calculating? Ma Qinpyo nodded. That's right, we just wield our swords and pour drinks. All other matters are handled by the Great Sword Sect afterwards. So anyone who touches the Great Sword Sect's rice bowl will die. Just then another person rushed in from outside. Big brother, something big has happened. I've been running so long my throat is dry. Brothers, can I have something to drink? Without hesitation he ran over, grabbed the bottle of liquor placed in front of Ma Qinpyo, put it to his lips and guzzled it down in one go. Ma Qinpyo frowned. This madman. Those around him were also very displeased. This liquor was hard-earned by Big Brother during the Great Sword Sect's escort mission. The young man was startled to hear this. I'm so sorry, I truly didn't know. Another person, still indignant, said, Didn't know, I'll cut open your stomach and get the liquor back. Just then, Ma Qinpyo reached out and pressed his head onto the table. I'm talking right now. He then called for Hyuk-do. The young man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, Big Brother is too scary. Ma Qinpyo stared at him coldly. If you cause a commotion here over a trivial matter, today will certainly be your death anniversary, Hyuk-do replied. Understood, Big Brother. Do you remember Zhou Young of the Madalim? Zhou Young, you mean Zhou Young of the Madalim who disappeared 30 years ago? Hyuk-do confirmed. That's right, Ma Qinpyo coldly snorted. Of course I remember her. She was Zhou Pyeongcheon, the former Madalim Lord's beloved daughter, a peerless beauty and possessed extraordinary talent. If she hadn't died young due to her heavenly yin constitution, the situation in Sichuan would be very different now, Hyuk-do exclaimed in admiration. Big brother, your memory is truly excellent, but now the son of that woman Zhou Young has appeared. Ma Qinpyo's jaw dropped. This brat, are you mocking me? Someone with a heavenly yin constitution can have a child? Hyuk-do explained. It's true, Big Brother. The entire Madalim is in an uproar right now, though the appearance of this descendant means nothing at this moment. Ma Qinpyo grabbed him by the collar and asked, Does that descendant brat know martial arts? Hyuk-do tensed up. I don't know that, Big Brother. Why are you gripping your Eamwall sword so tightly? I truly don't know. As soon as I heard the news, I rushed straight here to report to you, Big Brother. Ma Qinpyo slung his sword over his shoulder and walked past him. No need to be afraid, Hyuk-do was puzzled. Big brother, where are you going? I need to visit the Great Sword Sect for a bit. You all just keep drinking. His mind was filled with thoughts. Currently, the Great Sword Sect is the true power, protecting wanderers like me from behind. I thought if the Madalim had no successor, Sichuan would eventually belong to the Great Sword Sect. But now Zhou Young's son, Sichuan's top talent, has appeared. If he is a martial artist who inherited his mother's innate talent, then his becoming a peerless master is beyond question. Such a person was beaten by the Cholsa clan. This is truly ridiculous. There's definitely a conspiracy behind this. The scene shifts to the Madalim. Such a big event happened while I was away handling matters for the outer clan. I heard bad news as soon as I arrived at the main sect. Are you truly all right? This person was Zhou Mugong, the Madalim Lord, master of the crushing demonic sword. Jin Wurip replied, I'm fine, Lord, please don't worry. Muga-san stepped forward and admitted his fault. It's all my fault, Lord. Please punish this old servant. Zhou Mugong waved his hand. I have no intention of reprimanding anyone. In any case, since the inner clan elder won the wager, have you thought of a suitable position for Wurip? Sang Hogun continued. Yes, I believe the position related to the secret passages would be good. Before he could finish speaking, someone cut him off. No, that won't do. Information management is completely unsuitable for the young master. In any case, there are no vacancies under me. Sang Hogun then proposed several other positions, but no one wanted to take Jin Wurip under their wing. Zhou Mugong sighed inwardly. Everyone wants to avoid Wurip, who was humiliated by a dark faction. Just then, Muga-san offered another opinion. Zhou Mugong glanced at him. Outer clan chief, tell me, what position would be suitable for Wurip? Muga-san quickly said. We must create a position exclusively for the young master. I humbly propose the establishment of a northwest command post. Sang Hogun frowned and thought, in the past, when the Madalim controlled Sichuan, the Chongqing command post managed Chongqing's business establishments. With the Madalim's decline, this command post was reduced and became the Northeast command post. Is this old outer clan chief trying to exile the weak young master to the northwest where minor factions gather? Having thought this far, he spoke. Where are the Madalim's business establishments on the northwest road? Muga-san retorted. The young master just reclaimed Changha Inn. Sang Hogun raised his voice. Outer clan chief, is this the time to bring that up? The young master was severely beaten because of that incident. Muga-san remained very resolute. Do you think I'm saying this purely out of personal feelings? Sang Hogun coldly snorted. If not, then why on earth? The young master almost lost his life because of the unimaginable test you presented, didn't he? Muga-san sighed. I admit there was a mistake in the test question. I did not expect the young master to act that way. But now it's different. Through that incident, I saw the young master's capabilities. The young master is more suited to a position where he makes his own decisions, rather than being commanded by others. I merely judged based on the young master's strengths. The young master is an unpredictable person both for us and for others. The Northwest Command Post may be a new establishment, but this old man will provide martial artists to support the young master. The group then buzzed with discussion. Lord, the outer clan chief says he'll provide martial artists. Enough, stop making noise. No one is to try and change my mind, Jin Wurip smiled, thinking inwardly. Outer clan chief, is he truly sincere? Zhou Mugong questioned him. You propose establishing a Northwest command post, chief, do you know what that implies? Mugasan clasped his hands and replied, it means directly confronting the Great Sword Sect. Although the Great Sword Sect has a very large number of martial artists, their number of masters is only similar to ours. We have a 50% chance of completely taking control of the Northwest Road. The Great Sword Sect is increasingly extorting our money. The Madeline must face this reality. We must change. This will also be a good opportunity for the young master. Sang Hogun was inwardly startled. Outer clan chief, is he completely serious? Zhou Mugong turned his head to Jin Wurip and asked, Wurip, what do you think? He asked verbally, but secretly sent a telepathic message. Refuse, this task is truly too difficult. One humiliation is enough. Do not cause any more trouble. Jin Wurip smiled and said, Lord, could you please repeat that? I didn't hear from the part where the Madeline Pavilion Master and the Wanma Pavilion Master refused. Zhou Mugong laughed heartily upon hearing that. The outer clan chief said, indeed, a young master is truly unpredictable. The Northwest Command Post manages the Northwest Road's businesses, and all the factions there are affiliated with the Great Sword Sect, Jin Wurip continued. Are you saying that if we handle this carelessly, the Great Sword Sect is highly likely to intervene? Zhou Mugong nodded. That's right, although the Great Sword Sect has several times more martial artists than us to subjugate the small and medium-sized factions on the Northwest Road, we cannot show weakness in troop strength. He thought to himself, the reason they overpower us in numbers and choke off the Madeline's money supply is to subjugate us while fully preserving their own strength. Even if Wurip fails, a war will not break out. At that very moment, Jin Wurip solemnly agreed. And I will not accept any martial artist support. His words shocked everyone present. Young master, becoming the commander of the Northwest Command Post is completely different from the Changhain incident. We will increase your escort personnel. Young master, you must take them with you wherever you go. Zhou Mugong also spoke worriedly. That's right, although it's just one area in Chongqing, it's no different from a small Murim. Listen to the outer clan chief. Jin Wurip remained very firm. In this situation, who would follow me? I don't need martial artists, Zhou Mugong admired. Even his stubbornness is just like my sister's. The group unanimously agreed. I think so too. Jin Wurip immediately bid farewell. Oh right, you all don't trust me, but there's no need to worry. I will see you again after I have completely conquered the Northwest Road. The scene shifts to another location. Strange, isn't this matter truly suspicious? Oh right, Changha Inn, I heard that story too, it's truly intriguing. Are you saying it's intriguing? Yes, he made it so we couldn't intervene, yet he reclaimed the inn without striking a single blow. In a world where pride is considered everything in the Murim, not many pursue practical gains. Moreover, he seems to be around my age. He's the Madeline's young master, truly fascinating. Though I don't know him at all, I feel like he's the same kind of person as me. Jin Wurip, I truly want to meet you. This person was the young lord of the Great Sword Sect, Zhang Wahi, the Sichuan Divine Sword. The scene shifts back to Jin Wurip. He walked through the forest and suddenly shouted, Sok Jin Wan, are you there? As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow appeared from behind him. Heavenly Lord, Sok Jin Wan of the Yunu Day greets the Heavenly Lord. Jin Wurip sighed. Didn't I tell you not to come? Have you forgotten that their eyes are always watching us? Sok Jin Wan explained. This subordinate apologizes, but everyone agreed that they couldn't leave the Heavenly Lord alone here. Please allow at least me to accompany the Heavenly Lord. Jin Wurip smiled. You're truly stubborn. What happened to your subordinates? Sok Jin Wan replied. They are all outside the city, awaiting orders. Jin Wurip sighed. Are you leaving them exposed to the elements like that? Bring them into the city, arrange lodging for them, and tell them to wait there. Sok Jin Wan said worriedly, but they might find out everything. Jin Wurip reassured him. Can they even reach this far? Don't worry, it will be fine. Sok Jin Wan no longer objected upon hearing that. Yes, Heavenly Lord. But Heavenly Lord, your height seems to be, Jin Wurip nodded. That's right, my height is stabilizing. With my current skill, few of the world's 10 great masters would be able to face me. When I fully mature, the internal power that master sealed will automatically recover. Sok Jin Wan was excited. This subordinate congratulates the Heavenly Lord. Jin Wurip looked at him sidelong and said, Since you've come all this way, would you do one thing for me? It's not difficult. Sok Jin Wan solemnly said, Just give the order. Thanks to the help of the inner clan chief and the outer clan chief, the work on the Northwest Road progressed very quickly. The Cholsa clan completely withdrew from Changha Inn. The place was rapidly filled with necessary supplies. Manpower was also supplied from the Northeast Command Post. Perhaps considering the situation of the command post, all the people dispatched were tall and well-built. It's a pleasure to meet the young master. We look forward to working with you. This humble one is the chef, Bulgio, and this humble one is the clerk, Ogden. Jin Wurip stammered slightly upon seeing these two large and well-built young men. I look forward to working with you too. I've been walking all day, so I'm hungry. Please make a few of your most confident dishes. The two immediately rushed excitedly to the kitchen. Yes, young master. Seeing these two, Jin Wurip was relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about theft at the end. Dea asked, puzzled. What are you looking at, young master? Jin Wurip smiled. This is a book recording the situation on the Northwest Road. Cholsa clan, Chongqing Martial Arts School, Soga Estate, Sochian Mun, Childo Moon, Mawa clan, etc. So many factions gathered in such a tiny place. Dea continued. Only the Cholsa clan and the Moa clan manage businesses. The other factions earn money through trade and escort services. Jin Woo-rip frowned. There's a section on the Cholsa clan. Oh dear, how interesting. It says the relationship between the Cholsa clan leader and the Moa clan leader is very bad. What do you think is the reason? Dea replied. Both of these dark factions work for the Great Sword Sect. They constantly have to prove their capabilities to maintain their relationship, so they can be considered rivals. Jin Woo-rip nodded while eating. That's certainly true. Oh right, Dea, would you run an errand for me? The scene shifts to the Cholsa clan. 1 drink for Changha Inn, 2 drinks for compensation, 3 drinks for complete ruin. Yak Yubong sat inside his house clutching a liquor bottle, lamenting and weeping. Just then, someone opened the door from outside and poked his head in. Clan leader, a guest from the Madalim has arrived. Yak Yubong's face was veined with anger. What, the Madalim? Aren't the inn and compensation enough? The person shook his head. No, it's not that. He seems to have brought fruit. Yak Yubong snapped. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're all so useless. Let him in, let's see what he's up to. Dea was quickly invited in. We meet again. Yak Yubong was surprised to see him. What is this? Isn't this guy a Madalim bug? Why are you here? Dea pointed to the wooden box beside him. The young master asked me to deliver this to the clan leader. Yak Yubong, curious, approached and opened the wooden box. As he opened it, Dea explained, these are fried rice cakes, a gift to celebrate the opening of Changha Inn. Yak Yubong shouted, are you crazy? Are you trying to anger me to death? Just thinking about the damage from the inn incident makes my blood boil. What kind of damn fried rice cakes? Get to the point. Dea turned to leave. The fried rice cakes are precisely the point. If you have nothing more to say, I'll take my leave. I'll see you again tomorrow. Yak Yubong couldn't believe it and only asked his subordinate after Dea disappeared from view, is that true? Is that really all? The person confirmed. Yes, he left. Yak Yubong ordered, Choi Bong, you go follow that rascal immediately. He said he'd come again tomorrow, didn't he? I feel like I'll die if I have to see his face again. Investigate everything and report back to me. Choi Bong clasped his hands and said, Clan leader, please rest assured and leave this matter to your humble servant. Time flew by quickly, and a week passed. This young man was Choi Bong, a surveillance expert. He was nicknamed Ghost Ear of the Cholsa clan. Today was his 4th day of monitoring the Madalim. Dea bought fried rice cakes every day and brought them to the Cholsa clan. After a long time of observing his target, he realized one thing. It was that Dea absolutely loved fried rice cakes, and the 2nd day, the 3rd day, and every day thereafter, he brought fried rice cakes to the Cholsa clan and then left. So Choi Bong ate fried rice cakes every day and grew accustomed to the taste. What flavor is it today? Soy milk flavor or mandarin orange flavor? I like soy milk flavor the best. That was all he had investigated and reported to Yak Yubong. Yak Yubong grew even more indignant upon hearing his report. You bean curd-brained idiot. Choi Bong replied, Clan leader, your voice is too loud. Besides, I have another matter to report. Rumors are circulating that our Cholsa clan and the Madalim are in a harmonious relationship. Yak Yubong was dumbfounded. What nonsense are you spouting now? We are harmonious with the Madalim? Choi Bong explained. For the past week, hasn't someone from the Madalim brought fruit to our clan every day? This rumor seems to have reached the Moa clan. So they spread the rumor that the Cholsa clan has joined hands with the Madalim. Yak Yubong was shocked to hear that. What? Why are you telling me this only now? I won't let that damned young master off the hook. The scene shifts to Changha Inn. Dea asked Jin Woo-rip, young master, must this subordinate buy fried rice cakes and take them to the Cholsa clan again today? Jin Woo-rip shook his head. No need, from today on there's no need to do that anymore. The rumors seem to have already started spreading. A dark faction betraying the Great Sword Sect and joining hands with the Madalim. He must have already had enough trouble because of the Moa clan, so he'll surely be extremely furious and make a wrong judgment. He'll definitely come rushing here soon. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yak Yubong burst in, kicking open the door. Jin Woo-rip, unconcerned by his attitude, smiled. Bulgyo Agdon, we have a guest. Hurry and bring some wine. Yak Yubong panted, seething. Who's your guest? Jin Woo-rip remained very calm. Clan leader Yak's face is bright red. He looks like he's about to collapse. Come, please sit down. Yak Yubong firmly kicked and shattered the table. What's sitting? Don't you know why I came to find you? Jin Woo-rip smiled. Weren't you here to drink with me, clan leader? Yak Yubong gritted his teeth and said, Jin Woo-rip, are you playing with me right now? Are you trying to harm me with that cheap trick? This time is different from last time. Today I'll show you how terrifying I can be. Jin Woo-rip fell into thought. You don't want to talk, you won't drink either? Yak Yubong scoffed. I'll smash your dog-like head with this liquor bottle. Jin Woo-rip smiled and stood up. Clan leader is truly firm, and there's no other way. Dea, let's close up shop for today. Bulgyo and Agdon, don't come out of the kitchen. Yak Yubong sneered. Is the young master trying to fight me? Have you forgotten how you were beaten last time? Jin Woo-rip headed outside. You idiot who only cleans up the Great Sword Sect's mess and serves them. Show me what you can do, Yak Yubong mocked. Is the young master running away now? Jin Woo-rip replied. There are many times when I have to run away, but not today. Dea was inwardly extremely bewildered. Is the young master in his right mind right now? Jin Woo-rip stood there, crossing his arms. The sages taught that a person must know propriety. If the guest wishes it, I will gladly comply. Seeing him close the door himself, Yak Yubong became even more smug and laughed heartily. Haha, this guy's crazy. Come here, I'll kill you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jin Woo-rip already appeared right before his eyes. "I'm here." The young man was startled by his speed, and before he could even react, Jin Woo-rip clamped his hand over his mouth. "Isn't it basic courtesy to return what you've received?" Daya's jaw dropped. "I couldn't see the young master's movements." Jin Woo-rip laughed very fiercely. "From now on you are not to make any sound. If your scream leaks out of the inn, I will kill every last one of the remaining Cholsa clan rascals." The Northwest Road is a region governed by dark factions affiliated with the Great Sword Sect, and this method of governance can be described as very barbaric. It is perfectly normal for factions and sects with similar leanings to be affiliated. However, the dark factions in Sichuan were different. They constantly had to prove their qualifications to gain the Great Sword Sect's patronage. The weak were immediately eliminated. They survived purely on brute force and agility. Yuk Yubong, the second clan leader of the Cholsa clan on the Northwest Road, the Iron Thread Pavilion. Excluding the main sect and the Great Sword Sect, he was one of the strongest individuals in Chongqing. How could such a person be beaten like this without even a single counterattack? Daya's gaze at Jin Woo-rip had completely changed from before. Did the young master intentionally conceal this power? Did the young master willingly endure such humiliation for a greater purpose? Jin Woo-rip was treating Yuk Yubong as if he were nothing. Yuk Yubong kept trying to dodge, but he was constantly being hit. After a while, he finally found an opportunity to counterattack. "You dog-like bastard." But this strike of his was easily dodged by Jin Woo-rip, and his mouth was once again covered by Jin Woo-rip's hand. The young man couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled, only grunting. Jin Woo-rip said in a cold voice, "Didn't I tell you? If you make any sound I will kill all your subordinates in the Cholsa clan." Yuk Yubong's face turned ashen, and he broke into a cold sweat at his threat. He thought to himself, "His attacks don't carry much internal power, but my consciousness is hazy even though I wasn't hit directly on the head. This is truly ridiculous, but he is clearly in a much higher realm than me. I'll feign surrender for now and report this to the Great Sword Sect later." Jin Woo-rip released him and turned around. "Daya, keep an eye on this guy." Daya was puzzled. "Keep an eye on him? Where are you going, young master?" Jin Woo-rip calmly replied. "To the Cholsa clan. This guy disobeyed my word, so today I must eliminate the Cholsa clan." Yuk Yubong was inwardly shocked. This killing intent, is he really serious? Thinking this far, he could no longer stubbornly resist and trembled, saying, "I lost, young master. Please spare the Cholsa clan." Daya also pleaded. "Young master, his scream has not yet been heard outside the inn." "Don't be angry." Jin Woo-rip looked up at the ceiling and snorted coldly. "You guys were lucky. All right, I'll spare the Cholsa clan for now." Upon hearing that, Yuk Yubong bowed his head repeatedly. "Young master, thank you very much." Jin Woo-rip smiled. "Clan leader Yuk, why are you a man of stature, shedding such tears? If you truly want to thank me, treat me to a drink. Bulgyo, hurry and bring the finest wine and delicious snacks." Clan leader Yuk, come on. Yuk Yubong couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a damn brat. A moment later a lavish feast was laid out. Jin Woo-rip waved his hand at the people. "There's too much food, so everyone sit down and eat together." "May we do that, young master?" "It doesn't matter, I also have something to say, and if we're not joyful now, when will we be?" "Sit down, don't spoil my mood." Daya and the others dared not disobey and immediately sat happily at the table. Once everyone was seated, Jin Woo-rip continued, "It's truly joyful for us all to sit together. Before we toast, I have a few words. For personal reasons I had to conceal my power, both inside and outside the Madalim. No one knows this fact, so today you all must act as if you saw nothing. Especially clan leader Yuk, you'll keep your promise, won't you?" Yuk Yubong stood up, clasped his hands and said, "Young master, I will certainly remember." Jin Woo-rip nodded. "All right then, let's all enjoy ourselves now. No one has any objections, right?" Daya hesitated and asked, "Young master, are you evil?" Jin Woo-rip said, displeased. "What are you talking about, brat? What evil?" Clan leader Yuk, hurry and prostrate yourself. Daya, how do I look to you right now? Daya sighed. "Young master, you are evil." Jin Woo-rip smiled. "Then I ask clan leader Yuk, from the perspective of a member of the dark faction, am I evil?" Yuk Yubong cursed inwardly. This damned young master is truly a wicked fellow. He was very angry, but dared not curse Jin Woo-rip. "Young master is not evil. Didn't you spare my life?" Jin Woo-rip was satisfied. "Exactly, clan leader Yuk, please sit down." Daya, martial arts are tools and martial artists are killing machines. The Murim is full of dangerous individuals, so distinguishing between good and evil is merely empty talk. This Murim is precisely such a place. Some people have to flee their entire lives just because they share the same roots as a murderer. They escape the pursuit of Murim warriors, hiding in lightless deep forests. Have you ever seen the trembling eyes of children bleeding from a sword's graze? I am merely surviving in the Murim. Whether good or evil, death renders everything meaningless. Daya wondered inwardly, what kind of life has the young master led until now? He clasped his hands and said to Jin Woo-rip, "Young master, I will keep that in mind." Jin Woo-rip raised his wine bottle. Clan leader Yuk seems to be nodding, so you must be a knowledgeable person. Let's all cheerfully raise our glasses and toast. Yuk Yubong, with tears of injustice in his eyes, raised his glass. "Haha, of course, young master." At this moment a black-clad figure was secretly observing from the rooftop, feeling very puzzled inwardly. What on earth are they talking about that makes them laugh constantly? Has the Cholsa clan really joined hands with the Madalim? No matter how I think about it, abandoning a power like the Great Sword Sect to ally with the Madalim is utterly insane. The Madalim young master and the Cholsa clan leader are in the same boat. I must report this to the young sect master at once. Jin Woo-rip already knew he was on the rooftop. His deliberate laughing and chatting just now was precisely for the other party to hear. As he kept looking up at the ceiling, the people wondered, "Young master, what are you looking at?" "Nothing, there was just a rat on the rooftop earlier." Clan leader Yak laughed too loudly. "So the rat ran away. Come on, drink, drink. By the way, where did you learn to drink? Your alcohol tolerance is quite impressive." Yak Yubong laughed heartily. "Haha, I am one of the most prominent drinkers in the dark faction." As he was boasting triumphantly, Jin Woo Rip's next words made him spit out his wine. "Isn't it because you frequently participate in the Northwest Gathering that you drink so well?" Yak Yubong spat out his wine and shouted at Bulgyo. "Young master, what did you just say?" Jin Woo Rip replied. "From what I've learned, there's something called the Northwest Gathering. I'd like to know more about it." Yak Yubong dared not disobey and hastily explained, "Yes, 6 factions manage the Northwest Road, gathering once a month to drink together. Our Cholsa clan is naturally one of them," Jin Woo Rip asked with interest. "When is the next gathering?" Yak Yubong replied, "It just met 10 days ago, so it's still a long time until the next gathering." Contrary to his expectations, Jin Woo Rip said, "The Northwest Gathering will reopen in a few days, don't forget to call me then." Yak Yubong was stunned. "Young master, I will certainly do as you say, but unless there's a special event, the Northwest Gathering proceeds according to its fixed schedule. It's still a very long time until the next gathering day." Jin Woo Rip's lips curled into a smile. "Exactly. A special event is the key. That special event will happen soon." The scene shifts to the street. A person walking suddenly stopped. "Your Excellency's talent is truly extraordinary. How long do you intend to follow me?" Behind him on the rooftop stood a black-clad figure. This person was Sok Jin Won, commander of the Hyangxin unit, Yunu Day, commander of the Secret Affairs branch of the Great Sword Sect on the Northwest Road. "If we capture this old man, only 2 will remain. Old man, it would be best for you to come with us willingly. Our lord has commanded us to capture you. If you comply, you will soon be released." The old man laughed heartily. "Haha, so it was you who kidnapped the other branch commanders. You left no traces, so you must be lone masters operating independently. I too was waiting for my turn. That's why I hired bodyguards at great expense. Come out now, twin sword god brothers." The 2 brothers were masters of swift sword techniques and movement arts who had reached the realm of divine swordsmen. As he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. It was because one of his twin sword gods had already been beaten by someone and was being dragged by his hair. "Is this the twin sword god the old man was talking about? I don't know what kind of divine master he was before, but now I've turned him into a wreck. I apologize, Commander, I'm late. I smashed their jaws with my fists and knocked out all their teeth." This person was Yangchu of the Yunu Day. The old man watched this scene, breaking into a cold sweat and unable to believe his eyes. "How can this be? How did the top masters of Sichuan end up in such a state?" Yangchu snorted coldly. "Stop spouting nonsense. If you don't want all your teeth knocked out, come with us willingly." The old man, furious, drew his sword and charged. "Damn it, are you disrespecting the Great Sword Sect's branch commander?" Yangchu didn't even look, just lightly waved his hand, shattering both sword and man. The old man, no different from the other 2, took several blows, had his teeth knocked out and lost consciousness. Sok Jin Wan sighed. "Go easy." Yangchu couldn't understand. "Commander, I truly don't understand. Can't we just destroy a place like the Great Sword Sect? With this level of skill, even half of the Yunu Day's forces could finish them in a day." Sok Jin Wan explained, "The Heavenly Lord has a plan. I can handle this matter alone. I'll take care of the rest. So you go and assist the Heavenly Lord at once." "Do you remember how to address the Heavenly Lord?" Yangchu replied. "I remember. This subordinate is not a bandit. This subordinate is a wanderer connected to the Heavenly Lord." Sok Jin Wan reminded him. "But you must not call him Heavenly Lord. You must call him Young Master." Yangchu smiled. "All right, haha, our young master is truly talented. The young master must have grown a lot by now. I'll go meet him right away." Sok Jin Wan said solemnly, "Yangchu, it would be best if you didn't smile if possible." 2 days later, Yangchu went to Changha Inn to meet Jin Woo Rip. Facing this person, Jin Woo Rip couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, this ignorant fellow." Yangchu smiled. "Haha, young master, it's been a long time." Jin Woo Rip couldn't understand. "Yangchu, I'm really curious. Among countless people, why did only you come?" Yangchu explained. "No one in Sichuan knows this subordinate's face, so the commander told me to come. Shall I leave?" Jin Woo Rip shook his head. "No, you heard what Jin Wan told you, right? You must not call me Heavenly Lord, you must call me Young Master." Yangchu nodded. "This subordinate understands, Young Master. So who should this subordinate hit first?" Jin Woo Rip shook his head. "Not yet, for now no one is to be hit without my permission." Yangchu's face was full of bewilderment. "If there's no need to hit people, why did the Young Master call this subordinate?" Jin Woo Rip couldn't help but cover his face. "Brat, I didn't call you. Didn't I tell you not to come, yet you came anyway?" Yangchu was startled by his words and came to his senses. "I guess so." Jin Woo Rip was even more helpless. "Oh heavens above, there will soon be targets to deal with. For now, do not use martial arts here, understand, Yangchu? You can rest assured about that, young master." Jin Woo Rip then opened the door and poked his head out. "Dea, Bulgyo, Ogdun, I'm sorry, you can all come inside now." Dea was puzzled. "Young master, are you finished talking?" "Who on earth is that person?" Jin Woo Rip cleared his throat. "He's just a wanderer with whom I have a connection in Sichuan. I called him because I have something to ask of him." Dea nodded. "I see. By the way, someone from the Cholsa clan has come looking for you, young master." So Ta Bong stood there panting like a dog, sweat pouring down like rain. "Greetings, young master. The order to convene the Northwest Gathering has been issued." Upon hearing that, Jin Woo Rip smiled and turned his head to glance inside. "Yangchu, hurry and prepare. Yo Prey has appeared." Yangchu, upon hearing that, laughed very fiercely and seemed extremely excited. As night fell, Jingchong Pavilion on Sichuan's Northwest Road, This was the most luxurious pleasure house on the Northwest Road managed by the Soga estate, and this was also where the leaders of the 6 factions gathered for a meeting. Yak Yubong brought his subordinates here. His heart was filled with doubt. This gathering didn't happen according to the usual schedule. What on earth has that young master brat stirred up? The fellows inside will surely be noisy because of the Madelim rumors. So I will definitely not be treated well, but it's a good thing. I've disliked that Moa clan leader fellow for a long time. If anyone here dares to accuse me of being a traitor, I will surely die alongside that scoundrel. As soon as he stepped inside, he greeted them cheerfully. It seems I'm the last to arrive. Everyone is here. The Northwest Road Dark Faction Alliance, the Northwest Gathering, had officially all convened. Moa clan leader Zhu Guangdu smiled and continued. Oh, it's Yak Yubong, is it? You've got quite a thick skin, haven't you? Haven't you joined hands with the Madelim? Yak Yubong gritted his teeth. That damned rat, who on earth spread those baseless rumors? If I catch him, I will absolutely not let him live. Two glared at each other as if about to draw swords, muttering inwardly, damn it, dare to kill me. If I get the chance, it'll only take a moment to kill you. So Kim Young, the master of Soga estate, interrupted from the side. If you want to fight, go outside and fight. Don't ruin my pleasure house. Let's put clan leader Yuk's matter aside for now and start the meeting first. Yak Yubong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For now I'm safe, another person asked. Master of Soga estate, it seems the meeting didn't happen according to the usual schedule. What on earth caused you to convene the Northwest Gathering so urgently? Sok Kim Young explained. Early this morning I witnessed Great Sword Sect martial artists moving urgently. Of course, after going to the Great Sword Sect to investigate, I learned that all 6 of their branch commanders had disappeared. Yak Yubong was inwardly shocked, recalling Jin Woo-rip's words from that day. Everyone who saw his agitated state looked at him with puzzled and critical gazes, and the young man, flustered, hastily explained, It's nothing, I was just too surprised, haha. He said that outwardly, but inwardly he was still very worried. Was this the special event he spoke of? The Great Sword Sect's branch commanders are by no means ordinary individuals. What kind of person is that young master brat? My heart feels like it's going to burst. As he was flustered, someone spoke as if reading his mind. Could it be something the Madelim did? It doesn't seem so. With the recent appearance of the young master, the Great Sword Sect is paying special attention to the Madelim, so those rascals wouldn't dare act so recklessly. If they even defeated the Great Sword Sect's branch commanders, their opponent wouldn't be an ordinary individual. With the Madelim's current troop situation, they wouldn't try such a dangerous gamble. Another person continued. A bright blade is easy to avoid, but a hidden blade is difficult to avoid. If it's not the Madelim, then isn't the problem even more serious? So Kim Young said solemnly, That is why I gathered all of you today. We also need to send people to search for the missing individuals. Regardless, this matter concerns the Great Sword Sect. Just then, another urgent shout came from outside. Estate Master, you should escape quickly. A strange, monstrous individual has broken into the pleasure house and is fighting the martial artists. So Kim Young's eyes widened. What? How many of them are there? A moment later, Yang Chu pushed the door open and entered. That's why I always dislike stupid fellows. Don't you listen when someone speaks? Do you enjoy getting beaten? Jin Woo-rip kicked him with his foot. I can't see anything, so get out of the way. He then poked his head in and looked inside. I'm very sad. The protagonist hasn't even arrived yet, and the meeting has already begun. Zhu Guangdu, the Moa clan leader, excitedly slammed the table and stood up. The Madelim's young master. So you, Yak Yubong, truly joined hands with the Madelim? Yak Yubong, breaking into a cold sweat, desperately explained. No, the young master is also a person doing business on the Northwest Road right now, so I haha. Jin Woo-rip sent him a telepathic message. Clan leader Yak, you're doing well. If you want to live, sit down at once. After alerting Yak Yubong, he immediately commanded, Yang Chu, first knock down every single one of those scoundrels who have their eyes open or are standing on 2 feet, but absolutely do not hit their faces. Yang Chu, excited, loosened his limbs. Yes, young master, this subordinate will beat them very diligently. One person, unable to hold back, drew his sword and charged. Damn it, who are you to dare defile the Northwest Gathering? Dare to fight me, Du Ryong Gang, sect master of the Childo Moon? He was immediately beaten, his mouth torn and several teeth knocked out. The others were all astonished and in disbelief, seeing him fall so easily. Yang Chu scratched his ear and then charged at some of the foolish ones. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining few simultaneously drew their weapons and rushed forward. Yak Yubong's face turned pale, and he dripped with sweat as he asked telepathically, Young master, do you intend to kill all these people? Jin Woo-rip replied with a solemn expression, If necessary I would, but for now I'm just hesitating for a moment about whether to kill one person. Yak Yubong reminded him, It would be better for young master to spare the master of Soga estate. He was a sensitive and intelligent man. Jin Woo-rip asked again. Then who should I kill? Yak Yubong had been waiting for this opportunity. It's Zhu Guangdu, the leader of the Moa clan. That fellow is a coward. He specializes in usury and has committed many evil deeds. If the young master kills him, you will surely gain the people's support. The one who must die is Zhu Guangdu, the leader of the Moa clan. Jin Woo-rip then commanded, Yang Chu, kill the ugliest guy here. Choose the one who specializes in usury and commits evil deeds. Yang Chu laughed heartily and waved his hand, sending people flying. Yes, young master. After observing for a moment, he pointed at Yak Yubong and said, It's the one sitting so leisurely, the one the young master mentioned, that guy there. Anyone can see that guy is the worst one here. Yak Yubong broke into a cold sweat and fear upon hearing that. Just then, Zhu Guangdu rushed from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Yang Chu thought for a moment and then said again, Then I'll kill you, you bastard. Zhu Guangdu, who was running, stopped in surprise. Yang Chu immediately unleashed a powerful punch, slamming his head into the ground. The Sogo state members were aghast at the sight, their mouths agape, and even Dea, who was standing behind Jin Wu Rip, couldn't believe it. A faint killing aura emanated from Yang Chu's body, making him appear very fierce. Yak Yubong breathed a sigh of relief, happy that he wasn't the target. Dea was inwardly astonished. The Moa clan leader defeated with a single punch. Was there such a master among the Shaanxi wanderers? Jin Wu Rip then glanced at him and commanded, Dea, you take care of the north side. It doesn't matter who it is. If anyone dares to intrude, smash their head with your wooden sword. He then went and sat by the window. All right, if you all clearly understand the situation, then sit down quickly. There's no seat of honor, so I'll temporarily sit here. Let's officially begin the Northwest gathering now. Sok Kim Young questioned loudly. Young master of the Madalim, do you think you can get away with doing such a thing? No matter how outstanding your grandfather is, this matter is by no means a small one. Another person also spoke unhappily. Are you perhaps unaware that the Great Sword Sect is behind us? The person who came with you is indeed a formidable master, but he is, after all, just a wanderer. Don't act arrogantly by relying on your grandfather's power. Jin Wu Rip laughed heartily. Haha, you all talk about me relying on my family, yet you yourselves are hiding under the shadow of the Great Sword Sect. Enough, Dea, come inside for a moment. Dea, who was guarding outside, immediately obeyed the order and came in. Yang Chu, go outside instead of Dea, block the stairs and kill anyone who dares to intrude. Outside, another group of people rushed in at this time. That wanderer is a master, but he's still only one person. If we find the estate master, we must immediately take him out. Yang Chu exuded a killing aura from his body and glanced at them. Come on, this place is. Jin Wu Rip was still threatening the people. Did you all hear clearly? I will kill all your subordinates. So Kim Young gritted his teeth. Young master, you have brought us such shame, so don't expect to get away unharmed. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped by Dea. Jin Wu Rip himself was very surprised inwardly. Why is Dea so proactive today? Dea said with a solemn expression. Didn't the young master say that the Murim is a competition for survival? Jin Wu Rip nodded with satisfaction. Exactly. Meaningless mercy will only come back to stab you. Anyway, it has already begun, so don't drag it out anymore. We need to quickly make these eyes lose their fighting spirit. So Kim Young, though slapped, was still very stubborn. What exactly do you want? Jin Wu Rip smiled. Oh dear, truly a man of valor. Dea, hit him one more time for me. Knock down that old man and raise up the one with all his teeth knocked out and keep hitting him. In an instant, the three people were severely beaten, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Outside, his subordinates were still shouting, quickly find the estate master. The opponent is a master, so everyone do not act carelessly. Jin Wu Rip exclaimed. They are your subordinates, aren't they? Truly loyal. So Kim Young cried out in fear. No, don't come in here. Jin Wu Rip cut him off. Soga estate master, shouldn't you give me a chance? If you send people to tear me to shreds, I can only reciprocate. Then among the three of us, one is a Madalim bug, one is a street thug, and we're just dealing with one wanderer. Isn't that quite plausible? Faced with Jin Wu Rip's fierce expression, So Kim Young grew even more terrified. Yak Yu Bong next to him also broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, yes, that overwhelming feeling, I've felt it before. I never thought the day would come when I'd pity these people. Jin Wu Rip suddenly glanced at him. Clan leader Yak, the Moa clan leader is dead. Lead your forces and occupy the Moa clan's territory. From today, that territory is yours. Yak Yu Bong was startled. What, is that really all right? Jin Wu Rip reminded him. However, you must return the property to the victims whom the Moa clan exploited with usury, and give a small amount of money to the women who were taken as tribute and release them. Isn't this something you can do? Yak Yu Bong immediately replied without hesitation. Of course, young master, please leave that matter to me. Dea, behind him, analyzed inwardly, unhesitatingly brutal actions, no mercy towards the enemy. At this moment, he is like the most wicked villain in the world. To survive, he always firmly adheres to his own rules. That old man Yangchu is the same. He fears nothing. Among the wanderers I know, no one possesses such awe-inspiring might, except for the Black Snake 7 Wolves. He is clearly a secret weapon intentionally brought by the young master. Rather, if I follow this person, I will no longer have to worry. Today, I am even more certain of one thing. The four people of Sok Kim Young's group in front could no longer be stubborn, and they all knelt and kowtowed. Young master, we surrender. Please spare the lives of our subordinates. Dea was inwardly convinced. A person like the young master can surely reclaim the Madalim's position of supremacy. Jin Wu Rip commanded him. Dea, go out quickly and stop Yangchu. If you're late, the Soga estate might be completely wiped out. All of you listen carefully. From today onwards, you must publicly sever your ties with the Great Sword Sect. The people submitted completely without any objections. This old man understands, young master. Jin Wu Rip asked again. How do you pay tribute to the Great Sword Sect? 50% of business profits. Jin Wu Rip was aghast. 50%, then what's left? The people explained. We're even losing money. We cover the shortfall in Wuzhen's inventory with trade and other sources of income. Jin Wu Rip stroked his chin, thinking, they must believe that to survive in Chongqing they must ally with the Great Sword Sect, so they are willing to take losses and even borrow money elsewhere to make up for it. Having thought this far, he spoke. You don't even have the courage to cultivate masters and build your forces. The Great Sword Sect, though despicable thieves, are very skilled at maintaining an imbalance of power. You saw clan leader Yuck just now, didn't you? I am completely different from the Great Sword Sect. This young master has no intention of seizing your businesses. Business will continue as usual and you only need to pay 1/10 to the Madalim. The people froze in unison upon hearing that, unable to believe their ears. Did the young master just say 1/10? Jin Woo-rip asked again. Why, if it's too little, should I raise it to 2/10? So Kim Young said with a solemn expression, 1/10, but even so we would still be in danger, Jin Woo-rip threatened. Then should I eliminate the Soga estate? So Kim Young, hearing that, no longer dared to object and hastily stepped forward to pour him wine. Jin Woo-rip continued. Good, then let the tribute be fixed at 1/10. In return, the Northwest Gathering must actively participate in Madalim events. Of course, severing ties with the Great Sword Sect will put you in danger. So if the Great Sword Sect oppresses you, I will step forward to protect you. Rather than paying 50% of business profits and living like slaves, don't you all want to dream of a better life? The people still worried greatly, saying, will such an opportunity really come for us? Jin Woo-rip smiled. I will stake my head and promise you all. A moment later in the Madalim's assembly hall, seeing Soga estate master and his group flocking there, they were filled with doubt. Weren't they the leaders of the dark factions in the Northwest Road? What on earth brought them all the way here? I really don't understand. This atmosphere isn't normal either. Could the young master have stirred up something again? Jo Mugong stepped forward and spoke. I didn't expect to meet you all here. So Kim Young replied, we truly didn't expect a day like today either. Although the relationship between the Northwest Gathering and the Madalim isn't good, we sincerely thank your esteemed sect for allowing such a sudden visit. Jo Mugong cut him off. Enough, why have you all come here in the end? So Kim Young clasped his hands and said, all the factions of the Northwest Road will ally with the Madalim from today onwards. We hope your esteemed sect will agree. The people were all astonished and speechless at his proposal. Jo Mugong himself couldn't believe it, and one person couldn't help but slam the table and shout, are you mocking us? Weren't all the Northwest factions affiliated with the Great Sword Sect? Just then, Jin Woo-rip pushed open the door and entered. Haha, what kind of joke is this? Why are you all disappointing people who came all this way? Jin Woo-rip of the Madalim greets the Lord. Jo Mugong replied, come in quickly, I was just about to call for you. Can you explain what's going on? Jin Woo-rip continued. I merely politely explained to them the advantages of allying with us. So Kim Young inwardly swallowed a cry. If that's polite and even bandits and pirates would attain enlightenment and become Buddhas, Jin Woo-rip still spoke unreservedly. I promised them 1/10 of their business profits as a condition for allying with the Madalim. Jo Mugong, hearing that, asked the people again, is Woo-rip's statement true? So Kim Young clasped his hands and bowed his head. Undoubtedly, Lord. The Madalim people were all very confused inwardly. What kind of methods did the young master use? Not long ago the young master was severely beaten by the Cholsa clan. Could the young master have cultivated some secret art we don't know about? Muga-san was secretly delighted inwardly. Look closely, old men. I truly wasn't wrong about this person. Sang Hogan also laughed joyfully without end. Anyway, this matter is too strange. Are those beggar-like fellows seeking a compromise? He sent a telepathic message to Dea. Dea, you probably know this matter well. These people's faces had scratches on them as if they had been beaten. What on earth did the young master do? Dea, not knowing how to answer his question, had a very tense expression. A moment later he replied telepathically, the young master merely politely persuaded them. A short while later at Changha Inn, Jin Woo-rip and his group returned here and sat around a circular table to discuss. Once the Northwest Gathering allies with the Madalim, the situation in Chongqing will undergo many changes. The Madalim is in the north, and the Great Sword Sect is in the south. Chongqing is sandwiched between the two regions. However, the Great Sword Sect will not act immediately. Until they find the branch commanders and the culprits who kidnapped them, the Great Sword Sect will not want to get involved in any war. Jin Woo-rip agreed. That's right, nothing will happen for the next 10 days. Clan leader Yuk, have you successfully recovered the Moa clan? Yuk Yu-bong replied happily. Yes, young master, as soon as I killed the deputy clan leader, the remaining fellows obediently knelt and surrendered. No wonder you look so refreshed. Haha, am I not a dark faction member? Jin Woo-rip asked again. What if, I'm just giving an example, what if clan leader Yuk dies? What would happen to the Cholsa clan? Yuk Yu-bong was startled. Young master, why are you suddenly saying such things? Jin Woo-rip said with a solemn expression. If a leader dies and the subordinates don't even have the will to seek revenge, shouldn't they feel at least a little sad? Yuk Yu-bong, hearing that, was dazed and very confused. Another person spoke. The young master means that you shouldn't kill your subordinates indiscriminately like Zhu Guangdu. Yuk Yu-bong suddenly realized. Ah, I see. I am different from that guy. So young master, please rest assured. Jin Woo-rip spoke again. I will be watching you. Has the Great Sword Sect made no moves? So Kim Young explained. It seems they've entrusted Chongqing's businesses to wanderers and are focusing their forces on solving the disappearance case. So is the south of Chongqing like an empty house with no people? The elders of Chongqing are also a bit special, Dea. They are like independent organizations of the Great Sword Sect, so it cannot be said that South Chongqing is an empty place, especially the wanderer Ma Kinpyo. He is a formidable master and the wanderers he trains are all very strong. They specialize in dangerous missions for the Great Sword Sect. If we don't provoke them first, they won't make a move first either. But the Great Sword Sect must have already realized that we have betrayed them. Jin Woo-rip smiled. If you are threatened by the Great Sword Sect, I will step forward to protect you. After all, shouldn't I take responsibility? Changjiangru is the highest point on the Northwest Road, so from today onwards, each faction should deploy their most outstanding masters to stand guard on its highest tower. One person was startled. Young master, Changjiangru is indeed high, but it will be quite difficult to grasp the situation of all factions due to being obscured by other buildings along the way, Jin Woo-rip replied. Then use a cannon. From today onwards I will place Yangchu at Changjiangru. He needs to sleep too, so deploy additional guards then. But he will handle the rest of the minor matters himself. That person, hearing that, bowed his head respectfully and thanked the young master. Jin Woo-rip continued, each location must always have 3 guards. In case of an emergency, one must run to me to report, and another must go to the northeast command post. Letters can be delivered there, so requests for assistance will be faster. If a cannon appears, Yang Chu will immediately go to assist. If incidents occur simultaneously in 2 places, I will send another person stronger than Yang Chu to help. The people were inwardly astonished to hear this. There's another monster like this. Indeed, he didn't just rely on a single wanderer. This man is truly terrifying. If I hadn't surrendered that day, the Northwest Gathering would probably have been completely wiped out. Jin Woo-rip continued. Anyway, this is a prime opportunity to balance with the Great Sword Sect, so you have nothing to fear. Young master, I have a question. What if all 6 locations fire cannons? Jin Woo-rip sighed. Honestly, whether you flee or run away, it doesn't matter, but you absolutely must hold out for at least half a shijin, because within that half shijin I will burn down the Great Sword Sect. Then we'll do that. I'll take my leave first. Please continue your conversation. Yes, young master, we will instruct our subordinates to follow your orders. The group looked at Jin Woo-rip's retreating back with admiration. He's truly an unpredictable person. I think so too, but there are 2 things I can say for sure. He won't stand by if we're in danger, and he doesn't want to be our enemy. The group stared at him with boredom. No point in saying it. How frustrating. Should we have a drink and head back? Right. Anyway, the young master said we'd be safe for 10 days. It's okay to get a little drunk today. But why exactly 10 days? Perhaps that's how long it will take for the Great Sword Sect to resolve that matter. With 5 branch commanders disappearing at once, this incident won't be resolved quickly. Come to think of it, our connection with the young master all started at this Changha Inn. Wasn't clan leader Yuk the one who managed this place before? Right, where is clan leader Yuk? He followed the young master a while ago. On the street, Yuk Yubong hastily chased after Jin Woo-rip. Young master, wait a moment, Jin Woo-rip asked, puzzled. What is it? Yuk Yubong hesitated. Didn't the young master do that? Those branch commanders, I mean, Jin Woo-rip laughed heartily. Haha, what if I did? Are you going to go and tell the Great Sword Sect? Yuk Yubong explained. How could I do that? Anyway, those scoundrels won't accept me anymore. Jin Woo-rip asked again. Then why are you so curious? Yuk Yubong said with a solemn expression. Because I am the only one in the Northwest Gathering who was beaten by the young master, Jin Woo-rip admired. What remarkable pride, Yuk Yubong explained. I am serious now. As a martial artist, I want to know exactly how strong the young master's skill is. Jin Woo-rip was impressed. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Yuk Yubong flattered. I always believe the young master. Jin Woo-rip stroked his chin. Alright, and this will be a secret between me and clan leader Yuk. There are many reclusive masters in this world, so I can't be certain. But among those known in the Murim, there are currently only 10 people who can contend with me. Yuk Yubong was aghast. 10 people? Are you talking about the 10 great masters of the world? Jin Woo-rip smiled without answering, which was taken as an affirmation. The 2 then looked at each other and exchanged meaningful smiles. Yuk Yubong then turned and left. I'll go back now, Jin Woo-rip then started walking again. Right, who would believe this? My master used a great art to suppress the heavenly yin constitution and yin energy within my body. That is the chi transformation dust art. My internal power will be sealed until my body fully matures and yin and yang are balanced. The day the seal breaks will be the moment my body is completely stable. At that time, there will probably be only 2 people who can contend with me. The divine dragon Dan Zhou Ryong and the sword emperor Qian Ryong. Until then I leave it to you. Sok Jin Wan replied. Young master, rest assured. This subordinate will handle it without leaving any trace. Jin Woo-rip was impressed. Thanks to you, everything is going so smoothly. Where are you holding those branch commanders captive? They are in a temple on Mount Sioko. This temple is deep in the mountains and will be very difficult to find, Jin Woo-rip commanded. Good, release 1 person each day, Heavenly Lord. Do you have anything else to say? Jin Woo-rip shook his head. No, that's all. Don't take any action for a while. Rumors travel fast, so until my power is perfect, we must not reveal any flaws. Sok Jin Wan reached into his chest and pulled something out. Understood, subordinate. Oh right, the Commander-in-Chief sent a letter to the Heavenly Lord. Jin Woo-rip was slightly surprised. Manhwa, he must have found something. Show it to me. Manhwa is the child Jin Woo-rip saved in the past, whose real name is Su Manhwa. Today he has grown up to become the Commander-in-Chief of Sangxian. He is the one who handles external affairs on behalf of Heavenly Lord Jin Woo-rip. It's no exaggeration to say that Sangxian, a former bandit group, was able to coexist with the Murim without major conflict entirely thanks to Su Manhwa's efforts. Jin Woo-rip opened the letter and thought to himself, this letter will surely explain how the Great Sword Sect, which has a history of less than 10 years, was able to instantly dominate Chongqing. You find information quickly, Manhwa. But as soon as he opened the letter he was dumbfounded, because the letter contained only 4 characters. This subordinate doesn't know. No matter how many times Jin Woo-rip looked, it was just these 4 characters. Jin Won, starve that scoundrel for a day. This subordinate will convey the message. The scene shifts to Manhwa. How should I know? Am I a god? Somewhere as night fell, Dea was practicing his sword alone. After a long while he stopped and panted on the spot. Just then, Jin Woo-rip suddenly appeared behind him. The young man sensed the killing intent and immediately turned, swinging his sword. Jin Woo-rip lightly raised 2 fingers to block his blade. Dea was aghast to see it was Jin Woo-rip. "Young master, it's you," Jin Woo-rip praised, quite sharp. "A fellow who was giving up on swordsmanship is practicing so diligently. Didn't I tell you that you were born a martial artist?" Dea asked, unable to understand. "Young master, why did you suddenly appear?" Jin Woo-rip raised a wooden sword and laughed. "Since you followed me, I should show you a few things too. If you don't want to get hit, hold on tight," Dea said with a solemn expression. "As long as it's not a life-and-death battle, this subordinate will always gladly comply. Come on, young master." Jin Woo-rip didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately raised his sword. Dea was aghast. "Damn it, I was too careless." The attack was very strong but not impossible to block. He immediately unleashed his secret technique, blade-shattering counter. Jin Woo-rip dodged and praised internally. As expected of the Madalim's commander, that scoundrel is truly capable. If I show a flaw, he will immediately aim for it. His martial arts are not bad and very sharp. It's a sword that perfectly suits the Madalim, a place that simply pursues demonic arts. Perhaps that's why he isn't afraid to confront the great sword sect head-on. Of course, the foundation of martial arts he has built and developed over many years cannot possibly fall behind the great sword sect, which has a history of less than 10 years. Dea suddenly appeared behind Jin Woo-rip's head after a moment. "Do you know this technique too?" This sword was very fast and dangerous, but he easily dodged it. Dea gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I'm going crazy. Although it's just a sparring match, I can't hold back from unleashing killing moves." Jin Woo-rip reassured, "There's nothing to fear. Your stiff muscles will only exhaust you unnecessarily." Dea swung his sword again to attack. "Young master, I almost got you. Don't underestimate me." Jin Woo-rip laughed and said, "Is that all you've got? For the world's masters, this is just child's play. Each person has their own momentum and aura. If you can't overcome that, you'll lose your life before you can even display your skill. That's the difference between a master and an ordinary person." As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of his sword was already at Dea's neck. The young man couldn't believe it internally. "Feels like I was toying with. Is the difference in skill between me and the young master really this great? All my attacks failed by a hair's breadth. He must have intentionally maintained that distance." He sank to the ground, exhausted and panting. "The young master is completely different from what the elders said. They said the young master only knew a bit of self-defense martial arts and 10 years of internal energy." Jin Woo-rip threw the wooden sword in his hand. "I never said such a thing. They only guessed that because I said I never learned martial arts from Min Shin." "Then from whom did you learn martial arts?" Jin Woo-rip looked up at the sky. "The 10 great masters of the world." Dea bust out laughing just like Yuk Yubong upon hearing that. Jin Woo-rip also laughed helplessly, thinking to himself, "Why are there only guys like this around me?" He ignored Dea and said, "I could feel the power contained in each tip of your sword. It seems you haven't given up." Dea stood up. "This subordinate still has much to learn. Ha." Jin Woo-rip, with his arms crossed behind his back, looked into the distance and spoke like an old sage. "This fellow is truly humble," he thought to himself. "Honestly, that scoundrel is a rare talent, even surpassing latecomers. His sword techniques are exquisite, as if precisely calculated, and his movements are as agile as an animal's." Having thought this far, he opened his mouth. "If you repeat a sword technique hundreds of times, you will be able to unleash its full power. But if you can't unleash it in actual combat, you will have to spar hundreds of times." Dea asked, puzzled, "What are you thinking, young master?" Jin Woo-rip recalled the discussion from that morning in his head. "It's precisely because of this." Dea gaped. "Ha, what is it?" Jin Woo-rip motioned with his hand. "Take your sword and follow me. This is where you will wield your sword." Dea hastily followed him. "Young master, why are you in such a hurry? Please wait for this subordinate." After a long walk without seeing their destination, he grew even more anxious. "Young master, where are you going? Can't you tell this subordinate even now?" "Don't you know, even looking at the road?" "I don't. That's why this subordinate is asking." Ahead is the area managed by the Great Sword Sect. The place they were heading was the area managed by the Great Sword Sect, Sichuan Chongqing South Road. Dea worried. The Great Sword Sect is completely different from the Cholsa clan. Those scoundrels won't fear the name of the Madalim's young master. Jin Woo-rip was still very calm. "So what?" Dea continued to persuade. "Those scoundrels are not people who understand the ways of the world. Once a dispute arises, they will immediately draw their swords." Jin Woo-rip continued. "The Northwest Road has already sided with the Madalim, so of course I have become their thorn in the side. If anything happens, I will protect you, so you have nothing to fear. Young master, something seems about to happen. A few people are already muttering and glancing this way." He continued to glance left, right, front and back on guard, and thought to himself, for whatever reason, the young master should not be here alone. "What on earth is the young master thinking?" he telepathically alerted. "Young master, a few people are following us," Jin Woo-rip shouted loudly. "You scoundrels in the alley, listen to me. Stop following secretly and come out here. It's ridiculous for the owner to hide when I've come all the way to your doorstep." Dea tried to persuade him, but he was cut off. "You shut up. One person has stepped out." 2 people, 3 people. In an instant the number grew to 20 and then to 40. Jin Woo Rip and Dea were surrounded on the spot. He glanced at Dea, slightly discouraged. There are a lot of them, aren't there? After a moment he observed the group once more. Then which one of you is the leader? Ma Kinpyo, who was sitting on a nearby rooftop, replied. That would be me. I am Ma Kinpyo, the leader of the Chongqing Wanderers. Jin Woo Rip glanced at him and smiled. You're quick-witted too. As it happens, I came here to meet you. Ma Kinpyo was slightly surprised. The young master came to meet me. Jin Woo Rip reached into his chest and pulled something out. To be precise, I came to meet all of you. I want to hire you. Ma Kinpyo took the letter he threw and was aghast. Young master, are you crazy right now? Jin Woo Rip smiled. I am perfectly sane, Ma Kinpyo asked again. Don't you know that we have 2 powerful backers behind us? Jin Woo Rip was still very calm. Since I've come this far, of course I know, but this matter has nothing to do with the Great Sword Sect, so you have nothing to worry about. Ma Kinpyo nodded and opened the letter. All right then, what exactly does the young master want us to do? Jin Woo Rip leapt onto a nearby rooftop. How grand. I want you to kill someone. This young master will give you 2 portions, and if you succeed, all that money will be yours. Within those 2 portions you must kill you, Dea. Dea himself froze at his words. What? Jin Woo Rip, unconcerned by his attitude, reminded him with a cheerful smile. If you lose that money, we're finished, so try not to die and stay alive. Dea shouted, unable to understand. The young master suddenly brought me here and told me to survive. Doesn't the young master know the circumstances behind my wielding a sword? Jin Woo Rip replied, precisely why I had to bring you here. Here you have no subordinates and no comrades, so you can wield your sword freely without worrying about harming anyone. I've bet all the money I received from the lord and the business capital of the Northwest Road, so if you lose that money you will die by my hand. Dea gritted his teeth and thought to himself, if I don't have money I'll die too, but where does the young master have any more lives to kill? Ma Kinpyo sat on the rooftop and laughed. I'm sorry, but since the young master has offered such a large sum of money for this, I truly cannot refuse. Quickly deploy the 4 gates formation. Dea was immediately surrounded by several people with swords. Jin Woo Rip sat on the rooftop and thought to himself, is this the Wanderers' formation? Wanderers are martial artists who pursue individualism, and not many of them possess true skill, but the Black Snake 7 Wolves were an exception. Among the Sichuan Wanderers, Ma Kinpyo is said to be the closest in skill to the Black Snake 7 Wolves. Even if Dea is at his best, Ma Kinpyo is by no means an opponent to be underestimated. Wanderers raised by the strong don't worry about tomorrow. Their formation is truly not easy to break. Dea seemed to be pushed to the brink at this moment. Below, the group of Wanderers began their attack very quickly. Dea closed his eyes and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Am I going to die like this? It was truly foolish of me to trust the young master. At a critical moment he unconsciously drew his sword and struck away the large axe held by an attacker from behind. He himself couldn't believe that he had just wielded his sword. He stared blankly at the long sword in his hand. How can this be? I haven't been able to fight in life or death battles ever since I injured the unit members. Meanwhile, Jin Woo Rip, who was on the rooftop, smiled with interest, while Ma Kinpyo frowned with a very displeased expression. Dea still stared blankly at the long sword in his hand. I wielded a sword? Jin Woo Rip marveled inwardly. Indeed, this fellow is not wrong. I just didn't know how to use such a magnificent sword as you. Ma Kinpyo loudly shouted at his subordinates. Focus, that guy is just a useless parasite clinging to the Madalim. Block his openings and don't give him any chances, Jin Woo Rip shouted at him. Hey, Ma Kinpyo. Ma Kinpyo cut him off. Blood has already been spilled. Even if young master now asks me to spare him, I will absolutely not forgive him. Jin Woo Rip shook his head. It's not what I meant. Weren't your side fighting for your lives? So losing a life shouldn't be a problem, should it? Ma Kinpyo was startled inwardly. His voice is giving me goosebumps. What on earth is he trying to say? That guy clearly couldn't wield a sword anymore. Jin Woo Rip also sat there, analyzing inwardly. I've seen it before. If my memory serves me right, that technique is definitely Red Cloud Demonic Sword. That special technique just now must have been the skill that elevated him to the position of unit leader, blade-splitting fury. The more I observe, the more intriguing it becomes. He could use a heavy sword to counter enemies wielding weapons, then easily switch to a quick sword to subdue those trying to escape. Thinking this far, he exclaimed loudly, Dea, well done, but you'd better watch out for the guy behind you. As soon as Dea was startled and turned around, a dagger flew towards him. Ma Kinpyo finally stepped forward. A bug like you is finished here. Have the injured fall back. I'll deal with this guy myself. Dea of the Madalim, turns out you've been intentionally deceiving people for a long time. Dea couldn't understand. Deceiving? What have I been deceiving about? Ma Kinpyo approached and drew his dagger. You pretended you couldn't fight on your own, Dea said helplessly. When did I have time for that? Ma Kinpyo solemnly said. Young master, I need the medical expenses for my subordinates, so I must take this promissory note. Jin Woo Rip said with interest. Finally, you're stepping up yourself, Dea. Hurry and get my money back. Dea raised his sword. I also need my share. His head is a bit big, so my wrist might hurt a little. Ma Kinpyo said nothing more and immediately swung his blade to attack. As soon as he clashed with his long saber, Dea was slightly unaccustomed to its weight. Ma Kinpyo didn't stop and continued to swing his saber to attack. Dea tensed up, thinking inwardly, I miscalculated. His technique is too heavy to block. I need to dodge with the splitting blade and look for an opening. Thinking this far, he immediately swung his sword to counterattack. Ma Pyo appeared behind his back in a flash, and a powerful blade flew straight towards Dae's head. Fortunately, the young man quickly twisted his body to dodge, otherwise he would have been cut in two. In just a few exchanges, Dae was struggling beyond words. Ma Pyo immediately continued his fierce attack. It seems the Madelim hasn't lost all its value after all. To think they were hiding a master like you. Dae gritted his teeth. I told you we don't have time for that. Ma Pyo's subordinates' faces were filled with worry as their leader failed to subdue his opponent for a long time. Ma Pyo also frowned, thinking inwardly, it's been quite a while. If I don't use my secret technique now, it will be very difficult to kill this guy. Young master, please don't resent me. This time both sides will simply suffer losses. He immediately swung his hand and unleashed Tiger Leopard Moon Wind Blade. Dae tensed up inwardly. He's using a secret technique in front of so many people. The blade splits into 4 directions. Is this really a wanderer's martial art? Ma Pyo launched himself, shouting loudly. I'm sorry, but all who witness my secret technique must die. Just then a voice called out, commanding him to stop. Ma Pyo was furious, veins bulging on his face. Young master, what on earth are you doing, huh? Jin Woo-rip gave a cold laugh. 2 shijin have passed. Dae is still alive, so Mokka, hurry and repay my money. Are you perhaps planning to break your promise? Ma Pyo gritted his teeth. Damn it, even so he has no other choice. He swung his hand and tossed the promissory note back. Everyone retreat. Jin Woo-rip happily jumped down from the rooftop. Look at Mokka's cold gaze. Let's head back quickly too. Ma Pyo returned to his lodging, feeling very displeased. Does anyone have alcohol? Bring it here quickly. Yes, big brother, you've worked hard. Ma Pyo gritted his teeth. Damn it, it was 2 shijin, but why did time pass so quickly? A subordinate behind him replied. Big brother, in truth, 2 shijin had already passed a long time ago. At that point, half a shijin had already gone by. Ma Pyo was startled inwardly. Half a shijin? Strange. Despite his subordinate being in danger, he didn't stop fighting even after 2 shijin had passed. He only called out for him to stop after unleashing his secret technique. That damn scoundrel. Jin Woo-rip on this side walked along marveling. Dae, you fought very well. Our harvest today isn't bad. Dae was also very pleased. I never dreamed in a million years that I would be able to wield a sword again. My body can react on its own when my comrades aren't around. Jin Woo-rip smiled and said, what do you think? Do you now believe there's a place for you in the Madelim? Dae laughed heartily. Haha, I never thought this subordinate could be freed from such shackles, Jin Woo-rip asked again. Everything has a way of being handled. How was that guy? Dae replied very decisively. This subordinate never expected that guy to unleash a secret technique at that moment. If we had continued fighting, this subordinate would surely have been injured. Jin Woo-rip solemnly asked, could you win next time? Dae fell into thought. That's right, but this subordinate has seen the opponent's secret technique, so there's a possibility. Saying this far, he was startled and realized something. Could young master have? Jin Woo-rip nodded. That's right, I'll leave that guy to you. Dae looked at his retreating back and thought inwardly. Young master stopped the fight as soon as Ma Pyo unleashed his secret technique. Young master's insight is truly astonishing. The next day, Madelim main sect. Look at that, it's the young master. Young master, the one who was beaten by the Cholsa clan? That's right, after that he reclaimed Changha Inn and the entire Northwest Road. The person next to the young master isn't a Madelim bug. No, he's the former commander of the Black Sword Unit. The 2 Jin Woo-rip rushed past them very quickly. The 2 young men quickly bowed their heads in greeting, the 2 discussed in low voices, still bowing. I heard he fought Ma Pyo this time, Dae also thought inwardly. When I first decided to follow young Master Jin, I didn't hold a single shred of hope. Of course, I never even thought I could reclaim my place as a martial artist. The cold gazes of other martial artists have now turned into respect. Perhaps it's because young master reclaimed the Northwest Road. Jin Woo-rip walked ahead, marveling. The atmosphere today is truly good. Dae, look around. Dae nodded. Yes, the gaze is directed at young master. Jin Woo-rip retorted. No, that's not it. Look at the state of the martial artists. Haven't their demeanors changed a lot? They themselves must clearly feel it. Madelim, which was on the decline, is finding a new turning point. A proper amount of tension is sometimes like a tonic. You go back to the inn first. I need to meet Lord Imja for a moment. He immediately went inside. Zhou Mugong was reading a book at his desk. As soon as he entered, he spoke. Come in quickly, Commander of the Northwest Command Post. Jin Woo-rip quickly approached and bowed with clasped hands. Commander of the Northwest Command Post. Commander of the Northwest Command Post greets Lord Imja of the Madelim. Zhou Mugong smiled. My mood has been very good lately. My sister's son is now acknowledged by everyone. You must be very busy with the affairs of the Northwest Road, right? Is there anything I can help you with? Jin Woo-rip continued. Thank you for your concern, Lord Imja. The management of the Northwest Road is indeed short-staffed, especially for financial management. The leaders of the Northwest Gathering are very sensitive about money, so sending our people to manage it will also reassure them more. Zhou Mugong agreed inwardly. That's right. If I deploy Madelim people there, even if the business doesn't go well later and the tribute is insufficient, there will be no need to worry. Thinking this far, he spoke. I will immediately send people to assist, Jin Woo-rip replied. Thank you, Lord Imja. Uncle, now that we have taken control of the Northwest Road, the Great Sword Sect must also be aware of this fact. Zhou Mugong's face hardened. Of course, the main sect is already secretly preparing. Jin Woo-rip asked again. Before war breaks out, I truly want to hear what kind of Madelim future you wish to see, Uncle. Zhou Mugong solemnly replied without the slightest hesitation. I am a martial artist, so from a martial artist's perspective, I hope the Madelim can stand tall in the Murim. Jin Woo-rip also said solemnly. Then I will surely make that a reality, Zhou Mugang continued. May I ask one more favor of you? I want to know more about you. You now have to manage the factions of the Northwest Road, and you are also facing a war with the Great Sword Sect. This is something the steadily declining Madeline has never even considered. I haven't had much time to talk with you due to being busy with external affairs, but from the moment we first met I vaguely sensed that you were completely different from other people. The Madeline being able to stand tall in front of the Murim martial artists is merely the wish of Zhou Mugang, Lord Imja of the Madeline. But what I truly want to see, uncle, is the wall hidden behind your smile crumbling. How have you lived? What do you truly like? I know it's too late to ask these questions, but could you tell your story to this, uncle? Jin Woo-rip smiled. The Great Sword Sect will act at any moment. I will coordinate with the Northeast Command Post and always maintain contact with the main sect. Seeing that he didn't want to speak, Zhou Mugang sighed. Haha, this fellow. As Jin Woo-rip turned to leave, he spoke again. Woo-rip, you truly are no ordinary person. Who you are, how you've lived, what heavy responsibilities you carry on your shoulders, none of that matters. You must always remember that you are simply my grandson. This place is, your family, your home where you can always return. Jin Woo-rip paused slightly. I will withdraw. He immediately left Zhou Mugang's room. As soon as he left the room, he clutched his chest and marveled. I still have such emotions. I am an orphan who grew up thanks to Master. Master taught me everything I needed. But if my father and mother were alive, would they have looked at me with those eyes? Emotions only lead me to wrong judgments. Snap out of it. Jin Woo-rip, his mother's last wish and his master's dying words. If I have to choose between Madeline and Sangxian, I'm sorry, but I will choose Sangxian. Because Madeline can barely survive without me, but Sangxian cannot. Anyway, this is a difficult dream. If Uncle wants the hegemony of Chongqing, then simply eliminate the Great Sword Sect. If Uncle wants the hegemony of Sichuan, then simply crush all the factions here. But if Uncle wants the Madeline to stand tall in the Murim, then this place must become strong enough not to care about anyone. The Madeline must ascend to the position of the world's #1 sect, like plucking a star from the sky. If I am to build the Madeline, I cannot leave this place for now. If the family's wish is fulfilled, my mother in heaven will surely rest in peace. As he stood there lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Young master, why are you so late? Jin Woo-rip asked, puzzled. The conversation just got a little long, but why are you outside? Dea pointed inside the inn. A guest has arrived. Jin Woo-rip was even more puzzled. A guest? Isn't it better if a guest arrives? Dea waved his hand. No, the guest this subordinate is talking about isn't that kind of guest. A big shot from the Great Sword Sect has arrived, young master. Jin Woo-rip was slightly surprised to hear that. A big shot? The sect master? No, but a person of equivalent standing. The young lord of the Great Sword Sect and one of the 5 swords of Sichuan, the little divine sword Zhang Wahi, Jin Woo-rip asked again. Young lord, has it been quite a while? Did he come alone? Dea shook his head. No, he came with Mok and Pyo, haha. Familiar faces. Everyone must have greeted each other happily, right? Happily, you say. That guy stormed into the inn with fire in his eyes. Haha, let's go meet our guest first. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. Zhang Wahi showed an excited expression as soon as he saw him. Young master, you're back. You're truly as handsome as the rumors say. Jin Woo-rip didn't reply and simply glanced at Mok and Pyo, who was standing beside him. Why aren't you greeting me? Mok and Pyo glared at him. Our relationship isn't close enough for greetings. Jin Woo-rip gave a cold laugh. All men are brothers within the 4 seas, but Mok and Pyo, you're too narrow-minded. He immediately sat opposite Zhang Wahi. The two sat there glaring at each other without a word. After a moment, Jin Woo-rip couldn't hold back and spoke. Young lord, what would you like to eat? Tell me anything you want to eat. After all, our inn can even offer a bottle of cheap flower tea. Zhang Wahi laughed heartily. Thank you, but I've already eaten, so I'm not hungry. Jin Woo-rip turned his head and shouted towards the kitchen. Agden, bring tea quickly. I also wanted to meet young lord. Zhang Wahi was surprised. Young master wanted to meet me? Why didn't you come find me? Jin Woo-rip replied. Several people were glaring at me with big swords and axes as if they wanted to eat me alive, so I was afraid it would be a loss of face if I went to find you. Zhang Wahi laughed and said, Haha, I'm sorry. Next time young master comes, I'll tell him to contact you in advance. Jin Woo-rip continued, I should be the one to thank you. Next time I have some free time, I'll visit young lord. Please invite me then with some dangdangju. Zhang Wahi replied cheerfully, then I'll prepare some good liquor in advance. Mok and Pyo stood to the side wondering inwardly, it's like old friends meeting, both sides are equally shameless. Jin Woo-rip continued to smile and said, Dea Bulgyo Agden, could you all step out for a moment? Zhang Wahi also shouted for Mok and Pyo to leave. Very quickly, only Jin Woo-rip and the other 2 remained inside the inn. Zhang Wahi then asked seriously, the hunter's son suddenly became the young master of the Madeline. What do you think about that? Jin Woo-rip took a sip of tea. Is becoming the young master of the Madeline, which can decline at any time, such a great thing? Zhang Wahi also took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. There are still many people in Sichuan who remember the past glory of the Madeline. The young master of such a place holds a position that people here can never ignore. Jin Woo-rip nodded. Indeed, the treatment isn't bad, Zhang Wahi asked again, but I'm truly curious. What exactly is your goal? Jin Woo-rip stated without hesitation. First, to eliminate the Great Sword Sect. Zhang Wahi burst into laughter. Haha, that's not an easy dream. Jin Woo-rip smirked coldly. Really, you seem to overestimate the Great Sword Sect. Zhang Huahi remained very confident. If we were insignificant, the Madalim wouldn't have lost hegemony over Chongqing in the first place. Jin Wurip sighed. That's simply because they are still trapped in their once prosperous past. The first house of Sichuan was the heyday of the Madalim. Those fools still yearn for that period and fear the world's judgment more than anything. How can a martial artist of the Madalim become like that? If that happens, won't they be criticized by the world? They believe that admitting their current emptiness is tantamount to denying their past glory. But I am not like that. In my memory, there was no prosperous period for the Madalim, nor have I ever learned about that past. I will use any means necessary. If required, I will lick the enemy's shoes, and if necessary, I will not hesitate to stab an ally in the back. Zhang Huahi laughed heartily. Haha, I truly like this. Yes, this is exactly how it should be. Isn't that the best way to survive in the forest of swords? Yes, one must survive. It's not the strong who survive, but those who survive are strong. This is the Murim. I wholeheartedly agree with the young lord's thinking. Jin Wurip continued. Since the young lord thinks so, I am very pleased. As well as the day is ending, shall we play a game of question and answer before we part ways? Zhang Huahi was intrigued. Good, I'll start first. Jin Wurip waved his hand. Since I suggested it, I should naturally yield. Zhang Huahi laughed heartily. Ha, thank you. So what should I ask? You are that person, aren't you? Jin Wurip smiled. Oh, is the young lord referring to me or to the Madalim? Zhang Huahi pointed at him and said, I'm referring to you. Everything was too much of a coincidence. As soon as news of the branch commander's disappearance broke, the leaders of the Northwest Road simultaneously withdrew their support. Jin Wurip reassured him. I will release them one by one starting tomorrow, so you don't need to worry, Zhang Huahi replied. Thank you. Their families are all waiting anxiously. By the way, Jin Wurip sighed. Oh, since the young lord says so, I must be a truly wicked and unrighteous person. Zhang Huahi laughed. Haha, I had no intention of blaming you. Isn't that just the era we live in? I'm just grateful to be safe. Now it's the young lord's turn to ask. Jin Wurip smiled. How many days would it take to dismantle the Great Sword Sect? Zhang Huaji's jaw dropped. Is that a question? I thought the young lord would ask something important. Honestly, there might be a slight possibility in a few years, so what do you think, young lord? Jin Wurip raised both hands. I can eliminate the Great Sword Sect in 10 days. Zhang Huahi burst into laughter again. Haha, the young lord is indeed a very interesting person. It's been a long time since I've laughed so heartily. To repay you and for the safe return of the branch commanders, I will give the young lord time until everyone returns. Jin Wurip smirked coldly. Releasing one person each day would take 6 days, wouldn't it? How terrifying. Can't it be 10 days? Zhang Huahi laughed, heading outside. No, the next time we meet it might be the last. Jin Wurip remained very calm. Please greet me cheerfully then as well. Zhang Huahi was also very confident, of course. Ma Qinpiao followed behind him and asked curiously, What do you think, young lord? Zhang Huahi countered. Are you asking about that young lord? As you say, he appears light-hearted on the surface, but he is actually not an easy opponent. If we keep being led around by him, we will gain nothing. Send men to find and bring back the missing individuals. Ma Qinpiao was startled. Then you intend to handle this matter yourself? Zhang Huahi shook his head. Now is not the time to deal with such matters. Although I feel very sorry for their families, we must extinguish the fire right in front of us. We must prepare. He thought to himself, if the Great Sword Sect acts first, how many branch commanders can return? Anyway, there are many people who can replace the branch commanders, so I shouldn't let that guy seize the initiative. 6 days, 2 days at most. The scene shifts to Changhe Inn. Young lord, what do you think? I told him I could eliminate the Great Sword Sect in 10 days, but he only gave me 6 days. Dea continued. This subordinate wasn't asking about that. Jin Wurip couldn't understand. Then what are you curious about? Dea said solemnly. The sage taught that a true master can feel what kind of person their opponent is just by looking into their eyes. Jin Wurip stroked his chin. He is indeed very cunning, Dea worried. This is unlike the young master. Jin Wurip laughed and patted his shoulder. Ha, who could be more cunning than me? I have business at the main sect, so get ready. Dea couldn't understand. Ready? Ready for what? Jin Wurip pushed the door open and stepped outside. 10 days? I will completely eliminate the Great Sword Sect tonight. He then walked alone through the streets. As he walked, he suddenly frowned and glanced upwards. Are those the Great Sword Sect spies? I sense 3 of them in total. After occupying the Northwest Road, those bastards seem to be monitoring me even more thoroughly. I told Jin Wan not to move, but it's really annoying. Uncle is also watching this matter, but even if I eliminate them, others will just come. So there's no need to provoke the Great Sword Sect. As soon as he arrived, someone came out to greet him, saying, Greetings, young master. The lord and the chiefs are waiting inside as per your instructions. As soon as Jin Wurip entered, he bowed with clasped hands. I am late. I thank everyone for answering my summons despite the late hour. Everyone waited, looking at him. Mugang spoke. Come in quickly. I have gathered all the chiefs of the main sect as you instructed. What on earth is so urgent that you wish to meet us? Jin Wurip said solemnly. We must attack the Great Sword Sect. Hearing those words, everyone instantly froze, and one person was about to curse when Sang Hogan covered his mouth with his hand. Are you saying we should act first? Then we must prepare quickly. Jin Wurip replied, not quickly, but immediately. Hearing those words, everyone was even more astonished. Young master, are you telling the Madalim to mobilize now? Isn't that too rash? We must plan very carefully afterwards, Jin Wurip interrupted. The young lord of the Great Sword Sect came to see me at Changhe Inn today. Time is not on anyone's side. While we plan, they will also be preparing. Starting tomorrow, I will release one branch commander each day. That will take a total of 6 days. If my prediction is correct, that bastard will surely move sooner than the deadline he stated. I deliberately said 10 days to make him not expect me to act immediately. The opportunity is now, Zhou Mugong advised. Everyone calm down, Wurip. You must have already made a plan. Jin Wurip continued to explain. Although we have brought in the small and medium-sized factions of the Northwest Road, the Great Sword Sect's troop strength is still very large overall. However, that's only when the branch commanders are present. First, we need to reduce the disparity in troop strength. The Great Sword Sect's branch forces total 500 and 250 troops have been dispatched to resolve the disappearance case. We must handle intelligence and cut off information to prevent these troops from returning to the Great Sword Sect. Sang Hogun was puzzled. What if those bastards use their numerical superiority to attack us directly? Zhou Mugong also added. If the war prolongs and they can combine their forces, we will be surrounded on all sides, Sang Hogun nodded. Then we must find another way, Muga-san spoke at this point. If we act according to the young master's words, we will also have to go all out to deal with that many troops. If the Great Sword Sect intentionally targets the empty main sect, we will never be able to defend it, Jin Wurip suggested. If we take all the families with us, what more will there be to protect here? Sang Hogun nodded in agreement upon hearing that. That's right, the scene shifts to the Great Sword Sect. Zhang Wahi walked in the courtyard thinking to himself, 10 days? Jin Wurip, are you thinking the same as me? You surely won't believe the 6-day deadline I gave you. But I gave you the 6-day deadline that no one would believe. To add a bit more distress, you probably won't expect the Great Sword Sect to act first before the branch martial artists return to Chongqing. If I act first, victory is surely mine. He approached his father very quickly. I have returned. This person was Zhang Baiong, the sect master of the Great Sword Sect. I heard you met the Madeline's young master. News reached father very quickly. What did you gain? Did he make you look back? Oh, that's important. Zhang Wahi said solemnly. Father, perhaps war between the two sides will be unavoidable. That young master is a very dangerous individual. We must defeat the Madeline before they seize the initiative. Zhang Baiong frowned. To eliminate the Madeline, which has a long history, I have been cutting off their money supply for a long time, but that effort seems to have been completely in vain. Who suggested the plan to cut off the Madeline's money supply? Zhang Wahi replied. It was Fang Sa-sun, the chief of the Wunsong Pavilion. Zhang Baiong glanced at a corner of the room and shouted to Yu Cheng, bring his corpse. Zhang Wahi sighed. Father is truly ruthless, Zhang Baiong said expressionlessly. Meaningless mercy only makes subordinates presumptuous. As the young lord of the Great Sword Sect, you must always remember this. Good, if we must fight, then let us fight. You must have already formulated a plan in your mind, Zhang Wahi continued. Of course, he then began to explain his plan to his father. Zhang Baiong listened and nodded. So you're saying the external martial artists will return in 2 days? Zhang Wahi continued. 30 minutes after they've joined forces. Just then, Zhang Baiong raised his hand to stop him. Who's outside? The person outside replied. It's the scout team. They sent a secret message. Zhang Baiong then quickly opened the secret message. Zhang Wahi urgently asked, what does it say, father? Zhang Baiong said solemnly, the Madeline has attacked our branch forces, returning with their full main sect strength. If I hadn't planted a spy, we would have been in danger. Zhang Wahi thought to himself, are you trying to handle it this way to gain a numerical advantage? I also thought the Madeline would act first, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. After a moment of thought, he sighed. I will change the plan, Zhang Baiong reminded him. Wahi, you are still too immature in handling emotions. Once you draw your sword, you must not hesitate. Even if you lose an arm, you must kill the enemy's soul. If deployed appropriately, we can combine with the branch forces. Go prepare quickly. Zhang Wahi stopped him. Father, please wait a moment. The opponent is even abandoning the main sect and attacking the branch forces to gain a numerical advantage. Shouldn't we prevent that from happening? After meeting Jin Wurip today, I reflected on myself and realized one thing. It is about the best and worst strategies. The direction Father is taking now is the worst strategy. Father said that even if you lose an arm, you must kill the enemy's soul. But when the plan seems to have completely collapsed, despair will be at its peak. We must abandon the branch personnel. Instead, lead the troops and attack the Northwest Road. Wouldn't the troop strength on this side still be superior? The scene shifts to the Madeline. At this time, people were very busy moving luggage. These people are the Manhwa unit of the Madeline Special Forces. This person is Ga Yakbing, the commander of the Manhwa unit. Supreme Lord Zhou Pyeongqian also went out with his sword. Are all preparations complete? Ga Yakbing approached and reported with clasped hands. Manhwa unit commander Ga Yakbing greets the Supreme Lord. All forces have been divided into 10 directions and assembled. Zhou Pyeongqian waved his hand. You've worked hard, Ga Yakbing said solemnly. We are facing war with a great enemy. This is what this subordinate should do. But what brings the Supreme Lord here in person? Zhou Pyeongqian replied. Although I have retired, I could not sit idly by in such a situation. I asked the Lord to protect everyone's families. Just then another person rushed in. The Supreme Lord was here. The Lord immediately ordered an advance on the annex. Zhou Pyeongqian nodded. Has it finally begun? I leave it to you. The scene shifts to another location. 2 corpses lay covered in cloth on the ground. The 2 spies have been dealt with. Zhou Mugong nodded. Everyone, you've worked hard. I haven't liked those bastards for a long time. Finally, they've been dealt with, Jin Woo-rip continued. Without enemy spies, the safety of the entire army's families will be guaranteed. We must move immediately. All the elders were very nervous, and finally this moment had arrived. Zhou Mugong said loudly, "Everyone return to your teams. We will meet there." Everyone bowed with clasped hands in unison. "Lord, safe journey." Zhou Mugong and Jin Woo-rip then immediately led their subordinates and flew off. He was very surprised by Jin Woo-rip's skill. That child could easily keep up with me. Indeed, Woo-rip is a martial artist. My sister's snow willow footwork can only be practiced by women. But the footwork Woo-rip is using is not Madeline footwork either. It seems that child learned martial arts from someone else. After moving for a while, he said to him, "If you're tired, tell me. There's no need to rush." Jin Woo-rip told him to stop here. This made Zhou Mugong very puzzled. "Here?" Jin Woo-rip confirmed. "Yes, we must stop." Zhou Mugong didn't know why, but he stopped. "What are you saying? Didn't you say we should eliminate the martial artists returning to the Great Sword Sect?" Jin Woo-rip replied, "That is merely the worst strategy." Zhou Mugong was even more puzzled. "The worst strategy? So you chose the worst strategy instead of the best?" Jin Woo-rip explained. "Before entering the main sect I sensed 3 Great Sword Sect spies outside, but we only caught 2. Zhou Mugong was inwardly astonished upon hearing that. "Could news have leaked outside?" Jin Woo-rip continued. "It's preposterous to think there are only 3 scouts monitoring our main sect. There's definitely a spy within our ranks, and that spy must be one of the leaders who attended the meeting." Zhou Mugong, enraged, denied it, saying, "That can't be. They are loyal subjects who have faithfully served the Madeline for 10 years. Jin Woo-rip, undeterred, continued, "Our occupation of the Northwest Road is tantamount to declaring our intention to fight, yet to entrust such a vast main sect to merely 3 scouts is illogical. Their confidence clearly stems from having an insider within our ranks." When Zhang Huahe asked if I was the culprit behind the branch commander disappearances, he answered immediately, as if he hadn't suspected the Madeline from the start, "Only Dea and the Cholsa clan leader have witnessed my martial arts. It couldn't be someone pushed out from the Madeline's core. The Cholsa clan leader who was beaten to the point of losing consciousness by me would never rejoin hands with the Great Sword Sect, or perhaps it was me who was beaten by a dark faction. That's impossible. The reason I proposed the worst strategy at the meeting was because there was a spy present. If there had been no spy, I would have proceeded with the current plan from the beginning. Therefore we must change the plan immediately. We only caught 2 out of the 3 scouts, so the remaining 1 must have gone to inform the Great Sword Sect of our actions." Ji Wallin, the leader of the Black Ling unit, exclaimed in surprise. "Then we were almost caught in a pincer attack." Jin Woo-rip shook his head. "No, they won't come," Ji Wallin said, puzzled. "The Great Sword Sect won't rescue its allies." Jin Woo-rip thought to himself, "Those who use their brains dislike having their carefully laid plans altered. He would undoubtedly prefer to seize the initiative rather than prevent others' actions." Having thought this far, he spoke. "The worst strategy I spoke of at the meeting was to gain a numerical advantage over the enemy, but if the Northwest Road is attacked, the overall situation will not change." Zhou Mugong asked, puzzled, "Are you saying they would abandon their allies and attack the Northwest Road to maintain their advantage?" Jin Woo-rip confirmed that Zhang Huahe was precisely that type of person. Zhou Mugong, hearing that, agreed internally. He would certainly do that. He is a person who would do anything for practical gain. This could definitely happen. Having thought this far, he spoke. "We cannot abandon the Northwest Gathering. We must rescue them immediately." Jin Woo-rip agreed. "Of course we must rescue them, but only when we have obtained the final peace." On the other side, the Wanma unit, a combat force from the Madeline's northeast road, was moving in haste. Seeing Muga-san blocking their path, he was startled. "Outer clan chief," Muga-san loudly said, "we must retreat from here." The man was stunned. "Why suddenly? Why retreat?" Muga-san explained. "Something has happened in Chongqing and the Lord has ordered an immediate return to the main sect. I know you have many questions, but please return first." The man sighed, clutching his head. "Understood, I will return immediately." Muga-san inwardly pondered whether there had been a spy in the Madeline's main sect. Jin Woo-rip had already told him and Sang Hogun before leaving. Internal information has clearly been leaked. "I suspect one of the people who attended today's meeting is a spy, therefore both of you must halt your advance at the moment I instruct you. Everyone may be surprised by the sudden change in plans, but we must prioritize the greater good." He walked ahead, thinking to himself, "Zhou Yongwei, the pavilion master of the Wanma Pavilion. I hope it's not you." At the same time, on another side, Yom Qian-gun, the pavilion master of the Mariang Pavilion, gaped. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why are we suddenly retreating?" Sang Hogun calmly replied. "The plan has changed." Yom Qian-gun was still very flustered. "I've only been marching for less than half in Shijin. What on earth happened in the meantime?" Sang Hogun shook his head. "I don't know the details either. Please return to the main sect first." Yom Qian-gun, with no other choice, sighed and clutched his head. "Understood. I'll rest here for a bit and then return." Sang Hogun did not press him. "All right." Yom Qian-gun immediately loudly addressed his subordinates trailing behind. "All forces of the Bisio Mariang Pavilion, rest here for a bit and recover your energy. We will retreat shortly." Sang Hogun and Muga-san both sighed internally. "There's not much hope, but I pray it's neither of them." Yom Qian-gun walked alone under a tree, constantly muttering, "Retreat? Why did this happen so suddenly?" As he continued to mutter and passed the tree, an assassin in black who had been hiding behind the tree appeared. As soon as Yom Qian-gun passed, a letter appeared on a tree branch. The black-clad man quickly reached out to grab the letter, but at that moment a flash of sword light swept past and severed his hand. The person who drew the sword was Han So-wall, The leader of the Bisio Madalim, a spy, quickly captured the black-clad man and revealed the identities of those involved. The black-clad man gritted his teeth. Do you think I'd let that happen? Han So-wal was startled. Did he bite the poison in his mouth to commit suicide? He was very angry at failing to capture the spy alive. That damned bastard. Several subordinates approached and asked the leader, could the chief's words have been true after all? Han So-wal bent down and picked up the letter. I didn't believe it either. So I'm confirming it myself. After reading the contents of the letter, his face hardened further. We must report this to the inner clan chief. I hoped it wasn't true, but the traitor was indeed within our Bisio unit. That person is Yom Cheon-gun, the pavilion master of the Mariang Pavilion. On this side, Yom Cheon-gun had already returned to Sang Hogan's location. Chief, I've returned. Sang Hogan nodded. Are you ready? Yom Cheon-gun replied. Yes, but the Bisio unit is nowhere to be seen. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice echoed from behind. The Bisio unit is here. Yom Cheon-gun's face hardened as he saw the letter in Han So-wal's hand. Sang Hogan also sighed sadly, clutching his head from the front. Yom Cheon-gun, sweating profusely, turned to him. Chief, this matter is, Han So-wal loudly interjected. I hope this wasn't true, but did the pavilion master truly collude with the enemy? Yom Cheon-gun desperately explained. Commander Han, you must be misunderstanding something. Sang Hogan stepped forward and pressed him. Yom Cheon-gun, when did you betray us? Yom Cheon-gun still stubbornly argued. Chief, this is clearly someone's conspiracy. I have been loyal to the main sect for 40 years. Is my loyalty of all those years to be nullified by a single piece of paper? Chief, please say something. Your subordinates are misunderstanding. Sang Hogan loudly shouted at him to shut up. Why did you do such a foolish thing? Did you think you could sell out your subordinates and comrades and live in peace? Why on earth did you do it? Yom Cheon-gun could no longer deny it and sighed helplessly. It's over, he then laughed heartily. Ha ha, a leaking ship is bound to sink eventually. A broken mast can no longer face the wind, Sang Hogan lamented. So you became a traitor? Yom Cheon-gun continued. The distance between a hero and a traitor is merely the turning of a palm. If I fail, I am merely a traitor. But if I could have perfectly concealed it, couldn't I have become a hero of the great sword sect? Speak no more. Since things have come to this, do not hesitate any longer and attack. Sang Hogan sighed inwardly. He shows no remorse whatsoever. In the battlefield, a traitor will be executed on the spot. Yom Cheon-gun closed his eyes. I will not resent the chief, so hurry and attack. Sang Hogan swung his sword and ended him. I will open a path for your family to live. The scene shifts to the Madalim's temporary residence in Chongqing's North Forest. At this time, Sang Hogan and his group were all gathered here. Fortunately, everyone has arrived safely here. It's truly unbelievable, but Pavilion Master Yom was a spy. Zhou Yangwei sadly clutched his head and said, Pavilion Master Yom was like an elder brother to me. Muga-sen patted his shoulder to comfort him. If even the Pavilion Master wavers, the martial artists will not be able to focus. You must steel your resolve. Just then, another person approached. Northwest Deputy Commander Udea greets the Lord. This subordinate is carrying out the young master's orders. Jin Woo-rip approached and asked, Has it begun? Udea replied, Yes, all 6 factions just fired cannons. As the young master predicted, the great sword sect is attacking the Northwest Road. All the old men there heard this and became tense, sweating profusely. The young master's predictions are uncanny. Is that really the young master who was so badly beaten by the Cholsa clan last time? Zhou Mugong stepped forward and asked, Woo-rip, since everything has proceeded according to your words so far, I would like to hear your opinion now. Jin Woo-rip bowed his head with clasped hands and said, Dea, what is the news I want from the great sword sect? Udea hastily explained, Immediately after the cannons were fired, his subordinate gathered all the scouts in the area. As a result, the great sword sect master did not appear on the Northwest Road. Jin Woo-rip stroked his chin, lost in thought. If he didn't appear on the battlefield, he's probably at the manor. Since war has broken out on the Northwest Road, there won't be many troops at the manor. We must seize this opportunity to capture him. Zhou Mugong admired. Although we cannot abandon the Northwest Road, which has joined hands with the Madalim, if the Great Sword Sect is empty, we must occupy their stronghold and decapitate the Great Sword Sect master. If we move quickly, we can also save the Northwest Road. Udea spoke again. This subordinate has found a path without enemy scouts from the Northeast Command Post. This subordinate will lead the way. Jin Woo-rip thought to himself, Yang Chu just half in Shijin. You must hold out until then. The scene shifts to the Great Sword Sect's Wunsong Pavilion. Zhang Baiong stood in the courtyard looking at the sky and lamenting, Isn't the sky truly beautiful today? Pavilion master of the Chang'an Pavilion? The head of the Chang'an Pavilion lay before him. Ma Kinpyo stood to the side, terrified. Did he behead a meritorious subject for a single mistake? Truly a ruthless and powerful tiger. Zhang Wahi spoke. We must also prepare, Ma Kinpyo replied. Yes, this subordinate has gathered all the wanderers. Zhang Wahi smiled. Father, I will go and burn down the Madalim immediately. Unexpectedly, Zhang Baiong told him to wait a moment, which greatly confused Zhang Wahi. Why shouldn't we resolve this quickly? Zhang Baiong continued. There's truly no one I can trust to delegate tasks to. Zhang Wahi said, puzzled. Father, what are you saying? Zhang Baiong clasped his hands, looked into the distance and sneered. To make the enemy despair. Zhang Wahi was also startled by the sound coming from behind him at this moment. Enemy invasion, Madalim forces. Zhang Baiong gritted his teeth. If you weren't my son, I would behead you right now. Jin Woo-rip smiled and entered. Zhang Huahi, our last meeting should be pleasant, as we promised, shouldn't it? Zhang Huaji's face hardened, veins bulging, and he was speechless for a moment. The Madalim's elite forces have arrived at the Great Sword Sect. Jin Woo-rip still laughed very cheerfully. Zhang Huahi, it's truly good to see you again. Zhang Huahi gritted his teeth. Jin Woo-rip, you damn bastard, he thought to himself. How can the guy who was supposed to be dealing with the branch forces be here? Where on earth did I go wrong? Jin Woo-rip continued to tease him. By your expression, you must be wondering where you went wrong, aren't you? Anyway, to be honest, you're quite useful. Zhou Mugang also spoke darkly at this moment. Sect Master Zhang, it's been a long time, Zhang Baiong continued. Lord Zhou, we meet again. Zhou Mugang continued. I always wanted to visit the sect master, but since the host didn't invite me, I had no choice but to come myself. Was I too rude? Zhang Baiong reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. If the Lord hadn't come, I was planning to visit the Lord myself, so there's no rudeness. He spoke outwardly with bravado, but inwardly he was filled with extreme anxiety at this moment. All 4 directions are full of enemies. Excluding the Wanderers, there are only about 100 martial artists remaining in the Great Sword Sect. The screams from outside are gradually diminishing, so the enemy must have already moved. The more he thought, the more he clutched his head in uncontrollable rage. My own home is in such a state. Zhang Huahi stepped forward and blocked him. Father, I will clear a path. If you can reach the northwest road, you can turn the tide. Zhang Baiong did not refuse his son's offer. Stake your life on that. Ma Kunpyo sighed, young lord. We must begin immediately before the encirclement tightens further. Zhang Huahi no longer hesitated and leapt forward, charging. Father, this way. Zhou Mugang also leapt forward from the opposite side, charging. I will deal with the sect master. Muga-san worried inwardly. It has finally begun. We have the advantage. Although he is not well known in the Murim, Zhang Baiong, the Sichuan divine sword, can truly be called a rare master in the Sichuan martial arts world. However, Zhou Mugang, the crushing demonic sword, is also no easy opponent. What will happen to everything? Zhang Huahi, seeing Zhou Mugang appear, gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Zhang Baiong reminded him from behind, Focus, how dare you use such martial arts? If you cannot kill all witnesses, never use it. Even if you lose your life here, you must protect it. In an instant they were surrounded by Madalim forces. All escape routes were blocked, giving them no chance. Jin Woo-rip frowned and thought to himself, did I misjudge? The sword technique just now clearly showed that the crowd in front of them surrounded Zhang Huahi and his son, giving them no openings. Jin Woo-rip leapt forward, charging. I need to re-evaluate the overall situation. The Great Sword Sect Master and his uncle are in a fierce battle, and every move is a killing blow that can change the outcome. Of course, the one who loses here will lose everything. Zhang Huahi and the old men formed a circle surrounding the perimeter. They are extremely defensive. If they are cornered, they will probably target my uncle. I must shake the center of the battle with Ma Kunpyo. Where is Yu Dea? After observing for a moment, he finally saw Yu Dea standing among the people, trembling. That crazy bastard, he quickly sent a telepathic message. Dea, don't worry about your comrades, you just need to deal with Ma Kunpyo. Yu Dea slapped his own face. The young master is right. If I hesitate here, I might as well break my sword. He then regained his composure and swung his sword, charging. Damn it, let's finish everything today. Ma Kunpyo saw him and shouted in excitement, You damn insect. Their swords and sabers clashed at a furious pace. Dea gritted his teeth and said, Today you will die by the hand of an insect. Jin Woo-rip confirmed to himself, Indeed, if I can just stop Ma Kunpyo, the other wanderers will immediately be intimidated. Thinking this far, he immediately glanced at Muga-san's group. Elders of the inner and outer clans, please help quickly. Those people will take care of the remaining Great Sword Sect warriors. The 2 of you led half the forces to rescue the Northwest Road. I will go there after I have dealt with matters here. The 2 elders, without any objection, immediately turned and left upon receiving the order. Before leaving, Sang Hogun did not forget to remind his subordinate, Black Ling Unit Commander, are you there? From now until the end of the battle, you are not to leave the young master's side by a single step. Do you understand? Young master, good luck. Jin Woo-rip waved his hand dismissively in farewell, thinking inwardly, this old man worries unnecessarily, but the Great Sword Sect's techniques have a very subtle, unnatural gap between movements. For someone called a divine sword, there seems to be something lacking in his movements. It seems that old man is intentionally avoiding the most effective movements between techniques. After a long period of analysis, Jin Woo-rip was startled. Wait, that posture. Is that old man crazy? The Black Ling Unit Commander behind him couldn't understand his expression. Young master, is something wrong? Jin Woo-rip glanced at him and said, There's something you need to take care of. He then immediately threw something to the young man and said, Take this to the Wanma Pavilion Master and return. The Black Ling Unit Commander was filled with bewilderment as he looked at the item in his hand. Isn't this a toy? Jin Woo-rip, without further explanation, told him to leave quickly. The Black Ling Unit Commander also did not ask any more questions and immediately jumped down. Understood. I'll go right away, he thought to himself. The young master is truly unfathomable. There must be a reason. He arrived at the Wanma Pavilion Master's location very quickly. The young master asked me to deliver this to you, Pavilion Master. I only know that I'm delivering this, nothing else. I've delivered it, so I'll be leaving now. Zhou Yongwei thought, unable to understand. What on earth is this? The Black Ling Unit Commander returned to Jin Woo-rip's location very quickly. Young master, I've delivered the item to the Pavilion Master. But when he returned to the rooftop, Jin Woo-rip was nowhere to be seen. And below, Zhang Baiong was being continuously pressed and defeated, his face filled with tension. Zhou Mugang from the opposite side advised, Sect Master, give up, this war is already decided, you have nowhere left to run. If you had surrendered earlier your family would have been spared. Zhang Baiyang scoffed coldly and grabbed his son's collar behind him. Nonsense, I will not surrender. Zhou Mugong gritted his teeth as he saw him throw Zhang Huahi towards him. To use his own son as a shield, HMPH, you are truly despicable. Zhang Huahi himself couldn't believe it and turned his head to look at his father, but Zhang Baiyang rebuked him angrily. You fool, even at this moment prove your worth. As he tried to escape, Zhou Mugong shouted loudly, Stop there! Zhang Baiyang ignored everything and quickly flew away, attempting to escape. Damn it, Zhou Mugong, do you think you have the upper hand? That's only because I couldn't use that technique. No, it's not over yet. If I can reach the northwest road I can still turn the tide. He was running when he suddenly stopped. It was because he felt a powerful killing intent approaching. Aren't you the Madalim's young master? Jin Wurip approached him, exuding a gloomy aura. Zhang Baiyang scoffed coldly. Are you out of your mind? How dare you wait for me here alone? Jin Wurip said with a solemn expression. Indeed, who is out of their mind? Originally I was very curious how the great sword sect with a history of less than 10 years could so quickly dominate Chongqing. Now I know what even Manhwa couldn't find out. Zhang Baiyang was inwardly startled. Cold energy? How can there be such immense cold energy? At this moment he could no longer ignore the brat in front of him. Who on earth are you? Jin Wurip said in a cold voice. That's none of your concern. From now on I will reclaim the drifting cloud heavenly sword. It's the martial art of Mongyan Sword Saint, one of the 8 saints. On this side, Zhang Huahi was still struggling to hold off Zhou Mugong, and his father's words from earlier kept echoing in his mind. Prove your worth. Father wants me to prove my worth, then I will show you. Zhou Mugong from the opposite side thought contemptuously. The great sword sect master was a despicable father, ready to abandon his son to save his own life. He quickly instructed the Wanma Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, hurry to the northwest road. I will go there after I have dealt with matters here. The Wanma Pavilion Master immediately clasped his hands and said, This subordinate will leave the Black Ling unit here. Lord, please be careful. He immediately flew away. On the opposite side, Zhang Huaji's eyes had turned red, his face was contorted, and he seemed to be preparing to unleash a secret technique. Zhou Mugong was impressed by his state. Is it reverse blood chi yard? The young sect master had a secret weapon, but I'm sorry, I do too. On this side, Dea, who was fighting, couldn't help but become even more tense as he heard the terrible explosion from over there. Ma Qinpiao did not miss the opportunity and immediately swung his saber to attack. You insect, let's see how capable you are, Dea reminded him. It seems your young sect master is in danger, yet you don't seem worried at all. Ma Qinpiao remained very calm. I will deal with you quickly and then go to help. You're fortunate to have made me use my secret technique. Dea continued, It seems you're in a great hurry, but the moment you use your secret technique, victory will be mine. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately leapt into the air and swung his sword, striking the opponent directly in the center of the chest. Because I have already analyzed your secret technique. Ma Qinpiao was struck by this blow and painfully fell to the ground, and Dea thought to himself, the wanderer Ma Qinpiao's martial arts were profound, but defeating him was too easy. Everything is thanks to the young master's instructions. I hope he finds a good lord in his next life. Just then, a voice echoed from behind, the battle is over. And when Dea saw Zhou Mugong dragging Zhang Huahi, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Lord is safe, Zhou Mugong explained. He used the reverse blood chi art. What on earth did that damned rascal teach his son? In the end, this fellow died his last breath from chi deviation. But no matter what, that child sacrificed his life for his father. Despite being treated so cruelly, Zhang Baiyang, I will never forgive you. All great sword sect warriors, listen, your sect master has fled, and the young sect master Zhang Huahi and the wanderer Ma Qinpiao are dead. I no longer wish to shed meaningless blood, therefore, those who remain, lay down your weapons and surrender. The leaderless group no longer had the will to fight. They rushed to lay down their weapons. They all knelt and surrendered. The Madalim won the battle at the great sword sect manor. Zhou Mugong thought to himself, all that's left is to protect the northwest road. Half of the main forces have gone to assist, so there should be no problem. Once news from here spreads, the enemy forces on the northwest road will surely surrender obediently. Finally, this moment has come. All of this is your achievement, Wurip. Thank you, Wurip. When he mentioned Wurip, he then realized that he didn't even know when his nephew had disappeared. On this side, Jin Wurip was still confronting Zhang Baiyang, and he was still very confused. Who on earth are you? How does the Madalim's young master know the Sword Saint's martial arts? Jin Wurip remained silent, not expressing his opinion. The conversation with his master came to his mind. The most intense war in Murim history was the Great War of the World, and among them, the bloodiest battle was between the 9 Heaven Alliance Masters and the 8 Saints. Master, if it's one of the 8 saints, that old man confirmed it is my martial art. I taught it to one person. If he had been a sensible person, this would not have happened. If there is another person outside using my martial art, you must never let him go unpunished. Remembering his master's instructions, he opened his mouth. The first of the 8 saints to die was the Mongyan Sword Saint, but he was the first to put the thriving divine dragon in danger. How can a sect master called the Divine Sword have such unnatural sword techniques? therefore I can confirm that the traces of the drifting cloud heavenly sword still remain in your old man's weakened sword techniques. If you cultivated the Sword Saint's martial arts, it is perfectly understandable how you could dominate Chongqing in just 10 years. Zhang Baiyang shouted in excitement. Who are you? What is your true identity? Jin Wurip replied. Don't ask such a question twice. Besides you, who else cultivated their martial arts? Zhang Baiyang rebuked. Damn it, answer my question first, Jin Wurip admired. Indeed, a sect master is very tight-lipped. Of course, that's what a sect master should be. As he spoke, he clasped his hands and unleashed the 8 heaven soul arts. The name of the technique he used was Moonless Reverse Palm. Even if you get hit, your mind probably won't change, will it? Zhang Baiyang was inwardly puzzled. A palm technique? To use a palm technique from such a distance? Thinking this far, he couldn't help but scoff. Haha, are you planning to fight this old man with that? Before he could finish speaking, the palm technique flew towards him. He had no choice but to struggle and retreat. After blocking this palm strike, he was astonished. How can this be? Is it the Palm Saint's martial art? Moonless Reverse Palm, one of the 8 saints' palm saint. Jin Wurip once again unleashed a palm strike and said, open your mouth. A terrifying palm strike, as if the sky were collapsing, flew towards him once more. Zhang Baiyang had no way to dodge and could only stand there raising his sword to block. Sweat poured down his face at this moment. Damn it, how does this fellow know the 8 saints' martial arts? This place immediately generated a powerful explosion. Zhang Baiyang gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, do you think you can defeat me with the Palm Saint's martial arts? Jin Wurip laughed and said, tisk tisk. You even know the Palm Saint? I'm truly curious. What on earth do you know, old man? On the other hand, the Black Ling unit commander was still wandering through the forest looking for him, and he was very worried internally. The young master disappeared while I looked away for a moment. I was truly too careless. I should have always stayed by his side. As he ran, he suddenly heard a sound. The sound is coming from the east. There's nothing in that forest. Wait, could it be this way? Zhang Baiyang frenziedly swung his sword to counterattack Jin Wurip. Jin Wurip dodged and thought to himself, his abilities are completely different from when he fought my uncle at the manor. Since he's been exposed, he's unleashing all his power without hiding anything. HMPH, being hit by the palm technique, seems to have further ignited his fighting spirit. But that old man is intentionally closing the distance. However, this confidence must have a reason. Zhang Baiyang raised his sword and unleashed the falling star slash. Are you still laughing? But it's time to end that arrogance. Jin Wurip remained very calm. Really, do I look arrogant? No matter how his opponent attacked, Jin Wurip still easily dodged. Zhang Baiyang suddenly appeared above his head and scoffed coldly. You damn brat. Jin Wurip remained there, unconcerned, and sighed, admiring inwardly. If that old man even knows the falling star slash, then he must have at least completed the first part of this sword technique. Another of Zhang Baiyang's techniques struck, but Jin Wurip dodged. From whom did you learn the Palm Saint's martial arts? Jin Wurip did not answer, but scoffed, still curious even on the verge of death. Sect Master, it would be best for you to answer my question quickly. Old man, from whom did you learn the Drifting Cloud Heavenly Sword, the Sword Saint's martial arts? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a palm strike towards him. Zhang Baiyang once again broke out in a cold sweat, and he immediately flew up again and raised his sword. This is my counterattack. Contrary to his expectations, Jin Wurip smiled once more. Zhang Baiyang was inwardly astonished. He can charge again? Wasn't he specialized only in palm techniques? To pour a lot of power into a palm strike, one needs time to prepare. Perhaps if it were the divine dragon, the world's greatest, but I've never heard of being able to unleash palm power immediately upon contact with an opponent. Jin Wurip laughed and said, old man, do you think I only know palm techniques? Zhang Baiyang was astonished to see Jin Wurip's hand suddenly clench into a fist. A fist technique. He dared not act carelessly, and hastily raised his sword to block. Jin Wurip bent his body and gathered internal energy into his fist. Even if one cultivates a peerless divine art, if one lacks talent, one is useless. Thousand Hands Myriad Transformations Art, Flowing Lotus Blight Fist. Zhang Baiyang was immediately struck by this blow and spat out blood. Thousand Hands Flowing Lotus Blight Fist. He even knows the Fist Saint's martial arts? Jin Wurip scoffed coldly. Don't pretend you don't know. Some scoundrel who lived in the Yellow River survived an even stronger fist technique than this. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again, making Zhang Baiyang struggle beyond words. He blocked, thinking inwardly with tension, he's restraining his powerful attacks to hit me more painfully. If I defend my weak points, I can endure the pain of the attack. The problem is that the yin-cold energy is penetrating to my bones, making my blood vessels feel like they're freezing. This arrogant fellow, he has innate talent even greater than Wahi. He has the heavenly yin constitution. Jin Wurip attacked again and said, it would be better to unleash a strike than to stand there gasping. This fist strike sent Zhang Baiyang flying directly, and as the dust cleared, his body was revealed to be heavily seated on the ground. He himself was amazed at how far he had been sent flying. Jin Wurip rushed to his side very quickly. That old man is trying to use this opportunity to circulate his chi and recover. Aren't you thinking how I got here so quickly? Besides palm and fist techniques, I also know footwork. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his foot and unleashed the martial spirit heaven-shaking kick. Zhang Baiyang had no way to counterattack and could only lie there taking the blows. How can this be? That footwork? What on earth is your body? Jin Wurip laughed coldly. Probably your grandfather's age, but does a person called a sect master just keep rolling around to buy time to recover? Now, old man, you should know your place and surrender. Zhang Baiyang lowered his head and sighed. No, Jin Woo-rip perked up his ears. What did you say, old man? Say it clearly. Zhang Baiyong's body immediately exuded a faint demonic aura. Now it doesn't matter who you are, because I will surely kill you here, Jin Woo-rip admired inwardly. Is that the reverse blood chi art? That old man will do anything for power. Zhang Baiyong's momentum grew stronger and stronger. I will use everything I have as a martial artist to send you to hell. Jin Woo-rip still stood calmly, lost in thought, his killing intent stained crimson as if with blood. Hell, indeed. If that old man uses that much internal energy, where else could he go but hell? Competing with internal energy consumes a tremendous amount of inner power. In that case, should I use a single strike fist technique, or perhaps a palm technique? Zhang Baiyong across from him vomited blood and roared. Come here, young master. From now on it's a fight to the death between you and me. It was then that Jin Woo-rip seemed to realize something. Wait, if I just leave this old man Zhang Baiyong alone, he'll die on his own, won't he? Thinking this far, he immediately turned and fled, deciding there was no reason to fight here. Zhang Baiyong stared blankly for a moment as he saw him turn and run, then roared again in fury, "You dog-like bastard, stop at once. Is the proud young master of the Manhwa refusing to fight honorably? Can you even call yourself a martial artist?" Jin Woo-rip paid no attention, abandoning his own son to a certain death and fleeing, yet daring to utter the word martial artist. Strictly speaking, the old man Zhang Baiyong lacked not only the qualifications of a martial artist but also those of a father. Jin Woo-rip ran, frowning in thought. The chi transformation dust art limits the internal power I can use, so fighting an enemy who will die on their own over time is extremely foolish. That old man already sustained internal injuries in the battle with the Lord, so no matter how much he endures, he won't last more than 30 minutes. If there's anything I need to be careful about, it's to keep his attention and maintain a distance so he no longer has the strength to bother the Manhwa people. Seeing him chasing me desperately makes me feel truly sorry, but I have my own solution. Just then, the Black Ling unit commander rushed over. "Young master, your subordinate has arrived." Jin Woo-rip was startled to see him suddenly rush in. "Damn it!" Zhang Baiyong across from him also roared. "A smart dog doesn't block the way." Jin Woo-rip, whose plan was proceeding smoothly, grew furious when someone suddenly rushed in and interfered. "I'm going crazy," the commander roared, rushing forward without the slightest fear. "Young master, please get out of the way." He stood in front of Jin Woo-rip and raised his sword, blocking Zhang Baiyong's strike. As soon as the blow landed, he painfully vomited blood. "Damn it, is the difference in internal power between me and that old man so great?" Zhang Baiyong gritted his teeth. "I will cut you into 2 pieces." The commander had no other option but to close his eyes and accept his fate. But just then, Jin Woo-rip unleashed moonless reverse palm, sending Zhang Baiyong flying. The commander stood there dumbfounded, his mouth agape at his incredible skill. As he tried to say something, Jin Woo-rip cut him off. "Kid, get out of the way." The young man was aghast as he tried to approach. "Young master, it's dangerous." His heart was filled with a huge question at this moment. Was that last attack unleashed by the young master? No way, I cannot let the sect lose the future light that is the young master. Thinking this far, he spoke once more. "Leave that old man to your subordinate and get away." Zhang Baiyong across from him had already swung his sword to attack again. Jin Woo-rip lightly swung his sword, forcing him back. Zhang Baiyong laughed wildly in excitement. "Haha, I finally got you," Jin Woo-rip said in a cold voice. "Are you that happy, old man?" Zhang Baiyong gritted his teeth. "Of course, you dog-like bastard who tucked his tail. You finally drew your sword." Jin Woo-rip raised his sword. "Did you think my sword was just an ornament? That old man, the sword saint, practiced the drifting cloud heavenly sword, and you've only practiced half of it, haven't you?" The old man, seeing Jin Woo-rip raise his sword, immediately analyzed that the attack would come from the right, but unexpectedly it came from the left. His face was contorted in extreme disbelief. No way. Did he stop and change his stance even before the sword move could land? A flash-quick sword, precisely manipulating internal energy, unfolded. "Is this not the latter half of the drifting cloud heavenly sword?" Jin Woo-rip smiled. "That's right, it's precisely what you failed to practice. You dog-like bastard, how?" Jin Woo-rip raised his sword once more. "What do you think? Are you saying it's okay for you but not for me? You don't seem like the chosen one, do you? Because arrogance is suicide." Dense sword energy quickly enveloped him. He had no way to dodge and was immediately struck by the sword energy. Screaming in bloody, desperate pain, the commander behind him felt a tempest rage within his heart. Are his footwork skills so fast that even a sword god cannot see them? Is that person truly the young master I knew? Jin Woo-rip retracted his sword. "I was born with the heavenly yin constitution. So if I use my internal power, the extreme yin energy will freeze my body. That's why I took the heavenly yang divine pill and used the chi transformation dust art to control my yin energy. You probably resent why heaven-given talent fell to me. But for me it is merely a terrible curse. However, for you who only practiced half of it and still seized hegemony over Chongqing, isn't the drifting cloud heavenly sword a divine art?" Zhang Baiyong looked up at him. "Now I understand. There is no monster who can use the martial arts of the palm saint, the fist saint, and the sword saint all at once, except for the deceased sect master of the 8 Emperors sect. Are you that person?" Jin Woo-rip snorted coldly. "Talking about that person, if possible, I'd like to find his corpse and burn it to ashes." "Then who on earth are you? If you answer my question, I will tell you too." "You're going to die anyway." Zhang Baiyong burst out laughing. "Haha, indeed, at a moment like this there's no need to beat around the bush." Jin Woo-rip quickly asked, "Old man, you'll be leaving soon, so let's resolve our doubts together. From whom did you learn the drifting cloud heavenly sword?" Zhang Baiyong replied, "If it weren't for him, who else could have taught me the drifting cloud heavenly sword?" Jin Wurip was astonished. He learned it directly from him. In his mind, he thought of the Mongyan sword saint dying at the hands of the divine dragon on Mount Wudang. If that old man had followed the sword saint and hadn't participated in the Great War of the World and was still alive, it was entirely understandable. Zhang Baiyang sighed. The one I was loyal to was the sword saint, not the 8 Emperors sect. I tried to kill the divine dragon with his martial arts, but it seems I won't be able to now. Jin Wurip burst out laughing. How childish. If the divine dragon were someone who could be easily killed by the likes of you, how could the sect master of the 8 Emperors sect have been defeated by him? Perhaps everything would have vanished in vain. Among the survivors of the 8 Emperors sect who had spilled blood across the land, some opposed the war and joined Sanxian, while others like Zhang Baiyang hid their identities and continued to live. 30 years passed, but there were still people searching for Eunuch in the Murim. This was because there were still those who sought revenge. These damn bastards, truly. Just then he clutched his chest and coughed incessantly. I overexerted myself. The commander hastily rushed over. Young master, are you all right? Jin Wurip ordered him to stand guard behind him, and he immediately sat down to circulate his qi and adjust his breathing. The commander thought to himself, the young master is a master, even stronger than the great sword sect master. Did he intentionally hide his strength? There must have been a reason for him to pretend to be weak and get beaten by the Chaolsa clan. Young master, I will absolutely keep everything I saw today a secret. A moment later, Jin Wurip regained his composure. It's different. The speed at which my yin and yang are balancing is much faster than before. At this rate it won't be long. Once the art is unsealed, I will be able to perfectly control yin and yang. He then continued to circulate his qi and adjust his breathing until dawn. The commander asked worriedly, Young master, are you finished? Jin Wurip stood up, picked up the old sect master's corpse and went to end the war. The commander smiled. Yes, young master. The war ended faster than expected. The Northwest Road leader's initial goal was not victory but survival. So they focused on minimizing enemy incursions and holding out until the Madalim's reinforcements arrived. When Zhang Baiyang's corpse was revealed, the great sword sect disciples all dropped their swords and surrendered. The war for hegemony over Chongqing's Sichuan between the great sword sect and the Madalim finally ended after decades. The next day dawned very quickly. The aftermath seems more tiring than the war itself. How are things proceeding? The prisoners have been gathered in one place and the casualties are being handled by the Northwest Gathering leaders. To think the great sword sect, with its short history, had so many prisoners. Most of them are martial artists from fallen factions or wandering martial artists. Jin Wurip marveled. The great sword sect takes in such people well. Makin Pyo is a prime example, the commander behind him thought to himself. The young master kept his promise. I don't believe the saying, a good family background makes for better children, but I have to admit that the young master is an exceptional talent. Thinking this far, he immediately bowed his head sincerely. Young master, you have admirably kept your promise. Your subordinate sincerely wishes to show his respect. Jin Wurip raised his hand to stop him. From now on, do not change your mind, the commander said solemnly. Young master, may your subordinate ask one question. Your promise has now become reality. So what is your next goal? Jin Wurip stroked his chin, lost in thought. Next, if I tell you, will you believe me? The commander said solemnly. Of course I will. Jin Wurip recalled his master's and uncle's words in his mind. Let them live in the sunlight. Let the Madalim proudly raise its head in the Murim. I will make all these wishes a reality. The commander was aghast. If that is your wish, Jin Wurip continued, Sichuan's number one. Sichuan will be the foundation for the future, so let's tackle things one by one for now. Then someday the Madalim might reclaim its former glory, right? Although such a thing cannot happen overnight. Ji Wallen approached from behind at this moment. Young master, the Lord is looking for you, Jin Wurip asked again. Do you know what it's about? Ji Wallen shook his head. Your subordinate doesn't know about such a big matter. Jin Wurip nodded. All right, let's go meet the Lord for now. Regarding the death of Zhang Baiyang, the Sichuan divine sword, he had made Ji Wallen swear not to tell the truth but to fabricate a story in some way. The content was very illogical, stating that a mysterious master had appeared in a critical moment and saved him. In fact, Jin Wurip himself was a master hidden in the shadows, so this lie contained half-truth. Although he didn't know how his uncle would react to this story, Jin Wurip arrived at Zhou Magang's residence very quickly. Did the Lord summon me? As soon as he arrived, the elders noisily greeted him. Young master, please come in quickly. We've been waiting for you. Jin Wurip was slightly surprised as he entered. Was the Northwest Gathering here too? So Kim Young burst out laughing. Haha, we are celebrating the great victory of the Madalim and the Northwest Road. Zhou Mugang also spoke excitedly. Wurip, you're here. You truly worked hard. We were just settling some matters with the Northwest Road. So Kim Young clasped his hands and said, The Madalim gained 3 million taels of silver from the war with the great sword sect. The Lord, with his magnanimous heart, distributed 1 million taels to us to help restore the damage to the Northwest Road. The Northwest Gathering will never forget the Lord's kindness in caring for us. Haha, let's all maintain good relations. Jin Wurip smiled, thinking, that was by no means an easy decision, so it's only natural for the Soga State Master to be pleased. When they finished speaking, he opened his mouth. You two are enjoying your conversation. Uncle, why did you summon me? Zhou Mugang was holding something. You rendered the greatest service in this war, so this is a proclamation personally written by the Supreme Lord. Lord Zhou Mugang proclaims before all Madalim members, Northwest Command Post Commander Jin Wu Rip rendered great service in this war. He not only expanded the Madalim's territory but also opened up a broad future for the main sect. This is a result of his unrestrained attitude, unconstrained by rigid doctrines and rules. Therefore, the current Lord and the Supreme Lord hereby appoint young Master Jin Wu Rip as the commander of the Quangliang unit. Jin Wu Rip, hearing this, was stunned and filled with questions. Quangliang unit? Zhou Mugang explained. The Quangliang unit is an independent unit that does not belong to any pavilion and only obeys the Lord's commands. Sang Hogun sent a telepathic message. Young Master, this is the Lord's command, although it may be sudden. Shouldn't you show proper respect? Jin Wu Rip, unable to hide the awkwardness on his face, clasped his hands and said, I obey the command. Muga-san approached carrying a wooden box. Then, Commander, please receive the Quangliang unit's emblem and the Yunweijum. May you always carry the Yunweijum with you and faithfully carry out your given duties. Young Master, the Yunweijum holds a very special meaning. This is the sword your mother used during her lifetime. After breaking ties with the Supreme Lord, your mother took many things with her but only left this sword behind. Jin Wu Rip held the Yunweijum, lost in thought. Mother's sword, Muga-san continued. Moreover, the Quangliang unit is precisely where your mother used to belong. Zhou Mugang continued, your sister, at the tender age of 16, killed the three evils of Jiangxin and had her talent recognized. Your sister was appointed deputy commander and led the Quangliang unit with your eldest brother. Both your eldest brother and your sister were proud martial artists of the Madalim. I hope you will carry on the will of your two predecessors and further develop the Quangliang unit. Jin Wu Rip bowed his head, seemingly pleased. I will keep that in mind. Zhou Mugang thought to himself, more than developing the Quangliang unit, I hope you can receive as much love as those two did. Isn't that right, nephew? Muga-san spoke again. I have prepared a residence for the Quangliang unit in the Guangpyeongjang, located south of the main headquarters. Young Master, congratulations on your new position. The rest of the elders also offered their congratulations without exception. Jin Wu Rip smiled. Then I shall take my leave. Sang Hogun approached Muga-san and said in a low voice, Hey outer clan chief, didn't you inform the young master about the Quangliang unit's personnel in advance? Muga-san replied, I trust that the young master will handle it well himself. The commander followed Jin Wu Rip outside and asked, Young Master, did you happen to hear? Before leaving, the Black Ling unit commander told me. He said the people of the Quangliang unit are a bit special. Jin Wu Rip smiled, a little intrigued. What, you mean there's a real dragon in the unit? The commander explained. Your subordinate heard they are from the Great Sword Sect. They were former Great Sword Sect commanders and squad leaders. They went outside to solve the branch commander disappearance case, and when they returned they found the Great Sword Sect burned down. They are probably the people with the most grievances against the young master. Jin Wu Rip stroked his chin. In summary, I cut off their livelihood and now they are forced to work under me, is that it? He pondered inwardly. They are formidable individuals who reluctantly surrendered to the Madalim. Such people, standing alongside the Madalim's grandmasters, will surely be unable to hide their dissatisfaction, and I will be the only one who can accept them. Having thought this far, he opened his mouth. Dea, let's go introduce ourselves first. There's nothing to fear. The two swiftly moved toward the outside of the Madalim Southwest Command Post Guangpyeongjang, where the Quangliang unit members were gathered. Jin Wu Rip pushed the door open without fear, and indeed everyone was unfamiliar and no one seemed ordinary. The former commander, Feng Yin, a master of swift swordsmanship, glanced at him and asked, Are you the young master? Jin Wu Rip pointed to himself and confirmed, That's right. To be more precise, I am the strategist who kidnapped the Great Sword Sect's branch leaders to disperse their forces, bribed the Northwest Road's dark factions to turn the tide, and from beginning to end held the upper hand in the battle of wits with the young sect master. Seeing through everything before you returned, I burned down the Great Sword Sect, including Makin Pyo. I am the Great Sword Sect's ghost, a demon. Udea, who was behind him, also began to introduce them, and Jin Wu Rip walked inside and said, While it's true I killed your leader and burned down your home, I am not the one who decided you would join the Madalim. In any case, please take care of me from now on, you damned rascals. Hearing his words, everyone's faces were visibly displeased. Jin Wu Rip, undeterred, continued to ramble. The Quangliang unit has been disbanded for a long time, so this place is old and needs repairs. This is where you will be staying in the Madalim from now on, so you should all find mops and buckets and start cleaning, shouldn't you? Feng Yin frowned, his expression displeased. Another person spoke up and said, Understood. Ju Cho Hu Riong, follow me. We'll get some water. Jin Wu Rip exclaimed, They're readily accepting reality. Udea, beside him, replied, Although they harbor resentment, they have no other choice. Having already surrendered, they now have no option but to prove their own worth. Jin Wu Rip smiled coldly. I think they're better than some fools who insist on pointless pride all day long. What they learned at the sword sect cannot be used here, and some of the leaders might not know, but they will surely be criticized by other martial artists because of their origins. Most of the prisoners were housed in various pavilions of the Madalim, but in that position they no longer attracted much attention from others. This was also fortunate. Udea began to introduce them one by one. The one carrying water is Feng Yin. He is known as a master of swift swordsmanship. The well-built man is Han Jiang. He is a master of saber techniques. Both Feng Yin and Han Jiang were former leaders of the Great Sword Sect. The thin man is Ju Chou. He is a master of spear techniques. The short man is Hu Riong. He is known as an excellent archer. Jin Wu Rip looked at the bald man and asked, "So that person is a monk?" Yu Dea refuted. "No, he's called Jian Ryu, and he's a master of staff techniques. Although young, he's one of the top experts in the Great Sword Sect. If the young master were to fight them carelessly, he might suffer losses." Jin Wu Rip smiled and said, "We'll tame them slowly. There's no need to rush. Tell them to take it easy and work." Yu Dea asked again, "The young master is truly no ordinary person. Shouldn't we be strict with him?" Jin Wu Rip waved his hand to stop him. "It's so annoying. I need some rest too. I've already assigned that strict task to someone else, so report to me if there's a problem." "I'm going to Guangpyeongjang," Yu Dea mumbled in a daze. "Someone else." As soon as Feng Yin and his group finished cleaning, they sat down and chatted. "What do you think of the commander? I heard the commander was the one who planned this war. To be honest, I never dreamed we'd end up as his subordinates. We shouldn't blame others, we should blame ourselves. The Great Sword Sect was annihilated because we were incompetent, that's all. Why is that our fault? I fought really hard. No one was slacking off. I tried harder than you. Don't speak carelessly. I was far away, but I truly did my best, you crazy bastard." While the group was arguing, someone suddenly approached and hit one of them on the head. The young man angrily shouted, "Who the hell is this damn bastard?" The one who hit him was Yang Chu. Hu Riong had been in charge of the Northwest Road attack during the war, and his unit had all suffered casualties, so he recognized Yang Chu immediately. "Northwest Road monster. Why are you here?" Yang Chu replied. "Please take care of me from now on. Starting today I am your escort leader." Yu Dea from a distance thought inwardly, Yang Chu, was that the guy the young master was talking about? Yang Chu irritably shouted at Hu Riong, "You damned rascal, don't you know the saying, between father and son there is affection?" Hu Riong nervously said, "What's between father and son? What are you talking about?" Yang Chu continued, "How can you insult someone who's like an older brother to you?" Yu Dea couldn't help but sigh. "Isn't there an order to ages?" The person pointed to himself and explained. "We're the same age." Yang Chu's face showed disbelief. "No way, don't you look so old?" He immediately turned to Jian Ryu and asked, "Master, are those two really the same age?" Jian Ryu burst out laughing. "Haha, young brother, I am not a monk." Yang Chu, even more enraged, grabbed him by the head. "If you're not a monk, why do you have no hair?" Jian Ryu explained. "I didn't shave it, it all fell out." Yu Dea exclaimed, "He truly has a talent for driving people crazy." In one room Jin Wu Rip was there, truly interesting. "Is this where the former Kwangryang unit stayed? It's the same now as it was then. Mother, are you perhaps watching over me? Your son, Jin Wu Rip, has become a member of the Kwangryang unit, following in your footsteps. This is just the beginning, so please continue to watch over me." Looking at his mother's self-praise written on the wall, he couldn't help but admire. "I am Zhou Riong, the most beautiful woman in the world. Am I not beautiful? Now I know who I take after." The Kwangryang unit has a total of 50 members. Yu Dea will serve as the deputy commander based on his experience as the former leader of the Black Sword unit. Yang Chu is appointed as the escort leader. 5 outstanding individuals are appointed as leaders. They had already proven their skills while in the Great Sword Sect, so no martial artist raised any objection to this. Coincidentally, there were masters of saber, spear, sword, staff, and bow. These are the 5 weapons used in the 8 Heaven Soul Arts. What a peculiar connection, truly worth cultivating. After a moment's thought, he called for the first squad. The first squad's leader is Feng Yin. Jin Wu Rip then ordered Yang Chu to fight them. Yang Chu was excited. "Fight? How much should I fight, young master?" Jin Wu Rip waved his hand. "I don't know. Fight enough so you don't die." Yang Chu, excited, looked at the group and smiled very fiercely. "Didn't the young master allow me to turn them into cripples?" Jin Wu Rip hit him on the head with his hand. "You damned rascal, don't you know your place? No cripples." Yang Chu waved his hand. "Then the young master should assign that task to that fellow instead." Jin Wu Rip shook his head. "He's still too weak." Yu Dea, feeling insulted by those words, immediately stepped forward. "This subordinate will do it." Jin Wu Rip, after successfully provoking them with Yang Chu, clapped his hands excitedly and smiled very slyly. "Hee, if you like it, I welcome it." Yu Dea couldn't help but think inwardly, was the young master planning to assign that task to me from the start? Feng Yin, from below, spoke unhappily. "Deputy Commander, are you making fun of us right now? What are you doing when we're here?" Jin Wu Rip replied, "I'm not joking. The Deputy Commander is very strong. He's the one who killed Ma Pyo." Feng Yin drew his sword. "Then I'll have to see for myself. There's no need for courtesy during training, is there?" Yu Dea also reached out and drew his sword. "Good, let's just begin," he pondered inwardly. Feng Yin is one of the top experts in the Great Sword Sect, so a one-on-one fight will certainly not be easy. I need to use numerical advantage to turn the tables. As Feng Yin attacked, he immediately retreated to avoid the attack, then grabbed one of the nearby men to use as a shield. Seeing this, Feng Yin was enraged and shouted, "Deputy Commander, don't you have any pride? Shouldn't a man fight honorably?" Yu Dea smiled coldly. "Ha, does pride win battles? What's the big deal about enduring the shame of kneeling if one has a goal?" Jin Wu Rip smiled with satisfaction. "Haha, this fellow, if Dea gets tired, Yang Chu will take over. Train the entire unit." Yang Chu happily replied, "Yes, young master, but for how long?" Jin Wu Rip glanced at him and said, "When someone is on the verge of death, take a break. You'll do that every day from now on. From that day on, the entire Quangliang unit underwent high-intensity training. Especially whenever Yang Chu, not knowing his place, stepped forward, the entire unit fought with all their might, wielding their weapons. Yang Chu was a person who could easily handle 10 opponents. After a few weeks, the Quangliang unit members also abandoned their pride and fought with all their bodies. Thus a month passed. At the turn of summer and autumn, the Lord summoned the Quangliang unit. Night fell at the Madalim's inter-clan residence. The Lord, the young master, has arrived. Jin Wurip quickly entered. I greet the Lord, Zhou Mugong continued. Come in quickly, I was just discussing everything with the inter-clan chief. How is your Quangliang unit doing? Jin Wurip continued. Just so-so, Zhou Mugong exclaimed. They were all people who held positions in the Great Sword sect, so their pride must be very high. It must not be easy to be the leader of such people. Jin Wurip recalled their miserable training and stammered slightly. Ah yes, ha. Zhou Mugong's face was filled with worry, and it seemed something had happened. Jin Wurip was inwardly very restless. The two of them keep hesitating. What on earth could have happened? Finally, Zhou Mugong couldn't hold back and asked, Wurip, you haven't met Murim yet, have you? Jin Wurip calmly took a sip of tea. Then I'll have to meet him soon, won't I? Zhou Mugong confirmed. That's right, the two of you will meet on this mission. It might even be a bit too much for the Quangliang unit. Jin Wurip solemnly said, It's all right, Lord. Please tell me, Zhou Mugong explained. My wife's family is in Pajong Haion, about 10 li from here, although not large. No one in that area doesn't know the name Zheng family estate. We need to find my missing father-in-law and brother-in-law. Jin Wurip was startled. Did the Lord say missing? Sang Hogun, who was sitting to one side, also spoke at this point. There are several rumors circulating regarding this matter. Some say it's the work of Sangqian, while others say Chenyel Surha or Guangma committed this act. Jin Wurip thought inwardly, this is not good. Chenyel Surha and Guangma are both monstrous individuals belonging to the three heroes of the world. Some escort agencies hate Sangqian so much that they call us Mumian Mountain Forest. And the three heroes of the world, the four heroes of the world, Sang Hogun continued. If this matter is truly related to the three heroes of the world, you must never overexert yourself and immediately request assistance. Understand? Their wickedness and martial arts are not much different from the 10 great masters of the world. I know the young master is wise and has inherited the Madalim's sword techniques, but he hasn't yet reached the realm where he can contend with masters. So you must remember that this mission is almost entirely for information gathering. Jin Wurip exclaimed inwardly, that old man is worrying unnecessarily again. He happily stood up. Then I will depart immediately. This matter concerns the safety of the missing individuals, so we must quickly go to Pajong Haion. Zhou Mugong urged. You must be careful. Sang Hogun also wished him luck. Jin Wurip turned around and walked out without fear. I'm going. He then went outside the bamboo forest to discuss with Sok Jinwan. So the information about the Sichuan Murim is really too lacking. From today on you must find out everything. Masters of each sect, the conflicts between factions and even their weaknesses. Sok Jinwan worried. Will it be all right if this subordinate is not by the Heavenly Lord's side? Jin Wurip reassured him. Yang Chu is here, so there's nothing to worry about. He may be ignorant, but he's not stupid. Sok Jinwan no longer objected upon hearing that. This subordinate understands. Oh right, is Manhwa not contacting me? He's someone who, once focused, knows nothing else. Sangqian is a place that integrated all the bandit strongholds in the world, so of course people who have lived as bandits for decades cannot change overnight. The goal Sangqian pursues is to coexist peacefully with the Murim, and this place is facing a very important period. That is, to defeat the wicked and utilize talented individuals. Although that fellow is very skilled at maintaining the relationship between Sangqian and the Murim, does it really have to be at such a crucial time? Truly, one problem solved and another arises seeing him like that. Sok Jinwan worried. Heavenly Lord, are you all right? Jin Wurip reassured. I'm fine, you've worked hard, it's time for me to go. The next morning, Quangliang unit, Feng Yin and his group were all sweating profusely and exclaimed, We lived for a month in the grasp of that monster. Oh my poor body, but haven't we gotten used to it now, Jianryu? Jianryu sat there with his eyes closed chanting scriptures. I feel lucky just to be alive. Seeing him, everyone was startled. What kind of martial art are you cultivating? Haha, we can't die here. I want to open a small shop when the Quangliang unit work is over. You shouldn't say such things. All of you quickly look at the toy my brother sent. When I go back home I must buy my brother an iPhone 16 Pro Max so he can watch stories smoothly. Feng Yin shouted loudly. Everyone focus, we need to train, otherwise the escort leader and deputy commander will kill us. Just then, Jin Wurip burst through the door. You damned rascals were deploying. Feng Yin sighed inwardly. It was the commander, truly startled me. Jin Wurip ordered. Pack your bags. We're moving to Pajong Haion. Seeing Jianryu still sitting there, he walked over and hit him on the head. No time, move quickly. But the moment he hit the other person's head he was startled. Is your head made of iron? The 57 members of the Madalim Quangliang unit quickly set out for Pajong Haion. Jin Wurip on horseback said loudly, It's 10 li. We must arrive within 6 days. Everyone focus. I will not leave anyone behind. The group all replied solemnly, Yes, Commander. They thus quickly set off. 6 days later at the entrance of Pajong Haion. Miss, I heard a truly interesting story on the road today. It said that the Madalim of Chongqing destroyed the Great Sword sect and regained hegemony. Wasn't that place once called the #1 sect in Sichuan, so prosperous? Indeed, it's a place with a long history, so it wouldn't easily fall. I hear the Madalim's young master orchestrated all the plans. Aren't you curious how he did it, miss? We'll find out soon. This woman was Dan Rio Hua. the disciple of the Sword Emperor Qian Ryong, the single flower of 1,000 swords. We'll find out soon, Dan Riohua explained. The Zheng family estate in Pazhong Haion has a marital relationship with the Madalim. The Madalim, having regained hegemony over Chongqing, wouldn't be unaware that the Zheng family estate is in trouble. If the Heavenly Lord Sangqian is truly involved in this matter, we must contact the main headquarters and await support. We are still no match for him. He is one of the 5 kings, so even a slight mistake could cause harm. But if the Mumin Mountain King is behind this, we need to meet him and confirm a few things. Some rumors say he is the son of the 8 emperors' sect master who instigated the Great War of the World. Furthermore, my master said that the warriors of Yunok are much stronger than the leaders of small and medium-sized factions. Our Wurim, though we had my father and master, found it very difficult to deal with him without help from others. If the 8 emperors' sect master's son has begun leading Yunok, this matter must not be taken lightly. Some rumors say he is a 3-headed, 6-armed monster who drinks human blood. It's probably a baseless rumor spread by that escort agency which lost its footing because of Sangqian. So the matter you are worried about, miss, is also likely a baseless rumor spread by that escort agency? Dan Riohua nodded. You might be right. Sangqian has shown a willingness to coexist peacefully with the world. Since their appearance, the safety of trade has greatly increased. Although the identity of their leader remains a mystery, it is not the behavior of someone seeking to cause a bloodbath. I also doubt that rumor greatly, but even if it's baseless, we must still be cautious. Because this is the duty of Wurim, the #1 faction in the world at this moment. They glanced back and were startled. It seemed they were martial artists from another region. Miss, to avoid trouble, it would be best for us to use our disguise art. Dan Riohua agreed and quickly raised her hand to perform the disguise art, changing their faces, and the 2 beautiful women soon became plain-faced. This should be enough, right? Don't worry, even the world's 10 great masters wouldn't notice. Jin Wu-rip and his group quickly rode their horses near them. He merely glanced at them slightly and did not stop as they passed. The maid spoke. See, I told you they don't know. Jin Wu-rip spoke. Dea, those 2 women. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Chu interrupted. Aren't they really pretty? Jin Wu-rip immediately became angry. You shut up. It seems they are also going to Pazhong Haion. So after they enter the village, send a few people to follow them. Dea asked, puzzled. Are you talking about those women, young master? Jin Wu-rip confirmed. That's right, they used disguise art. Dea was even more astonished upon hearing that. Disguise art? I felt absolutely nothing, Jin Wu-rip explained. They changed their faces very skillfully. If their movements hadn't been slightly unnatural, even I wouldn't have noticed. Their technique for concealing their presence is also extraordinary, so we must be very careful. They are masters. At dusk, a group finally arrived at Pazhong Haion. Yang Chu looked around and exclaimed, Truly, it's only dusk, yet not a single shadow is visible. Why is this? Dea also spoke. It's as if a band of thieves swept through. It's truly too quiet. Jin Wu-rip in front reminded them, we need to go to the Zheng family estate to find out why. We've arrived at our destination, so everyone move quietly. Feng Yin and his group discussed in low voices behind him. Isn't the Mumin Mountain King behind this? If it really is, then for what reason is Sangqian extending its reach to such a remote area of Sichuan? But this action is completely unlike Sangqian's usual methods. I think Wang Ma is behind this. Jin Wu-rip cursed inwardly. These damn bastards, I am the Mumin Mountain King. But it's truly strange. The people from that escort agency who spread the rumors are nowhere to be seen. If not a single rat is visible even at dusk, the only reason is that they've been killed by someone, or a murderer is currently roaming the streets. Since Sangqian is suddenly involved in this, I need to be even more careful. Xiao He, the gate guard of the Zheng family estate, was watching outside and turned his eyes as they approached. Madalim attire, are you gentlemen from Chongqing? Jin Wu-rip clasped his hands. That's right, we are the Quangliang unit dispatched by the Lord. Xiao He sighed. The Zheng family estate has been anxiously awaiting your excellencies. You arrived earlier than expected. Please come inside quickly. Jin Wu-rip instructed the group behind him. Squad leaders, take your subordinates to rest. I need to meet my aunt for a moment. Xiao He led the way and explained, Your excellencies have probably already heard, but the young lady is currently temporarily acting as the estate master. That's why she hasn't been able to return to the Madalim yet. They came outside the room. He stopped. Young lady, the commander of the Madalim Quangliang unit has arrived. A voice immediately came from inside. You arrived earlier than expected. Let him in quickly. Jin Wu-rip quickly entered and clasped his hands. Junior nephew Jin Wu-rip greets aunt. Quangliang Unit Deputy Commander Yu Dea greets the madam. This person was Zheng Enraging, the temporary estate master of the Zheng family estate and Zhou Magang's wife. Welcome, I heard you rendered the greatest service in the war with the Great Sword Sect. Meeting you, you are truly a man of valor. Originally I should offer you delicious tea, but as trade is not smooth, I have no choice. Jin Wu-rip waved his hand. No tea or water, it doesn't matter. The surrounding roads are abnormally quiet. What on earth has happened? Zheng Enraging replied. The bodies of our missing warriors have been found. My father and younger brother went on a trade mission to Chengdu and went missing on their way back. About 50 li west of Pazhong Haion, there's a valley called Pa Yin Valley, and that's where the trade caravan went missing. Haven't you gone to Pa Yin Valley to search for them, aunt? Of course I did, but I couldn't find anything. It was a very important trade mission, so 20 elite warriors were escorting it. I don't know how this could have happened. Jin Wu-rip sighed. If a body was left as a warning, there must be a reason. Didn't he send demands for negotiation to the Zheng family estate? Jung In-ryong agreed. Young master's words are right. Just when I was about to give up, a culprit sent a letter with a body from the trade caravan. The condition he wanted was 3 million taels of silver. Since it was such a large sum, he wanted it in a promissory note. Jin Woo-rip examined the contents of the letter and analyzed. The handwriting is scribbled, but it has a lot of force. If he is a martial artist, he must have reached a high realm. After a moment of thought, he spoke. But is the Jung family estate so wealthy as to have 3 million taels of silver? Jung In-ryong sighed. 3 million taels of silver is the Jung family estate's expenses for 10 years. It was truly an outrageous demand, so I truly had no choice. So when I accepted the demand, he sent a body every day. Today it's already 5 bodies. I truly cannot delay any longer. Jin Woo-rip frowned and thought, this matter is truly terrible. My aunt has also tried very hard. After a moment of thought, he spoke. He must clearly know that the Jung family estate cannot have 3 million taels. He must have even factored in the Madelim's share, but he chose the wrong opponent. The Kwangryong unit will definitely bring them back. Aunt, don't worry too much. Jung In-ryong reminded him. Whatever you need, tell me anytime. Good luck. Jin Woo-rip turned and headed outside. Yes, then I'll take my leave. Dea, we must start searching immediately. Gather the squad leaders. As soon as he opened the door, he was startled because a child was standing outside. A girl, is she all right? But who is this child? The child tumbled to the ground and angrily questioned, who are you to dare use Manjunchu in front of me? Jin Woo-rip said blankly, I didn't do that. The girl was displeased. But if you don't know me, you must be a nobody. Soon this young lady will shake the world. I am Jo Yu-rim. Ha, this child is the Madelim's second daughter and Jo Mugang's only daughter, Jo Yu-rim. Jin Woo-rip suddenly realized, you are Jo Yu-rim, he thought to himself, truly disbelieving. Her parents are broad-minded and noble. How could they have such a child? By the way, where are all your molars? Jo Yu-rim stood up and smiled. I was going to sell my teeth to buy candy, but it seems it won't work, hee. Jin Woo-rip also burst out laughing. Ha, this little one joking even in this situation, Jo Yu-rim replied. If I'm sad, everything will change. If I'm quiet, everyone in the Jung family estate will be sad too. Jin Woo-rip was astonished and his mouth dropped open. He stroked the girl's head very cutely with his hand. Jo Yu-rim asked him, you are the young master from Chongqing, right? Then should I call you Big Brother? Jin Woo-rip smiled. Hurry and call me Big Brother. Jo Yu-rim was excited. It's truly a pleasure to meet Big Brother. See you again. After Jin Woo-rip bid farewell to the girl and left, he instructed Dea, we will act in one shijin. Dea was astonished. One shijin, has the young master already found something? Jin Woo-rip did not reply, only telling them they should gradually take action. He thought to himself, if it's simply a hostage kidnapping, it would be similar to when I kidnapped the branch commanders. If so many people were kidnapped, I wouldn't be able to hide them in Pajang Hyeon. If the hostages escape, their identities will immediately be exposed. We need to investigate all the villages around Pa Yin Valley. The operation must be very secret. Deputy Commander, please take charge of this matter and check if anyone unfamiliar has recently bought food. Investigate all information related to food and don't rule out the possibility that they stole it. Feng Yin agreed inwardly. That's right, the hostages also need to eat to survive. After a moment of thought, he asked, puzzled, Commander, why aren't we ambushing them in Pajang Hyeon? Jin Woo-rip shook his head. If we can't capture the enemy alive, the hostages will be in danger. That's a good method, but the safety of the estate master and young lady is paramount. Don't forget to gather information from the village hunters. Check if they've seen any wild animal bones discarded in the mountains recently, or if any wild animals were caught in traps but their bodies disappeared. Dea admired inwardly. As expected of a hunter's son, he doesn't miss even this. At times like these, the young master is like a different person. Jin Woo-rip waved his hand. Everyone remember, saving the hostages is more important than tracking down the culprits. Good, let's move. Feng Yian spoke again. Commander, just a moment ago, the 2 women you told us to follow have just entered the village. This subordinate instructed my men to guard the entrance and monitor their every move. Jin Woo-rip replied. Then I should go meet them. I'll be back. Everyone rest. Don't leave for now. Dea, stay with the squad leaders. Yangchu, you follow me? Dea was inwardly astonished. Yangchu, it seems those 2 women are very strong. Yangchu walked and asked, I hear they went into a nearby inn. Aren't we eating dinner? This subordinate really wants to drink. Jin Woo-rip said, unable to understand. Didn't you eat dinner? You ate, but there wasn't enough food. At this moment, Jin Woo-rip suddenly sensed something again and was startled. He looked up at the rooftop. One of the 2 women he had seen in the morning was moving on the rooftop. She saw him looking up and broke into a cold sweat, then fled. That's the woman I saw on the road this morning. Is it a coincidence? Can anyone other than Wurim withstand the pressure from Jin? If it's not a coincidence, he's a truly dangerous individual. I must report this to Miss quickly. At this moment, Jin Woo-rip and his companion reappeared behind her. Miss, why are you in such a hurry? The woman screamed in surprise. The scene shifts to another location. Dan Riohwa sat alone in her room worried. Why is Sojung so late? Did something happen? At this moment a voice called Miss from outside. She turned her head excitedly. Sojung, you're back. How was the investigation? But besides Sojung there are 2 guests, Yangchu and Jin Woo-rip. I'm sorry, Miss. I was caught. Dan Riohua was inwardly astonished. Impossible. Sojung's stealth technique is a high-level martial art even the world's 10 great masters wouldn't notice. While she was dazed, Yang Chu and his companion spoke. Miss, are you eating? Shall we eat together? What kind of tone is that? Speaking disrespectfully to a woman can easily lead to death. Dan Riohua observed them and thought to herself, I can feel martial arts from him similar to the realm of the world's 10 great masters. Thinking this far, she immediately asked, What do you want? Jin Woo-rip approached, slammed the table and said, That's what I want to ask. I only came to this inn to drink. Yang Chu, order whatever you want to eat. He then raised his cup and smiled at the woman. Shall we have a drink then? The two groups quickly sat opposite each other at a lavish table. Jin Woo-rip explained, Please forgive us for tailing you two, but there's something I'm truly curious about. We are from the Manhwa, and we are here because of the Jung family estate's disappearance case. Dan Riohua suddenly realized. I see. What is your position in the Manhwa? Jin Woo-rip replied. I am the commander of the Kwangryang unit. Some people also call me the Young Master. Dan Riohua was inwardly astonished. Young Master? He's the one who orchestrated the plan to bring down the Great Sword Sect? If so, Jung's blocking of Jin's pressure wasn't a coincidence. No, it's certainly plausible. If he had such abilities, he would be fully capable of bringing down the Great Sword Sect. Jin Woo-rip smiled and said, It's my turn. Why have you two come here? We're here to investigate the disappearance case. Jin Woo-rip asked again, Then why haven't you gone to the Jung family estate? Dan Riohua replied with displeasure. Young Master, you are interrogating us as if we are criminals. Jin Woo-rip took a sip from his cup and said, I am here to resolve this matter. Isn't it natural to be suspicious of strangers? Dan Riohua explained, as the young master already knows. Have just arrived here. We absolutely cannot be the culprits. Jin Woo-rip smirked. How would I know that? Cold sweat began to trickle down Dan Riohua's face. Yang Chu on one side was unconcernedly devouring his food. The atmosphere in the room instantly became eerily silent. After some time, Dan Riohua sighed, breaking the silence. Very well, I will tell you the truth, young master. Our purpose in coming here is to meet a person who is rumored to be involved in this incident. We intend to join forces to solve the disappearance case, therefore please give us a chance to meet the culprit. Jin Woo-rip was astonished. Miss, do you already know who the culprit is? Of course not. But isn't the suspect a very famous figure in the Murim? He is the Mumin Mountain King. We must meet him. If he is not the culprit, then our efforts will have been in vain. Jin Woo-rip asked again. Why do you wish to meet the Mumin Mountain King, miss? The woman replied. Because there are rumors that he is the son of the 8 Emperors sect master, therefore I must meet him to confirm these rumors. Jin Woo-rip gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Which damn bastard is spreading such groundless rumors? After a moment of thought he opened his mouth. If he is the son of the 8 Emperors sect master, what will you do, miss? Of course I will report it to my superiors. To whom will you report it? Where are you from, miss? Dan Riohua answered without the slightest hesitation. We are from the 7-Vein Lotus Peak. She thought to herself. Lotus Peak is my master's sect, but it's still better than him finding out I'm from Murim. Jin Woo-rip was also analyzing inwardly. Lotus Peak, she's clearly lying. Although decades have passed since the Great War, there are still many masters in the world searching for eunuch. The 7 Veins were one of the factions that sided with Murim in the war. Her answer is no different from chasing away a rat. It would be better to keep them somewhere I can control rather than having them wander around and mess up my plans. Having thought this far, he spoke again. All right, if we find the culprit, we will inform you, miss. Instead, I will formulate the battle plan. For the safety of the hostages, you two must not act recklessly. You two will stay at the Jung family estate tomorrow. I will have someone make arrangements beforehand. Dan Riohua had no objections. Very well. May I ask one more favor of you, young master? Jin Woo-rip firmly refused, and she stood there dazed, speechless for a while. The next day, the two went to the Jung family estate as promised. Seo He, seeing them outside, recognized them immediately and said, The young master has already given instructions. Please come in quickly. As soon as the two entered, a noisy conversation could be heard. The atmosphere seemed chaotic. What on earth had happened? Another body has been found. As of today, 6 people have died. Since the Kwangryang unit was searching, the bodies were found almost immediately. Jung In-ryong sighed, looking at the body before her. 6 people. How can I face the families of these deceased? Jin Woo-rip comforted her. I'm sorry, but this is not a problem that can be solved today. Jung In-ryong sobbed. I know it's not easy, but before she could finish, Jin Woo-rip cut her off. If we can find clues from this martial artist body, we might catch the culprit faster than expected. Jung In-ryong was astonished. Is what the young master says true? Jin Woo-rip approached, pulled back the cloth covering the body, and observed. We can gather many clues from this body. The culprit must not have accounted for such small details. He killed by strangulation. This is to minimize traces of martial arts. The skin of the body is very pale, which is evidence that it was confined in a sunless place for a long time. This martial artist died about 2 shijin ago, but it is highly likely that other hostages are still alive. Dea, where was the body found? Dea hastily replied. It was found in a private house not far from the Jung family estate. About 5 jang away, Jin Woo-rip continued. It's much easier to kill someone beforehand and then move the body than to drag a living person here to kill. His hideout must be within a 2 shijin travel distance from here. Dea nodded. It's just a cave around Pa Yin Valley. Jin Woo-rip stood up. The culprit must know that the Quangliang unit has come here. If he doesn't know, it means he has immense confidence in his own abilities. He thinks numbers don't matter. From today onwards, the entire unit will search the area around Pa Yin Valley. Yu Dea clasped his hands and said, "Yes, young master, I will implement it immediately." Dan Riohua and her companion also arrived at this moment. "Greetings, young master." Jin Wu Rip waved his hand in greeting. "You've arrived? I was just about to go look for you." Zheng Inriang was puzzled. "Young master, who are these people?" Jin Wu Rip explained. "They are from the 7 veins. They will help us catch the culprit." Dan Riohua clasped her hands and bowed to the estate master. "It's a pleasure to meet you, estate master. This maiden will do her best to quickly apprehend the culprit." Zheng Inriang nodded. "Thank you, miss. Tell me anytime if you need anything." Jin Wu Rip invited them inside. "Then let's have some tea and talk. I will explain to you two how to catch the culprit." Yang Chu also offered tea to So Zheng, but he only heard "get lost." Yu Dea and his group were searching the forest at this time. Hong Yin and Zhu Chou go to Samgung village. Jian Ryu and Han Jiang split up and go to Beika village and Pungin village. Hu Riong go to Yangsan village. We will regroup after the investigation. I will go around Pa Yin Valley. Everyone regroup in 4 shijin and proceed quickly before sunset. The group immediately received the order and dispersed in 4 directions. Each went to their assigned location to gather information, and Yu Dea moved alone through the forest. As night fell, he stood on a tree in Pa Yin Valley, lost in thought. Hu Riong seems a bit late. Did something happen? Tomorrow I'll have Yangchu join the search as well. Just then he broke into a cold sweat. This was because a shadow appeared behind him. "Who are you waiting for?" Yu Dea turned around nervously. "I cannot sense his presence. Are you the culprit who kidnapped the Zheng family estate master?" The man smiled coldly. "You can think so, but why are you here?" Yu Dea quickly thought to himself. "He must know I'm from the Madalim. If I fall here and the squad leaders come to regroup, they will all surely die. If he is a master I cannot handle, then my sacrifice alone is enough." Having thought this far, he took a breath and regained his composure. "I knew you would come here and I was waiting for you in advance," the man asked with interest. "You were waiting for me?" Yu Dea drew his sword. "I am Yu Dea, deputy commander of the Quangliang unit. Who are you?" The man's body emitted an unconcealed killing intent. "All who hear my name will die. Do you still wish to hear it?" Yu Dea recalled Jin Wu Rip's teaching in his mind. "All masters in the world have a special presence and aura. If you cannot overcome that, you will lose your life before you can even display your skill. That is the difference between a master and an ordinary person." Having thought this far, he smiled coldly and said, "Are you lacking confidence because you talk so much?" The man immediately disappeared from the spot. "My name is Ak Wei Chung." The man was none other than Ak Wei Chung, the blood demon Asura, one of the 3 heroes of the world. Yu Dea, seeing him suddenly appear behind him, turned and swung his sword, and blood immediately splattered. A moment later, Hu Riong and his group also regrouped. "It's the deputy commander's clothes. It seems the deputy commander was attacked by someone. The sword mark is very clean. It must be a clue intentionally left by the deputy commander. Does that mean the deputy commander is in danger and cannot hold out until we arrive? I was just a step too late. If that person made the deputy commander unable to hold out in a short time, this is not a problem we can solve. Is the deputy commander telling us to run away?" He quickly instructed the few people behind him. "You go to Han Jiang and you go to Jian Ryu. Tell them to return to Pajong Haion immediately. I will go to Feng Yin and Zhu Chou and then return. Tell them to be careful of ambushes on the way back. The first team to arrive at the Zheng family estate must immediately report this to the Lord." "Yes, but how should we report it, squad leader?" "We will report it like this. Deputy Commander Yu Dea has disappeared in the eastern part of Pa Yin Valley. Bloodstains and fragments of clothing were found at the scene. Considering the sword marks and the time, the culprit is presumed to be one of the 3 heroes of the world or a master under them. First, the entire unit must withdraw and request support from the Lord, because even the Lord will not be able to handle this matter." The scene shifts to the Zheng family estate. Jin Wu Rip said to Zheng Inriang and her companion, "If you two do as I just said, we can catch the culprit within 2 days. Is the young master asking us to put on a play?" Jin Wu Rip confirmed. "That's right. This culprit has invested a lot of time waiting for the Zheng family estate to pay the money. So how would he feel if 3 million taels were taken by someone else? The someone else I'm talking about are street thugs no one has ever heard of." Dan Riohua was puzzled. "Street thugs? Are you talking about ordinary thugs?" Jin Wu Rip explained. "That person is not affiliated with the Quangliang unit, nor has he ever shown his face in Pajong Haion. Moreover, he possesses excellent footwork and can escape with the hostages." The woman was astonished. "Are there such people?" "Of course there are. It's you two. The young master is referring to us." Only then did she feel something was wrong and slammed the table, standing up. "Young master, are you crazy?" Jin Wu Rip said with a solemn expression. "I saw your 7-vein footwork in the inn. It's truly extraordinary. Moreover, if the culprit is the Mumian Mountain King, isn't this an excellent opportunity for you, miss, to approach him?" Dan Riohua softened slightly upon hearing that. "A chance to approach the Mumian Mountain King? All right, leave the role of the culprit to us." Zheng Inriang opened her mouth. "If that's how we can save the hostages, we will actively cooperate." Jin Wu Rip was excited. "Thank you, Aunt. The operation will begin at dawn tomorrow. By then I hope you two will become true street thugs." Dan Riohua thought to herself, "He's truly a scheming and pragmatic man. Is this how the great sword sect was defeated?" Just then an urgent voice came from outside. "Estate master, are you here? It's Hu Riong, your subordinate." Jin Woo-rip was puzzled. What is it? Hu Ryong hastily pushed open the door. Deputy Commander Yu Dea has disappeared in Pa Yin Valley. Jin Woo-rip was slightly disbelieving. What are you talking about? Dea disappeared, Hu Ryong explained. Not only that, according to Ju Cho, it only takes 2 shijin from Baeka village to here. Jin Woo-rip waved his hand. Alright, you've worked hard. Go back and rest. We will act tomorrow. Hu Ryong was dazed. What? Shouldn't we go to Baeka village and search immediately? Jin Woo-rip was still very calm. What can you find? Even a master like you, Dea, couldn't handle it. What can you do? Hu Ryong's face furrowed. The commander is right, but isn't the deputy commander's life in danger right now? Jin Woo-rip reassured him. He will also have to take a Madeline person as a hostage. So Dea will be fine. Dea is not someone who will die so easily. The scene shifts to Yu Dea. He was currently caught and tied up hanging. He analyzed the dark and damp environment around him. Is this a cave? I was prepared to die within a shijin, but I'm glad I survived like this. Just then a voice reached his ears. You're awake? You're from the Madeline, aren't you? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Jung Pilgun. The old man tied up next to him was the Jung family estate master. Yu Dea replied. I apologize for my lack of manners. I am Yu Dea, deputy commander of the Kwangryong unit. Jung Pilgun sighed. It's alright, Kwangryong unit. I've never heard that name before. Yu Dea explained. It's a unit recently formed by the Madelim after destroying the Great Sword Sect and absorbing its masters. Jung Pilgun was astonished. Unbelievable. The Great Sword Sect has completely disappeared, Yu Dea confirmed. That's right, Estate Master. After I was captured, many masters will come here, so please don't worry too much, Estate Master. Jung Pilgun sighed again. I appreciate your kindness, but this matter is truly not easy. The one who captured you alive is Akwi Chung, the blood demon Asura. Yu Dea nodded. Indeed, the 3 heroes of the world live up to their reputation, the old man continued. Each of the 3 heroes of the world is very strong, but the problem is that this incident was caused by the 3 heroes of the world joining hands. They are those bastards, so it would be better for us to stay quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside. Haha, did you hear? The Sichuan Madelim destroyed the Great Sword Sect and regained hegemony. What kind of divine sword is the Sichuan divine sword? He's just an arrogant and useless old man, Yu Dea thought to himself. It's their voices. Then the 3 heroes of the world have really joined hands. The 2 approached very quickly. The Madelim bastards have quite a lot of money. The estate master's daughter will soon bring money to save her father. They will probably also send a few martial artists. Didn't you catch one today? Just a trivial fellow daring to ambush me. Haha, but he held out for a shijin. The Madelim is indeed not bad. It's still annoying to fight with the Madelim bastards. Once we receive the Jung family estate's money, our plan will be successful. Let's take our time. The Jung family estate bastards still have a long time to live. Let's take our time. What can stop us? Haha. The next morning, Dan Riohua and her companion kidnapped Jung In Ryong and her daughter and went up to the rooftop. Yin So Jung held Zhou Yu Rim tightly and shouted loudly, You damn bastards, hurry up and hand over the money. Hurry up and bring 3 million taels to save these people. What Jin Woo-rip had ordered the 7 vain women to do was to kidnap the Jung family members. No one knew they were acting except for the Kwangryong unit members and Yangchu. Jian Ryu shouted loudly, You damn scoundrels, surrender quickly and release those 2 people. So Jung loudly exclaimed, Baldy, shut up. Tonight you must bring the promissory note to the Guanyi shrine outside the east gate. If you try any tricks, I will surely kill the hostages. Jin Woo-rip's plan was to trick them into thinking they were hostages and wanted to negotiate. While he and the Jung family estate members would go to collect the 3 million taels of silver, Hu Ryong approached Jin Woo-rip from behind and whispered, Young master, will the real culprit appear? Jin Woo-rip coldly smiled. The culprit spent a lot of time kidnapping the hostages. He is merely waiting for the sweet fruit now. 3 million taels of silver, that's a huge sum. If it were you, would you let that money fall into someone else's hands? That scoundrel will surely show himself. Hu Ryong's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, truly cunning and despicable, but if we do it this way, even if I were the culprit, I would certainly fall into the trap. Jin Woo-rip paid no attention to what he was thinking and commanded, Squad leaders, maintain formation. Once the news spreads, we will depart, Hu Ryong exclaimed in admiration. Now this subordinate understands why the Great Sword Sect was annihilated. Jin Woo-rip approached Feng Yin and handed him a money pouch. Listen carefully. Think of this as money. Feng Yin asked puzzled, what did the commander put inside? Jin Woo-rip turned and said, it's better that you don't know. The rest will be handled by the 2 young ladies. Yu Dea isn't here, so you take his place as leader. Yangchu will go with you. Feng Yin asked again, isn't the commander coming with us? Jin Woo-rip said with a solemn expression, I will go to Baeka village. While the conflict breaks out, I will rescue the hostages. Feng Yin worried, Commander, it's too dangerous to go alone. We don't know who else might be there. Jin Woo-rip analyzed inwardly. In the worst case, if the culprit is truly one of the 3 heroes of the world, as rumored, the Kwangryong unit alone won't be able to contend with monsters comparable to the 10 great masters of the world. Even if Yangchu goes along, he can only buy time. Having thought this far, he spoke, there are no enemies there, so you don't need to worry. Remember that it's important for everyone to return alive. Now if there are no more problems, move out. The group, without any objection, simultaneously clasped their hands and saluted. Commander, good luck. They then leapt and departed. Jin Woo-rip sent a telepathic message to Yangchu. Everything depends on you. Yangchu smiled and remained silent, a very confident expression on his face. Feng Yin led his men on their way, thinking to himself, The commander truly isn't content to settle in one corner of Sichuan to follow such a person. I must prove my worth this time. If I can gain trust in the Quangliang unit, perhaps there will be even greater glory in the future. Having thought this far, he shouted loudly, "We're almost there. Everyone maintain a tight formation." On a mountaintop, Ak Wei-chung looked down and said, "Found them. You damn scoundrels. No, you dogs. How dare you try to give my money to someone else? The one with the money must be one of these people. No, should I just kill them all and search? No, if the money isn't here, it will only make things unnecessarily complicated. I must strike at the moment they make the transaction. Another person yearns for ill-gotten gains. Some scramble to enter the Murim, and others wish to meet an unknown villain. All have different goals, but countless masters have gathered in Pajang today. This is the terrifying calm before the storm." The scene shifts to Dan Riohua and her group. "Miss, they will arrive here in about 1 shijin. Were they not tracked? I feel nothing. I'm truly ashamed," Dan Riohua then recalled Jin Woo-rip's words. "The culprit will surely appear. I stake my life and promise you. Will everything begin now? Although being tied up like this is very uncomfortable, madam. Please bear with it a little longer." Zhang Enraging replied, "At this rate I can endure for any length of time. Miss, you don't need to worry about me. Just focus on the plan." So Zhang turned and glanced at Zhou Yu-rim, who was trembling beside her. She bent down and stroked the child's head. "Little one, don't be too scared. Your auntie is here." Zhou Yu-rim replied, "I'm not scared. I have to tremble like this to fool the bad guys." Dan Riohua praised. "That's right, you're so smart for a little one." She was very curious inwardly. What kind of person will this little one become when she grows up? Just then a voice echoed again. "Madam, you damn scoundrels, how dare you kidnap the madams? Madam, do you not want to live?" So Zhang laughed loudly. "Haha, how dare you lead an army here? Do you think those two are the only hostages?" Feng Yin admonished. "Where is Estate Master Zheng?" So Zheng smiled. "Before you ask for trivial things, shouldn't you give me what I need first?" Feng Yin frowned. "I will not give a single coin until I confirm the safety of all hostages." Dan Riohua drew her sword and placed it against Zhang Enraging's neck. "That is the wrong decision." Zhang Enraging was inwardly astonished. "Why did the young lady suddenly put a knife to my neck?" Dan Riohua continued to glare and admonish. "Before there are more words, I will kill one person first." "Who should I kill first?" She telepathically messaged her maid, gloating. "So Zhang, wasn't I good?" The maid never dreamed that her young lady could act so well. "This is a bit sudden." Zhou Yu-rim beside her cried loudly at this moment. "Save me quickly, you idiots, just give them the money." So Zheng's mouth dropped open and she praised the child. "You did very well." Feng Yin was also confused. "It doesn't seem like acting." He nervously held up the money pouch. "This is the 3 million taels you demanded." So Zheng hastily waved her hand. "Check if the amount is correct. Throw it over here quickly. I'll see." Feng Yin, without a moment's hesitation, threw it to them with all his might. Dan Riohua glared at the money pouch. "The culprit will surely appear. He will definitely strike at the moment of the transaction. If a stranger suddenly rushes out, he is the culprit." As expected, Ak Wei-chung leaped down. Dan Riohua waved her hand and threw the dagger in her hand at him. The young master truly calculates with ghostly accuracy. The dagger passed through the money pouch without any obstruction, and the money pouch burst open. Ak Wei-chung was startled to see dust rising from within. "Is it poison?" "You damn scoundrels!" Feng Yin extended his hand and drew his sword. Although he knew in advance that it wasn't money, he never dreamed it would be something like this. "Everyone, charge! The culprit is that black-clad man. He is the master who kidnapped the deputy commander. Whatever the cost, we must protect the safety of the Zheng family estate." "Master!" Ak Wei-chung shouted in resentment. "You useless fools, I will make you regret this." Dan Riohua was startled. The killing intent was palpable and his eyes were blood red. "Is the culprit the blood demon Asura?" Ak Wei-chung? She ordered the two to retreat, then drew her sword with her maid and charged forward. Although it was a bit disappointing that the culprit wasn't the Mumian Mountain King, this is not the time to think about such things. Quickly execute the final plan. The scene shifts to Baeka village. Jin Woo-rip had arrived here at this time. Everything must have started by now. There will be plans and variables, but they will do well. The distance from where the hostages are held to the Zheng family estate is 2 shijin. The body's skin is pale from not receiving sunlight. He wouldn't set up tents and hold the hostages above ground. If he's not a fool, he would hide them underground. It must be a very dark place with strong yin energy. He very quickly arrived in front of a cave, found it faster than I thought. The hostages must be here. Villains always set up hideouts in caves. Is this the only entrance? As soon as he took a few steps inside, he frowned, sensing something. An assassin? Does that mean the culprit is still here, or are there more than 2 of them? Seeing him evade his attack, the assassin praised. "Did you just evade my attack? You're not a mere minion after all. Who are you?" Jin Woo-rip coldly scoffed. "I can evade that much. Stop hiding your yin energy and show yourself." The person he was talking to was none other than Zhou Yang, the Dark Knight assassin. One of the 3 heroes of the world. "You're telling an assassin to show himself? Truly foolish. Go back quickly. If you dare to enter, I will not rest until I kill you." Assassination, void-shattering soul. Even Chiakwang Haion, one of the 7 great martial artists of the 4 seas, was assassinated by this technique. He actually evaded my one-hit kill flying dagger. Jin Woo-rip extended his hand and pulled the dagger that had just tried to assassinate him from the wall. "This also looks quite expensive. May I use this? I also know a little bit of assassination arts." He then unleashed the 8 heaven soul arts, Ungen Ghost Shadow Art. Zhou Yang broke into a cold sweat in tension. His presence has vanished. I can't sense his presence. The most basic element of assassination arts is presence. Losing one's presence in the dark means death. At this moment the Dark Knight assassin Zhou Yang sensed defeat. This can't be. If it weren't for the assassin king of the 8 emperors sect, all assassins in the world should be beneath my feet. If only I could sense his presence again, everything would be over. The young man holding a martial art he didn't recognize suddenly appeared. But no matter how profound the opponent's divine art, it is taboo for skilled assassins to engage in direct combat. The veteran assassin Dark Knight assassin Zhou Yang knew this better than anyone. He quickly closed his eyes and told himself, "Calm down, Zhou Yang. That guy probably can't easily sense my presence either. This will be a long fight, so I must remain calm." But after a short while he sensed a second defeat. The moment he opened his eyes, what the 3 heroes Dark Knight assassin the veteran assassin saw was his right arm rolling on the ground. He hastily gritted his teeth and stopped the bleeding. Did he sense my presence first? I can't give up. He aimed for my arm instead of my neck, so I still have a chance. I must hide my presence and think of the next move. But just then Jin Woo Rip suddenly appeared behind him again. "Smells bloody. I've got you. If you don't want to die, shut up." Jin Woo Rip then swung the dagger again and stabbed the opponent, who screamed in pain. "You damn scoundrel, didn't I tell you to shut up, or should I cut off your right arm too? The hostages are inside, aren't they? If you dare to shout, I will kill you. If you understand, close your eyes quickly." "Good. Now it's time for questions. Who are you?" Zhou Yang replied. "In the Murim, they call me the Dark Knight assassin," Jin Woo Rip scornfully scoffed. Someone like you is one of the 3 heroes of the world," Zhou Yang explained. "I am only inferior to you." Jin Woo Rip stabbed him again. "How dare you speak loudly? Where are the kidnapped people?" "There in the cave. Their internal power is only sealed." "They are all healthy?" Jin Woo Rip asked again. "Are you alone behind this incident?" "Everything that happened here was planned by the blood demon Asura." Jin Woo Rip couldn't understand. "I've never heard of the 3 heroes acting together or coveting wealth. Why on earth did this happen?" Zhou Yang sighed. "The 2 of us have too many enemies. We want to build a force and escape a life of being hunted." Jin Woo Rip frowned. "Then is Guanma also with you?" "I haven't seen that scoundrel." Jin Woo Rip thought to himself. "Then the blood demon Asura must be at the Guanyi shrine. Wait, does that mean this guy also committed similar acts elsewhere?" After searching for a moment, as expected, 3 million taels of silver were found on his body. "Where did you steal this from?" Zhou Yang did not dare to hide and replied. "I stole it from the Wuxian Geomoon." Jin Woo Rip confirmed inwardly. "I've heard that name before, but this place is much larger than the Zheng family estate. I will confiscate this money." Zhou Yang had no objections. "All right, but may I ask one question? I want to know who defeated me." Jin Woo Rip remained silent. "The world calls me the 3-headed, 6-armed monster." Zhou Yang was startled and was about to utter Jin Woo Rip's nickname, but Jin Woo Rip beheaded him. "Dark Knight assassin Zhou Yang, you have killed and plundered countless people. Did you think you could live happily after doing such things? How dare you, without a conscience, wish for a way to survive?" Before Zhou Yang could even shout the 2 words, "Damn it," he completely ceased breathing. Jin Woo Rip threw his corpse aside. "Foolish scoundrel, do you think only you know how to kill? There are always 2 conflicting yin and yang energies flowing within my body. Every time I use martial arts, these 2 extreme forces tear each other apart. But today they are astonishingly quiet. My condition is much better than when I fought old man Zhang Baiyang. Perhaps the 2 extremes of yin and yang have begun to accept each other." He hastily rushed inside, shouting loudly for Yu Dea. Yu Dea, who was trapped inside, was startled. This voice, could it be the young master who has come? Wait, then does that mean the young master has subdued one of the 3 heroes of the world? I had a vague idea of the young master's strength, but I never dreamed that his power would be even more terrifying than the 3 heroes of the world. But if he's stronger than the 3 heroes of the world, what on earth is the young master's true identity? In his mind, he unconsciously recalled what happened then. At that time, he thought Jin Woo Rip was joking, but now he realized it wasn't a joke. Is the young master truly such a master? Jin Woo Rip's voice echoed again. Yu Dea, are you dead? If you're dead, answer quickly. Yu Dea hastily regained his composure and shouted loudly. Dead? No, this subordinate is here. The Zheng family estate members trapped in the adjacent space inside the cave all looked very thin and weak, but overall they were still healthy. Having been trapped in the dark and finally seeing sunlight, all the Zheng family estate members endlessly thanked the young master. Zheng Pilgun, representing everyone, said, Thank you, young master. This old man truly cannot repay this kindness with anything. First, let us all return to the Zheng family estate. Jin Woo Rip explained, everything is not over yet. I still need to go help the other side. There will be no danger in between. So estate master and the warriors, please return first. Are you all right, Dea? Dea smiled, no particular injuries. Commander, please give your orders quickly. Jin Woo Rip hastily leapt and departed. Good, let's quickly join the Quangliang unit. Then we will take our leave first, estate master. After everything is over, I will go to the Zheng family estate with my team. Zheng Pilgun waved his hand in farewell, wishing the young master a safe journey. Only then did Yu Dea ask the question he had held in his heart. Young master, who was the culprit guarding the cave? Jin Woo Rip replied without hiding anything. The Dark Knight assassin. Yu Dea broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly. From the moment the remaining culprit headed for the exit until I heard the young master's voice, only about a gak had passed. So, in that short amount of time, the young master completely subdued one of the three heroes of the world. I knew the young master was very strong, but to this extent is truly terrifying. At the young master's age, there is only one person who can single-handedly defeat one of the three heroes of the world. That person is none other than the little heavenly martial lord Dan So Ryang. He is the son of the world's greatest Dan So Ryang. and at the mere age of late teens he has already become a master belonging to the 7 martial lords of the Murim. If Warim has Dan So Ryong, then Madalim has Jin Woo Rip. No matter how strong he is, our young master will certainly not fall behind, Jin Woo Rip in front asked in bewilderment. Why are you smiling so disgustingly? Did you hit your head? Dea laughed heartily. Haha, no young master, it's nothing of the sort. The scene shifts towards Pa Yin Valley. Ak Wee Chung was still fighting, unleashing his ultimate techniques, using the Blood Fiend art and Blood Sea demonic sword techniques. Yang Chu was quite struggling, covered in injuries. Dan Riohua thought inwardly from behind, young escort leader is quite injured, but to have endured this much is truly remarkable. However, the one in greater danger is not young escort leader, but Ak Wee Chung. This is because a potent poison has already begun to spread through his body. Ak Wee Chung, fighting, marveled. I don't know where you sprung from, but your martial arts are truly extraordinary. That fellow yesterday was the same. It seems you've gathered many capable individuals. But do you know why people call me the blood demon Asura? It's because even poisoned with just 70% of my power I can still crush you all to death. Yang Chu felt extreme conflict in his heart. Should I do it? Eunuch's martial arts are unknown to anyone in Sichuan. Heavenly Lord instructed me not to use those martial arts, but isn't this situation too critical? Do those 2 women from Jiangnan know those martial arts? This matter is truly too difficult. While he was lost in thought, Ak Wee Chung suddenly appeared before him. What's an ugly old man like you staring blankly for? Then I'll start with you. A terrifying bloody aura swirled and immediately enveloped Yang Chu. He was struck by this blow and immediately vomited blood, crying out in pain. Ak Wee Chung then looked towards Sojung. Dan Riohua saw it and was startled. Sojung, be careful, but unexpectedly, Ak Wee Chung suddenly changed direction. Next, of course, were the Jung family estate members. Feng Yin, tense, shouted loudly, Ju Cho, Han Jiang, protect the ladies from behind. The 2 were very nervous but still stood firm in front of Jung In Ryong and her daughter blocking the way. Neither of them was a match for Ak Wee Chung, and they were immediately struck by his attack, spitting blood. A wise dog doesn't block the road. Zhou Yurim was immediately captured by him, and Sojung loudly hurled curses. Despicable wretch, how dare you target a child? Ak Wee Chung gave a cold laugh. Foolish wretch, I am one of the 3 heroes of the world. If this child doesn't want to die, don't follow me, and don't you all grieve too much, because I will return soon. I will definitely come back and kill every one of you, Dan Riohua thought inwardly. My master always told me to be content with my lot, at least to always keep Sojung by my side, but the blood demon Asura's martial arts are far stronger than I anticipated. Feng Yin shouted loudly towards his men. Quickly, take Han Jiang and Ju Cho to the estate. 1 Quangliang unit team, follow me and pursue him. Dan Riohua cut him off. No, I will pursue him alone, Sojung worried. Miss, are you planning to go alone? Dan Riohua explained. If the pursuit team is discovered, a child's life will be in danger. She reassured her telepathically. Don't worry, using the small illusion art my master taught me, it's entirely possible. My master is a master of swift swordsmanship, but his stealth technique is also at the pinnacle of the Murim. I will leave a signal, so you all follow after 2 Gak. The culprit is very fast, so you must not rush. Feng Yin asked Sojung, is she mad? How can she go alone? Sojung explained. Miss will leave a mark. Let's depart after 2 Gak. Feng Yin sighed, clutching his head. I know Miss is no ordinary person, but with the escort leader in such a state I'm truly worried. Dan Riohua pursued Ak Wee Chung, praying inwardly, little one, just wait a little longer. Your Unnie will definitely rescue you and bring you back. Ak Wee Chung, fleeing, gnashed his teeth and hurled curses. Truly annoying. Once I'm detoxified, I will definitely return and kill them all. As he ran, he suddenly stopped. This was because he saw Udea blocking his path. How strange. Am I hallucinating because of the poison? Udea replied. It's not a hallucination. I truly respect your martial arts, but for one of the 3 heroes of the world to take a child hostage. Truly disappointing. Ak Wee Chung drew his sword. Haha, stop talking and move aside. That assassin was merely careless, but this time I will not forgive you. Because I am very busy, Udea said with a solemn expression. Dark Knight assassin Zhou Yang is already dead. Ak Wee Chung was startled, unable to believe it in his heart. Zhou Yang is dead. By that trivial fellow, then the Zheng family estate members must all have been released. Having thought this far, he couldn't help but hurl curses. Damn it, did you intentionally get captured? Udea explained. No, I didn't say I did it myself. Zhou Yurim suddenly shouted at this moment. Parasite uncle, you're stronger than this guy, right? I don't care if I die, just hurry up and kill him. Ak Wee Chung gnashed his teeth. Does this damn child truly have a death wish? Zhou Yurim was still very bold. Uncle, if I die, please place this guy's head on my ancestral altar. Udea wore a helpless expression. Truly bold, Ak Wee Chung struck Zhou Yurim on the back of the neck. This child, shut up quickly. When this is over I will definitely kill you. As Udea was about to charge, he blocked him. Haha, you should wisely retreat. Now choose that Madeline master, you fell to me and I am very busy. Outwardly he spoke boldly, but inwardly he was very anxious. I cannot recover immediately, so this situation is quite dangerous. There's no need to specifically tell him that I'm poisoned. Having thought this far, he once again tempted him. If you move aside, I will spare this impudent child. Udea sighed, clutching his head. Until now, you've been consistently mistaken about something very important. I am not the one who killed the Dark Knight assassin, it's the person behind you. Just then, a flash of blade light swept across the sky. 8 Heaven Soul Arts, Ung and Ghost Shadow Art. Ak Wee Chung's arm was severed before he could even react. Jin Woo Rip simultaneously rescued the unconscious Zhou Yurim. It must hurt very much. An arm you've trained for a long time, but how dare you touch a blood relative of my family with that arm? Ak Wei-chung trembled all over. I felt no presence from him at all. Did this fellow kill Zhou Yang? Cold energy surged uncontrollably from Jin Woo-rip's body. Then I will kill you in the cruelest way imaginable. Jin Woo-rip recalled a fragment of memory in his mind. Did he die from just a light blow? He was the last one, right? Quickly clear everything and burn this place down. What about the other women? It's a shame to kill them. Haha, they're all old and useless fools. You have to take the children hostage to tie their hands. Just then he was startled. This was because something stabbed him from behind. Haha, truly unbelievable. This impudent child dares to stab me in the back. Indeed a blood relative of a demon. Zhou Jiang, this subordinate is guilty. It was a mistake. Haha, one child won't matter, will it? Now this old man will send you to the afterlife with your mother. Before he could even attack, his head was severed from his body. Someone appeared before the child and told them to close their eyes. Never look at anything that happens from now on. The group, struck by terror, simultaneously drew their swords. Zhou Jiang is dead. Is this fellow also a blood relative of a demon? They were immediately killed by that person with terrifying speed that their eyes couldn't follow. No, I am precisely a demon. From the moment he appeared until the men died, it was but an instant. He then turned back to the child. The children were now captured by others. Oh dear, you're still young but quite talented, aren't you? Indeed, children of a demon. The young man angrily told them to release the child. That person, agitated, looked into his eyes. If you obey, perhaps I might spare these impudent children. Now put down your weapon, it looks too heavy for you. Yes, that's right, the children, trembling, wailed. Please save me. The young man gnashed his teeth, his entire body trembling with rage. That person's face grew increasingly fierce, and that young man was none other than Jin Woo-rip. Recalling this incident, he grew even angrier. Dea, I'll leave this child to you. Ak Wei-chung across from him was still trying to stop the bleeding. Child, even if you are poisoned, it doesn't concern me. I don't know where you sprung from, but I will definitely kill you here. Jin Woo-rip, emanating cold energy, moved forward. I share your thought. Ak Wei-chung no longer hesitated and launched himself, swinging his sword to attack. The two men's attacks immediately clashed and they continued to exchange blows with their swords. Udea watched from the side, mouth agape. I'm going crazy. Is this really a fight between humans? Do masters' battles always involve unleashing sword techniques like this? Ak Wei-chung grew more and more excited as he fought. You are the strongest master I've met here in Pajong, but this much won't faze me. Perhaps that assassin was careless, but you must remember, I am completely different from that fellow. Udea tensed up. What on earth is that internal energy within his palm? Is Ak Wei-chung a master who has reached such a realm? A blow radiating internal energy once again flew towards Jin Woo-rip, but just then an attack struck down from above, preventing him from swinging his sword further. Udea was also startled and looked up in the air. A sky-covering bloody aura was condensed, floating as several attacks. The owner of this technique was none other than Jin Woo-rip. Wake up from your dream. What I have done until now is to plunge bastards like you into despair. After speaking, he swung his hand and struck down those attacks. Ak Wei-chung, with no way to dodge, was struck by the attack and screamed, howling in agony. Udea was utterly astonished. Truly overwhelming. The rumors were completely wrong. The three heroes of the world are no match at all for the 10 great masters of the world. After the attack ended, Ak Wei-chung lost his will to fight and collapsed to the ground. He was no longer arrogant, instead begging for forgiveness. I was wrong, please spare my life. But Jin Woo-rip paid no heed, and in the air, sword energy once again rained down. Didn't I tell you I would kill you in the cruelest way imaginable? The name of the technique he unleashed was Heavenly Soul Art, Blood Jade Rain. This is the punishment for bastards like you. Ak Wei-chung, without even a chance to fight back, collapsed there and was assaulted. The Dark Knight assassin Zhou Yang, one of the 3 heroes of the world, is dead. The Blood Demon Asura Ak Wei-chung, one of the 3 heroes of the world, is dead. The one who eliminated these 2 assassins is none other than the Heavenly Lord of Sanxian and the mysterious, never-before-seen figure, the Mumin Mountain King. And everything happened in less than a single gak. After taking care of everything, Jin Woo-rip immediately called for Udea. Udea, you're my person, aren't you? Deputy Commander, don't disappoint me. Udea replied. This subordinate was already following the young master. Jin Woo-rip sighed, clutching his head in admiration. Truly, the more tasks there are, the more people I need to silence. I was too agitated just now. Udea thought inwardly. Does the young master mean this matter could have been resolved with less power? Jin Woo-rip explained. The martial arts I just used must never be revealed to the people of the Murim. If discovered, the entire Murim would probably fall into chaos and try to kill all of my family. Do you truly have the courage to continue following me? Udea solemnly replied. Yes, this subordinate will absolutely do so, whether it's the 10 great masters of the world or the weak young master who was beaten at Changha Inn. This subordinate will follow without question. Jin Woo-rip marveled. Well done, child. When I awaken, come find me. You must have many questions about me. Udea couldn't understand. Awaken, young master. You look perfectly normal now. Jin Woo-rip fell blankly to the ground. No, I'm about to faint. Haha, Dea, my martial arts are a secret. I just knew you became a subordinate. Assassin was the same. The estate master was also involved. Yes, this subordinate remembered. All the Jung family estate members were safely rescued and returned. While everyone rejoiced that all the captives had returned and the 3 million taels of silver were not lost, Udea, on behalf of the young master who had fainted from overexertion of internal energy, had to explain everything that had happened. Firstly, there was the matter concerning the Dark Knight assassin that occurred in the cave. The estate master, being a man of benevolent character, was not overly curious about the private life of his savior. Please rest assured, I will keep everything concerning the young master completely secret. Han Jiang and Zhu Chou also quickly recovered from their injuries. Of course, even a strong person like Yang escort leader was no exception. No one suspected anything, as everyone believed Ak Wei Chung was poisoned and then attacked by a combined force of masters. However, the problem was Dan Riohua. I pursued Ak Wei Chung and found you, the young master, and Zhou Yurim at the same time. What on earth happened? Deputy Commander Yu Dea, please explain to me. Yu Dea tried to deflect. Isn't that black sword the deputy commander's sword? Thank you for finding it, miss, Dan Riohua said angrily. I am not asking about this sword. 8 heavens, soul arts, cloud, severing blood, jade rain. Why is the young master's sword stuck in the ground with an 8 emperor's sect sword technique? The atmosphere instantly became silent. Yu Dea broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, truly astonishing. Did she bring that sword? Dan Riohua continued. Deputy Commander Yu Sojung and I came here to confirm one thing, in case the culprit was the Mumin Mountain King, but unexpectedly, traces of the culprit were found on your deputy commander's sword. The Madeline may have lost its past prestige, but it wouldn't go so far as to bring in an impostor as the young master, would it? Yet the young master of the Sichuan Madeline uses the techniques of the 8 emperors sect. If this news were to spread throughout the Murim, what on earth would happen? Dea was extremely tense. They would be annihilated. If one has even the slightest connection with the 8 emperors sect, they would become an enemy of all Murim. What would happen if they used their martial arts? 100 lives would surely not be enough. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, but he tried his best to calm himself and said, Miss, I know what you're trying to say, but truthfully, I don't know the details of this matter either. I don't know how the person I follow has lived, nor do I know their true identity, but in any way I want to be their person. So no matter what I know, I will absolutely not reveal it. Dan Riohua sighed. I thought everything would be clear if I spoke with the deputy commander. Dea smiled. That person is the one who awakened me, who was called a Madeline bug, a parasite. Miss, I am truly sorry, but please stab this sword into me instead. Just then, Dan Riohua sensed something and glanced outside, and a very quickly admiring voice rang out. Well done. Yu Dea was startled. His voice was Jin Wurip's as he and Yangchu pushed open the door. Yu Dea, you passed. I just woke up, and hearing that the two of you were talking, I came here. It was also a good opportunity to greet the two of you from the 7 veins. Yangchu, step aside for a moment. Yangchu nodded. Yes, young master. This subordinate will stand guard outside. Jin Wurip smiled. Seeing this atmosphere, I pretty much understand everything. You found traces of the 8 emperors sect where Ak Wei Chung died, didn't you? Dan Riohua confirmed. That's right. Please don't tell me that a mysterious master passed by and killed Ak Wei Chung. I don't believe such an absurd story. Oh, and please don't come any closer to us, young master. To us you are now someone related to the 8 emperors sect. Jin Wurip's lips curled upwards. I understand that you're suspicious because of the sword marks I left, miss, but how could I possibly cause trouble with the Divine Dragon's daughter? I too do not wish to become an enemy of the world like the 8 emperors sect. Dea thought inwardly, dumbfounded. Divine Dragon, the Divine Dragon's daughter, Jin Wurip explained telepathically. She is the daughter of Dan So Ryong, the world's greatest master. Dan Riohua was puzzled. How did you know my identity? Jin Wurip replied calmly. I merely guessed, from the moment you brought my sword to Dea, to recognizing the traces of blood jade rain from just the sword marks. That technique was definitely used by the 8 Emperor's sect master when he fought the Divine Dragon Great Hero. If you know that, it's highly likely you're from Wurim. A young female master with the skill to contend with the blood demon Asura. I don't know anyone like that among the 7 vain people, but the daughter of the world's greatest, the Divine Dragon, is another matter. I will answer your questions about myself, but you must return the sword. That sword is very precious to me. Dan Riohua nodded. Very well, then I should reintroduce myself from the beginning. My name is Dan Riohua. I am a martial artist of Wurim. I am the daughter of the world's greatest, Dan So Ryong, and a disciple of the sword Emperor Qian Ryong. Dea was shocked. Is that true? Jin Wurip received his longsword back. Very well, then it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Dan Riohua. And now I should reintroduce myself to the two of you. I am Jin Wurip, the young master of the Madelim and the heavenly lord of Sengxian. People of the Murim call me the 3-headed, 6-armed Mumin Mountain King. It is a great pleasure to meet you all. Dan Riohua and her group were all very surprised to hear that, and Yangchu outside chuckled with great interest. Dea stammered, unable to believe it. Sengxian, am I dreaming? One is the daughter of the Divine Dragon Swordsman, Dan Riohua, the single flower of 1,000 swords renowned throughout the world. The other is the heavenly lord of Sengxian, who has shaken the Murim. The Mumin Mountain King, one of the world's 10 great masters and the 2 most famous and mysterious masters in the Murim, are now standing before me. This is like meeting a sleeping dragon and a soaring phoenix. Dan Riohua asked agitatedly. Heavenly Lord of Sengxian. Then you are not the young master of the Madelim? Jin Wurip replied. That is also my identity. Dan Riohua was inwardly astonished. The young master of the Madelim is the Mumin Mountain King and also knows the techniques of the 8 Emperors sect. Thinking this far, she immediately asked, Blood Jade Rain. How do you know Wang Unqian's techniques? Jin Wurip explained. The technique that killed the blood demon Asura was definitely the 8 Heaven Soul Arts, but if you're asking if it's the martial art of the 8 Emperors sect master who caused the bloodbath, the answer is no. Dea became even more agitated. 8 Heaven Soul Arts. Jin Wurip immediately raised his hand angrily as if to slap his cheek. Why does this scoundrel keep interrupting me? Do you want to leave? Dea hastily apologized. Young master, I am sorry, this subordinate will keep his mouth shut immediately. Dan Riohua spoke again. Everyone knows that the 8 Heaven Soul Arts is Wang Unqian's unique technique. Jin Wurip countered. No, the 8 Heaven Soul Arts is merely a technique that my master passed down to someone he had an affinity with. Dan Riohua was astonished. Master, are you saying you are the true successor? Jin Wurip confirmed. That's right, miss, as the Divine Dragon's daughter. Do you know the true origin of the 8 Heaven Soul Arts? Dan Riohua was agitated. Origin? 400 years ago, there was an unparalleled master who could have unified the Murim. He was called the Martial Sage. Wang Unqian's 8 Heaven Soul Arts is merely the introductory technique he learned from the Martial Sage, who was an unparalleled master at the time. Therefore, it's no exaggeration to say that the 8 Emperors sect was formed from the techniques passed down by the Martial Sage. The Martial Sage was a figure from 400 years ago. As far as I know, Wang Unqian accidentally recovered the 8 Heaven Soul Arts. Is he perhaps the Martial Sage's successor? Jin Wurip replied. Mrs. words are correct. Everyone has forgotten the Martial Sage. That's because he was a figure from 400 years ago. Long years have erased people's memories of the Martial Sage. They only remember the 8 Heaven Soul Arts as the technique that caused the bloodbath. When Wang Unqian appeared, I was carrying out my master's last wishes. He had the physique to learn the 8 Heaven Soul Arts. My master passed it on to him because he didn't want his divine art to be cut off, Dan Riohua suddenly realized. Now I understand why you know the Martial Sage's martial arts. The rumor that the Mumin Mountain King is a blood relative of Wang Unqian was indeed false. Then what is the relationship between Sanxian and Eunuch? Jin Wurip smiled. Finally, Miss asks a valuable question. Dea, do you know about Eunuch? Dea continued. Of course. Isn't that where the 8 Emperors sect gathered strength 200 years ago? Those with the bloodline of the Eunuch demons are still preparing for revenge. Jin Wurip sighed. Before the Great War of the World, Eunuch was divided into 2 factions. One side consisted of those who wanted to plunge the world into chaos through war and seize the land in the cruelest way, while the other side consisted of those who refused to rule with force and did not participate in the war. After the war ended, people from the Murim began to seek out Eunuch for revenge. But those who were massacred were the ones who had opposed the war. That's because those who caused the war either died or went into hiding and escaped. Dan Riohua cut him off. There were rumors before the war that the 8 Emperors sect was divided, but everyone thought they were just baseless rumors. It's surprising that it was true, Jin Wurip continued. Anyway, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Humans only believe what they want to believe. The anger of martial artists who lost their brothers and families will not stop. Not just martial artists, but also old men. Even women and children who knew no martial arts were all massacred. Dan Riohua shouted agitatedly. My father clearly ordered that those who knew no martial arts should not be touched, Jin Wurip replied. Unfortunately, that did not happen. To them, everyone in Eunuch is the source of evil and the cause of the bloodbath. They believe that those who know the demonic martial arts deserve to die, regardless of age. They think that alone is reason enough for them to die. Ironically, the origin of the 8 Emperors sect is the Martial Sage's techniques, not Wang Unqian. I am the true successor of the 8 Heaven Soul Arts. Protecting the people of Eunuch is to follow my master's last wishes. I hope that those who had to live in the shadows in fear of dying at any moment can finally see the sunlight they deserve. That is the meaning of the name Sanxian. Dan Riohua closed her eyes and thought inwardly. So Eunuch and Sanxian have such a history. The Murim recklessly pursued Eunuch martial artists. But if this truth is revealed, not only Sanxian but also the Madalim will become enemies of the world. Because too many martial artists harmed innocent people. Thinking this far, she immediately spoke. Young master. No, heavenly lord. If we reveal this to the entire world, Jin Wurip asked again. Miss is worried that innocent people will be implicated. Daughter of the Divine Dragon, your concerns are misplaced. You think we went into hiding and created Sanxian because we lacked power. That's not true. The power we possess now is completely equivalent to that of the 8 Emperors sect during the Great War of the World. Dan Riohua's face turned pale with shock upon hearing that. Jin Wurip reassured her. Don't worry, Sanxian's goal is a peaceful life. I have no intention of causing a bloodbath like the foolish Wang Unqian. However, if anyone provokes us, I am always ready to send them to hell. Is this explanation sufficient, miss? How you report back is up to you. Dan Riohua smiled helplessly. Isn't the young master saying that if we don't want to see blood we should keep quiet? Jin Wurip was displeased. Then what else do you want? Would you only be satisfied if I caused a bloodbath? Dan Riohua continued. Originally our mission was just to confirm whether the Mumin Mountain King was a blood relative of Wang Unqian, but reconsidering, this matter has a far more dangerous nature. Does the Heavenly Lord of Sanxian intend to conquer the world? That question still needs further confirmation. Jin Wurip, I will accompany you for a while. Dea, hearing this, immediately spat out the tea he was drinking. Jin Wurip smiled. That's fine, you are of the same origin as the culprit who caused the bloodbath in the Murim. The daughter of the hero who stopped the bloodbath. A strange companionship has officially begun. In the Jung family estate courtyard, servants were continuously bringing out food, and Jung Pilgun stood on a platform, speaking loudly to the people below. I thought I would never be able to meet all of you like this again. Therefore I extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who worried about me during the past period, and especially Jung In-ryong and the young master of the Madalim, who suffered greatly from me outside. People murmured and discussed. The true culprit was indeed one of the three heroes of the world, wasn't it? That's a plan no ordinary person could ever conceive. I heard he rendered the greatest service in the war against the Great Sword Sect. I knew nothing about his plan, so I scolded those innocent women a lot. They acted so well that even the real culprit was fooled. Jung Pilgun raised his cup. Today we will not return until we are drunk. If there's not enough liquor, this old man will personally knock on the distillery's door and get more. If there's not enough meat, this old man will buy back the butcher shop to feed everyone there. Phil, Yang Chu and Zhou Yu Rim were very compatible, sitting in a corner, eating and drinking. The rest of the Madalim people also ate, drank, danced and played with great enthusiasm. Jin Woo Rip alone climbed onto the rooftop to admire the moon. The scenery is truly beautiful. But why did you follow me all the way up here? It's quite chilly now, Dan Riohua replied from behind. I was merely planning to get some fresh air. Jin Woo Rip raised a bottle of liquor. How about it? Care for a drink? Dan Riohua said, slightly displeased. Please speak politely. Jin Woo Rip poured her a drink. I was very surprised when Miss said you wanted to accompany me. I didn't realize you were so bold. Dan Riohua scoffed coldly. How shameless. Wasn't that what the deputy commander wanted from the start? Jin Woo Rip did not refute. That's right. Anyway, it's better than you going back and reporting the truth to your superiors. I know Warren people do not want innocent sacrifices. I was too excessive yesterday. I am truly sorry. Dan Riohua glanced at him and thought inwardly, one of the world's 10 great masters, the heavenly lord of Sanxian, the leader of Eunuch. His face did not suit any of those titles at all. Seeing her continue to stare at him, Jin Woo Rip smiled. What's wrong? Am I too handsome? Dan Riohua quickly turned away, embarrassed. Yes, no, that's not it. Jin Woo Rip, unconcerned by her flustered state, stood up. It's very late. Miss, please go back and rest. We will depart tomorrow. Dan Riohua was startled. Tomorrow? The estate master seems to want to hold a banquet for a few more days. Jin Woo Rip looked at the distant scenery. That will be a burden for them. It would be more enjoyable for us to eat and drink elsewhere. 3 million taels of silver will not make the poor Jung family estate a wealthy one, Dan Riohua admired. I never imagined the deputy commander cared so much for the people around him. Anyway, those who have suffered for a long time need to put down their burdens and enjoy themselves even for a short while. Jin Woo Rip reached into his chest and searched for something. Haha, who do you think I am? I am a man of great wealth. A true tycoon. Seeing him pull out so much money, Dan Riohua was startled. Silver notes, where did you get those? Jin Woo Rip did not hide it. One of the two culprits stole this money from the Wuxian Jiamun. And Riohua was agitated. Shouldn't you return it to the owner? That's not a small amount of money. Jin Woo Rip covered his ears helplessly. Just kidding. I will return it. The masters of the Sichuan Murim are suppressing the Madalim's revival. The Madalim now needs more allies. If we return the money to the Wuxian Jiamun, which is in crisis, they will surely side with us. Dan Riohua agreed. That's right, great commander. Your thinking is correct. How many silver notes did you recover? Jin Woo Rip replied without the slightest hesitation. 2,990,000 taels of silver. Dan Riohua suddenly realized. So it was 3 million after all, Jin Woo Rip continued. I also need my share, miss. Don't you know what a transaction fee is? Indeed, a great commander is not a good person at all. Isn't this no different from a bandit? The next morning, the Jung family estate people bid a regretful farewell to the Madalim people. Please rest for a few more days. I'm sorry, it seems the Jung family estate couldn't properly entertain its benefactors. Jin Woo Rip shook his head. No, estate master, we have already received too much. If given the opportunity, we will visit again. Jung In-ryong still stood looking healthy, and the maid, sobbing, said, Young master, I truly don't know how I can repay this kindness. I'll see you at the Madalim, young master. Have a safe journey. Jin Woo Rip cupped his hands. Yes, and I'll see you at the main sect. Just then, Zhou Yu Rim came running again. Jin Woo Rip smiled at the girl. My little beauty, the best in the world, you've come. What's the matter? Zhou Yu Rim pulled out a bracelet. I made it with my nanny last night. It's a thank you gift for saving my life, so don't lose it. Jin Woo Rip took the bracelet and tied it around his head. A hair tie, then I'll have to cherish it. Well, let's go. Everyone mounted their horses in unison. Yes, commander, Jianryu exclaimed. How magnificent. Truly a man of valor, Jung In-ryong continued. Father, look at the eyes of the Kwangryang unit members. They are all full of courage, no less than the elite imperial guards. That's right. They are the eyes of spirited masters. Soon they will become a beacon of hope for the Sichuan Murim. Good luck, Kwangryang unit. Having left the Jung family estate, Jin Woo Rip told everyone to go to a Gisang house. Let's go to the Gisang house and drink until we die. Dan Riohua couldn't help but sigh. Oh dear, Hu Ryong was excited. The commander is truly insightful. Since we couldn't enjoy ourselves at the Jung family estate, he's letting us have fun at a Gisang house on the way back. The others also chattered loudly. Before we get drunk, the commander said he would leave the Jung family estate to do something. Ah no, I trusted the commander from the beginning. The commander is my light. If I had known it would be like this, I would have conserved my energy yesterday. The two of them drank too much, that's what happened, haha. They quickly arrived at Pyeongjaeng Hyeon, south of Pajong Hyeon. This is Pyongyang Hyon. This is my first time here. Are there any Murim factions here? Udea replied. There's a black faction called the Mukhayal Gang and a sect called the Jeomjong Martial Gate. Both sects have about 300 members. This place doesn't distinguish between orthodox and unorthodox, but the gap between the two sects is very large. The Mukhayal Gang is a force that doesn't hesitate to do dirty deeds, Feng Yin also added. Furthermore, the Jeomjong Martial Gate is a member of the Sichuan Alliance. Since that place has a strong background, we should avoid conflict. Jin Woo-rip scratched his head. Sichuan Alliance, since we've come to someone else's home, we should at least pay our respects, shouldn't we? Go to the Jeomjong Martial Gate and tell them we'll rest here for a day and then leave immediately. We'll be staying at the largest Giseng house here. Ju Cho immediately galloped off on his horse. Understood, Hu Ryong was excited. Commander, from what I've found out, there's a place called the Yuol Ru, Jin Woo-rip exclaimed. This fellow, he's really fast. Everyone, you've worked hard. Today, fill your bellies with wine. Go to the Giseng house and enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. I'll buy a round. As soon as the group entered the Giseng house, they ate, drank, danced, and played to their heart's content. Jin Woo-rip poured Feng Yin a drink. You worked hard on your first mission. Feng Yin was nervous. Thank you, Commander, but we failed to protect the madam. Jin Woo-rip sighed. Are you still dwelling on that? Both you and I are just human. We grow through failure. If you know where you went wrong this time, you can do better next time. Feng Yin stared at the wine glass in his hand, thanking the commander. Sadness still filled his heart. Failure makes all preparations meaningless. If I were in the Great Sword Sect, I would have been beheaded like the chief of the Chang'an Pavilion. Jianryu whispered into Hu Ryong's ear. The Madalam's future will be very bright. You're right, I think so too. Jin Woo-rip suddenly stood up. Then I'll take my leave first, Commander. Where are you going? Jin Woo-rip turned around. No matter how close I am, if I'm here, you won't be able to enjoy yourselves freely. It would be better to drink in your respective rooms. I'm a bit tired, so Dea will manage everything. I'll rest at the inn next door, so call me if anything happens. The group cupped their hands in unison. Understood, thank you, Commander. Dan Riowa followed behind Jin Woo-rip, admiring him. It seems the commander doesn't enjoy entertainment. Jin Woo-rip shook his head and sighed. It's truly annoying. Why do women cling to me? I don't know, Dan Riowa explained. As I told you earlier, So Jung and I will accompany you as escorts and monitors. Jin Woo-rip laughed. Haha, I know. I'll tell everyone that I hired the two of you as escorts. It would be very difficult to explain your monitoring status to the Kwangryang unit. Dan Riowa also had no objection. I look forward to receiving much guidance from the commander in the future, she thought to herself. The Mumian Mountain King needs an escort? Truly ridiculous. Yang Chu opened his mouth as he walked with So Jung behind them. I don't enjoy entertainment either. So Jung paid him no attention. I didn't ask. Jin Woo-rip spoke to Dan Riowa again. If you're an escort, then you're an escort. Let's have a drink together today, Dan Riowa replied. If the young master is buying, I'll consider it. Jin Woo-rip replied coolly. Of course, it's very expensive flower wine. Just then someone approached them. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, however. As soon as I heard the Kwangryang unit had arrived, I rushed over. I am Shin Wan, the head of the Jeomjong Martial Gate. Commander, could you spare a moment to meet me? Jin Woo-rip politely cupped his hands and replied, I am Jin Woo-rip, the commander of the Madalam's Kwangryang unit. This is the territory of the Jeomjong Martial Gate, so it is proper for me to pay my respects to the gate master first. It's already late, so I hope the gate master will forgive my presumption. Dan Riowa thought to herself, at times like this he's like a different person. Shin Wan was startled. Jin Woo-rip, then the commander is the young master who defeated the Great Sword Sect? That's right, I am Jin Woo-rip, Shin Wan thought to himself. As a member of the Sichuan Alliance, I have seen many distinguished young men from prestigious families. The Madalam may have lost its former prestige, but the Jeomjong Martial Gate is worlds apart, unlike those arrogant and haughty individuals. This young master is truly humble and polite. If things go smoothly, we might be able to get his help. Having thought this far, he smiled brightly and said, I hear the Madalam has now seized hegemony over Chongqing. Then the day to reclaim its past glory is not far off. Jin Woo-rip laughed heartily. Haha, there's still a lot to do, but since the Gate Master has come to visit so late, there must be something important. Surely, Gate Master, please speak freely. Thank you, young master, for putting my mind at ease. Then I must start with the story of the Sichuan Alliance. Our Jeomjong Martial Gate is a member of the Sichuan Alliance. Jin Woo-rip nodded. I heard about that on my way here. The Sichuan Alliance is an alliance formed after the Madalam's decline. It includes the Sichuan Tang clan, Qingcheng sect, Ma sect, and Dianqing sect. Its nominal purpose is to counter the Central Plains Murim alliance and protect Sichuan's interests, but in reality it's not. From the beginning their relationship with the Central Plains Murim was not bad. So why do they need to protect their interests? It's just an alliance for the four major sects to thoroughly exploit and control the small and medium-sized factions. This is the peaceful reality of the Murim. Jin Woo-rip suddenly realized. I see. And what problem is the Gate Master currently facing? Shin Wan asked again. If the young master heard about the Sichuan Alliance and the Jeomjong Martial Gate after coming here, did you also hear about the opposing factions? Jin Woo-rip frowned. Is the Gate Master referring to the black faction Mukhayal Gang? Shin Wan confirmed. That's right, in fact the Mukhayal Gang itself cannot be compared to our Jeomjong Martial Gate in terms of scale. The problem is that there's a young master from the Sichuan Tang clan, a key member of the Sichuan Alliance, who gets along very well with our Mukhayal Gang. Jin Woo-rip was astonished. A Tang clan young master who doesn't get along with an alliance member but gets along well with the Muk Hyol gang? Shin Wan explained. I wanted to ask why, but the Muk Hyol gang always blocked the way and I couldn't meet him. I also sent a letter to the Sichuan Tang clan but I received no reply. Jin Woo-rip continued. If there was no news, doesn't that mean the Tang clan doesn't consider that young master important either? It's highly likely he's just acting on his own. Shin Wan explained he's known for being a fool but blood is thicker than water. Everyone knows his mother dotes on him, so how dare I touch him? The Muk Hyol gang hiding behind Tang Wu is squeezing the life out of our Jiamzhong Marshal Gate day by day. Jin Woo-rip thought to himself, it seems this method of cutting off livelihoods is in vogue. It's exactly the same way the Great Sword Sect pressured the Madalim. Shin Wan stood up and cupped his hands. Commander, no, young master, please help us. The Jiamzhong Marshal Gate will never forget this kindness. Jin Woo-rip hastily waved his hand. Gate master, calm down. Shin Wan was still very serious. The Muk Hyol gang runs gambling dens and usury in the dark and even sells people to Cambodia. Even the government officials are bribed and turn a blind eye. Eliminating the Muk Hyol gang will not harm the young master at all. Jin Woo-rip sighed. It's not a difficult task, but the problem is the Tang clan. The Madalim needs allies to grow quickly right now. This is why I returned 3 million taels to the Wuxia and Geomun. The 4 major factions including the Tang clan and the Sichuan alliance have all established solid power. The Madalim will have to confront these forces someday. It would be truly great if we could bring them to the Madalim's side. Having thought this far, he sighed. I will help the gate master. Shin Wan was excited. Really? Jin Woo-rip stroked his chin. There is a way, but we don't have a justifiable reason to act immediately. First, we need to observe the situation slowly. Sojung at this moment telepathically messaged Dan Riohua from outside. Miss, we have a visitor. A visitor at this late hour, Sojung explained. It's the bald man from the Kwangryong unit. He says there's a fight at the Giseng house. Jin Woo-rip spoke to Dan Riohua. What's the matter? It's all right. Speak frankly. Dan Riohua no longer hesitated. There's a fight at the Giseng house. A fight? Who is the opponent? Dan Riohua hesitated. The Muk Hyol gang and the Tang clan young master. Shin Wan broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that. Jin Woo-rip glanced outside. Baldy, come in quickly and explain everything. Jaeon Ryu hastily pushed open the door. Commander, our subordinates were drinking at the Giseng house. Suddenly, the Muk Hyol gang leader and the third young master of the Tang clan entered. They ordered our subordinates to vacate their seats and caused a commotion. Jin Woo-rip asked again. How many of them are there? Don't they know we are Madalim warriors? Jaeon Ryu explained. If it weren't for the conflict with the Tang clan, the deputy commander would not have troubled the commander. Jin Woo-rip admired inwardly. As expected, I judged Udea correctly. This could become a big problem between the Madalim and the Tang clan, so I must be careful. Having thought this far, he struck the table and stood up. No matter who the opponent is, the Muk Hyol gang seems to be acting solely on the strength of the Tang clan's name. But didn't the Tang clan assign a bodyguard to its son? That I don't know either. Shin Wan suddenly spoke. Young master, since the Tang clan young master is also there, I will try to mediate. Jin Woo-rip turned and walked outside. No need, I will act immediately. Shin Wan was startled. Now, what are you going to do, young master? Jin Woo-rip replied calmly. Didn't the gate master want me to help? Now that I have a justifiable reason, I will help the Jiamzhong Marshal Gate right away. Yangchu, let's go. Udea, you cautious fellow, by now you must surely be getting insulted. Just hold on a little longer. At the Giseng house, the Kwangryong unit members' faces were all grim. Udea was being hit on the head with a wine bottle by someone. Oh dear, this fellow is truly persistent. You should have left when I told you to get lost, then this wouldn't have happened. The one hitting him was Wuyang Tae, the leader of the Muk Hyol gang. If you don't get hit and leave and you don't get lost, then what are you doing? I can tell from your subordinates. The leader is in this state and no one is stepping forward. Truly boring. Udea cursed inwardly. Damn it, I could kill that bastard with one move, but he's hiding behind that Tang clan fellow, so I can't do anything. Tang Wu behind him sighed as he looked at his clothes. My clothes are stained with blood. It truly ruined my mood for drinking. Wu Yangtie hastily apologized. Young master, I am truly sorry. I still couldn't control my strength. It's all right, be careful. Udea reminded inwardly. No one step forward. Something big will happen. Wu Yangtie once again waved his hand and hit him. You should be grateful for young master Tang's generosity. Now get lost. Feng Yan and his group could no longer endure and drew their swords. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Just then, Jin Woo-rip burst through the door. Excuse me, brave heroes, please stop the commotion at the Giseng house. Wu Yangtie said blankly. What is this? Jin Woo-rip cupped his hands. Oh, I am truly rude. My subordinates are truly ill-mannered. I am Jin Woo-rip, the commander of the Madalim's Kwangryong unit. I hope the young master will generously forgive my subordinates' rudeness. Tang Wu was astonished. The Madalim, Wu Yangtie broke into a cold sweat inwardly. The Madalim, the one that just took over the Great Sword Sect. Damn it, I picked the wrong fight. Tang Wu looked at his expression and was displeased. Why are you so surprised? What's the big deal about the Madalim? You're starting to annoy me. Did you forget who I am? Wu Yangtie scratched his head and laughed. Aha, young master, how could I? How could this subordinate dare? He sighed inwardly. Good. Since young master Tang is here, even if it's the Madalim, they can't do anything to me. Having thought this far, he regained his momentum and shouted, The Muk Hyol gang will drink here as young master Tang ordered. If you leave now, we will forget what happened today. Jin Woo-rip smiled very kindly. Leave here, of course we will. I will take my subordinates and leave the Giseng house right now. He immediately turned around and gestured to Udea. Everyone get out. Drag them all out. Yu Dea and his subordinates were dumbfounded. Commander, are you serious? Jin Woo-rip said, displeased. Serious? Go on, hurry. You guys go have fun somewhere else with the escort leader. Displeasure filled everyone's faces, but having no other choice, they had to follow Yu Dea. Jin Woo-rip then poured a drink for Tang Wu. Oh, esteemed sir, I will cover the entire cost of the drinks for the unpleasantness today. Tang Wu laughed heartily. Haha, you're quite perceptive. It wouldn't be very heroic of me to just send you away. Come sit, I'll buy you a drink. How could I possibly refuse a drink offered by such an esteemed sir? I accept with gratitude. Yu Dea grew even more displeased listening to their conversation. Hu Ryong and his group said disheartened, I chose the wrong commander, I can't do this anymore. I'll submit my resignation immediately when I get back. As they were going, they suddenly stopped. This was because Yang Chu and 2 others were standing there waiting. It's a mission, Hu Ryong shouted angrily. Get lost, muscle pig. What mission? Get out of here. Otherwise I'll beat you, Yang Chu said, his face serious. Are you really not going to do it? I'm not doing it. I'm going to resign. Feng Yin was a little more composed. What kind of mission? Escort leader, what are you talking about? Dan Riohua explained. This is the commander's order. If even a single Kwangryong unit member gets hurt, beat up the Muk Hyal gang, excluding women, the elderly, and children. Anyone who can stand on 2 feet, beat them to your heart's content. Yang Chu smiled very fiercely. Deputy Commander, aren't you going? Yu Dea was moved to tears. Of course I'm going, Jucho scratched his head. Seriously, are you going to rewrite your resignation? Hu Ryong burst into tears. I'll write it on my deathbed, the subordinates behind them all agreed and said they would go together. Seeing the Deputy Commander suffer, I truly cannot contain this anger. Please, let us go with you too, escort leader. Yang Chu nodded. Of course, everyone follow me. Feng Yin worried. But will it be all right? The Tang clan is backing the Muk Hyal gang, Dan Riohua countered. Didn't the commander keep the Tang clan's young master tied up at the Gisang house? The subordinate suddenly realized. So that's why the commander bowed to that scoundrel. Calling that moment, Hu Ryong admired even more. So that's why the commander told us to go have fun somewhere else. The Kwangryong unit is not wearing Mandarin martial attire right now, so everyone who knows their identity is at the Gisang house. This means the Muk Hyal gang won't know who beat them. This is precisely how Sangqian unified all the bandit strongholds in the world. Although it's somewhat illogical for Wurim people to say this, Sangqian is truly an interesting place. The scene shifts to the Muk Hyal gang's stronghold. Yu Dea and his group had arrived here at this time. 2 gate guards shouted loudly. Stop right there, do you know where this is? Daring to invade with weapons drawn. Who are you? Jucho, without a word, immediately charged. Before the 2 young men could react, they were struck by his spear. The Muk Hyal gang members still didn't understand why they were being hit. What the hell is this? Why in the middle of the night did masters suddenly appear? Yang Chu scratched his head. We are the people of the 3rd young master of the Sichuan Tang clan. What was that scoundrel's name again? Dan Riohua added. We received orders from Tang Wu, the 3rd young master of the Tang clan. Today we will take down the Muk Hyal gang's signboard. The Muk Hyal gang members shouted in disbelief. Don't talk nonsense. Young Master Tang just went to drink with our gang leader. Yang Chu leapt into the air and slammed into the ground with one blow, scattering the Muk Hyal gang members in all directions. People broke into a cold sweat. The martial artists of the gang were instantly subdued. Are they really from the Sichuan Tang clan? But that can't be. Yang Chu did not stop, continuing to swing his fist and strike his face. Feng Yin also drew his sword. Brothers, charge, let's make the name of the Sichuan Tang clan known. The Muk Hyal gang immediately fell into chaos and the sounds of slashing and fighting continuously echoed. The Jiamzhong Martial Gate will also participate in this mission. The Kwangryong unit will hide their identities and freely use the Tang clan's name. The Muk Hyal gang is a faction famous for running gambling dens, looting and human trafficking. The Kwangryong unit will only subdue them. Whether or not to kill will be decided by the Jiamzhong Martial Gate. After confusing the information here, the Jiamzhong Martial Gate will come and deal with the rest. Xin Wan arrived very quickly, leading his men. We received orders from young Master Tang Wu. As members of the Sichuan Alliance, we will sweep away the Muk Hyal gang today. Surround them all. Don't let a single Muk Hyal gang member escape. So Jung stood in a corner with Dan Riohua, admiring. They truly seem excited, Dan Riohua explained. They've endured too much. To see the deputy commander suffer right before their eyes and be unable to do anything, it's truly unpleasant, the subordinates shouted as they fought. Tang clan fist arts, Tang clan dread, Tang clan poison arts, Tang clan hidden weaponry, Sojung worried. But will it be alright? The Tang clan won't just let this go, Dan Riohua continued. Sojung, the young master, is far more terrifying than I imagined. Sojung was astonished. For Miss to say something like that? Dan Riohua confirmed, that's right. You'll soon understand why I say that. At the Gisang house, Tang Wu and Jin Woo-rip were still happily drinking. Isn't it too much to despise me just because I'm a little less capable than those rascals? They devoured all the delicious food and tonics. Who would dare to despise such an esteemed sir? It's truly absurd, don't you think so too? All my brothers are despicable scoundrels, Jin Woo-rip cursed inwardly. This damned bastard, no ability, just complaints. Truly a frog in a well, Tang Wu continued. Just you wait. This time I will devour the entire Jiamzhong Martial Gate along with the Muk Hyal gang. Everyone will be surprised by me. a member of the Sichuan Alliance engaging in usury and even human trafficking. If we join forces, there's nothing we can't do. Isn't that right, Mukhail gang leader? Wu Yangtae continuously nodded beside him. That's right, I will certainly assist, young master, Jin Wu Rip admired indeed. So that's what the Jiamzhong Martial Gate was like. The esteemed sir will surely succeed, then even your family will recognize your talent. Come, young master, please accept another drink from me, Wu Yangtae thought inwardly. This Madeline brat seems to know nothing. Pulling Tang Wu to the Mukhail gang's side was not difficult at all. A few tears in front of Tang Wu acting as if the Jiamzhong Martial Gate had harmed him was enough. I completely deceived him. Tang Wu is merely a naive young master raised within the secure well of the Tang clan and the fence of Chengdu. He ventured out without escorts to prove his own abilities. Injecting lies into such a fool's head was too easy. After dealing with those Jiamzhong Martial Gate scoundrels and shifting all responsibility to this foolish young master, becoming a member of the Sichuan Alliance will be as easy as pie. Tang Wu once again poured a drink for Jin Wu Rip. Come, I'll buy you a drink. Don't worry about today's events. It's fortunate. If I had known this junior was the commander, I would have been more lenient. Jin Wu Rip smiled. It's common for men to get into fights when drinking outside. I've forgotten all about it. So young master, please don't worry too much either. Tang Wu laughed excitedly. Ha, truly a magnanimous man. Just then, someone came in from outside. Tang Wu was slightly surprised to see the person who entered. Isn't that one of the rascals from the Giseng house just now? Feng Yin approached from behind Jin Wu Rip. Commander, everything is finished. Jin Wu Rip smiled. Fast. Everyone must have enjoyed themselves, right? Tang Wu, dumbfounded, said. Finished? What's finished? Jin Wu Rip laughed heartily. Haha, I merely assigned my subordinates a few tasks. My subordinates failed to recognize you two esteemed sirs and caused some unpleasantness, so I ordered them to prepare a feast to apologize to you both. Tang Wu excited said. Ah, I see. Thanks to that, I had a very enjoyable day today. Haha, Jin Wu Rip made an inviting gesture. Beautiful Gisengs and lovely women are waiting for you, esteemed sir. Tang Wu excitedly followed. Good, if you satisfy me, I'll invite you to Chengdu sometime. Then I'll have much to thank you for, young master. Right this way, we're lighting fires and celebrating for you, young master. Tang Wu was astonished to see the bright lights filling the sky. Truly magnificent. Even in the middle of the night it's as bright as day. Your subordinates have put in a great deal of effort. I truly feel bad about what happened earlier because of you. Jin Wu Rip smiled amicably. Haha, young master, you don't need to worry about it. Wu Yangtae at this moment was tense and broke into a cold sweat. Young master, that place is our gang's main headquarters. Something must have happened. He then rushed forward hurriedly. Tang Wu called out loudly. Oh dear Mukhail gang leader, shouldn't I come with you? Wu Yangtae thought as he ran. Is it those Jiamzhong Martial Gate scoundrels? No, the Tang clan is here, so they wouldn't dare move like that. Who the hell are these damned rascals? This place is already a pandemonium. Who the hell are these damned rascals? Did no one survive? Someone answer me. A person lying on the ground replied. Gang leader, I'm here, Wu Yangtae hastily asked. What the hell happened? Which damn scoundrel did this? The person explained. There were a few strange people from the Tang clan. They said they received orders from Tang Wu. There was also a red-haired monster and even a monk. Be careful. Just then, Tang Wu also arrived, running. What's going on? Are you alright? Jin Wu Rip sighed from the side. Something big has happened. Tang Wu still couldn't understand at all. What the hell is this? Jin Wu Rip stood with clasped hands. What else could happen? Udea and his group also walked out from the blaze at this moment. This is the feast for the esteemed sir. Wu Yangtae gnashed his teeth. Jin Wu Rip, I definitely heard that name. Aren't you the young master who brought down the great sword sect? Jin Wu Rip smiled. Still perfectly sane, I see. Kneel down quickly. Udea flared up. If you want to live, kneel before our young master immediately. Tang Wu realized at this moment and shouted loudly. Jin Wu Rip, how dare you deceive me? Jin Wu Rip smiled. Young master, what are you saying? It's the deceived one's fault. Isn't that just the way the world is? You deserve to be beaten 10 times more than Udea just now. Wu Yangtae still stubbornly refused to kneel. Just then another voice echoed. Mukhail gang leader, are you still not going to surrender? Wu Yangtae gnashed his teeth. Jiamzhong Martial Gate scoundrels, you finally joined hands with the Madelim. Xin Wan flared up. Mukhail gang leader, young master Tang, now is the time for you to pay for your crimes. Wu Yangtae tried to say something before being stopped by Tang Wu. Jin Wu Rip, you don't know your place. Do you think the Madelim can protect your life? Are you threatening me by joining hands with evil forces? Jin Wu Rip sighed. This foolish rascal still doesn't understand the situation. In the end, will the Tang clan come to save you faster, or will I behead you faster? Tang Wu, enraged, pointed his finger. Are you disrespecting the name of the Tang clan right now? When I return, I will definitely report all of this to my father. Jin Wu Rip drew his sword. Do that. But that's only if you can return. The technique Jin Wu Rip unleashed was called the Mirror Flower Sword Saint's Emergence Technique. Wu Yangtae, seeing the sword energy graze his face and make him bleed, was terrified and at a loss. Udea's mouth hung open from behind. Isn't that the Mirror Flower Sword of the former pavilion master? The speed is too fast. How much has the young master practiced this sword technique? Jin Wu Rip laughed coldly. This is the Madelim's swift sword. Did everyone see it well? And don't be too flustered. I'll show you again. Although the pavilion master tried to pass on her ultimate technique to me despite objections from those around her, a sword technique like the pavilion master's limitless demonic sword requires deep understanding, so learning Sang Hogan's swift sword was much easier. Don Riohua cursed inwardly. Truly shameless. He skillfully blended the 8 heaven soul arts with swift swordsmanship, adding ultimate techniques to create a swift sword too fast for the eyes to follow. Truly amazing indeed. He is a man who prioritizes efficiency more than I do. Jin Woo Rip slowly walked forward. Third young master of the Tang clan, watch closely. From now on, you will see the true face of the man you were about to ally with for great things. He brushed past Tang Wu before he could even react. A powerful single-strike fist technique struck Wu Yangtai's face, and Ju Cho and his group were dumbfounded. Was the commander originally this strong? No, the Muk Hyol gang leader is just too weak. Yu Dea sighed inwardly. The commander is truly strong. You foolish rascals, Jin Woo Rip scoffed. How about it? Isn't that scoundrel's skill too pathetic for someone named a black faction gang leader to plan great things with such a fellow? Truly foolish. The remaining Muk Hyol gang members, if you have any pride, charge at me all at once right now. The subordinates, without hesitation, all charged at him simultaneously. Jin Woo Rip's eyes gleamed. For young Master Tang Wu, born and raised in a prestigious family, the difference between the righteous path he read about in books and reality was too great. The subordinates were very quickly subdued by Jin Woo Rip. Shin Wan, looking at the back of the young man in front of him, thought inwardly, the rumors weren't accurate. The Madelim young master is not only exceptional in strategy but also— Feng Yan and his group didn't know Jin Woo Rip's true skill but still held firm to their own thoughts. It wasn't that the Muk Hyol gang leader was weak. His swordplay when dealing with multiple opponents is truly concise and sharp. Except for the first strike, he didn't use too much internal energy. His strategy, strength and combat sense are all astonishing. He is a person of innate talent, capable of making a name for himself throughout the world. Wu Yangtae lay on the ground, and only then with a trembling voice raised his head. Damn it, has everything I had turned to foam? Jin Woo Rip, all of this is because of you. I will definitely repay you. As soon as he finished speaking, he was cut down by Jin Woo Rip. This is the punishment heaven bestows upon you. It's not because of the esteemed sir. Don't you know why? Go ask the king of hell yourself for your sins. Tang Wu stood there, dumbfounded and terrified. Are these bastards all crazy to wipe out an entire faction just for a few blows? I must return immediately and report this. But the moment he turned, Jin Woo Rip's voice echoed. Stop right there. Young Master Tang seems very afraid. Where are you going? Tang Wu turned his head and threatened. Who would be afraid of a wretch like you? Have you forgotten that the Tang clan stands behind me? Jin Woo Rip scoffed coldly. So what? Do you think they'll come here to pick you up? Don Riohua advised telepathically at this moment. The Tang clan stands behind that wretch, so you must not kill him. A clash with the Tang clan that exposes your identity would be very bad. Jin Woo Rip sighed. I won't kill young Master Tang, but I need to give him a few blows for Dea. A debt must be repaid. Yangchu was startled. The young master has rolled up his sleeves. Yu Dea asked, puzzled from the side. What do you mean, escort leader? Yangchu explained. My body doesn't feel pain due to internal energy protection, but the young master's strikes are different. Each time I'm hit, hot and cold primal energy simultaneously penetrates my body, so you could say it hurts enough to kill. Tang Wu screamed in terror. Don't come closer, I'll tell my father about this. I will definitely make you regret allying with villains to pressure me. Jin Woo Rip paid no attention and immediately slapped his cheek. As Yangchu had said, the young man immediately felt a mixture of hot and cold. Jin Woo Rip grabbed his collar and raised his hand again. Born into nobility, you've probably never been hit by anyone, have you? But only by being hit like this will you learn how terrifying the world is. Others might turn a blind eye because of your Tang clan bloodline, but I am different. No matter who your parents are, if you deserve a beating will prevent you from doing foolish things. Resist and you will die. Let go immediately. Yu Dea and his group watched Jin Woo Rip lecture Tang Wu quietly tense. Seeing the Tang clan's young master being beaten right before their eyes, everyone wondered if they were hallucinating. Han Jiang worried. Will it be all right? Ju Cho also added. I wanted to ask the same thing. Feng Yan reassured. Don't worry. Whatever else, I can assure you the commander is a thoughtful man. Another person also approached Shin Wan and said in a low voice, Gate Master, is it all right to leave things like this? Shin Wan reassured, the young master is not thoughtless. Let's observe a bit longer. Only after beating him for a long time did Jin Woo Rip sigh with satisfaction. It's hot, I need to cool down. He then raised his sword and said, if you don't want to lose your teeth, shut up immediately. Feng Yan and his group all broke into a cold sweat upon seeing that. Will it be all right? Feng Yan had reassured them it would be, so they tried to relax. Very quickly a crunching sound was heard. Gate Master, wasn't that the sound of bones breaking just now? Jin Woo Rip then told Yangchu to bring water. Now you hit him, but he seems to be dead anyway, what's there to worry about? If he really died, we can just pin everything on the Muk Hyol gang leader. We simply killed the Muk Hyol gang leader to avenge the Tang clan's young master, Yangchu suddenly realized. Haha, that's a great idea. Tang Wu lay on the ground, unable to speak. Am I really going to die like this? Jin Woo Rip stood there, taking a breath and sipping his tea. Just then, Tang Wu struggled to get up again, grabbing his clothes and begging, I was wrong, please spare my life. Hee, I'll do anything you say, please don't kill me. Jin Woo Rip thought inwardly, of course I won't kill you. That would spark a war. After a moment of thought he spoke, the Muk Hyol gang leader who used you for his dirty deeds is dead. You could say you've paid the price for your foolish actions. How about it? Are you a bit more clear-headed now? Tang Wu continuously nodded. Yes, I'm much more clear-headed. I dare not act recklessly with my family's reputation again, Deputy Commander. Ah no, great hero, I bow my head and apologize to you. I will never look down on others again, so please forgive me this time, Jin Woo Rip remarked. It seems young Master Tang still hasn't come to his senses. Shin Wan approached and advised, Young Master, you're missing the core of the problem. Jin Woo Rip rebuked. You fool, avenging a subordinate who was beaten is a proper thing to do, but do I look like a madman who would commit arson and murder for such a thing? Now I will tell you the truth about what the Mukhayal gang and you did together. Xinhuan called behind him. Bring them here, very quickly. Many people, old and young, men and women, were led in. Some were so weak they had to be supported to move. Wuxia brought them before Tang Wu and told him to look closely. This is what the Mukhayal gang did. Tang Wu recalled Wu Yangtai's cunning lies, his eyes bloodshot, and wailed. No, this can't be. Who are they? Jin Wuxia explained. These are the women you kidnapped in league with the Mukhayal gang, Tang Wu wailed even more miserably. Mukhayal gang leader, I knew the leader wasn't a man of integrity, but I never imagined. Jin Wuxia cut him off. Do you think that's a small flaw that can be overlooked? Moreover, he treated you like an emperor. Do you understand the situation now? Tang Wu doubted inwardly if the Mukhayal gang really committed such acts. Wasn't that the Jiamzhong martial gate's doing? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, helplessly clutching his head and wailing. No, this can't be, Jin Wuxia rebuked. Truly foolish, you all have suffered greatly. The Mukhayal gang has been eliminated, so now everyone please return home with peace of mind, the people all sobbed collectively. Thank you, young master, thank you so much, I thought I would die miserably here. Tang Wu felt even more helpless and regretful. How could one human do such things to another? What exactly did the Mukhayal gang and I end up doing? A frail old man spoke. How can we repay this kindness? At least tell us the name of our benefactor, Jin Wuxia said solemnly. Name? You must engrave this name deep in your bones. The hero who saved you all is Tang Wu, the third young master of the Tang clan, a great hero. Tang Wu himself froze, dumbfounded at these words. What is he saying? The people said, dumbfounded. What on earth are you saying, great hero? We heard the guards in prison talking. They said the Tang clan's third young master was the one protecting the Mukhayal gang, and that they kidnapped us. They even said no one could touch them because they were under the Tang clan's third young master's protection. Tang Wu bowed his head even lower, filled with regret and shame. Mukhayal gang leader, how dare you use my name and even the Tang clans to commit such dirty deeds? Though I may have a cunning tongue like a viper, surely I am not so despicable. Jin Wuxia felt a slight pity upon seeing his remorseful expression. That was just a misunderstanding. The Tang clan's third young master deliberately infiltrated the Mukhayal gang to save everyone. We came to rescue you all at the request of great hero Tang Wu. Xinhuan added, without young master Tang Wu's sacrifice we could never have rescued you all. If you want to show gratitude, thank young master Tang Wu. Tang Wu tried to open his mouth to protest again, but before he could finish speaking the people had already rushed to him, continuously expressing their gratitude. We misunderstood you, benefactor. We will never forget your kindness today, young master, even in death. Thank you, great hero Tang Wu. Thanks to you this maiden can see her son again. Thank you so much, great hero, Jin Wuxia thought inwardly. I didn't even give him a chance to apologize. Receiving gratitude from the victims will make it even more unbearable for him. It's not something that can be resolved with a single apology. He will have to live with guilt for the rest of his life. Tang Wu collapsed to his knees amidst the gratitude and praise of the very people he had harmed. Long live great hero Tang Wu, long live the Sichuan alliance, long live the Tang clan. He ultimately couldn't bear it and fainted. Everyone immediately panicked. The benefactor has collapsed. Bring a stretcher quickly. Jin Wuxia stopped them. The young master was severely injured in the battle with the Mukhayal gang leader. Express your gratitude later. First, everyone please return home. Xinhuan ordered his subordinates, you two safely escort these women home. The people then quickly left the place. Thank you all, we will never forget today's events. Thank you, Jiamzhong Martial Gate and great hero Tang Wu. After they left, Xinhuan asked Jin Wuxia, young master, although Tang Wu is foolish and reckless, he is still a young master of the Tang family. Will this be all right? Jin Wuxia glanced at him. Even if the Tang clan finds out about this, what can they do? Xinhuan worried. Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself? Jin Wuxia smiled. All the credit has already gone to Tang Wu. He has become a hero to the people here. But if the Tang clan tries to pressure me because I beat their son, everyone in the world will know this fact. What parent wants to make their child look like trash? The Tang clan will be able to do nothing. Xinhuan's mouth fell open, and he thought inwardly, indeed a terrifying person, covering truth with lies. Not only did he block any possibility of others harming him, but he also made the Tang clan indebted to him. The more he thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. Did the young master think and act this far ahead? Jin Wuxia noted. Because of that wretch, so many people suffered. Can foolishness alone be an excuse for forgiveness? If time had allowed, I would have beaten him for 3 days and nights. Now Pyongyang Haion has become the sole territory of the Jiamzhong Martial Gate. I hope the gate master will handle all matters well in the future. Xinhuan was astonished. Is the young master planning to let us manage all the Mukhayal gang's territory? Jin Wuxia smiled. This place was originally the Jiamzhong Martial Gate's land. Of course, the Jiamzhong Martial Gate should reclaim it. Xinhuan asked again. Then what should we give the young master? Jin Wuxia waved his hand. Rest assured, I won't demand anything, he thought inwardly. It's better to forego immediate fame and gain a benefit than to acquire a difficult-to-manage variable. The benefit here is the Jiamzhong Martial Gate. They are a member of the Sichuan alliance, so they will be needed someday. Xinhuan clasped his hands. Because of the Mukhayal gang, the Jiamzhong Martial Gate's territory had been greatly reduced, so I will never forget today's kindness. Jin Wuxia also clasped his hands in return. I merely did what was right. Xinhuan then bid farewell and left. We still have much to attend to, so we will leave first. I have prepared accommodations. Young master, you must come there. Only then did Jin Wurip turn to the Quangliang unit members. How about it? Are you a bit more at ease now? The group replied in unison. Yes, Commander, Jin Wurip continued. Dea, your pride must have been greatly wounded. You truly endured well. Dea smiled. This subordinate simply did as the young master taught. This subordinate's pride is not important. If this subordinate hadn't endured then, would we have achieved such good results now? Jin Wurip approached and patted his shoulder. Humiliation is only for a brief moment. I would not hesitate to even lick an enemy's shoes. Feng Yian also spoke. Commander, the deputy commander endured the humiliation as you taught, so this matter could have been overlooked, but why did you assign this mission? Jin Wurip explained. If I had experienced something similar, I would have endured it like the deputy commander. But if I don't avenge the humiliation of my subordinate, how can I be worthy of leading you all? Zhu Chou tried to expose Hu Riong, but he quickly covered his mouth. Commander, this subordinate is very proud to be a member of the Quangliang unit. Jin Wurip commanded. Good, everyone worked hard. How many were injured? 22 suffered minor injuries. Thanks to the help of the two young ladies, no one was seriously injured. Dan Riohua blushed, embarrassed. We are members of the Quangliang unit now, after all. Jin Wurip didn't pay much attention either. You were an unexpected addition, but thank you nonetheless. Jian Ryu laughed heartily. The commander grasped everything at a glance with divine foresight. Jin Wurip smiled. Good, then how much did you secure? The group quickly reported. The silver and promissory notes hidden by the Mukhail gang leader amount to 500,000 taels. Dan Riohua suddenly realized inwardly, indeed he wouldn't act without any benefit. In the end it was wealth he was after. But very quickly her thought was dispelled by Jin Wurip. Good, Squad 1, investigate the victims of the Mukhail gang as soon as dawn breaks. Squad 3, transfer all the silver here to the Jiamzhong Marshal Gate. Return the victim's silver in the name of Tang Wu and the Jiamzhong Marshal Gate. Dan Riohua once again admired his actions. Jin Wurip was inwardly pleased. Is there any need to carry silver? Promissory notes are enough. We're on the same boat anyway, so let's go all the way. Jiamzhong Marshal Gate Master, you are mine. He then led the group away. Come on, don't dawdle. Everyone return before dawn and let's have a drink together. 2 days later at the Jiamzhong Marshal Gate, Tang Wu was still recuperating from his injuries here. After 2 days and nights in a coma, he finally regained consciousness today. He groaned and stood up. I collapsed. As soon as he stood up, he found a letter lying beside him and quickly opened it to read. His face immediately tensed and changed color. The letter's content was addressed to Foolish Tang Clan. Now that the medicine's effect has worn off, you must have woken up with your whole body aching. But the pain you're experiencing now won't just be physical, especially when you recall the tears of the people who sincerely thanked you. Doesn't your heart ache? Doesn't the beating feel too light even after receiving it? Come on, be honest, you're surely resenting me, aren't you? Because I took away your chance to tell the truth and ask for forgiveness from these people? Upon reading this far, Tang Wu wailed, No, this isn't what I wanted. I don't want to be a fake great hero like this. As if Jin Wurip had seen through his innermost thoughts, the next passage read, What, you don't want to be a fake hero? You don't want these things to happen? Weren't you the madman who left home without a single escort just to gain fame across the land like your brothers? You'd better be grateful to me, because thanks to me you'll be called a great hero in the future. Though a wretch like you could never be a true great hero, no matter how much you blame yourself, no matter how many thousands or tens of thousands of times you wail, the voice of the criminal within you will never disappear. From now on, strive to become a great hero who isn't ashamed of himself. If we meet again next time and you still haven't changed, then I will truly send you to hell. Tang Wu finished reading the letter, infuriated, crumpled it, and roared. The scene shifts to the Madelim in Chongqing, Sichuan. The people here murmured and discussed as Jin Wurip and his group approached. Is that the Quangliang unit? I heard they eliminated the blood demon Asura. Is the blood demon Asura the name of a dog in your backyard? Don't talk nonsense. There's no way that's true, is there? The blood demon Asura isn't just some street robber. Who knows, didn't the young master overturn the great sword sect? Anyway, they're truly amazing. I heard they swiftly resolved the Zheng family estate matter. I heard all the Quangliang unit members are from the great sword sect. Who knew they'd do so well? Feng Yian dismounted and turned his head to glance at them. He then immediately clasped his hands in greeting. Zhu Chou and his group walked, discussing. Now I finally feel like I'm a part of this place. Jian Ryu agreed. That's right, before it was awkward every time we met. Dan Riohua and her companion were also here, walking and secretly analyzing. The atmosphere here is truly different from Murim. It's strangely peaceful. All the Madelim martial artists can completely conceal their presence. I wonder if their living environment has an influence. By the way, Sojung, can't you pick up some of the discarded trash around here? Sojung replied. Since Miss will be staying here for a while anyway, I should check carefully. Zhou Mugong quickly walked out from inside. Welcome everyone. You've worked hard. Jin Wurip approached, clasped his hands and said, The Quangliang unit has completed the mission entrusted by the Lord and returned. Although 6 Zheng family estate warriors died, the estate master and his family are all safe. The madam and the young lady will return in a few days and I have completely eliminated the culprit. Zhou Mugong excitedly approached and patted his shoulder. I received the letter you sent from the Zheng family estate. I heard the culprit was the blood demon Asura. Jin Wurip pointed to Dan Riohua and her companion and introduced them. That's right, thanks to the help of these 2 young ladies I was able to easily eliminate the culprit. They are martial artists from the 7 veins. Zhou Mugang exclaimed, "Oh," and then approached, clasped his hands and said, "On behalf of the Madalim, I express my deepest gratitude to you two young ladies." He then looked back at the Guangriang unit. "You all worked hard on your first mission. Tonight I will send much wine and meat to Guangpiangjang. Everyone please go back and rest first. If the commander is not busy, would you care for a cup of tea with me?" Jin Wurip happily replied, "Yes, uncle." He then looked back at Dan Rio Hua and her companion. "You two young ladies please go and rest too. I have prepared accommodations for you both next to Guangpiangjang." The two uncle and nephew then immediately went into the room to drink tea. Jin Wurip spoke without hiding anything. Actually, the Dark Knight assassin was also involved in this Zheng family estate incident. Zhou Mugang was startled. Then 2 of the 3 heroes of the world joined forces, Jin Wurip confirmed. "That's right, uncle, as you said, I was fortunate enough to subdue the Dark Knight assassin before he could use his assassination techniques. He tried to test his skill, but he cut him off. I was just lucky, truly." He then put his hand inside his chest again and pulled out silver notes. Also, not only the Zheng family estate but the Wuxia Geomoon was also subjected to kidnapping and extortion. "These are the silver notes I seized from the Dark Knight assassin." Zhou Mugang was aghast, his mouth agape at the silver notes. 2 million taels? Did the Wuxia Geomoon have that much money? Jin Wurip explained. "They must have sold even the pillars of their house. You can decide what to do with this money, uncle. If we return this money to the Wuxia Geomoon, we can gain their favor." Zhou Mugang suddenly realized. "Their favor? It seems you have another plan," Jin Wurip nodded. "That's right. I didn't have time to tell the Lord this earlier. But today another incident occurred. This is a letter personally written by the Gate Master of the Jiamzhong Martial Gate, a member of the Sichuan Alliance." Zhou Mugang quickly took the letter and opened it. Jin Wurip then explained what had happened in Pyongyang Haion. Zhou Mugang laughed heartily. "Haha, the young master of the Tang clan, I've heard stories about him. Young Master Tang seems to have met the wrong opponent," Jin Wurip continued. "But he is still the 3rd young master of the Tang family after all. Uncle, aren't you afraid of disaster?" Zhou Mugang said solemnly. "He started it, so what do I have to worry about? Your uncle is not such a weak person, but this letter contains very valuable content. If the Madalim just opens its mouth, our sect will immediately come running. You punished the Tang clan young master's arrogance and forged a strong alliance for us. We have received so much, Wurip, you've worked hard." Jin Wurip replied. "Through this incident with Tang Wu and the Jiamzhong Martial Gate, I realized that the Sichuan Alliance is not as solid an organization as it appears. For the Madalim to regain its former glory, we must exploit their weaknesses," Zhou Mugang continued. "The small and medium-sized factions joined the alliance out of fear, but they have always had to bow their heads before the large factions, so their hearts must be filled with no small amount of dissatisfaction. To build a forest, one must plant trees, and before planting trees, one must sow seeds. If we gain the support of the small and medium-sized factions, our Madalim will have wings on a tiger. It is completely impossible to overthrow the Sichuan Alliance with our strength alone. There won't be many sects that can share hardships with us. I always thought that if we wanted to do something, we had to join the Sichuan Alliance by any means. Of course, those who suppress us would not readily accept that." Seeing Jin Wurip suddenly burst out laughing, he asked in bewilderment, "Young master, why are you laughing like that?" Jin Wurip explained. "Uncle's thoughts are exactly the same as mine. I am simply happy." Zhou Mugang laughed. "Haha, our conversations always seem to have no small number of interesting points," Jin Wurip explained. "As uncle said, to attract the small and medium-sized factions, we must join the Sichuan Alliance. Within the alliance, we must win over sects to our side and make our voice heard. If we also gain the support of the Jiamzhong Martial Gate and the Wuxia Geomoon, overthrowing the Sichuan Alliance is entirely possible," Zhou Mugang said solemnly. "Wurip, do you intend to go directly to Chengdu?" Jin Wurip confirmed. "Yes, uncle, I have only seen one corner of the Sichuan Alliance so far. I have never seen the entire alliance. I want to investigate directly and find a solution." Zhou Mugang did not stop him. "Good, I agree with your opinion, but not now. Rest for at least half a month before you go." Jin Wurip clasped his hands and said, "I have much to do before I go, so I won't rush." Zhou Mugang smiled. "Coincidentally, I've dealt with most of the branches, but I haven't dealt with the Chengdu branch yet. Although that place has long been a ghost town, it can be repaired and used with a little money. I'll spend a little money and have the Madalim handle this." Jin Wurip put his hand back inside his chest. "Money isn't necessary. Actually, I've already squirreled some away." Zhou Mugang laughed heartily. "Haha, your elder sister used to do the same. Good, how much did you hide?" Jin Wurip handed him a bundle of silver notes. "This is pocket money for you, uncle." Zhou Mugang was astonished inwardly. 30,000 taels? How much did he hide in total? Wait a minute. The Zheng family estate asked for 3 million taels, but the Wuxia Geomoon's silver notes were only 2 million taels. Thinking this far, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You audacious young master!" Jin Wurip laughed heartily. "Haha, then I'll be going now. You're leaving already? You haven't even greeted grandfather yet." Very quickly night fell. Zhou Mugang walked alone in the bamboo forest. "Pocket money for my grandson, this strange young master." He was truly overjoyed, dancing with glee. Just then Zhou Pyeongqian suddenly appeared behind him and coughed. Zhou Mugang was startled. "Father, what are you doing here at this hour?" Zhou Pyeongqian calmly replied, "Just taking a walk. You seem to have something joyful happening." "It's joyful, but you should maintain the Lord's dignity." Zhou Mugang bowed his head. "Yes, I will be careful." After speaking, he turned and left. As he left, the old man snorted, "This damned young master, do you think only you get a share? This is the first pocket money I've received from my grandson." The Supreme Lord must also be overjoyed and unable to sleep tonight. He also danced and sang excitedly, just like his son earlier. The scene shifts to the Guangpyeongjang annex. Dan Ryo-hwa quietly thought in her room. They must have let us stay in the annex so the men of Guangpyeongjang wouldn't make us uncomfortable. I really like this place. It's so quiet. So-jung entered from outside. Miss, I asked the deputy commander for the brush, paper, and ink you needed, and he brought them. Dan Ryo-hwa smiled. So-jung, do you want to leave already? So-jung placed the items on the table and explained, it will take at least a month to get from here to Murim, even at top speed. I need to leave now to arrive before winter. Dan Ryo-hwa nodded. Understood, just wait a little longer. I'll write the letter right away, but it's strange. I didn't expect you to be so willing to return to Murim alone and report. Why do you want to report on my behalf? So-jung sighed. It's because of Jin Woo-rip. He's unpredictable, but I don't think he's a bad person. If he's an enemy, he'll be the most dangerous enemy, and if he's an ally, he'll be an ally we can rely on. Dan Ryo-hwa exclaimed. Oh, I didn't realize you held him in such high regard. Didn't you dislike him originally? So-jung was still very calm. I don't dislike him, and of course I don't like him either. I am merely not letting my guard down, Dan Ryo-hwa asked again. But why did you suddenly change your mind? Not long ago, you opposed accompanying young Master Jin. She thought to herself that she hadn't told So-jung anything about young Master Jin's identity. Then all that's left are the questions raised here. Good, So-jung replied. It's because of Tang Wu. He showed me what a person who knows nothing about the world, like a frog in a well, can become. Although I don't like young Master Jin's arrogant demeanor, he is clearly a person with much to learn from. By being with him, Miss will also have the opportunity to learn more. Dan Ryo-hwa had finished writing the letter at this moment. Only you truly think of me, So-jung reminded her. Miss, please remember this. Men are ultimately just thieves, so you should never easily trust them. Miss must never be fooled by that handsome face. If not, Miss should leave quickly too, alright? I will return to Murim first. Miss doesn't need to see me off. She then packed her bags and set off in the middle of the night. Not long after, she found Jin Woo-rip standing and waiting. Young lady, are you leaving? Young Master Jin, what brings you out at midnight? Jin Woo-rip explained. I was just on my way to meet Dea and happened to be passing by. It seems the young lady is returning to Murim to report. So-jung bowed her head. Please take good care of our young lady from now on. Jin Woo-rip continued. I should be saying that. He then threw her a pouch. This is for travel expenses. Guard leader Yin, have a safe journey. So-jung checked the money pouch and continued on her way. Deputy Commander, then So-jung will be going now. She also sang happily, overjoyed by the pocket money just like Joe Mugong and his father. Jin Woo-rip then waited for Dea at the training ground. Young master, why did you suddenly summon me here? Jin Woo-rip explained. I'm a little bothered that my subordinate was harassed by the Mukhail gang leader, so I just want to give you a few advantages. Udea continued. If we fight fair and square, the subordinate will definitely win. Jin Woo-rip frowned. Oh Dea, you should only say overwhelm, let alone win. He threw a secret manual to Dea. From today you will practice this. Once you've memorized it, you can burn it. Dea was startled to see the words Yunmyeong Jina Jiam silver-shaded true river sword written on the cover. Isn't this a secret manual? Jin Woo-rip explained. This is a sword technique that my master and I personally created. Dea was even more astonished to hear that. Young master, you can create martial arts? Jin Woo-rip said again. Didn't I say my master and I? Dea still couldn't believe it. Even so, it's truly hard to believe. Jin Woo-rip admired inwardly. If he knew that most of Sangcheon's martial arts were created by my master and me, he would probably faint. Many people know about Yunok's martial arts, so I taught these martial arts to the Sangcheon warriors. I was born with the 5 senses of the heavenly yin constitution, so such things are simply ordinary. Thinking this far, he pointed his finger and said, Didn't you decide to follow the same path as me from now on? Then you shouldn't be easily defeated by a wretch like Ak Wee Chung, Dea said solemnly. Young master, once I have staked my fate, Dea will never hesitate. The subordinate will do his utmost to master this martial art. Jin Woo-rip smiled. The Yunmyeong Jina Jiam is a sword technique that distinguishes the talented, so with your talent you will surely master it soon. Dea was excited. Young master, rest assured the subordinate will learn it with all his might. Jin Woo-rip clapped his hands with satisfaction. Good, very good. Anyway, that's not why I summoned you here right now. Dea mumbled in a daze. The subordinate thought the young master summoned me to the training ground to train me. What on earth is it? Jin Woo-rip explained. I want to seriously develop the Kwangryang unit. Dea scratched his face, thinking. Wasn't the previous training with Yang Chu where we almost died not serious? Jin Woo-rip continued. For the Madalim to regain its former glory and stand among the ranks of the Sichuan Murim, the Kwangryang unit must be developed. Furthermore, the Kwangryang unit warriors must become strong enough not to bow their heads to any Sichuan warrior. But doing so with Madalim martial arts and not other martial arts would be meaningless. We need martial arts suitable for these individuals from different backgrounds. Sword arts, spear arts, saber arts, staff arts, and even archery. We must reform the Madalim's martial arts. Yudea's mouth hung open. Martial arts reform? Young master, are you truly serious? Isn't that ignoring tradition? Jin Woo-rip explained. They originally gathered in the Great Sword Sect from different backgrounds. These warriors cannot start anew with Madalim martial arts. What I want from the Madalim warriors is momentum and spirit. They must cultivate Madalim martial arts, possess the Madalim spirit, and infuse the Madalim spirit into every move they perform. Combined with my combat knowledge, you will surely become strong quickly. Udea was still utterly astonished. This is the first time in my life I've met someone who speaks of martial arts reform so casually. Having thought this far, he nervously asked, "Young master, then what can this subordinate do? Martial arts improvement is too difficult with this subordinate's knowledge." Jin Woo-rip smiled and asked, "Very good, from today, your role will be to operate the infinite mind art." Udea's face was filled with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean?" Jin Woo-rip explained. "As I said, from now on you just need to continuously repeat the Madalam's mind art in front of me. Since I used the extreme yang divine pill, my yin-yang constitution is different from others. It is very difficult for my body to know its limits or what parts are not good. I need an ordinary person to observe my internal energy from the side. Don't be too sad. Once the improvement work is done, you will no longer be an ordinary person. For the next 15 days, Udea, you must always be by my side, while those foolish rascals are happily playing and unaware of the hell before their eyes. From now on, as soon as you open your eyes, you must immediately rush to me. Don't worry if you vomit during your grand cycle after breakfast, because there's still lunch to come. Grand cycle in the morning, grand cycle at noon, grand cycle in the evening. Did you see the shooting star outside the window? Then you must watch the shooting star along with your grand cycle. From now on, Udea will be doing so many grand cycles he'll become the grand cycle's deputy." Udea said in surprise. "Young master, are you trying to kill this subordinate?" Jin Woo-rip retorted. "Didn't you say you'd risk your life? Shall we be honest? Aren't you feeling uneasy and anxious these days?" "Ah, what else, Deputy Yu? Those foolish rascals call you Deputy Commander, but they were all formerly Grand Masters of the Great Sword Sect. Han Jiang, Ju Cho, those two rascals know no fear. They weren't even afraid of Ak Wei Chung. What did you do then?" "Ah, right, you were tied up. While you were tied up, what did Feng Yin do? Didn't that rascal lead in your place? What did you do then?" "Ah, you were tied up again." "Feng Yin's ability is beyond question. Everyone else followed his orders. Who's the deputy commander?" "Who's the deputy commander?" Udea bowed his head and stammered. "This subordinate is not afraid of Ak Wei Chung. This subordinate spirit," Jin Woo-rip shouted loudly. "What is your hobby, being tied up? What, are you saying you want to yield the deputy commander position to Feng Yin?" Udea gritted his teeth. "Grand cycle, this subordinate will do it. This subordinate will definitely do it." Jin Woo-rip smiled, admiring inwardly. "Very good indeed, that's my deputy commander." He then patted Udea's shoulder again. "After risking your life to cultivate the silver-shaded true river sword, you will be able to proudly become a true deputy commander. If you want to become stronger, don't waste time. When others are eating, sleeping, and resting, that is precisely when you must devote yourself to training." Jin Woo-rip thought inwardly. He has the talent to become a Grand Master of the Madalam. Feng Yin cannot compare to Udea, but he also needs a crisis to strive. "Because to follow me, even 100 lives would not be enough." Udea opened his mouth again after a moment. "But young master, are you all right? This subordinate knows that martial arts reform is no easy task. Furthermore, it would be even more difficult if you have to teach others, wouldn't it?" Jin Woo-rip smiled. "Ah, you don't need to worry about that. I have already prepared a dedicated master." Udea was puzzled. "A master? A master for whom?" Jin Woo-rip sat down. "You and I will go to Chengdu with martial arts after the reform is complete. In the meantime, I will entrust the Quangliang unit to that master. We must be separated from the Quangliang unit for a while." Udea was astonished. "Young master, but the Quangliang unit has just finished its first mission," Jin Woo-rip replied. "It means nothing. If they don't become stronger, they will merely die in the next plan." Udea admired inwardly. The young master's words are not wrong. But Jin Woo-rip said nothing after that, merely gazing silently at the moon. "All right, a master is a master then. Perhaps we may never meet again in the future." Somewhere, bloody corpses lay scattered on the ground, and a person was drawing something on the wall with a brush. This person was Baek Tae-gun, one of Sangcheon's 7 heavenly armies of the world. As dawn broke, people who seemed to be merchants were moving in the forest. This person was Gwak Ryong, the grand leader of the Jiamyang merchant group. "Finally, we've arrived on this road. It's tough, but there's nothing for it. He'll appear soon, won't he?" the person beside him asked, puzzled. "Grand leader, who are you referring to?" Gwak Ryong replied. "The Sangcheon warriors." The person who heard that was even more puzzled. "Isn't this Sangcheon's territory?" "That's right. There was originally no road here, but since they made it, it's natural for them to charge a toll. Have you ever heard of the Silent Light Sword?" The person was startled. "The Silent Light Sword, Baek Tae-gun. Who among the warriors of this era wouldn't know him? Although barely in his mid-20s, he single-handedly annihilated the Black Killer Association and is one of the 7 great martial artists of the world, renowned throughout the land." Gwak Ryong admired. "You know him too." The 7 Greats was the name given to warriors whose realm was just below the 10 great masters of the world during the Great War of the World, and thereafter they were called the 7 great martial artists. In other words, they are the talented individuals who will lead the Murim in the future, the person continued. "Grand leader, but Baek Tae-gun is a little different. He is someone who can rise to the ranks of the 10 great masters." Gwak Ryong laughed and said, "Oh dear, someone who shares my thoughts is here. Then congratulations." "Congratulations, Grand Leader, what are you talking about?" Gwak Ryong raised his head and looked ahead. "The Silent Light Sword Baek Tae-gun, whom you admire, is precisely the person who manages this area." As soon as he finished speaking, Baek Tae-gun appeared in their sight. "Hello everyone, it's been a while, Grand Leader." Gwak Ryong retorted. "Why has the garrison master come out personally today?" I happen to be waiting for you, Garrison Master. The young man behind him broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, this is Baek Gun. I heard he was the youngest among the 7 great martial artists, but isn't this too young? Baek Gun smiled warmly, cupping his hands. I heard there are some people coming to the merchant group for the first time today, so I came out personally to greet you. We'll be seeing each other often anyway, so wouldn't it be better to know each other's faces? Gwak Ryong laughed loudly. Haha, that's very good, otherwise our lads would have been scared just by hearing the name Sangqian when they first came to the merchant group. Everyone simultaneously cupped their hands in greeting. All the warriors of the Jiamyang merchant group greet the great hero. Baek Gun approached and stroked the warhorse's head. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am not such a fearsome person. As long as both sides are polite, I am a very mild-mannered person. Please continue to take good care of me in the future. The young man broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, not a fearsome person, the Grand Leader wouldn't know because he has no internal energy, but we can feel it very clearly. Although he tried to suppress it, his chilling presence could no longer be described as human. It was merely a single greeting, but all the merchant group's warriors felt as if a giant python had slithered over their bodies. Gwak Ryong reached into his chest, searching for something. Since the garrison master has come personally, I will give it to you myself. This then is the Jiamyang merchant group's half-year toll. Baek Gun smiled and received the silver notes. Thank you, Grand Leader. If you have any inconveniences, please tell me anytime. Gwak Ryong stroked his beard, thinking, inconveniences, there is only one. Baek Gun retorted, are you referring to the Jangnam Pyong bandit group, Grand Leader? Gwak Ryong confirmed. That's right, they are like ghosts, very difficult to avoid. Do you know about their recent actions, Garrison Master? Baek Gun smiled. Recently, they came into my territory and drank. After I treated them to a few drinks, I disciplined them and sent them far away. Now you can all conduct your business without worry. Gwak Ryong admired. As expected of Sangqian, hearing the Garrison Master say that puts my mind at ease. Baek Gun cupped his hands again. Haha, then Grand Leader, please have a safe journey. One moment, it would be best not to stop at the Jangnam Pyong Inn. Although it will be difficult, it would be best to pass through this area today. Gwak Ryong nodded without further questions. Understood. Since the Garrison Master says so, I naturally feel the strength to leave this place quickly. He stood there, watching Baek Gun's retreating figure. Even after he disappeared, he truly felt trustworthy. Thanks to Sangqian, doing business has become much more convenient. The subordinate beside him also agreed. That's right, with a master like that protecting us, the bandits will starve to death. Gwak Ryong laughed loudly. Haha, didn't he say he disciplined them? Surely everything has been cleanly resolved. That's right, there's no need to worry about bandits anymore. And the world has become much more peaceful. We can just go our way, and after quickly passing through the Jangnam Pyong Inn, we can rest. Pass through. Are you saying we should just pass by, as Garrison Master Beck said? Didn't he say there's no need to worry about bandits anymore? Since Garrison Master Beck handled everything smoothly, there's no need to worry even if we go to Jangnam Pyong at night. The Jangnam Pyong Inn was already a bloodbath by this time. A piece of paper written in blood was pinned to the wall, its content reading, Thank you for the welcome. Now go to hell. The scene shifts to the Madalim. Udea was sitting in one place, cultivating his energy. Operating the energy from the Dantian to the Beihui acupoint and then returning to the Dantian is precisely the lesser cycle. Stimulating all of one's blood vessels beyond the scope of the lesser cycle is precisely the grand cycle. Each sect has different ways of cultivating energy and operating martial arts. Therefore, just by observing the circulation of the grand cycle, one can tell what kind of martial arts that sect cultivates. But isn't the Madalim's mind art about accumulating demonic energy? Udea continued. The Madalim's martial arts originated from Mount Qian, so fundamentally yes, Jin Wurip continued. But strangely, I can't feel any demonic energy here. Udea explained. To explain that, we must talk about the Madalim's history. Hundreds of years ago, internal conflict within the demonic heaven cult led to the Blood Sect War, and this civil war lasted for decades on Mount Qian. The reason was that if one cultivates demonic arts to a certain level, they inevitably hit a wall. Those who could not overcome that wall gradually became monsters as demonic energy permeated their very bones. Some people used them as soulless humans, turning them into killing tools. One person opposed this, and a civil war broke out. People who were comrades yesterday were driving each other to death with vicious means today. Even those who did not want civil war were caught in the vortex of war. So they sent their confidants to Sichuan to live in seclusion here. The founder of our sect was Patriarch Zhou Chenghaiyang. The Patriarch dedicated his entire life to researching and improving the side effects of demonic arts. Finally, the Patriarch succeeded in removing demonic energy from demonic arts. When the demonic energy was removed, the power of the martial art was halved. So to improve this, the Patriarch used yin energy, and thus the Silver Moon demonic art was born, becoming the fundamental martial art of the Madalim. Jin Wurip suddenly realized. Did the Patriarch boldly abandon explosive demonic energy, remove its side effects and make it possible to use demonic energy more stably? Udea continued. The Silver Moon demonic art does not outwardly display any unique primal energy of demonic arts. However, this subordinate wonders if demonic energy can still be called demonic energy after its corrupting energy has been removed. Jin Wurim stroked his beard. Outwardly it's no different from the martial arts of the orthodox sects. Udaya replied. Honestly, this subordinate doesn't know what the difference is either. The Silver Moon demonic art is like air to this subordinate, however. This subordinate has one question for the young master. The Silver Moon demonic art is like air to this subordinate, so if I breathe too hard or too long I get dizzy. How long must I continue this grand cycle? Jin Wurim was startled by his question. A strange question. Naturally, you must do it for life. Udaya immediately burst into tears. Jin Wurim reassured him. Don't feel too wronged. You will be able to rest for 15 days and the Quangrang unit will have to train with even greater intensity. Udaya was startled. Greater intensity? Does the young master mean training with improved martial arts? Jin Wurim continued. During that time you must cultivate the silver-shaded true river sword. It's similar to repeating this grand cycle. Accepting something new is never easy, and I do not want you to die in that process. Even so, a person is more important than martial arts. However, the person who will become the Quangrang unit's instructor will not think that way. Perhaps a few will be sacrificed during the training process. If you wish, I can entrust you to that rascal too. You just have to speak the word. Udaya was tense. Grand Cycle. This subordinate is a Grand Cycle deputy. This subordinate is Udaya, deputy commander of the Quangrang unit. If it's as the Grand Master says, staying there could lead to death. Therefore, this subordinate refuses. The scene shifts to the Madalim's Guangpyeongjang. Feng Yin said to his brothers, through the battle with the blood demon Asura last time I deeply realized one truth. We are only strong when dealing with wandering warriors or bandits. Since we have decided to follow young master Jin Wurim, we must become strong enough not to bow our heads before any warrior in Sichuan. Hu Ryong also spoke. Everyone personally witnessed what the Grand Master did for us at the Muk Hyol gang. I will surely bury my bones in the Madalim. Jaeonryu continued. I too will dedicate my life here. The Grand Master will surely lead us to a higher realm. Ju Cho also agreed. I will also join everyone. The rest of the people also spoke up in unison. Me too. I will stake my life on the Quangrang unit. Me too. Please let me stay in the Quangrang unit. Good, then let's move forward together. Let's train hard together. Among the group only Han Jiang sat in one place, clutching his stomach in tension. My stomach hurts too much to speak any further. I think I ate something bad. This is driving me crazy. I can't miss this atmosphere. Just then, Hu Ryong approached and patted his shoulder. Han Jiang, don't overthink it. Let's act together. Han Jiang was already struggling to hold it in, and the pat on his shoulder made it even harder. Feng Yan spoke again. We all know that the commander is merciless towards enemies. He will be even more ruthless towards traitors. So before everyone takes the oath of loyalty, now is the only chance to leave. Those who wish to follow the commander stand up. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Jiang slammed the table and stood up. The group was puzzled by his attitude. Does Han Jiang have other thoughts? Without another word, he stood up, drew his sword and went outside. Before leaving, he coldly threatened, if anyone here goes outside for any reason, I will cut them down. The group all stood dumbfounded, understanding nothing. Han Jiang can be so blunt sometimes. Han Jiang has also shown his resolve to join everyone. That's right, that's fitting for a Quangrang unit squad leader. Come on, the commander has given us a short 15-day vacation, and after that, hellish training will begin. Let's enjoy this wonderful time together. And finally, all members of the Quangrang unit confirmed their participation in the Madalim Zanlamwan training, and autumn arrived. Yes, father, the wind feels very different. Zhou Pyeongqian stood by the window wondering about the weather in Chengdu. That child must have arrived by now. Zhou Mugong laughed loudly. Haha, as expected, father was thinking of Wurim. Zhou Pyeongqian continued. It's been quite a while since Wurim left Chongqing leading the Quangrang unit, hasn't it? I wish that child would send some news. Zhou Mugong took out a letter and placed it on the table. A letter just arrived this morning. It seems everything is going smoothly. Zhou Pyeongqian quickly picked up the letter. The Quangrang unit commander of the Madalim greets the Lord. As soon as he read the first sentence, Zhou Pyeongqian burst out laughing. Ho ho, even this rude fellow knows how to greet. Thank you for allowing my sudden journey. It is something that must be done for the revival of the Madalim. The Quangrang unit's journey to Chengdu was very smooth, all thanks to the 15-day vacation the Lord gave all members after the Zheng family estate mission. By the time the Lord receives this letter, autumn has probably arrived. Please take care of yourself in the cold wind. I will send news again when I arrive in Chengdu. Zhou Pyeongqian was astonished after reading it. Is that all? There's nothing special at all, Zhou Mugong replied. Wurim left all his words behind before he left. Zhou Pyeongqian was surprised again. What? How did he travel so far without a word? Zhou Mugong confirmed. Yes, that child is truly special. Zhou Pyeongqian looked up at the sky. Haha, I wonder where Wurim is and what he's doing this time. Quangrang unit, please return safely. The scene shifts to Jin Wurim's group. The gates of hell have opened. Run quickly. If anyone dares to stop, I will personally cut off their hands and feet. Jaeonryu, you octopus head. Unfortunately, you only have 2 legs. If you don't want your legs cut off, run quickly. The slowest one will perform the grand cycle with the deputy commander. The group had no choice. The commander is trying to kill us. The grand cycle with the deputy commander. Isn't that suicide? If you understand, move your feet quickly. Today we must cross 4 peaks, west of Chongqing in Bogok Mountain. Dea was sweating profusely, thinking inwardly. My energy has been depleted from 15 days of Madeline martial arts improvement and training with the commander. No, the young master. I continuously performed the grand cycle with all my strength. Everything went quite smoothly, but towards the end I even felt a sense of ease. Lightness skill training proceeded alongside the grand cycle, and this process was now in its 6th day. The group was increasingly exhausted and unable to move, but Miss Dan was still closely following the young master. Truly worthy of the divine dragon's daughter, Yang Chu, while moving, suddenly sensed something and was startled. Commander, no, is the heavenly lord going to meet the Provokes head? Jin Woo Rip explained telepathically. Didn't I say I would go to Chengdu with Miss Dan and Dea? Can you instill fighting spirit in those children? Who else but you? Yang Chu worried. The Provokes head is a bit scary. Belongs to that place, can't we avoid going there? Jin Woo Rip sighed. Yang Chu, shut up and follow me. On the 6th day, the group finally completely left Sichuan. The Quangliang unit minimized time for eating and sleeping for travel, except for periods to replenish internal energy. For the first 3 days, shouts of wanting to rest almost erupted several times, but remembering Han Zhong's determination, all members endured and continued. For the next 3 days, everyone felt like they were on the verge of death, yet no one uttered a single groan. Everyone had a chance to stop, yet no one did, because this was not something the commander forced but their own choice. 6 days passed like that, and the Quangliang unit began to surprise themselves. They had surpassed the moments where they thought they had reached their limits, and their hands and feet moved far better than they had imagined. Jin Woo Rip admired inwardly. Work hard and endure, because the training to come will be several times more terrible than this. If you hesitate and waver in that process, you will never win in future battles. Thus, on the 10th day, the Quangliang unit left Chongqing. All members' feet were covered in blisters and Jian Ryu's lips were tightly sealed, bleeding. Finally, all members reached their destination after a painful journey. Dea said to Jin Woo Rip, "Young master, we have reached the last peak." Jin Woo Rip nodded. Dea, you've also worked very hard." Dea looked around in confusion. "But is this the true destination? No matter how I look at it, this is just a deep valley beneath high mountains and steep cliffs. Looking at this valley, it feels like I'm getting closer to death." Dan Riohua also asked in confusion. "Young master, why did we come to this valley?" Jin Woo Rip replied. "The death Dea spoke of is this valley. The place we must go is beneath this valley. Quickly gather all members here. We will descend immediately." Yang Chu admired inwardly. "I didn't want to come back to this place, but it seems there's no other way. The only place near here suitable for avoiding people's eyes and training the Quangliang unit is Provokes." Jin Woo Rip stood there observing for a moment, then waved his hand and the fog cleared, faintly revealing a staircase leading all the way down the cliff. The group froze, dumbfounded at this sight. There are stairs here, a hidden space beneath the fog and cliffs. It could be called a heaven-sent fortress. Jin Woo Rip turned and looked at them. "I know everyone has worked hard, but we are only just getting close to our destination. Down below there's no light, so you won't be able to see. Everyone hold on to the clothes of the person in front of you tightly until your eyes adjust." The group then immediately began to descend. They held onto their comrades' clothes tightly as Jin Woo Rip instructed, descending in a line. Dan Riohua behind Jin Woo Rip thought inwardly. The young master's presence has changed a lot since coming here. His eyes are like someone in mourning, a carefully hidden stronghold. Surely the place I'm going to now is Yunok. Very quickly, a village appeared below. My goodness, there's a space like this beneath the cliff. This place is as vast as a village and there are human traces everywhere. To be precise, this place is truly a village, Commander. Where on earth is this place? There are sword traces and traces of human life. This subordinate wants to know where we've come. Jin Woo Rip clutched his head and admired. This place was once almost hell, now it's forever forgotten. The innocent people who had to live in the dark died at the hands of those who turned a blind eye to the truth. If everyone can continue this journey, you will soon know the truth. But those who cannot will be forever forgotten here. The time has come for those who were meant to come, and everything will now begin. Feng Yian asked in confusion. "Commander, what did you just say?" Jin Woo Rip cut him off. "That's right, it's secluded training. Until everyone finishes the training I've prepared, this place will be hell for all members of the Quangliang unit." Hu Riong broke into a cold sweat in tension. "Hell?" Yang Chu patted his shoulder and reminded him. "Everything you see and hear here must exist only in your own minds, otherwise I will surely kill him." The group frowned and looked at him. Escort leader Yang seems to know something. His serious expression, different from usual, makes me even more curious. Jin Woo Rip reassured them. "There's no need to be so nervous. Anyone who is here will surely survive this hell." Feng Yian, Han Jiang, Ju Chou, Hu Riong, Jian Ryu squad leaders stepped forward. "Now I will go to Chengdu. Everyone, come find me after you finish your work here." Feng Yian said blankly. "Commander, aren't you coming with us?" Jin Woo Rip replied. "I have work to do, so I must go first. From today you all will train with these secret manuals." Someone quickly brought a pile of secret manuals. The group quickly approached and opened them. "What is this? It looks like a secret manual." Jin Woo Rip explained. "This is the Madeline's martial arts modified to suit you. If you succeed in cultivating it, you will reach a much higher realm than now." Riong was astonished. "Oh, Commander, does the Madeline also have archery?" Jin Woo Rip extended his hand. "I knew it. Bring me a bow." Hu Riong quickly brought a bow and handed it to him. Jin Woo Rip held the bow and pondered, and soon an immense amount of internal energy erupted from his body and flowed into the bowstring. Hu Riong was startled. "Commander, do you need more arrows?" Jin Woo Rip laughed loudly. "Haha, you're very quick-witted. You already knew what I was going to do, but if I use arrows too, many people will die." Quickly step back. Hu Riong stepped back, thinking inwardly. The commander's father is a hunter, so is he a hunter too. When the commander holds a bow, he's not ordinary at all. He must be a divine archer, or at least a skilled archer. I thought the commander was only good at swordsmanship, but I never imagined he also knew archery. Jin Woo-rip smiled, looking at them. The 4 squad leaders, excluding Hu Riong, must kill me from now on, no matter the cost. The group froze at those words. Commander, what are you saying? Jin Woo-rip spoke again. I'm not saying fight until you're on the verge of death, but truly kill me. Am I speaking so hard to understand? An immense aura emanating from his body immediately enveloped them. The group was in extreme inner turmoil. What on earth is this? How can a human emit so much fighting spirit? Feng Yin at the front drew his sword. The commander doesn't seem to be joking. The commander truly wants us to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Jucho swung his spear and charged. Jin Woo-rip thought inwardly. Jucho charges first. The bow is a simple yet very complex weapon. He immediately raised his bow, using internal energy as an arrow, and aimed. Danryo-wa also gaped. My goodness, there are no arrows, but how can he draw the bowstring? Jin Woo-rip very quickly released the arrow, and several arrows simultaneously struck Jucho, who was charging. Jin Woo-rip reminded him. Jucho, you just died once. Danryo-wa was astonished inwardly. Is it the phantom divine archer? This is impossible. Didn't my master say that the divine archer lost his life in the Great War? If what I heard is true, then that is definitely the divine archer's martial art. Jin Woo-rip very quickly shot another arrow. Feng Yin also lunged forward at this moment. Don't retreat, I'll support you. It's advantageous if we close the distance. Jin Woo-rip from the opposite side also lunged forward. That's a pretty good judgment. Attack all at once. The group was sweating profusely. He's holding a bow and charging at us? Jaeon Ryu at the front swung his staff and thrust. Jin Woo-rip easily twisted his body to dodge. Furthermore, he knocked Jucho backwards. Next to attack was Jucho, and Jin Woo-rip still easily dodged, then hooked his bow around his neck. The second person was subdued so easily. Next were Feng Yin and Han Jiang, the two of them. Hu Riong observed from the side, analyzing inwardly. He can clearly maintain distance, but the commander is intentionally closing the distance. This is not a fight with an ordinary archer. Behind the young master's movements, what if he had an arrow in his hand? Jucho's Achilles tendon would probably have been severed. No martial artist would easily approach an archer, would they? But what if that archer shows that he is completely proficient in close-quarters combat? The archer's main goal is not to have the opponent approach, but to make them hesitate at least once about the possibility of this close-quarters combat. Hu Riong suddenly realized at those words. At that moment, shooting an arrow at the opponent's weak point would finish them. Jin Woo-rip confirmed, then charged again. Must remember this sight. This is the path of an archer that you, Hu Riong, must walk. Feng Yin and the two were immediately struck by arrows. If those were real arrows, we would have died 3 times. Hu Riong gaped. Is this really archery? Jin Woo-rip explained. Close-quarters combat is poison to an archer. But in the end, it is a poison you must someday drink. Hu Riong clasped his hands and said, Commander, this subordinate understands the teaching. Jin Woo-rip reached out and pulled out an arrow from his quiver. Good, but it will never be easy to fully master it. An arrow is only meaningful when it reaches its destination. The arrow was very quickly fired by him again. The target was not any of the group, but a small mouse on the cliff deep inside the cave. Hu Riong was astonished inwardly. The commander didn't shoot the arrow knowing there was a mouse. He decided on the target the moment he turned and drew the bow. Jin Woo-rip handed him the bow. You must be ready to shoot a bow even in your sleep. The enemy will not wait for you. And don't only think about visible targets. The martial art I have improved for Hu Riong is marksmanship and the footwork used by the divine archer. The other squad leaders' martial arts will also have their own special characteristics. All of you will definitely become stronger by another level. If you bear the name Quangliang unit, shouldn't it be so? Since joining the Great Sword Sect, Hu Riong had been recognized for his skill as a wandering martial artist with a bow, but he always thought that his martial arts could no longer develop. For those who thought martial arts had become a part of their lives, meeting Jin Woo-rip was nothing short of a divine encounter one would only hear in myths. Feng Yin knelt before Jin Woo-rip. Since the Zheng family estate incident, this subordinate has already made up his mind. Feng Yin, from the Yuchong sword sect in Henan, pledges his loyalty to the Lord unto death. All the remaining people also knelt down simultaneously. Han Jiang from Daegok Gyeoju pledges his loyalty to the Lord unto death. After that, everyone collectively pledged their loyalty. Danryo-wa, seeing this, stood frozen in a daze. Yang Chu and Yu Dea smiled with satisfaction. Jin Woo-rip waited until they finished speaking, then opened his mouth again. Exactly 3 months from now, a fellow like a son more terrifying than the god of death will come looking for you all. It will be impossible to perfectly master the secret manuals by then, but it would be best to do your utmost until you meet him. Do not die. I hope all of you survive and meet again. Jin Woo-rip temporarily left the Quangliang unit. The autumn journey to Chengdu officially began. As soon as they reached the mountaintop, Yang Chu asked worriedly, Lord, are you truly all right? Those children are still too weak. Jin Woo-rip replied, That's why I'm leaving them to him. If they can survive his grasp, the Quangliang unit will fear no one. Yang Chu was still very worried. That's precisely the problem. How many can survive in Chief Beck's grasp? Jin Woo-rip explained. Beck Taegun will not come alone. A few warriors from the Bigokche will come to assist, so don't worry too much. Yang Chu clasped his hands. This subordinate understands. Then this subordinate will go to Seoryagok to prepare food and wait in the village. Jin Woo-rip nodded. All right, go. Dea also spoke at this moment. Lord, there are traces of battle everywhere around the village. Is that Unok? Jin Wurip did not hide it. That's right, it was formerly called Seoryagok. 12 years have passed since the Murim attacked this place, so it's understandable that Seoryagok remains in its desolate state. Seoryagok, where hundreds of people once lived, has now become a land of death that no one visits, however. Unok's location, on the border of Shaanxi and Sichuan, is very secret and suitable for cultivation. I wonder if you two have ever visited Sangqian's stronghold. Both of them were astonished. Why would we go to such a terrifying place? Jin Wurip replied. Then that's perfect. Dan Riowa's mouth dropped open. Perfect, does young master mean? Jin Wurip waved his hand. From now on I will show you two Sangqian's stronghold. Sangqian had dozens of strongholds throughout the world. The place Jin Wurip was heading to was the one managed by the great chief among the 8 strongholds. After penetrating deep into the valley several times, they finally arrived at their destination. Dea, sweating profusely, asked, Lord, surely the people in the stronghold don't know your face, do they? The Heavenly Lord Sangqian's face has been kept secret for a long time, so we should be fine, right? Jin Wurip laughed heartily. Haha, my subordinates are not that foolish. As I said, the place we are heading to now is the one managed by the great chief among the 8 strongholds. People moved a little further, then sensed something unusual. Dan Riowa reminded them. Someone's there. Dea was puzzled. What did Miss discover? Jin Wurip glanced at her as if praising her. Indeed, Miss is very sensitive. Very quickly a shadow appeared before them. The Heavenly Lord has descended, and the Provokes warriors greet the Heavenly Lord. Dea was astonished inwardly. This person's footwork is even faster than the Quangliang unit squad leaders. Is such a person merely a gatekeeper? Jin Wurip stroked his head. Little one, you've grown so much, Gajiang said excitedly. This subordinate heard that the Heavenly Lord came to the Madalim. Have you been well? Good. I want to meet the chief. Yes, this subordinate will guide you. Haha. Dan Riowa and the other person stood frozen, unable to believe the situation before their eyes. Is this really Sangqian? This place never allowed outsiders to enter before, and now I've become a part of it. When I came to Sichuan to confirm the rumors about the Mumin Mountain King, I didn't expect anything, because he was originally just an unknown martial artist, but unexpectedly, I really met the Mumin Mountain King. I'm even going to Sangqian's stronghold with him. Thinking this far, she opened her mouth. Young master, Yu So Hyopi has already become a person of Sangqian, so it doesn't matter, but is it alright for me to go along like this? Jin Wurip smiled. The Heavenly Lord himself brought Miss here. Who would dare say anything? She was about to say something, but Jin Wurip quickly cut her off. I will not take Miss hostage to threaten Wurim, so don't worry too much, Dan Riowa pouted. Young master really knows how to tease people. Jin Wurip, undeterred, asked again. Miss must know that Sangqian's strongholds have moved to Unok. Then Miss also knows Sangqian's terror. I want to show a normal person like Miss that this place is where people live. Dea couldn't believe it inwardly. It's a lie. Just moving here was so difficult, let alone how a person could live in such a remote place. Thanks to the grand cycle, I thought I could overcome my limits and become stronger with the Silver Moon demonic art, but to keep up with these monsters, I still had to use all my internal energy. Now I understand why the Lord left the Quangliang unit behind. I heard Miss Dan also had a tough fight with Akwi Chung. Yet there's no sign of fatigue on her face. Is she also controlling her strength to hide her identity like the young master? Dan Riowa saw his panting and turned her head to ask, Yu So Hyopi, are you alright? Can I help you? Dea quickly shook his head. No, if Miss says that, I'll truly become the weakest person here, God Jiang from the front said sarcastically. Heavenly Lord, that person earlier was weak, wasn't he? Jin Wurip agreed. Yes, he is very weak, Dea was displeased. Lord, I heard that. After moving for a while, they finally reached the mountaintop. Below there was a village hidden in the gorge. Dan Riowa was astonished. Such a place exists within Provokes. Jin Wurip turned his head and urged them. Congratulations on being Sangqian's first guests. This is Provokes, a stronghold of Sangqian. Although the scale is different, it is comparable to Wurim's main headquarters, and Sangqian has 8 such large strongholds. Very quickly, a group of people came out from below and greeted the Heavenly Lord. Jin Wurip smiled. Has everyone been well? Where is Ta Gun? One person replied. Chief Beck has just returned. He is currently inside the stronghold. Jin Wurip nodded. Good, let's go in quickly. I'm hungry. Dan Riowa was once again astonished. His presence is truly immense. Is such a person merely at the level of a bodyguard? She quickly approached Jin Wurip and whispered, Young master, may I ask you something? I'm truly curious and can't hold back anymore. What positions do such people hold in Sangqian? Jin Wurip did not hide it. Excluding Ga Jiang, these people are the stronghold's reserve guards and sentinels. They are people who have not yet fully cultivated Sangqian's martial arts. Dan Riowa was even more astonished. Reserve guards? Jin Wurip was puzzled by her exaggerated expression. How did Wurim teach you about Sangqian's power for you to be so surprised? Dan Riowa explained. I know that not only the commanders but also each member of Sangqian is stronger than the leaders of small and medium-sized factions. Jin Wurip asked again. Then Miss already knew, so why are you so surprised? Dan Riowa sighed inwardly. Of course, I never dreamed that those exaggerated stories were true. Sangqian warriors possess martial arts that once shook the world, but their numbers are not as great as in the past. The official number of warriors in this Provokes is just over 100. This does not include the newly recruited sentinels. As soon as the people entered the village, the residents all rushed out. The Heavenly Lord has arrived. Greetings to the Heavenly Lord. Jin Wurip greeted them warmly. Why are you all out here like this? If everyone comes out like this, I won't come anymore. a child asked in surprise. Will the Heavenly Lord really not come anymore? Jin Woo-rip stroked his head. It's a joke, little one. Have you had dinner? The child's mother approached warmly. The Heavenly Lord has just arrived. We have humble food at our house, but there's dried beef and a few cups of makgeolli. If the Heavenly Lord is all right with it, please dine at our house. Jin Woo-rip pointed to Dan Riowa's group behind him and said, Thank you, madam, but I must go meet the chief right now. Madam, please guide these two. He then waved his hand to the people to say goodbye. Then everyone please go back to work. Thank you, everyone. The woman smiled and looked at Dan Riowa and the other person. You two came with the Heavenly Lord. I will guide you. Please come this way. Dan Riowa thought inwardly. These people are truly simple and humble. It must take a lot of money to feed all these people, and it will be even more difficult since Sangqian's strongholds are not just this one. I was truly just a hothouse flower. Jin Woo-rip very quickly stood on top of Mount Ma with Baek Tae-gun. The woman you brought has a different scent from us. Jin Woo-rip asked again. Is there anyone with the same scent as us? Baek Tae-gun smiled. Aren't the demonic and blood sects almost the same? Heavenly Lord is even more cunning than I am, so only a great demonic lord would be like Heavenly Lord. Jin Woo-rip sighed. Little one. I have already sent people to Seoryagok. I have work to do and no time, so I will leave those children to you. Baek Tae-gun asked with interest. Madeline warriors. How far can you elevate them? Jin Woo-rip reminded him. There's no need to teach martial arts. They will learn by themselves. Just make them into people who will willingly fight even the world's greatest if I give the order. Baek Tae-gun admired. That is difficult, but can I kill a few of them there? Jin Woo-rip frowned and glared at him. After a moment he hit Baek Tae-gun. No, Yangchu has already grown fond of those children. If you kill them, Yangchu will get angry. Baek Tae-gun continued. This subordinate heard that he always follows the Heavenly Lord. His affectionate personality truly hasn't changed. Jin Woo-rip reminded him once again. Anyway, the Madalim also needs those children. This matter is entirely up to you. Baek Tae-gun replied seriously. Since the Heavenly Lord has said so, this subordinate will do his best. But this subordinate wishes to tell the Heavenly Lord something more important. There are very suspicious movements in the Tibetan Murim. Jin Woo-rip was slightly surprised. Tibet? Isn't that place surrounded by mountains on all sides, making movement very difficult? Baek Tae-gun continued. Nevertheless, it's an area where the Potala Palace and the Blood Sect operate, so this subordinate always keeps an eye on it. In recent months, several groups of bandits have been lurking in Jangdampiang. Jin Woo-rip said blankly. Bandits? Did you kill them all? Baek Tae-gun smiled warmly. Yes, they crossed the line, so this subordinate killed them all. Jin Woo-rip sighed. You're truly just like Yangchu. You kill everyone who annoys you. Baek Tae-gun explained. This subordinate is different from him. This subordinate listened to their grievances and then killed them. This subordinate left one leader alive and interrogated him. Obtaining information that they were from Tibet, they were forced to choose between the Blood Sect and the Potala Palace. Since failure meant death regardless of which side they chose, they fled here. It is highly likely that a major war broke out in Tibet recently. The two forces, the Blood Sect and the Potala Palace, have always kept each other in check. The Sichuan Murim is close to them, so it's likely to suffer. However, if one side can unify the Tibetan Murim, the story will be different. If one side truly wins, their next target will clearly be Sichuan. Baek Tae-gun confirmed. Exactly. Jin Woo-rip curled up the corners of his mouth and said with great interest, Indeed, useful information. The scene shifts to Dan Riowa and her companion. They were still following the woman and touring the village. After observing for a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, Compared to other villages, the number of men here is very small, the woman explained. Many people died protecting the women and children. Many children still don't even know their fathers' faces. Dan Riowa apologized. I'm truly sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The woman reassured her. It's all right. One cannot move forward into the future by being bound by the past. The children can now grow up without any worries, all thanks to the Heavenly Lord and Sangqian. Dan Riowa thought inwardly. Everyone around here has unwavering faith in the young master. An absolute faith that cannot be obtained even with evil magic. For them, the Heavenly Lord's well-being is more important than anything else. Now I understand why the Mumian Mountain King's identity should not be known to the Murim. Furthermore, with such loyalty and troops, if he had wanted, he would have long ago stained the Murim with blood. But everyone here lives a normal life. Jin Woo-rip. No, Sangqian truly doesn't want war. In the evening, she went to the mountaintop and stood beside Jin Woo-rip. The sunset is too fast. Miss, have you had dinner? Dan Riowa replied. The food was simple, but it was truly delicious because it was full of warmth. Young master really seems to enjoy manipulating others' actions. Jin Woo-rip laughed. Haha, how can I make others act according to my will? Miss overestimates me too much. Dan Riowa countered. No, in the Jung family estate, I had no choice but to follow young master. Because I had to confirm whether young master would bring disaster to the Murim or not. Sangqian is not a threat to this world. As young master intended, I saw it directly today. Now I know that everything young master told me in the Jung family estate was true. Jin Woo-rip admired. I should be grateful to receive such trust from Miss. I am completely different from the foolish 8 emperors, sect master. I merely wish for them to live like ordinary people. Dan Riowa was worried, but those who suffered from the bloodbath did not give up on revenge. Then will young master continue to walk a thorny path like this? Jin Woo-rip smiled. Our Sanxian has done well until now and will continue to do well in the future. Where in this world is anything easy? Dan Riohua froze for a moment at his words. Jin Woo-rip glanced at her. All of Mrs. questions must have been answered, right? Are you returning to Jiangnan now? Before you go, would you care for a drink with me? Dan Riohua shook her head. I will not go. I have learned that young master and Sanxian do not harm this world. However, that is not important to those who survived the bloodbath. If young master's identity is revealed, the world will fall into chaos once again. She reached out and held his hand. I will protect young master. That is what I desire now, although I do not know Sanxian's true story. If young master travels with me, the daughter of the divine dragon who saved the world, perhaps people will reconsider. Jin Woo-rip froze at her actions and words. Dan Riohua's firm expression showed her unwavering resolve. You are truly an extraordinary person. Young master is not qualified to say such things. 2 days later, Jin Woo-rip and his party finally left Bogokche. Baek Taegun and his subordinates came out to bid them farewell. Is Heavenly Lord heading to Chengdu? Jin Woo-rip replied. I must stop at one place before I go. After that, I will go to Chengdu. I'm leaving the Quangliang unit children to you. Baek Taegun nodded. Time is short, but this subordinate will do his best. Miss, please take good care of our Heavenly Lord. Although he seems cautious on the surface, the Heavenly Lord of Sichuan often skips meals. Dan Riohua cupped her hands. Understood, Chief, please do not worry, she admired inwardly. Indeed, he is one of the 7 great martial artists of the world. His aura is the most dangerous among the people here. Baek Taegun and his brothers also cupped their hands. Then everyone have a safe journey. Jin Woo-rip waved his hand. See you again next time. Dan Riohua was startled as she walked. This was because Baek Taegun had secretly reminded her telepathically. Warum, miss, if anything were to happen to Heavenly Lord, this world would experience a second chaos. Dan Riohua, puzzled by his attitude, asked, What is it? Dan Riohua, startled, replied, Chief called me Warum woman telepathically. Does he perhaps know my identity? Jin Woo-rip shook his head. No, he merely guessed recklessly. Don't mind him, that rascal always has cunning intentions. Dan Riohua sighed. Understood. Will you be stopping at Wuxia Geomun on the way to Chengdu? Jin Woo-rip confirmed. That's right. I can only go after I've made them indebted to us. Dan Riohua thought inwardly. It seems young master intends to return the silver notes he recovered from the Zheng family estate recently. Having thought this far, she immediately asked, Is young master referring to 2.99 million taels of silver? Jin Woo-rip, without hiding anything, stated the number 2 million taels. Dan Riohua reached out, grabbed his collar, and held him. Why is the number decreasing? Jin Woo-rip sighed. Truly, I am a filial son and must also take care of my subordinates. Even with just 2 million taels, Wuxia Geomun will be very moved. Dan Riohua thought inwardly. After Jiamzhong Martial Gate, it's Wuxia Geomun. These are factions located in Nanjing Haian between Chongqing and Chengdu. Wuxia Geomun's Pajong Dodebop is famous for its renowned and overbearing martial arts. Wuxia Geomun is a sect that has never wavered in any adversity. This is a golden opportunity to make them indebted. However, if we continue walking like this, it will take at least a day to reach Nanjing Haian. Having thought this far, she stopped them. Jin Woo-rip was puzzled. What's the matter? Dan Riohua offered her opinion. It's late today, so it would be better to rest at an inn and go again tomorrow. Even if we go now, by the time we arrive, it will be bedtime and we won't be able to have many discussions. If we go in the morning and return the money, won't they be grateful to us all day long? Jin Woo-rip also pouted his lips in admiration. Truly a mischievous one. Dan Riohua was excited. It's all learned from young master, Jin Woo-rip advised. Calm down, I'm praising you right now. Miss Dan truly smells like the Quangliang unit now. Dan Riohua was excited. Really? Ho ho. Jin Woo-rip reminded her. Miss, what I just said was not a compliment. The scene shifts to another location. Is there really no other way? In fact, mental anguish is the most serious problem. How should we handle this matter? This person was Li Wan, the young gate master of Wuxia Geomun. The person beside him spoke. Young gate master, the 3 spies we sent to the Zheng family estate have returned. Li Wan was slightly surprised and exclaimed, Zheng family estate? What happened there? The person explained. Culprit Blood Demon Asura was eliminated, and the estate master and all his family members were rescued. The young master of Madalim who brought down the great sword sect saved them. Li Wan sighed. Really, that young master is truly impressive. It's a great relief that everyone is safe. But we didn't even know who the culprit was. Wuxia Geomun borrowed 800,000 taels from the Sichuan alliance, mortgaging its farmlands, shops and estates, and borrowed 1.5 million taels from friendly factions. If we can't repay it, everyone will be out on the streets. Wuxia Geomun's situation is truly dire right now. Furthermore, the time to regularly repay the alliance is here again. If I could resolve this, I would sell my soul to a demon. The person, seeing his expression, spoke again. The gatemaster collapsed from the shock. Young gatemaster must be very confused right now, but at times like this, young gatemaster must become even stronger. Shall we talk about something else? Young gatemaster, were you all right during your time in the Iron Sword unit? Li Wan clenched his fists. I merely feel a wall. The person's mouth dropped open. A wall, Li Wan confirmed. That's right, an invisible wall between the large and small to medium factions. Nominally it's the same alliance, but even among up-and-coming masters the treatment is vastly different. The person sighed. They are powerful figures who have dominated Sichuan for hundreds of years, so that wall will not easily collapse. We can only accept it. I just hope young gatemaster returns safely. Li Wan burst out laughing. Haha, that's only possible if I have a place to return to. The person watching his retreating figure sighed inwardly. Young Gatemaster seems to be having a very difficult time returning to the Sichuan Alliance, leaving behind the Gatemaster and the disciples. If things continue like this, what meaning will joining the Iron Sword unit have? At this moment he suddenly thought of something and said, Young Gatemaster, even if the sky falls there will surely be a way to survive. I will definitely find a solution. So please don't worry too much. Li Wan smiled. Thank you, General Manager. The next morning, as the General Manager was checking the ledgers, a sudden voice was heard from outside. General Manager, are you there? The General Manager was puzzled. What's the matter so early in the morning? A servant replied. A guest has arrived and wishes to see the Gatemaster, so I came to report. The General Manager was startled. A guest? Where is this guest from? They say they are from Manhwa. The General Manager was startled once again. Manhwa, aren't they the ones who resolved the Zheng family estate incident? Quickly, guide them inside. He quickly dressed and went outside. Inwardly he thought that a way to survive had appeared. Please come in. I am Zhang Yang, the general manager of this sect. I am Jin Wu Rip of Manhwa. Zhang Yang was inwardly startled. Jin Wu Rip? The young master who brought down the Great Sword sect and resolved the Zheng family estate kidnapping incident. Could this young hero also know about our Wuxia Geomoon's kidnapping incident? Perhaps young master has brought news about the culprit? After thinking for a moment he spoke. The Gate Master is currently unwell. As you might have heard when entering the village, the Gate Master is recuperating, so I will receive the guests on his behalf. Jin Wu Rip continued, You've probably already guessed. During the process of resolving the Zheng family estate incident, I heard about Wuxia Geomoon, and that's why I've come here. What is the situation of your esteemed sect? Zhang Yang bowed his head and sighed. To be frank, because of the 3 million taels the culprit took, our sect has reached a point where we couldn't repay it even if we sold the very pillars of our house. The Gate Master has collapsed, and the young Gate Master is temporarily acting on his behalf. But today he must return to the Sichuan Alliance's Iron Sword unit. The money we owe amounts to 2.3 million taels. It wouldn't be strange if Wuxia Geomoon were to disappear right now. Jin Wu Rip, without a word, reached into his chest and pulled out silver notes. Please accept this. Zhang Yang froze in a daze. What is this? Only after realizing it was 2 million taels of silver notes did he express shock. Jin Wu Rip took a sip of tea and thought inwardly, I have no intention of returning the remaining 1 million taels. Because a person should be rewarded for their efforts, but since I'm doing it, I might as well surprise them greatly. Having thought this far, he once again reached into his sleeve and pulled out something. Truly regrettable, but there were only 2 million taels in that rascal's sleeve. Also, this is our Lord's desire to help Wuxia Geomoon. Although it's a small sum of 400,000 taels, I hope it will be of help to Wuxia Geomoon. If there's nothing more to say, I will take my leave. Seeing him about to leave immediately, Zhang Yang hastily stood up and stopped him. Wait, young master, are you really giving us this money? And an additional 400,000 taels? Jin Wu Rip glanced at him. Wuxia Geomoon has long been a model in Sichuan. Our Lord deeply empathizes with the misfortune your esteemed sect is experiencing. If it can be of even a little help to your esteemed sect, our Lord's heart will be much lighter. Zhang Yang clutched the silver notes tightly and analyzed inwardly. The Sichuan Manhwa brought down its archenemy, the Great Sword sect, dealt with the 3 heroes of the world to save the Zheng family estate and returned money to our sect. They are upright and benevolent people, completely different from the boastful up-and-coming masters of the Sichuan Alliance. Manhwa has truly gained a true dragon. Having thought this far, he spoke again. Young master, I cannot simply let a guest like you leave. Please wait a moment. I will immediately convey this news to the young Gate Master. Li Wan was already packed and ready to leave with his weapons. Father, I must return to the Iron Sword unit. I will try to seek help from the noble scions there. Please take care of yourself. Just then Zhang Yang rushed back in. Young Gate Master, now is not the time to cry. The young master of Manhwa has come to our sect. Li Wan hastily reminded him. General Manager, lower your voice. The Gate Master is here. Zhang Yang raised the bundle of silver notes in his hand. I know, but the young master of Manhwa recovered the money from the culprit and returned it to us. Li Wan froze in a daze upon hearing those words. What are you saying? The old man who had been lying in bed awaiting death also sprang up at this news. General Manager, is that true? This old man was Li Zhengyang, the Gate Master of Wuxia Geomoon. The General Manager confirmed, Yes, Gate Master, they gave us 2.4 million taels of silver. Li Zhengyang, fully recovered, leapt out of bed and ordered, Quickly, bring my saber and sword, I must personally greet our esteemed guests. Li Wan stood there in a daze, his mouth agape. Am I dreaming? Li Zhengyang, the Gate Master of Wuxia Geomoon, quickly tidied his hair, dressed and rushed out. All the shops and estates were like the very lives of the Wuxia Geomoon disciples. All of the sect's assets had been lost to save him from being kidnapped by the culprit. His guilt was beyond words. To Li Zhengyang, who had been willing to accept death, the young master who returned the extorted silver notes was nothing short of a lifesaver. As soon as he arrived, he immediately knelt. Thank you, benefactor. Truly thank you, benefactor. He caught a glimpse of light at the end of the road. Jin Wu Rip hastily helped him up. Gate Master, you are going too far. Please stand up quickly. All of this is at our Lord's command, Li Zhengyang continued. I know, but I also know that young master caught the culprit. Young master is the benefactor who pulled our sect out of the swamp of despair. Truly thank you, young master, Jin Wu-rip advised. Many people always consider the Gate Master to be a sturdy pillar of the Sichuan alliance. I hope you recover quickly. Of course, once I'm healthy, I'll immediately rush to Chongqing. Li Wan stood there gazing at the young man before him, and thought inwardly, a humble and steadfast man. If the Sichuan alliance also had someone like this, everything would have been different. The three then simultaneously cupped their hands. Our Wuxia and Geomoon will never forget the kindness received today. If Madeline needs us, we will immediately rush to your aid. Jin Wu-rip also cupped his hands. Thank you, Gate Master. I will convey your wishes by letter to Chongqing. Li Zhengyun was puzzled. A letter, aren't you, benefactor, returning to Chongqing? Jin Wu-rip confirmed. That's right, I am currently heading to Chengdu, where the Sichuan alliance is located. Li Zhengyun offered his opinion. Please stay a few more days before you go. We cannot simply send esteemed guests away. Jin Wu-rip shook his head. The road is long and arduous, so we must depart immediately. I hope the Gate Master will understand. I will visit again once the Gate Master has recovered his health. No matter how much the old man persuaded and invited him, Jin Wu-rip decided to leave immediately. Li Wan, standing beside them at this moment, whispered in his father's ear. Upon hearing his words, he exclaimed excitedly, "Then that's truly wonderful, benefactor. My son also happens to be on his way to Chengdu. Please take him along with you." Li Wan hastily cupped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Li Wan, a member of the Sichuan Alliance's Iron Sword Unit. I am the young Gate Master of Wuxia and Geomoon. I greet young master. Our sect still has a carriage. I will personally drive the carriage and escort everyone to Chengdu. Please allow me to escort benefactor to Chengdu." Jin Wu-rip, feeling interested inwardly, made a sound. Looking at his eyes, he's worlds apart from that young rascal of the Tang clan. He did not refuse but smiled and accepted. "Then I'll be indebted to young Gate Master." The party then immediately departed. Li Zhengyun and the servants came out and loudly bid them farewell. "Wana, you must safely escort young master." Li Wan replied cheerfully, "Yes, father, please don't worry. I will certainly escort young master safely in return." Li Wan, the young Gate Master of Wuxia and Geomoon, an orthodox Taoist faction of Sichuan, officially joined Jin Wu-rip's party on their journey to Chengdu. Since the distance from Nanjing Haian to Chengdu was quite far, Li Wan alone could not continuously take on the role of coachman. Yu Dea pushed the stubbornly refusing Li Wan into the carriage and took the coachman's seat. As he drove the horses, he thought inwardly, "Grand cycle, can't I rest for just one day today?" Just then, Jin Wu-rip poked his head out and instructed, "Dea, later, relieve Yangchu and come in here to continue the grand cycle." Dea was delighted, but soon fell into sadness and sighed. "Yes, young master," Li Wan asked from inside the carriage. "Benefactor, have you established a branch in Chengdu?" Jin Wu-rip froze in a daze. "Are you setting up a branch in Chengdu?" "I'm not sure yet myself, but I suppose it's time to reopen the Chengdu branch. The address is written here." "Young Gate Master, do you know this place?" Li Wan quickly unfolded the letter. "Benefactor, is the Madalim's branch really located here?" Jin Wu-rip asked back. "Is there a problem?" "Young Gate Master, feel free to speak." Li Wan stroked his chin, thinking, that place is an old abandoned building. If my memory serves me right, it should be the Beggar's Sect's branch. Jin Wu-rip's mouth dropped open. "Is the Beggar's Sect you're talking about the Beggar's Sect one of the 9 great sects in one alliance?" Li Wan explained. "That's right, they've established themselves there several years ago." Jin Wu-rip asked quizzically. "Everyone knows the Beggar's Sect is a member of the Central Plains Murim Alliance, so why would they establish a branch in Chengdu?" Li Wan explained. "Although Sichuan has limited interaction with other regions, their ties aren't completely severed. Furthermore, with Tibet and Nanmen bordering Sichuan, they established a branch to collect information on the martial arts world beyond the Central Plains." Dan Riohua interjected from the side. "I've heard the Beggar's Sect has eyes and ears everywhere, but why is their branch established in the Madalim's former headquarters?" Li Wan replied. "It seems they mistook it for an empty house, having been abandoned for a long time. However, the Beggar's Sect also has its pride, so if benefactor explains it well, they might yield." Jin Wu-rip retrieved the document. "Haha, what pride does a beggar have? They're the kind of people who even beg from mountain bandits." Li Wan asked quizzically. "Surely you don't intend to let them continue occupying that place?" Jin Wu-rip replied with extreme nonchalance. "What if they occupy it? That building is too old anyway, and I plan to construct a new branch." After traveling for quite some time, they finally arrived in Chengdu. The atmosphere here was extremely lively, and commerce was flourishing. Yu Dea couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is truly vibrant." Li Wan continued, "This is where all of Sichuan's merchants and goods converge. Welcome to Chengdu." Jin Wu-rip thanked him. "Young Gate Master, you've truly gone through a lot of trouble. Thanks to you, we were able to arrive here safely." Li Wan humbly cupped his hands. "It is my honor to serve benefactor." Jin Wu-rip asked again. "Now, young Gate Master, you'll be returning to the Sichuan Alliance, I presume?" Li Wan confirmed. "Yes, this subordinate must return to the Iron Sword Unit and report." Benefactor, "No, young master. Do you know if the Madalim has plans to join the Sichuan Alliance?" Jin Wu-rip pondered for a moment, recalling the name, then didn't answer directly, merely stating that he didn't know yet. "Right now, we need to resolve the branch issue." Li Wan said solemnly, "This subordinate is a member of the Sichuan Alliance's Iron Sword Unit, and although I'm not in a position to offer much assistance, I will rush to your aid anytime young master needs me." Jin Wu-rip waved his hand. "All right, let's part ways here. Young Gate Master, you should go quickly." Li Wan turned around. This subordinate hopes young master meets a certain person, so we shall meet again soon. Let's talk more comfortably then. Jin Woo Rip nodded. All right, young gate master, good luck. Dea, you've also truly worked hard. You've been performing the grand cycle while acting as a coachman. Dea laughed. Haha, this subordinate has grown accustomed to it now. Jin Woo Rip stretched. But in any case, we need to rest. Let's find an inn first, then go check on the branch. Dan Ryo-hwa also agreed. That's right, if we delay, it'll be hard to find a place to sleep. They passed through the cross-shaped central road and entered a relatively quiet street. Their target was the Beggar's Sect's branch, so finding it was relatively simple. The group looked at the building before them and marveled. They'd heard this building was too old, but it was practically a haunted house. It's completely understandable that the Beggar's Sect mistook it for an empty house. Yang Chu spoke. Shall this subordinate call the gatekeeper? Jin Woo Rip shook his head. Don't bother with such useless actions. From the moment we entered Chengdu, 2 beggars have been monitoring us. Information travels faster than the wind among beggars. They must already know we've arrived here. So let's just go in. As soon as they pushed open the door and entered, a beggar simultaneously reported to his superior. Branch leader, please get up quickly. A guest has arrived. The person was still lying down. What guest would come to a beggar's den? Who is it? It's the Madalam's young master. The branch leader was startled. Is that the person who saved the Jung family estate recently? What brings him here? Did you let him in? No, this subordinate found out while monitoring. This person was Juk Moge, the branch leader of the Beggar's Sect in Chengdu. Am I a cow or a dog to meet just anyone who comes knocking? But I suppose so. All right, let him in. Before the beggar could even carry out the order, Jin Woo Rip had already entered. I've entered. The beggar grew angry. I told you to wait outside. Juk Moge also spoke. You impudent fellow, I am Juk Moge, the branch leader here. What is your purpose in coming here? Jin Woo Rip replied. It seems there's a misunderstanding between the Beggar's Sect and our main sect, so I've come to resolve it. Juk Moge wore a puzzled expression, then thinking he seemed to know the situation, sighed. Here it comes, Jin Woo Rip explained. Although it has been vacant for a long time, this was originally the Madalam's manor. You should all leave this place quickly. Juk Moge growled. No, who dares to drive us out? Jin Woo Rip showed no weakness whatsoever. I dare to drive you out. Get out right now. Juk Moge scoffed. You, if you're going to drive me out, then drive me out, but I won't leave. The two then began to bicker. I told you to go. Why are you as persistent as a beggar? I am a beggar by nature. Dea stood dumbfounded, thinking. Is this truly a conversation between a Beggar's Sect branch leader and one of the 10 great masters of the world? Jin Woo ripped through the document. This is a document proving this place is the Madalam's manor. Read it and shut up. Juk Moge quickly unfolded and read the document. This document is genuine. All right, I won't deny that this place was the Madalam's manor a very long time ago. Jin Woo Rip asked again. Then are you going to leave this place now, you beggar? Juk Moge was still stubborn. Sorry, but we won't leave. Dan Ryo-hwa couldn't help but step forward. You've confirmed the document, so how can you say that? Juk Moge shouted. This young lady is also quite strange. We've been here for 10 years, settled down and protected this place. Now if you suddenly come and tell us to go, should we just leave? Dan Ryo-hwa looked around, thinking. Dust has piled up like mountains. Can this even be called protection? Juk Moge continued to speak. Furthermore, it's very cold outside now. We won't go anywhere. We won't go. Let's do this. The manor is yours and we'll just stay here. How about that? Jin Woo Rip sneered. All right, do that. Juk Moge laughed. Haha, then we won't go anywhere. Didn't you just say that? He was immediately startled after that. What's that sound? Jin Woo Rip replied nonchalantly. What sound? Naturally, it's the sound of us demolishing the house. We're planning to rebuild this place anyway. Juk Moge fumed and hurled curses. Damn it, do you think you'll get away with treating a Beggar's Sect branch like that? Jin Woo Rip scoffed. Ridiculous. Didn't you just admit with your own mouth that this place is the Madalam's manor? We are merely demolishing our own house. Whether you stay here or not is irrelevant. Juk Moge stood dumbfounded, thinking. Jin Woo Rip Madalam. The information about him was completely wrong. He not only disregards agreements entirely but is also more shameless than a beggar. He is a madman who only pursues practical gains and stops at nothing. I must correct this information and report it quickly to the main headquarters. Jin Woo Rip spoke again. You beggar, I'll give you one last chance. That house demolisher outside is very strong. He won't take long to demolish this entire house, so I want to offer you a way to live. Care to hear it? Bathe once a day, and from now on you must share the Beggar's Sect's information with me. If you agree, I will provide you with lodging and food. Juk Moge gnashed his teeth in anger, but Jin Woo Rip, unconcerned, continued to speak. All right, it's a difficult matter indeed, he thought inwardly. Of course the branch leader wouldn't have such authority. Juk Moge began to haggle. Bathing once a day is too difficult. How about bathing once every 2 days? The beggar next to him burst into tears of injustice. Jin Woo Rip didn't push too hard and immediately agreed. He finally succeeded in reclaiming the Chengdu branch. Juk Moge finally accepted the young master's proposal, vaguely foreseeing a future where his disciples would have to live miserably in makeshift shelters under bridges. Ultimately, the condition he wanted to agree to was bathing once every 3 days, not once a day. Utilizing the Beggar's Sect's intelligence network, Jin Woo Rip successfully found workers for the branch's reconstruction. Since he wasn't short on money, completing 2 pavilions within a month was entirely possible. Finally, the Madalam also began to reconstruct its Chengdu branch. Jin Woo Rip stood next to Juk Moge and asked displeased, Aren't you bathing? Juk Moge replied, eating a rice ball. Only 2 days have passed. I'll bathe tomorrow, Jin Woo Rip advised. You all should think positively. From your perspective, isn't this also a good thing? Who else in the world would provide lodging and food to beggars like you in the beggar's sect? You no longer have to worry about your disciples starving. I can obtain the information I desire. So isn't this mutually beneficial? Jukmoge thought inwardly. This young master is clearly out of his mind. He throws us out onto the street and demolishes his own house. It seems the rumor that he killed the blood fiend Asura in Pajong Hyeon wasn't an empty boast after all, Jin Woo-rip continued. I've heard that all branch leaders wandering outside the Central Plains are secretly embedded agents. Why did you come to Sichuan? Jukmoge took a sip of wine. My master was an elder of the beggar's sect. Jin Woo-rip was even more perplexed. As an elder's disciple, wouldn't you be more likely to be entrusted with a branch in the Central Plains? Jukmoge explained, normally yes. The problem is that my master was one of those who conspired with the 8 Emperors sect during the Great War of the World. When the rebellion failed, my master and the other elders were all killed by the then sect leader. I knew nothing, so I was lucky enough to escape with my life. You can easily guess what happened afterward without me needing to explain. Jin Woo-rip marveled inwardly. Even here, there are people who suffered from the bloodbath. After a moment of thought, he asked again, don't you wish to return to the Central Plains? Jukmoge slumped to the ground. The Central Plains. If my subordinates are fed, that's enough for me. Jin Woo-rip clasped his hands and gazed into the distance. Help me from now on. If you follow me, you will one day be able to return to the Central Plains. Jukmoge frowned, thinking, this fellow is truly overflowing with arrogance. There are only 2 types of people who make such claims. One is a big shot who can shake the martial world, and the other is someone who won't last long. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a single person who falls into the first category. Jin Woo-rip glanced at him quizzically. What did you just say? Jukmoge smiled. Nothing at all. He thought inwardly. Truly interesting. I'd really like to see how long your confidence lasts. Jin Woo-rip continued. Then I'll consider the negotiation concluded. I have one favor to ask of you. Call the fastest fellow you have. Jukmoge was puzzled. Fast, you say? We do have some, but what's the matter? Jin Woo-rip pulled out a document. That's right, not just ordinarily fast. Choose the fastest one. You all have to earn your keep, don't you? Jukmoge sighed and stood up. A moment later, Jo Chogai appeared. This subordinate Jo Chogai greets the Madalam's young master. Jin Woo-rip returned the greeting. Pleasure to meet you. How long will it take to deliver a message to Chongqing? This subordinate is swift-footed. If I take a shortcut, I can arrive in 20 days. Branch construction was progressing rapidly. Having gathered all the idle workers in Chengdu, construction proceeded at a much faster pace than expected. After sending Jo Chogai to Chongqing to deliver the message, Jin Woo-rip began to cultivate Sang Hogan's mirror flower sword. To build the Madalam's future, one must be able to contend with the younger generation using the mirror flower sword. Thanks to special assistance, Yu Dea also succeeded in cultivating the silver-shaded True River Sword. Yang Chu and Dan Riohua also sparred and trained together. Jukmoge loudly told his disciples, You beggars, it's time to earn your keep. The beggar's sect beggars also resumed their training. Once their food and lodging issues were resolved, they had more free time. However, most of the information obtained from the beggar's sect was merely hearsay from passers-by. They spent 2 gak each day gathering information and the remaining time on martial arts training. Thus a month quickly passed and the scene shifted to a month prior. Upon hearing that Jo Chogai's journey would take 20 days, Jin Woo-rip took out an item. All right, send this to the Madalam's main headquarters. The young man looked at the item in his hand and asked quizzically, Young master, this appears to be a letter, but what is this thick object? Jin Woo-rip replied, It's travel expenses. Don't starve. The young man hastily cupped his hands. This humble one will run my fastest. Jukmoge sighed helplessly from the side. Whose subordinate are you? Jin Woo-rip laughed. Haha, I'll leave it to you. Move as quickly as possible. In a flash, winter arrived. During this season, all of Chengdu's carpenters were idle, so the 2 pavilions were completed earlier than expected. After a long period of absence, the Madalam's Chengdu branch finally reappeared. One day, Li Wan visited. Haha, welcome. Is the tea good? Benefactor's tea is naturally delicious. Jin Woo-rip was displeased. Don't keep calling me benefactor. News travels fast. I see you're the first guest here. Li Wan smiled cheerfully. Then it's truly an honor. I rushed here as soon as I heard the Madalam branch was completed. But young master, how did you persuade the beggar's sect? Jin Woo-rip replied nonchalantly. I merely spoke calmly. But this companion who came with young Gatemaster has a very familiar face. Seeing his uniform is the same, is he a member of the Iron Sword unit? Shin Wan hastily cupped his hands. This subordinate is Shin Wan, the young gate master of the Jiamzhong Martial Gate. My father has told me everything. I thank young master for assisting our sect. Jin Woo-rip continued. You greatly resemble your father. Please sit down quickly. Li Wan spoke again. Young master, the Tang clan's 3rd young master visited a while ago. Jin Woo-rip nodded. Tang Wu, you mean? What did he say? Li Wan explained. He didn't say much. He just kept apologizing and then left. Jin Woo-rip was impressed. He seems to have finally come to his senses. Shin Wan said with a smile. News that he righteously saved people has already spread throughout Chengdu. Seeing that he's no longer showing off, he seems to have changed a lot. Jin Woo-rip asked again. Interesting. Did the Tang clan make no moves? Li Wan bowed his head. My father also instructed me to say the rumor is true if anyone asks, but there's one more thing I'd like to say. When Jin Woo-rip saw him pause, he instructed, Don't hesitate, speak freely. Li Wan clasped his hands. Young master, the movements of the Tibetan Murim are unusual. Please join the Sichuan alliance. Jin Woo-rip wore a puzzled expression. Tibetan Murim, what's going on? Li Wan explained. The Blood Sect and the Potala Palace have been jointly governing the Tibetan Murim, but they are now preparing for war. This is confidential information that no one else knows yet. Jin Woo-rip inwardly chuckled coldly. How can information you know be confidential? He asked again. You too, who did you hear this news from? Li Wan replied. I heard this news from an acquaintance who works at the secret pavilion. Jin Woo-rip wore a startled expression. Obtaining information from the secret pavilion wouldn't be easy, Li Wan explained. Although the four major sects tend to disregard the small and medium-sized factions, not all of them do. According to my acquaintance, the war is already confirmed. Sichuan and Tibet are separated by the Great Snow Mountain Range, so there isn't frequent interaction. However, if they aim for the Central Plains, they must pass through Sichuan. Judging by their movements, if war breaks out, the four major sects, which are the core of the Sichuan alliance, will definitely use us as sacrifices. We need the strength of the Madalim, so young master, please help us. Jin Woo-rip inwardly agreed. He's right. If war truly breaks out, the first to die will undoubtedly be the small and medium-sized factions. If I were the Sichuan alliance leader, I would try to minimize the damage to the major sects and use the smaller ones to gain an advantage in skirmishes. Although it hasn't regained its former prestige, the Madalim, having completely absorbed the Great Sword sect, is now the most powerful force in Sichuan. Apart from the four major sects, they would naturally want the Madalim to join the Sichuan alliance to solidify their position. I understand your intentions, but it's unlikely that the secret pavilion, composed of the four major sects, would leak such important information. They are clearly using a tactic to draw the Madalim into the war right now. The Madalim doesn't have a good relationship with the four major sects that dominate Sichuan. They knew the Madalim was trying to win over the small and medium-sized factions, and that they couldn't refuse the opponent's proposal, so they sent these two. That's why they deliberately leaked the secret pavilion's information. Indeed, these guys are very clever. From the moment I heard about Tibet from Baek Taegan, I expected the Sichuan alliance to try to draw the Madalim in. I sent Ju Chou-gai to Chongqing partly because I was somewhat confident they would approach us. I just didn't expect them to come at us this way. Having thought this far, he burst into loud laughter, leaving Li Wan and Xin Wan dumbfounded. Jin Woo-rip clutched his head, slightly flustered. If I refuse, I'll completely lose the favor of the small and medium-sized factions, but if I agree, the Madalim will be in danger if war breaks out. Interesting, truly interesting. Then there's only one thing for me to do here, price negotiation. Having finished his thought, he struck the table and stood up. Everyone go back. The Madalim will not join the Sichuan alliance. Li Wan and Xin Wan were astonished, unable to believe it. Young master, we know this matter is far from simple, however. This is a great opportunity for the Madalim, Li Wan continued. That's right, young master. If the small and medium-sized factions can unite, the four major sects won't be able to treat us as they please. If you agree, we will certainly do our best to help the Madalim regain its former glory. Young master, please reconsider, Jin Woo-rip chuckled coldly. All small and medium-sized factions uniting around the Madalim, that's just your two's wishful thinking. Li Wan continued, although that's the current situation, other factions will definitely agree with us. Jin Woo-rip went on. If those with differing opinions appear, cooperation will only lead to competition. Disagreements in views will only hinder efforts to unite. Furthermore, this matter is very dangerous. That's why I don't want to join the Sichuan alliance. If all other factions agree, then come back to me after obtaining everyone's consent. I'll reconsider then. After speaking, he turned and gestured for the guests to leave. Li Wan and Xin Wan stood there, sighing. We were too hasty. In retrospect, everything young master said was correct. We should go back first and gather the opinions of others. Jin Woo-rip watched their retreating figures, analyzing inwardly. If the Sichuan alliance truly sees a war with the Tibetan Murim as the beginning of a Sichuan war, they will naturally want another sharp blade for themselves. Moreover, this matter holds more significance than just minimizing damage to the four major sects. What if the Sichuan Murim is engulfed in war? But only the Madalim can preserve its strength. Therefore, even if I refuse once, the Sichuan alliance will definitely not give up. To lure them into a trap, I need to throw them something equally valuable. These two will definitely gather everyone's opinions and come back. Unless they don't want to be tools, I should seize this opportunity to bring the small and medium-sized factions under my control. Having thought this far, he turned his head and looked at Yang Chu. Why are you smiling? Go secure the gate properly. Yang Chu scratched his head. Yes, understood. The scene shifts elsewhere. I hear the Madalim young master has completed the Chengdu branch. Is that the boy who caught the blood demon Asura? From what I see, he wasn't just a figure famous in name only. Did he really defeat the blood demon Asura? Tang Clan's thousand-poisoned serpent Tang Moonjiang replied. Of course he didn't do it alone, but he's certainly a formidable practitioner, the person opposite asked again. Then what about the rumor that he didn't do it? We don't really need to boost the Madalim's reputation. The Sichuan alliance leader, Qingcheng sect's foremost master, Sword of Shattered Heavens, Han Qianwal burst into loud laughter. Ho ho, the Madalim truly interesting. I thought they had vanished forever, but to meet them again like this. What needed to be forgotten has been forgotten, but sometimes the scar on my back aches. 40 years ago I was soaring high, but I was ultimately defeated by Sword Master Zhou Pyeongqian. He's now an old man waiting for his dying day, yet he could raise such an interesting child. Tang Moonjiang spoke again. These days, two youngsters in the Iron Sword unit are very active. They want the small and medium-sized factions to follow the Madalim. Han Qianwal asked again, any new news about the Blood Sect? Tang Munjiang was silent for a moment. The old man sighed. Are you trying to hide it from me? The situation doesn't seem good, Tang Munjiang explained. The blood sect has won the war against the Potala Palace. Equality in Tibet has officially ended. They will not be content with that barren land forever. Han Qianwal said solemnly. They will definitely come to Sichuan. Tang Munjiang continued. That's right, we cannot underestimate the blood sect's forces. We must minimize damage in the upcoming war. Therefore the Sichuan alliance must gain the Madalim as a wing. Han Qianwal nodded. If the Madalim doesn't cooperate, it will be a big problem after the war. There's a high possibility that the title of Sichuan's hegemon will return to their hands. Tang Munjiang said solemnly. That's right, if we can use the small and medium-sized factions as sacrifices, we can further solidify the hegemony of the four major sects. Alliance leader, we must draw the Madalim into this war. Han Qianwal frowned. What if war doesn't break out even if we do that? It wouldn't be good if the Madalim completely absorbed all the small and medium-sized factions and nothing happened. Tang Munjiang's lips curled upwards. We hold the hilt of the sword so only we can act. If war doesn't break out we will start it ourselves. There's no shortage of opponents to fight around Sichuan. Han Qianwal sighed. It's truly fortunate that you're one of my people. If the Madalim rejects the proposal, what do you plan to do? Tang Munjiang was impressed. Alliance leader, you possess divine foresight. The two youngsters have already been rejected and returned. Since we extended our hand first, the other side is now in price negotiation. Han Qianwal spoke again. Send someone officially. Tang Munjiang nodded. I have already sent 2 highly ranked old Taoists. Han Qianwal was impressed. Indeed, you handle everything well. Tang Munjiang said with a laugh. We can't give him too much time to think. The 2 youngsters probably unsettled him this morning, so it definitely won't be difficult. We just need to wait for good news from the 2 old Taoists. Dianking sect's divine sword Ha Yungbo walked along impressed. Ho ho, the Madalim, it's truly been a long time. This connection is quite persistent. Qingcheng sect's Kong Riowal continued. This humble Taoist could not refuse my senior brother's request to come here, but honestly I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do. It's truly shameless for us to seek them out like this. Ha Yungbo agreed. You're right, when the Madalim fell we turned our backs on them. Although they may seem insignificant, the Sichuan alliance cannot deny that it needs the Madalim's strength. Anyway, since we've already arrived, let's go in and talk first. As they knocked on the door, Yang Chu opened it, poked his head out and asked coldly, Who is it? Ha Yungbo broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, such a fierce appearance. Does the Madalim use mountain bandits as gatekeepers? Despite thinking that, he politely introduced himself. Greetings, this humble Taoist is from the Dianking sect. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Chu cut him off. Dianking or whatever, are you a fortune teller? I have no intention of having my fortune told. After speaking, he slammed the door shut. The 2 men stood dumbfounded by his actions. Did we just mishear? Did he call us fortune tellers? Ha Yungbo scratched his head and laughed. Ho ho, good, I wasn't interested in this matter from the start. Were we just turned away at the door, then we have no fate with them. Let's go back. The 2 men turned and left without a second thought. In the courtyard, Jin Wu Rip walked over and asked who came outside. Yang Chu. Yang Chu replied. They were fortune tellers. This subordinate drove them away. Jin Wu Rip was slightly puzzled. You've been strange lately. Seeing that you're no longer causing trouble, you seem to fit the gatekeeper role very well. Yang Chu smiled. Young master, this subordinate always handles his assigned tasks well. Jin Wu Rip waved his hand to stop him. All right, guests from the Sichuan alliance will be coming later, so guide them well. Yang Chu thumped his chest confidently. Leave it to this subordinate. The scene shifts to the Sichuan alliance. Tang Munjiang stood dumbfounded. Turned away at the door, Ha Yungbo and Kong Rio Wall reported one after another. We couldn't even get inside, so we couldn't say anything. Anyway, we did our best. If there's nothing more to do, we'll take our leave. Tang Munjiang broke into a cold sweat and said, Wait. Behind him, Han Qianwal burst into loud laughter. Haha, you really got a taste of your own medicine. Tang Munjiang sighed. Indeed, he's a person who cannot be judged by rumors alone. The strategy that brought down the Great Sword Sect, the skill that eliminated the Blood Demon Asura, and now even turning people away at the door. I underestimated this boy. Han Qianwal asked again. Then what do you plan to do next? Tang Munjiang replied. Next it's the Iron Sword unit's turn. By now they should have coordinated their opinions. There's a saying, 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Perhaps the captain will personally go and see what news that boy brings. This person was Yuk Gun Miang, captain of the Sichuan Marshal Gate's Iron Sword unit. He indeed arrived at the Madalim branch. He greeted Yang Chu warmly. Yang Chu asked gruffly, I am Yang Chu. Why are you here? Yuk Gun Miang explained. I naturally came to speak with the young master. Please open the gate quickly. Yang Chu still blocked the way. The young master instructed me not to open the gate for anyone who isn't from the Sichuan alliance. Yuk Gun Miang had no choice. You rascal, I am from the Sichuan alliance. Hearing that, Yang Chu was startled and immediately stepped aside to allow the person to enter. Jin Wu Rip was watering a tree in the courtyard. Seeing Yuk Gun Miang, he asked quizzically, Who is it? He seems to be around my age. He was very puzzled inwardly. Strange, they should at least send elders. Yuk Gun Miang said with a laugh, Haha, young master, you are indeed as handsome as the rumors say. Greetings, I am Yuk Gun Miang. Are you Jin Wu Rip? Behind him, Yang Chu glared at Jin Wu Rip and messaged him telepathically. That rascal has been very presumptuous since earlier. Should I just kill him? Jin Wu Rip pacified him. Quiet, let's see who's who. Yuk Gun Miang, captain of the Iron Sword unit, and Jin Wu Rip, commander of the Quangliang unit. It was the first meeting of the 2 leaders. After a moment's thought, Jin Wu Rip finally extended his hand and shook the other man's hand. Greetings, I am Jin Wu Rip. I recall having already stated that I will not join the Sichuan alliance. Yak Gunmiang replied, I know, I merely came because I was curious about what kind of person you are, young master. Jin Wu Rip analyzed inwardly again. He's broad-minded. To think there's someone like this in the Sichuan alliance. His demeanor is very different from the others. This rascal definitely has something special. Yak Gunmiang asked again, I heard that you, young master, rejected the Sichuan alliance's proposal. Jin Wu Rip wore a puzzled expression. Me? When? Yak Gunmiang asked again, didn't you turn away the 2 old men from the administration office when they came? That rumor has already spread throughout the entire Sichuan alliance. Jin Wu Rip looked at Yang Chu in surprise. Who came? Yang Chu replied innocently. No one. Jin Wu Rip snapped. You rascal, think carefully. If you don't want to die. Yak Gunmiang also continued. Yang Chu, the administration office is where old masters from various sects gather. Didn't 2 old men come here? Only then did Yang Chu recall something and said, all right, 2 fortune tellers came and this subordinate drove them away. Jin Wu Rip helplessly clutched his head. You rascal, go outside and let the beggar stand guard. Oh my head. Yak Gunmiang said with a laugh. Jin Wu Rip, young master, you truly have a lot on your plate. Jin Wu Rip continued. That's right, being with rascals like these is tiring. You've seen my face now, so go back. Yak Gunmiang stroked his chin. No, my mind has changed. I must take you to the Sichuan alliance. Jin Wu Rip's mouth hung open. Suddenly, Yak Gunmiang explained. 2 old Taoists came here representing the 4 major sects, but they were turned away at the door before they could even make an offer. Jin Wu Rip smiled, thinking inwardly, this fellow isn't simple either. Yak Gunmiang continued, I heard everything in detail from Li Wan and Xin Wan. I heard you persuaded them to make the Madalim the center of the alliance, so know that we can give you what the elders of the administration office cannot. Jin Wu Rip asked with interest, what's that? Yak Gunmiang clenched his fist. The absolute support of the small and medium-sized factions. We will support you unconditionally, without any doubt, regardless of what the Madalim does. If the Madalim becomes the center of our alliance, we will entrust our backs to you. Jin Wu Rip frowned, not to mention sect successors like Li Wan and Xin Wan. Do other up-and-coming masters truly have the authority you speak of? Yak Gunmiang explained. Of course, there are people in the Iron Sword unit who don't hold special positions in their sects, but all of them are highly regarded by their sects and have considerable influence. When the war ends, the victor's blade will surely turn towards Sichuan. Can you protect the small and medium-sized factions? Jin Wu Rip sighed. Captain, you've asked the wrong question. They are not children who cannot walk without holding hands. The question isn't whether I can protect them, but whether they can fight together with one heart and one mind. Yak Gunmiang burst out laughing. Haha, you're right. I just don't want to be a sacrifice in the war of the 4 major sects. Jin Wu Rip, let's fight together. Jin Wu Rip clasped his hands, gazing into the distance and thinking inwardly, I never expected to win the favor of all the small and medium-sized factions at once anyway, but if there are 3 solid supporters of the Madalim, the rest will just need to join and see the results. Having thought this far, he immediately agreed. Yak Gunmiang excitedly asked again, really? Jin Wu Rip confirmed, that's right. But you must convey my demands to the Sichuan alliance. This is the letter I intended to give to the old Taoists of the administration office. We are the Madalim. We cannot bow our heads and join like others, can we? Deliver this letter to the alliance leader. Yak Gunmiang received the letter. Indeed, nothing in this world is easy. Then I will visit you again soon. Farewell. He then quickly left. As he left, Dan Riohua also came out from inside. Young master, who was here? Jin Wu Rip glanced at her. Perhaps you should have come out a little earlier. A very interesting fellow just came and went. And Riohua explained. I also sensed a very special presence. He was a Sangqian martial artist, wasn't he? Jin Wu Rip's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Seeing his reaction, Dan Riohua's own mouth hung open in astonishment this time. He wasn't a Sangqian martial artist. He definitely had a presence very similar to the people my father met in Yunnan a while ago. Jin Wu Rip thought inwardly. I knew Yak Gunmiang was hiding something, but Dan Riohua's keen senses are different. Sensing presence with internal energy has its limits. His aura is very different from the other youngsters in the Iron Sword unit. Now I know why. He's a much more interesting fellow than I thought. Tang Moon Jiang, after reading the contents of Jin Wu Rip's letter, was extremely furious. Jin Wu Rip is a much more interesting fellow than I thought. Han Qianwal on the side left heartily with interest. Tang Moon Jiang glanced at him and said loudly, Alliance leader, this is no time to laugh. Han Qianwal laughed so hard he shed tears. I'm sorry. When the Iron Sword unit captain brought the letter, you must have had great expectations. This child is indeed extraordinary. This makes the Madalim's necessity even clearer to us. If the Madalim wishes to join the alliance leader should come to my branch with an invitation letter on the first day of next month. Truly, I never expected to receive such a letter in my life. If he learned about the movements of the Tibetan Murim through the Iron Sword unit, he probably guessed our internal situation. Tang Moonjiang nodded. All right. From his handwriting and content, he is very confident. He knows he's an exceptional child. Such a child is much better than one who is oblivious and lacks situational awareness. Alliance leader, though it may be difficult, do as he wishes. Han Qianwal sighed. So we have to take a loss, Tang Moonjiang explained. For now, yes, but later they will regret it. Han Qianwal said with a laugh. He didn't ask me to come all the way to Chongqing anyway, so this isn't too difficult. All right, I'll go myself. Tang Moonjiang nodded. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Jin Woo Rip, you are working too hard to inflate your own value. You, a mere up-and-coming master, neither the Madalim's gate master nor an elder, dare to turn away the old masters of the administration office and summon the Alliance Leader. You have crossed the line. Soon, rumors of your insolence will spread throughout Sichuan and you will likely lose some face. In Chongqing's Madalim, Ju Chogai brought a letter to Zhou Mugong. Zhou Pyeongqian, standing nearby, asked worriedly, "What did that child write? Is Wu Rip eating well?" Zhou Mugong laughed. "Haha, as always, that rascal went to Chengdu and stirred up another commotion." Just then, a voice was heard from outside again. "Lord Ungang Yu, head of the secret route, has arrived." Zhou Mugong hastily ordered his subordinate to let the person in. Ungang Yu, head of the secret route, quickly entered. "Lord, did you call for me?" Zhou Mugong glanced at him. "Head, have you grasped the news from the Sichuan Alliance?" Ungang Yu replied. "Of course I have," Zhou Mugong commanded. "From today, block all their letter exchanges." Ungang Yu smiled. "It seems the young master is preparing something again. I will instruct my subordinates to be careful." Zhou Pyeongqian nearby burst out laughing. "Ho, block all letter exchanges. Anyone would think we're at war right now." Zhou Mugong replied. "It's almost the same, father. By the way, is this young hero a disciple of the beggar's sect?" Ju Chogai, who had been sitting panting, was immediately startled. "Ah yes, that's right," Zhou Mugong smiled. "Head, you've traveled a long way, so rest before you go. As Wu Rip's uncle, I must do what is right. Now I will go to Chengdu." Zhou Pyeongqian laughed heartily. "Haha, I know what you mean. External Lord, you should go too. If you meet the Murim Alliance Leader, convey my regards." Zhou Mugong nodded. "Understood, father." He then went out alone to establish a branch in Chengdu and take over the beggar's sect branch. Considering that it took Ju Chogai just over a month to travel from Chengdu to Chongqing, the war in Tibet ended in that short time. Sichuan Alliance was facing the impending war, and following the young master's proposal, it began to move towards the center of the alliance. Was this truly the price of arrogance? It was the Madalim's magnificent return. Finally, this day arrived. Jin Wu Rip, dressed neatly, smiled. "What does the Alliance Leader look like? I truly want to meet him once." People on the street unanimously stepped aside upon seeing the Alliance Leader's carriage. "It's the Sichuan Alliance Leader. His carriage is truly magnificent and his presence is awe-inspiring. But where is he going? I saw beggars coming and going early this morning. I heard he personally went to the Madalim to send an invitation to join the Alliance." "The Madalim? Hasn't that place already fallen?" "That's what I heard. The Sichuan Alliance used to not even glance at the Madalim." "You don't know anything? I heard the Madalim recently overturned the Great Sword Sect and seized hegemony over Chongqing." "Really? Then it makes sense for the Sichuan Alliance to step in. I just thought it was an unfounded rumor, but seeing it with my own eyes today, it's true." Han Qianwal marveled inside the carriage. "The weather is good today. Truly perfect for meeting someone." Tang Munjiang, sitting opposite him, agreed. "That's right, I'm growing more curious about that child every day." Han Qianwal said with a laugh. "I hope you won't be disappointed that way. Our journey here won't have been in vain, right? Alliance Leader, isn't this place originally very secluded? That child must have already prepared something," Tang Munjiang said with a laugh. "Of course, it just won't be for us. In that case, I'm even more excited." Han Qianwal marveled. "You are truly an inscrutable person." Tang Munjiang continued. "The Sichuan Alliance is going to visit the Madalim. A mere young master dares to summon the Alliance Leader. This matter will surely be talked about everywhere. Let's create an interesting spectacle together." At the Madalim's Chengdu branch, Juk Moge, neatly dressed, said loudly, All right, let's put on a show. Distinguished guests are coming, so anyone who hasn't washed, get out immediately." Another person came up from behind and said, "Branch leader, you look truly neat and tidy today. It's hard to believe you're a beggar's sect branch leader." Juk Moge calmly replied, "Of course. Do you know how often I washed while you were in Chongqing?" Ju Chogai burst out laughing. "Haha, this subordinate never imagined things would turn out like this, but the Madalim's lord is—" Before he could finish speaking, Juk Moge covered his mouth with his hand. "You rascal, don't speak carelessly. All of Chongqing's secret routes have been blocked, so the news that the Madalim's lord is here is a complete secret. Understood?" Ju Chogai thought inwardly, helplessly. Didn't he just blurt everything out himself? Meanwhile, Yu Dea, the Yunwulan captain of the Black Spirit Unit, clasped his hands from inside and spoke. "The Quangliang unit commander has sent a signal. The Sichuan Alliance leader's carriage will arrive within a gak, so prepare." Zhou Mugong nodded. "Good, External Lord, let's go." Wu Gazong quickly followed behind him. "Yes, Lord." Zhou Mugong had secretly left Chongqing 2 days prior and arrived in Chengdu, but the Sichuan Alliance was completely unaware of this fact. The head of the secret route had blocked all letter exchanges in Chongqing, and the Madalim's lord had secretly arrived in Chengdu. This was entirely Jin Wu Rip's scheme. Zhou Mugong clenched his fist. "I arrived earlier than expected, and my body is itching. I must stay still as Wu Rip instructed. Is everything going well? Thanks to that child, our reputation has risen to a new level. Haha. What will today's protagonist be wearing?" Wu Gasong continued. "With his looks, he wouldn't look bad even in rags." The scene shifts to Jin Wu Rip. "How do I look? Am I all right?" Dan Riohua, sitting opposite him, stood dumbfounded and speechless. "I had momentarily forgotten. He was originally such a tall and handsome person." Jin Wu Rip said to her. "You should change your clothes quickly too," Dan Riohua asked quizzically. "I have to change too," Jin Wu Rip replied. "Aren't they people who want to tear even a piece of flesh from the Madalim? We need to show them that we're not to be trifled with." Let's create a magnificent spectacle together. At Jin Woo Rip's proactive demeanor, Dan Riowa's cheeks immediately flushed red. She quickly regained her composure and turned to leave. I will help the young master just this once. Just this once. Outside, the alliance leader began to descend from his carriage at this moment, and the people on the street loudly discussed him. Isn't that the Sichuan alliance leader? The person following him is Tang Moonjiang, head of the secret pavilion. Those two came here personally. It seems the beggar's words are true. The two ignored the crowd and quickly headed for the main gate. The main gate slowly opened at this moment. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yang Chu and Yu Dea quickly appeared. Yang Chu, seeing the crowd, took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "The Madelim young master is here." His voice was so loud that all the onlookers around were startled. Only the two alliance leaders remained composed. Jin Woo Rip and Dan Riowa quickly emerged dressed in splendid attire. The crowd marveled once again. Is that the Madelim young master? He truly has the demeanor of a great man. To think such a person was in the Madelim. Yuk Gun Miang mixed in with the crowd, smiled with interest. That's right, that's what makes it fun. Li Wan and Xin Wan were tense and broke into a cold sweat. The beggars were stirring up trouble and gathering people early this morning. This entrance is truly grand. It's completely comparable to the Sichuan alliance. The crowd then focused on Dan Riowa. But the person behind the young master doesn't seem ordinary either. My goodness, I want to see too. She's truly a peerless beauty. Who is she? Tang Moonjiang thought inwardly, using his looks to attract the crowd and even accompanied by a beauty. Good Jin Woo Rip, is this all you've prepared? Judging by the crowd's reaction, it seems like a decent method. He seems like a madman who stops at nothing to achieve his goals. I am truly satisfied with you. Dan Riowa then telepathically messaged Jin Woo Rip. How was it? Young master will have to give me a very grand reward. Jin Woo Rip replied telepathically. I didn't expect you to be so proactive. I truly welcome it. Dan Riowa's lips curled upwards. Young master wanted to create a magnificent spectacle, didn't he? It has to be this grand. After all, no one in Sichuan knows me anyway. Jin Woo Rip's next words embarrassed her, and her face flushed red. But Miss should be a little more restrained. If other men keep staring at you, I'll get jealous. He then clasped his hands and greeted Han Qianwal's party. Jin Woo Rip, young master of Chongqing's Madelim, greets the alliance leader. The old man smiled and returned the greeting. Hello, I am Han Qianwal, Jin Woo Rip continued, alliance leader. Thank you very much for accepting my invitation and visiting. Han Qianwal thought inwardly, is this fellow trying to gain an advantage by emphasizing the words invited and visiting in front of the crowd? Having thought this far, he immediately opened his mouth. Although both sides have not interacted frequently, the Madelim is clearly a part of the Sichuan Murim. Furthermore, your sect has gone through great trouble establishing a branch in Chengdu, so how could I neglect you? Moreover, since Master Ha and Master Kong came all this way only to be turned away at the door, I had no choice but to come myself. The crowd was astonished to hear those words. Master Ha and Master Kong were turned away. Is that truly a fact? Those two are not only members of the Sichuan Murim, but also highly respected figures among the people of the world. Let's see how you deal with this charge of insolence. Jin Woo Rip calmly replied. I apologize, but I don't understand what the alliance leader is saying. I had no idea that those two esteemed sirs came to this branch. If I had known, I would have certainly invited them in. Han Qianwal and Tang Moonjiang were dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. This audacious fellow, everyone around them was also left speechless. Jin Woo Rip was inwardly pleased. What does it matter if there are one or two witnesses? If I deny it, what can anyone do to me? If the old man presses the issue, he'll only make himself look petty in front of the crowd. As he expected, Han Qianwal had no way to press and was forced to compromise. Indeed, I knew it. How could an upright young man like young master do such a thing? Thank you for understanding, alliance leader. Tang Moonjiang thought inwardly. This fellow has no pride if it means achieving his goal. He's truly interesting. But the fact remains that a mere young master made a figure as high-ranking as the alliance leader visit him in person. Jin Woo Rip pointed behind the alliance leader. The two of them have also arrived. Now all the relevant parties are here. Tang Moonjiang turned his head in confusion. Who has arrived? The surrounding onlookers also turned their heads. Filled with curiosity, Wu Gasong and his group walked forward first, shouting at them to clear the way. The Madelim's lord is here. Tang Moonjiang couldn't believe Zhou Mugang's appearance. This cunning fellow, he's really going for a big play. Zhou Mugang walked towards them, smiling. Hello, I am Zhou Mugang, the Madelim's lord, the alliance leader thought inwardly. I received no notification from Chongqing. They deliberately cut off information. This fellow deliberately made me a supporting character today. The opponent is no longer a young master but the head of a sect, so I must simply show proper respect. Thinking this far, he immediately introduced himself. I am Han Qianwal, the Sichuan alliance leader, Zhou Mugang continued. My father often spoke of the alliance leader and asked me to convey his regards. Upon arriving in Chengdu, Han Qianwal smiled. Thank you, Zhou Mugang continued. I know it's very rude to keep the alliance leader standing here for so long, but I have something I must say to everyone here. He then immediately leapt onto the roof. Everyone listen closely. Today is a joyous day for the Madelim. Our sect will become a member of the Sichuan alliance, so I have prepared plenty of wine and meat for all of you. Please enjoy yourselves. Hearing about free food and drinks, the people cheered excitedly. Long live the Madelim is the best. Tang Moonjiang gnashed his teeth, extremely furious, but could do nothing. Jin Woo Rip motioned for them to enter from across the way, and immediately thereafter a grand banquet began. More meat, please. Lots of meat, 2 more bottles of makgeolli here too, coming right up. Everyone please calm down, the beggar's sect disciples are truly good at their work. You all would be better off working at an inn. Jukmoge was displeased. I am inherently talented, so don't force anything on me. Seeing him carry food, Jukmoge was speechless. Everything still seems to be going well. To gather so many people and make the Sichuan Alliance leader a supporting character. People still don't know much about Tang Munjiang, but he is inherently a very cold and cunning person. He will never forget the actions of those who harmed him. Will it truly be all right, or should I switch sides now? As he was lost in thought, Zhou Chogai suddenly called out to him, "Branch leader, we're short-handed, don't just stand around, come and help." Jukmoge smiled. "I'm coming." He was still thinking inwardly, "No, this young master is also no pushover. What am I thinking? I should stick with this side for now." Inside the room, Jin Wu Rip and the other 3 sat facing each other around a tea table. "Alliance leader, thank you for coming." "Not at all. How could I refuse when the Madelim requested it?" Jin Wu Rip continued. "Although I made various demands in my letter, seeing that the Alliance leader has come here today, may I understand that you have implicitly agreed to all those conditions?" Tang Munjiang smiled. "This young man is already getting straight to the point. If I refuse, what do you plan to do?" Jin Wu Rip showed no weakness whatsoever. "What do I plan to do? Naturally, we won't join the alliance." Tang Munjiang's smile didn't diminish at all. "You've already gathered so many people and declared the Madelim's revival, haven't you? If you don't join the alliance now, you'll lose face, won't you?" Jin Wu Rip thought inwardly. He completely understands that I bear the heavy responsibility of restoring the Madelim's former glory. From across the table, Tang Munjiang also realized. "You knew that the Sichuan alliance intended to sacrifice the Madelim in the war against the Blood Sect. Since both of us see through each other's intentions, there's no need to hide anything further in shame." Jin Wu Rip spoke again. "Pavilion Master, that's not it. I have no intention of avenging past humiliations. I am truly serious about using the Madelim to minimize the damage to the 4 major sects. Isn't that what the alliance leader also seeks?" Tang Munjiang clutched his head and laughed heartily. "Haha, indeed, you are truly interesting." Han Qianwal also laughed loudly from the side. "Haha, Pavilion Master Tang, it seems you've lost today." Tang Munjiang nodded. "Haha, it seems I underestimated the young master." He glanced at Jin Wu Rip, thinking inwardly, "I thought he was a cunning fox, but he's not just a fox. He was, to be precise, a young tiger." Han Qianwal smiled at Jin Wu Rip. "Anyway, we're already on the same boat, so what does winning or losing matter? This matter was already decided anyway, so it's best to conclude our discussion now." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Munjiang cleared his throat and spoke. "I will accept all the Madelim's proposals in that letter. The alliance will establish the Unreang Pavilion and appoint Lord Wu Gasong as its pavilion master. The Madelim Severing Sword Unit and Black Spirit Unit will be directly subordinate to the Unreang Pavilion. The internal division of authority will be entirely decided by Pavilion Master Wu Gasong." Zhou Mugong thought inwardly. Wu Rip is a young talent, so he cannot demand the position of Pavilion Master. Therefore it's very reasonable for an upright person like the External Lord to take that position. He won't be easily underestimated by the Sichuan alliance and can clearly state his position. Furthermore, if he gains the authority to manage personnel, the External Lord will be a reliable backing for Wu Rip to act with confidence. Thinking this far, he immediately agreed. "I thank the Sichuan alliance for accepting our sect's demands," Han Qianwal continued. "Lord, may I make one request? Of course you have the right to refuse. I wish to transfer the GMO unit to the Unreang Pavilion. That way, we can become even closer to the Madelim. This will also give young Master Jin a chance to become more familiar with the Alliance's rising talents. The GMO unit is a martial artist unit composed of the 4 major sects' rising talents. This old man intends to use this method to uncover the inner workings of the Unreang Pavilion. It will never be easy to operate under the surveillance of the Sichuan Alliance, so it would be much better to accurately grasp their eyes and ears and proactively manage them. Furthermore, Wu Rip would be able to handle them sufficiently." Thinking this far, Zhou Mugong immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. However, since the Unreang Pavilion Master has the authority to manage personnel, I ask that the Alliance leader not interfere with the redeployment of the martial artist units, Han Qianwal said solemnly. "That goes without saying." After the meeting concluded, Han Qianwal and Tang Munjiang returned together. Zhou Mugong admired. "Thanks to Seoryagok, our path has become a little easier." Jin Wu Rip agreed. "That's right. I never knew the Blood Sect would be so useful. Establishing the Qingyun Pavilion and gaining freedom of action is a big win," Zhou Mugong reminded him. "But I heard Tang Munjiang is also a very resourceful person. Do we really have to go against such people?" Jin Wu Rip reassured him. "The stronger the opponent, the deeper their thoughts, so mistakes will surely arise there." The scene shifts to the Alliance leader's carriage. No matter how beautiful the scenery outside the window, it truly felt bleak now. To suffer such humiliation at this age, this was the first time he had been treated like this since becoming the Sichuan Alliance leader. Moreover, in front of the son of Zhou Pyeongqian, his lifelong enemy. Every time he thought of it, anger surged within him. Even a murderous intent, Tang Munjiang reassured him. "Alliance leader, the deeper the bitterness, the sweeter the taste will be later." As a pavilion master, I failed to get information that Zhou Mugong had left Chongqing, and I didn't even know he had come to Chengdu. I truly lost this time. I will definitely repay what I experienced today several times over, Han Qianwal continued. Of course you must. 3 days later, Zhou Mugong returned to the Madalim. Jin Wu Rip and his party also came out to see him off. Lord, I apologize, I cannot serve you further. Zhou Mugong waved his hand. Young master, it's all right. Anyway, it's all Sichuan. I trust you will handle everything well. But always take good care of your health. Don't forget that this place is the enemy's stronghold for us. Jin Wu Rip smiled. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Zhou Mugong then looked at Wu Gesong. External Lord, if you ever get tired, you are welcome to return anytime. Wu Gesong smiled. Lord, you're becoming as good at joking as the young master. After getting into the carriage, Zhou Mugong still leaned out and called Jin Wu Rip over. He then whispered something to him that only the two of them knew. It seemed to be about Dan Riohua. You should proceed with the wedding quickly, you rascal. He then quickly left the place. Dan Riohua, curious at this moment, asked him, Young master, what did the Lord say? Jin Wu Rip clutched his head and sighed. Nothing at all, miss. Have you packed your bags? Bags? Where are we going? Jin Wu Rip retorted. The Sichuan Alliance. Isn't miss coming with us? Dan Riohua was startled. I have to go too. Jin Wu Rip gave a meaningful smile. Didn't miss say you would protect me? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Hearing those words, Dan Riohua was speechless and couldn't immediately retort. After a moment she sighed and followed him. How could this be? Fine, if I have to go, I'll go. Wu Gesong and another person admired their departing figures. Summer has come and the external Lord Winter will come soon. After walking for a while, Jin Wu Rip spoke. I thought Miss would naturally follow me, Dan Riohua continued. Everyone knows that Wurim originally doesn't participate in the affairs of the Murim, Jin Wu Rip asked again. But you are supposed to protect the peace of the Murim, aren't you, escort leader Dan? Dan Riohua sighed. In front of others, please call me Dan Riohua. Jin Wu Rip laughed. Haha, but there's no one else here. Dan Riohua suddenly widened her eyes, as if sensing something, and immediately drew her sword. Looking around warily, Jin Wu Rip saw her and quickly stopped her. There's no need to draw your sword. Dan Riohua thought inwardly, there aren't many people in the Murim who can evade my presence detection. Moreover, someone who can approach me within a short distance is definitely a Grand Master. Jin Wu Rip glanced in a certain direction and called out, this lady has sensed everything, so now reveal yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, So Jinwan immediately appeared and said, Greetings, Heavenly Lord. At this moment he felt a slight sense of awkwardness. Ma Yin Soul Ghost Shadow Art was seen through at this range. Who on earth is this lady? Jin Wu Rip explained to her. He is my bodyguard, So Jinwan. The two of you will meet often in the future, so introduce yourselves to each other. Dan Riohua immediately introduced herself without any objection. So Jinwan was startled to hear her name. Could it be that Miss is the Heavenly Flower? Jin Wu Rip confirmed. That's right, she is the daughter of the Divine Dragon. So Jinwan's body immediately erupted with killing intent. This subordinate truly wishes to ask how the daughter of the Divine Dragon came to be by the Heavenly Lord's side, Jin Wu Rip calmly replied. She simply likes me and is following me. So Jinwan froze at his reply. Jin Wu Rip spoke again. She said she liked me and wanted to protect me, so... Before he could finish speaking, he was hit by Dan Riohua's hand. Jin Wu Rip clutched his head and laughed. Anyway, the two of you quickly greet each other. Both of you are my bodyguards for now. The two then immediately cupped their hands and greeted each other. So Jinwan took out a notebook. Heavenly Lord, this subordinate has completed the instructed investigation. The movements of the Tibetan Murim and the secret movements of the martial artists are all recorded here. Jin Wu Rip took the notebook and put it in his chest. You handled it quickly and well, good work. So Jinwan messaged telepathically. Although the Heavenly Lord did not instruct it, this subordinate believes there are a few important points which are recorded on the last page. Jin Wu Rip replied telepathically. Understood, I'll check it later. Where are the others? So Jinwan explained. This subordinate has already prepared accommodations for them at the North Gate. If the Heavenly Lord permits, subordinates will protect you in shifts. Jin Wu Rip thought inwardly. Although the current situation doesn't require a bodyguard, these fellows are fully capable of penetrating the Sichuan Alliance's defenses. Thinking this far, he immediately instructed, I only need one bodyguard, so Jinwan immediately disappeared from the spot. This subordinate will immediately instruct his subordinates. Dan Riohua stood there, frowning and staring at the spot where So Jinwan had just been. After a moment she turned to Jin Wu Rip and confirmed, he left, right? Jin Wu Rip nodded. Yes, were you surprised? Dan Riohua was excited. Of course, even my master's summoning art couldn't evade my eyes, so what kind of martial art has he cultivated? Jin Wu Rip did not hide it. He cultivates the Yin Soul Ghost Shadow Art. And Riohua stroked her chin, lost in thought. Yin Soul Ghost Shadow Art? I think I've heard that name somewhere. Jin Wu Rip turned around. Miss and he are not enemies, so there's no need to worry too much. Instead, it's better to focus on the affairs of the Sichuan Alliance. Time flew by and several days passed. Young master, everyone including the Black Spirit unit is ready. Good, let's leave the Chengdu branch. Is everyone ready? Jin Wu Rip tightly gripped the reins. If you are ready, let's advance together to the enemy's stronghold. News of the Madalim joining the Sichuan Alliance spread rapidly. Naturally, Jin Wu Rip was at the center of this news. With countless stories on his back, from overthrowing the Great Sword Sect to eliminating the blood demon Asura, it was only natural that he attracted everyone's attention wherever he went. Jin Wu Rip gazed at the architecture before him, impressed. The atmosphere here is truly different. Just how many high-ranking pavilions are here, he thought inwardly. Of course, the atmosphere I'm talking about isn't just literal. Please stop staring at me so intently. I'll wear out. The people watching him murmured, that person there is the Jade Dragon. Isn't he the one who insulted the Alliance leader? Udea approached Jin Woo-rip and whispered, young master, all the women here are calling you Jade Dragon as a nickname. Jin Woo-rip smiled. I know, Dea. I'm enjoying it right now. Dea, continue. But the young martial artists of the Sichuan Alliance call you by a different name. Instead of Jade, they use Mad, calling you Mad Dragon. Jin Woo-rip laughed heartily. Haha, what? Very quickly, a group of people approached from the front. Wu Gasong of the Severing Sword Unit greets great hero. We greet Pavilion Master Wu Gasong of the Unreung Pavilion. Wu Gasong coughed and said, it's a pleasure to meet you all. This old man is Wu Gasong, one person continued. Our subordinates will guide you. Jin Woo-rip smiled, looking at Yuk Gun Myung. We meet again. Yuk Gun Myung smiled joyfully but did not reply. Jin Woo-rip also paid no mind and gazed at the tall building before him. What is that tall building over there? That is Jungmakwan. It's like a place overlooking the Sichuan Murim. To reclaim its top position in Sichuan, the Madeline must surpass this place. It seems within reach, yet one cannot grasp the entire building with a single hand. But it's not entirely out of my reach either. As he was lost in thought, a puzzled voice suddenly came from behind him. Young master, is something the matter? The person who asked him was Wu Gasong. Jin Woo-rip replied vaguely. Pavilion master, it's nothing. Wu Gasong was impressed. That title is really... Let's go. By the way, where is the GMHO unit the Alliance leader spoke of? Yuk Gun Myung replied. They've already entered the Unreung Pavilion. Jin Woo-rip thought inwardly, even though the pavilion master has just taken office, they haven't shown themselves. They must be looking down on Wu Gasong. The old man sighed. Is it because of the pride of the four major sects? At the word pride, he and Jin Woo-rip involuntarily burst out laughing. The Severing Sword Unit members all froze at this sight. Li Wan approached Udea and whispered, why are they laughing? Udea reluctantly explained, it's because they have a private story related to pride. The Unreung Pavilion had one 3-story building, 2 buildings resembling dormitories and 3 training grounds. While moving from the main gate to the pavilion, not even a shadow of the GMHO unit members was visible from either side of the dormitory buildings. However, Wu Gasang's internal energy was not so weak as to be shaken by such small provocations from the rising stars. Jin Woo-rip smiled coldly. Still, shouldn't you meet them at least once, Pavilion Master? It seems the GMHO unit is very arrogant. Wu Gasong nodded. They haven't appeared even though I've almost reached the pavilion. That's quite something. Jin Woo-rip smiled even more intriguingly. Have you found a solution? The disciples of the 4 major sects won't be easy to deal with. Wu Gasong also smiled very triumphantly. Didn't the Lord grant me something excellent? The authority over personnel, that is. GMHO unit's unity is truly impressive. Let's start with a large-scale personnel reshuffle. Jin Woo-rip smiled even more cunningly. Good idea, Dea. Udea, watching their expressions from the side, gulped. The scene shifts to the GMHO unit. It seems the pavilion master has arrived. Is it all right if we don't go out like this? Even if we have strong backing, this is a matter of etiquette. I think so too. If the pavilion master comes, of course we should, as the group murmured. Someone approached and said, do you all want to go out? Anyone who wants to go out and greet that old man, go. I won't stop you. This person was Tang Jung-ho, a GMHO unit member from the Sichuan Tang clan. The group all tensed upon seeing him approach. Tang Jung-ho is here. Watch your words. Nothing good will come from offending him. Both the captain and vice captain are in the training ground, so for now we can only follow his will. Very quickly, a few people stepped outside, and I'll go first. I'll rest quietly in my room. Wait for me. I'll go with you too, Tang Jung-ho scoffed coldly. These foolish rascals don't even realize they're losing their rice bowls. Just then another voice was heard. Big brother, you're here. Tang Jung-ho was startled and turned his head. Who is this? Isn't this great hero Tang Wu? When did this rascal start calling me big brother? Not long ago he looked down on me as a collateral relative. He goes wandering the Murim once and suddenly acts like a gentleman. After a moment of thought he asked the other person, what's the matter? Tang Wu replied. Since both the captain and vice captain are absent, big brother should gather the members and go outside. Tang Jung-ho gnashed his teeth. Third young master. It seems you don't know, having just joined the Sichuan Alliance. Haven't you heard what hardships the Alliance leader endured in Chengdu? The Madeline and we are not allies. If you don't know anything, stay quiet, understood? Tang Wu thought inwardly. I know the 4 major sects intend to suppress the Madeline, but we are all members of the Sichuan Alliance, so do we really need to go this far? Furthermore, everyone here knows nothing about the man named Jin Woo-rip. Only I, who almost died by his hand, know his true face. Having thought this far, he immediately reminded him. Big brother, the young master of the Madeline is a very terrifying person. We must not make an enemy of him. Tang Jung-ho waved his hand. For the Tang clan's 3rd young master to fear the Madeline is truly a global laughingstock. If so, go out alone. Oh right, one more thing. 3rd young master, that title big brother really bothers me. From now on, call me squad leader. Tang Wu still tried to say something but ultimately sighed and withdrew his hand. Truly arrogant. No one can be blamed for this. This is driving me crazy. Is it really all right if I don't go out? I don't have the courage to go alone. I'm just a person with the name Tang clan's profligate 3rd young master. None of these noble rising stars here want to get close to me. Only now do I keenly feel the reality. I can't help it here. The scene shifts to the Sichuan Alliance's secret pavilion. Tang Jung-ho, GMO Unit Pavilion Master requests an audience. Tang Moonjiang urgently ordered from inside, come in quickly. You must have been very confused by the sudden change of residence. Tang Jung-ho bowed his head. No, Pavilion Master. The Madelim martial artist just entered the Unreang Pavilion. Tang Moonjiang approached him. Why are you rushing so much because of that? They've already arrived anyway, so come in and have a cup of tea. Tang Jung-ho accepted with a smile. The two then quickly sat down at the tea table. Right, since new members have arrived for the first time, everything must have been chaotic. The GMO unit members must have been quite confused too. Tang Jung-ho replied, a little. Tang Moonjiang continued. I heard the GMO unit didn't go out to greet them. Did the Pavilion Master and young master say anything? Tang Jung-ho shook his head. Wu Gazong showed no reaction. Tang Moonjiang said solemnly, Jung-ho, we collateral relatives must rely on each other to survive in the Murim. Tang Jung-ho understood his meaning and immediately replied solemnly, understood. I also believe my future lies with the Sichuan Alliance, not the Tang clan. Even though we are from the same background, the Pavilion Master has risen to this position, so you are an idol in my heart. Tang Moonjiang continued, son, it's good that you understand. Come to me anytime if you have any problems. The Madelim quickly completed the admission process. The Black Spirit Unit and Severing Sword Unit each consisted of over 100 members, including the GMO unit. The manpower exceeded 300. Pavilion Master Wu Gasong quickly understood the internal structure and arranged residences. The third floor was his residence and study. Shin In Wall spoke, conversing with Jin Wu Rip. The Pavilion Master has already gone to Zhengmequan to receive the seal. I see. So the Pavilion Master isn't on the third floor. This subordinate heard that the Pavilion Master will select a squad for the young master to manage. 25 members will be selected from the Black Spirit Unit and Severing Sword Unit. Just now Captain Yuk is also discussing this inside. Yuk Gunmyang glanced inside and saw them enter. You're here. Jin Wu Rip approached gently and said, I heard most of the story on the way. Yuk Gunmyang nodded. I'll prepare the 25 most useful ones for you. Jin Wu Rip continued, thank you, but it seems you've missed one thing. I plan to select 25 more from the GMO unit. Yuk Gunmyang laughed heartily upon hearing that, and Shin In Wall nervously asked again, are you referring to the GMO unit, young master? As he confirmed, Yuk Gunmyang reminded him intriguingly. Those rascals look down on even the Pavilion Master. Do you think they'll listen to you? Jin Wu Rip said without any trace of worry. I'm contemplating that very problem right now. How can I make them listen to me? Do they only listen if I beat them? Yuk Gunmyang laughed even more excitedly. Indeed, young master, truly interesting. But very quickly he realized something was wrong and his mouth fell open. Jin Wu Rip thought inwardly, is the secret Pavilion Master trying to suppress us using the GMO unit? But that would be the biggest mistake he makes. I will definitely make him realize it immediately. Having thought this far, he immediately opened his mouth. I don't need useful rascals. Choose the weakest ones from the GMO unit. Choose 25 rascals who want to climb to high positions. Do it. Since you seem to know the situation better than us, you handle this. Bring me the list by tomorrow. Yuk Gunmyang suddenly realized inwardly, the weakest ones. I understand his intention. That makes it even more interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. Jin Wu Rip stretched and walked out. Then I'll be going now. Bring me the list of selected people from each squad before lunch tomorrow. As he walked a few steps, Yuk Gunmyang stopped him. Jin Wu Rip. It seems bringing you here was the right thing to do. Jin Wu Rip sighed. Who brought whom? I came here on my own 2 feet. Outside, Tang Wu stood silently at this moment. First I've come here, but is this really the right thing to do? If I meet them, I'll officially become a traitor to the GMO unit. He plucked a petal, secretly divining whether to go inside. As he was lost in thought, Jin Wu Rip suddenly appeared behind him. Long time no see. Tang Wu was startled and recoiled, and seeing him fall backward, unable to speak, Jin Wu Rip couldn't help but sigh. You foolish rascal, it's me. Calm down, little brother. You're also in the GMO unit. Tang Wu calmed down and stood up. Yes, that's right. Not long ago. Before he could finish speaking, Jin Wu Rip cut him off. It seems you've come to meet me. Now that you've met me, what will you do? Demand reparations? Tang Wu clenched his fist. No, please put me in your squad, young master. Jin Wu Rip was astonished. You want me to put you in my squad? Why? Tang Wu explained. Young master, do you remember the letter you left me before leaving the Jiamzhong Martial Gate? Jin Wu Rip replied decisively, no. Upon hearing that, Tang Wu immediately fell speechless and broke into a sweat. Jin Wu Rip, seeing his expression, approached, put an arm around his shoulder and laughed heartily. Haha, it's a joke. It seems you're ready to become a man, Tang Wu replied. Yes, that's right, his young master said. How can one grow after returning from Pyeongchang Hyeon? I seriously pondered that question. Somehow I truly wanted to change. So I forced myself to join the GMO unit, but in the end I couldn't find my path there. Jin Wu Rip suddenly realized. So you've come to me and you want another beating like last time? Tang Wu hesitated. Rather than returning to how I was before, I'd rather do that. Jin Wu Rip fell silent upon hearing that. And the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. After a moment he turned. All right, but if you gain that you will be lonely. Yuk Gunmyang should be in the Pavilion Master's office right now. Go find him and tell him you want a beating with 24 others. After speaking he waved his hand and left. Tang Wu stood there and bowed deeply to him. I will definitely live diligently. The scene shifts to the GMO unit's underground training ground. 2 people were training here. The woman said to the person opposite her, I heard a Madeline person has arrived, we should go see. This matter concerns us anyway. This woman was Jin Sol Ran, the vice captain of the GMHO unit, and the person opposite her was Bekbabito Tang Qian, the captain of the GMHO unit. At her words he simply clutched his head and sighed. I'm not interested, Jin Sol Ran thought inwardly. He's the Tang clan's young sect leader, so he has no interest in anyone else, only himself. He was the world's foremost rising star, one of the 8 divine martial artists who garnered the world's attention. Bekbabito Tang Qian, didn't I tell you not to become the captain? Tang Qian, looking exhausted, picked up the hidden weapon in his hand. Why so much talk, are you tired? Jin Sol Ran also turned away, displeased. As expected, you're interested in nothing but martial arts. I'll go first. Tang Qian did not stop her and stood there silently watching her retreating figure. Once she had completely left, he sat down and cultivated his energy. Just a little more, and I can overcome it. Jin Sol Ran opened the door and walked out, sighing inwardly. We've already received our appointments, so why are the captain and vice captain acting like this? It's truly a mess. Although I received the news of the pavilion master's arrival late, I can't say I'm not responsible for this, because I neglected the management of the sword unit while dealing with the captain. A moment later she approached Tang Jung-ho and his group. Have all the squad leaders gathered? Tang Jung-ho replied, crossing his arms. Yes, vice captain. All the captains have gathered. Jin Sol Ran explained. First, I apologize for receiving the information too late. Although it's late, I think it would be good to greet the newly appointed pavilion master. Wu Zhang, 6th squad leader, was puzzled. Deputy Commander, do we really have to go this far? NPO 4th squad leader also spoke up. Deputy Commander, if we're late, we're late. The pavilion master didn't even call for us. I don't think we need to go. Jin Sol Ran frowned, thinking inwardly. Seeing that 6th squad leader Wu Zhang and 4th squad leader NPO are expressing negative opinions, they are clearly speaking on behalf of someone else. Tang Jung-ho, that rascal, dares to form a faction behind my back and the captain's. After a moment's thought, she immediately turned and stepped outside. If you don't want to go, then don't. I'll go alone. Several people rushed out after her. Deputy Commander will go too. The group instantly split into 2, half going and half staying. As soon as they left, someone called out to Tang Jung-ho, you should also know when to stop. The person who spoke was Tang Sosu, a GMHO unit member. She then immediately followed Jin Sol Ran's group. Tang Jung-ho looked at their retreating figures and sneered contemptuously. What foolish rascals! Jin Sol Ran, leading her people, arrived at the Unveil pavilion and immediately met Jin Woo Rip in the courtyard. He looked at them and asked quizzically, why have you all come here? Jin Sol Ran bowed her head and sighed. We have come to greet the pavilion master. She had inwardly guessed his identity. Jin Woo Rip asked again, surely you weren't planning to look down on us, were you? Jin Sol Ran explained, I merely received the news too late. I will personally meet the pavilion master and beg for his forgiveness. Unexpectedly, Jin Woo Rip resolutely dismissed them. I'm busy today, so come back tomorrow. Tang Sosu couldn't hold back and spoke up. How rude, this is the deputy commander of the GMHO unit. Jin Woo Rip, unfazed, calmly asked, what is your esteemed name? As he spoke, he put his hand inside his chest and pulled out a notebook. Upon learning her name was Tang Sosu, he immediately recorded it in his notebook. Tang Sosu asked, unable to understand, what are you doing now? Jin Woo Rip calmly said, you'll find out tomorrow. Whether you knew the information early or late, your rudeness will not disappear. The pavilion master will call for you tomorrow, so go back and wait. Tang Sosu gnashed her teeth and was about to charge, but Jin Sol Ran stopped her. Her expression was very grim at this time, but having no other choice, she could only tell everyone to return. The next day, all 50 members from the Black Spirit Unit and Severing Sword Unit gathered. All of them were specially selected by Shin In-wol and Yuk Gun Myung. Although it was sad to part with their old comrades, everyone was filled with anticipation. The Black Spirit Unit members, being directly subordinate to the Madelim, already knew Jin Woo Rip's skill well. The Severing Sword Unit members had also heard information through Li Wan and Shin Wan. Wu Gasong looked at the people and said with praise, what magnificent eyes you all have. From today, you will receive orders from Commander Jin Woo Rip. Welcome to the Guangmu Unit. Jin Woo Rip froze in a daze upon hearing this name. Guangmu Unit? What on earth happened? Didn't we clearly decide to name this unit the Danhan Unit? Wu Gasong explained, since the commander is called Guangriang, the unit's name should also be unified like that. Jin Woo Rip's face was filled with a displeased expression upon hearing that, but he didn't know how to refute it. The people below murmured, a squad dedicated to merit is a good name. I think Guangriang Unit is better. Just then another voice was heard from outside. Jin Woo Rip smiled. Now they're finally crawling in? The newcomers were none other than the GMHO unit. Tang Qian at the forefront spoke loudly without the slightest hint of etiquette. I am Tang Qian of the GMHO unit. Are you the pavilion master? The old man's face was clearly filled with anger. I am Wu Gasong. I will be with you all from now on. Although he spoke politely on the surface, an inexpressible fury surged within him. This foolish old man, how dare he compare himself to our young master? I, Wu Gasong, have been delegated authority over personnel in the Unreang Pavilion by the Alliance leader. Now that everyone has gathered, I will announce the reshuffle. First, Tang Sosu, from today you will be directly subordinate to the Guangmu unit. As soon as she heard that, her face was filled with a displeased expression. Guangmu unit? Could you repeat that? Didn't you hear? You will be transferred to the Guangmu unit. It was only then that she recalled Jin Woo-rip's words from yesterday. Her eyes quickly turned to him, and in her eyes his face was no different from a devil's. Yesterday he kept muttering my name and recording something. Could that have been the transfer order? How could this be? Wuxia continued. Now those whose names are called, please stand to the left. Then a long list of names was read out. Tang Qian thought inwardly with smug satisfaction. Other than Tang Sosu, he's only picked useless rascals. This is actually advantageous for me. The last person called was Tang Wu. End of list. All those called will now be directly subordinate to the Guangmu unit. The people were very confused. What's going on? Why are they suddenly changing personnel? That's right. How much money did we spend to join the GMHO unit? Tang Sosu asked Jin Solran. Deputy Commander, this is a joke, right? Guangmu unit, this can't be true. Wuxia shouted loudly from the platform. Everyone be quiet. Today is the last day I will overlook your rudeness. Your background means nothing to me. This is the Enraging Pavilion. Whether you are disciples of small and medium-sized factions or disciples of the 4 great major sects, you are all merely my subordinates. All of you, remember that. From tomorrow, anyone who acts presumptuously by relying on their background will not be tolerated. So everyone be careful in your actions. Now dismiss. Tang Qian was the first to turn and tell his comrades to leave. Jin Woo-rip stood there, watching his retreating figure with a smile. Yak Gunmiang laughed excitedly. Then I'll be returning too. Commander of the Guangmu unit, please take good care of me. Tang Sosu continued to ask Jin Solran in bewilderment. Deputy Commander, are you really leaving me here? Jin Solran sighed. This was decided by the pavilion master, so I have no other way. But Tang Sosu, don't worry too much. Since this concerns you, I will go to the pavilion master and talk to him again. Jin Woo-rip approached and reminded her. Even if you do that, nothing will change. Jin Solran glared at him. Young master, no, commander of the Guangryong unit. I don't know why, but I can at least make a suggestion, can't I? Jin Woo-rip replied. If you wanted to make a suggestion, you should have come early yesterday so we could discuss it together. Then the GMHO unit's opinion could have been reflected in this reshuffle. After acting so rudely, you only come to plead your case when the trouble is upon you. If you only act when it suits you and do nothing otherwise, where in this world would you find such a good deal? Jin Solran gnashed her teeth. She was extremely angry, but there was nothing wrong with his words. Having no other choice, she ultimately exploded in frustration and turned to leave. Tang Sosu, I'll find a way and come back for you. Tang Sosu stood there, dazed and helpless. Jin Woo-rip, unconcerned, shouted loudly to the people. All right. Now only the Guangmu unit members remain, right? Everyone must be very bewildered by this sudden personnel change. As you can see, many are dissatisfied with this reshuffle. If any of you here are dissatisfied, speak up now. You won't be able to later. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stepped forward. Dissatisfied? I only have one question. Is it true that the young master was beaten by a common thug in Chongqing and fell ill? The person who asked was So Young Seong of the Qingcheng sect. Dea leaned close to Jin Woo-rip and whispered, He is So Young Seong. He's known in the GMHO unit for his bad temper. Jin Woo-rip nodded. I see, he spoke to the people without hiding anything. It's true, I was beaten and fell ill. As soon as So Young Seong heard that, he excitedly incited the people. How can we trust a commander who was beaten and fell ill? It would be better if I were the commander. Does everyone have no opinion? Speak up quickly. The GMHO unit members immediately murmured their agreement. That's right, who would want to follow a commander inferior to themselves? Although So Young Seong was usually very rude, his words today were entirely correct. Jin Woo-rip stroked his chin and stared at him intently. You're So Young Seong, right? If I prove my skill here, will all of you shut up? So Young Seong laughed loudly. Haha, Commander, don't joke. How can you compete with a skill that was beaten by common thugs? Jin Woo-rip remained extremely calm. Good, let's do that. From now on, whoever defeats me can become the commander of the Guangmu unit. Tang Sosu was astonished. Is that true? Jin Woo-rip said with extreme seriousness. I am staking my life on this, so you must all make me one promise. So Young Seong immediately agreed without needing to hear the conditions. Good, if you defeat us, we will willingly follow your orders without any complaints. Jin Woo-rip cut him off. What, that's a given? If I defeat all of you, you must not resent me. No matter what happens, Tang Sosu and her group all laughed with extreme confidence. Haha, good, only Tang Wu's face was pale, repeatedly muttering no inwardly. Jin Woo-rip quickly spoke to the people. All right, who will step forward first? All of you can charge at once. Tang Sosu was about to step forward, but Tang Wu stopped her telepathically. She looked back at him, unable to understand. Tang Wu, what's wrong? Tang Wu reminded her. Big sister, if you step forward you might die. Tang Sosu, unable to believe it, angrily threatened. Don't be noisy. Do you want to die by my hand first? So Young Seong, standing beside her, shouted loudly at this moment. Since I brought this up first, I'll go first. So Young Seong of the Qingcheng sect, I request your guidance. As So Young Seong seized the opportunity, Tang Sosu became even more furious and glared at Tang Wu with gnashed teeth. You made me miss my chance. Tang Wu clasped his hands and pleaded, please don't hit me. Soon, big sister will be grateful to me. Seeing that he was still unrepentant, Tang Sosu became even angrier. In front, Jin Woo-rip and So Young Seong both drew their swords and faced each other. So Young Seong rested his sword on his shoulder and laughed. Haha, are you listening to your subordinate's advice? How cute, I'll go easy so don't worry too much. Dan Riohua approached and said in a low voice, Young master, he seems a bit arrogant, but you mustn't kill him. Jin Woo-rip reassured her. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Dea from the side took out a notebook and explained. Although he has a bad temper, he is one of the most skilled swordsmen among them. He's a good example to make. Jin Woo-rip smiled. I see, let's see how skilled the Jiamho unit is. You're So Young Seong, right? I accept your challenge. Dan Riohua thought inwardly. Recently the person I spar with most often is the young master. The Heavenly Yin Constitution. A fatal ability almost identical to my father's sixth sense. It's a physique that makes martial arts cultivation grow rapidly. It's easy to say, but that physique is beyond imagination. Yet the young master discovered and corrected the problem in a week. He even prevented that flaw from reappearing. His mirror flower sword is so powerful it fills even me with awe. His level is beyond what up-and-coming talents can handle. The person standing before you is one of the 10 great masters of the world. I truly wonder how long you can last. So Young Seong very quickly launched himself forward, shouting that a preemptive strike ensures victory. Jin Woo-rip lightly evaded, dodging his sword when making a surprise attack. You should keep your mouth shut. So Young Seong's face was filled with disbelief. He dodged. Tang Sosu from behind was greatly astonished inwardly. I heard he had no outstanding internal energy at all. Wasn't he the rascal who was beaten black and blue by street thugs? After failing one attack, So Young Seong very quickly followed up with his next attack. If you have skill, block this sword. The name of the move he performed was Heartless Falling Flower Sword, Violet Shadow Flight. Jin Woo-rip swung his sword. Are you even bringing out ultimate techniques? Not a bad judgment. As his ultimate technique was countered again by his opponent, So Young Seong's mouth hung open. The Chingchung sect's ultimate technique was completely countered by him. Tang Sosu's mouth also dropped open. No way, that monster was beaten by common thugs and fell ill. Those street thugs, perhaps 10 great masters? In Chongqing, Yuk Woo-bong, who was sweeping the courtyard, sneezed at her words. Jin Woo-rip immediately countered with Mirror Flower Sword. Divine Body Manifestation. The young man cried out in disbelief at this terrifying sword. No way. Dea and his companion looked on with bored expressions. Tang Sosu from the opposite side analyzed inwardly. It's not that So Young Seong is too weak to block it, it's just that sword was too fast. So Young Seong barely retreated but still said stiffly, It's not over yet, Jin Woo-rip replied. That's right, how could it be over? It's only just beginning. In the blink of an eye he appeared before So Young Seong and raised his hand. Tang Wu from below helplessly covered his eyes with his hands. Wu Gasong from outside smiled satisfactorily upon hearing the screams from inside. Tang Sosu's face was filled with a displeased expression as her mouth dropped open and she tried to intervene. Wait a minute, she was very unable to understand inwardly. So Young Seong can't block it at all? So Young Seong swung his sword again and shouted, Don't joke around. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Woo-rip appeared above his head and attacked with Mirror Flower Sword, Wisdom Sword True River. The young man, struck by this move, immediately fell to his knees on the ground. Dea smiled, admiring inwardly. He hasn't even done anything yet, and the young master has already completed the Wisdom Sword True River. Jin Woo-rip looked at the people below and called for the next opponent. The Black Spirit Unit members were all very pleased and cheered upon seeing his skill. Long live the young master, Dan Riohua smiled. The Black Spirit Unit members are very happy, Dea continued. How could they not be happy with their young master overwhelming the Chingchung sect? Moreover, the swordsmanship the young master used was the Madalim's inherited Mirror Flower Sword. It was a swordsmanship that was despised by the world for its speed but lack of weight. But in the recent duel we saw no such weakness. Li Wan asked the person beside him. Shin Peng, you saw it too, right? Shin Peng replied. Not only did I see it, I saw it very clearly. Our decision to choose the Guangmu unit was entirely correct. Jin Woo-rip glanced at So Young Seong, who had fallen unconscious on the ground, and spoke again. It's just a minor injury, so don't pretend. Someone carry him out. It was only then that Tang Sosu regained her senses. If that damn Tang Wu hadn't stopped me, perhaps the one lying unconscious there would have been me. That move was the Mirror Flower Sword, wasn't it? I've replayed it in my mind countless times, but I still haven't found a way to counter that terrifying sword art. Jin Woo-rip glanced at the Jiamho unit members, provoking them. Are they not even thinking of revenge, even after seeing their comrade fall before their eyes? It seems the 4 great sects are all cowards. Gwak Du-jin of the Deonking sect immediately stepped forward, snorting coldly. I cannot bear to hear such words. Gwak Du-jin of the Deonking sect, I request your guidance. Jin Woo-rip frowned, looking at him. Your Excellency, you say, Gwak Du-jin explained. If you defeat me, I will call you Commander. Good, come at me. A moment later, he was struck by Jin Woo-rip, fell to the ground and wailed miserably, begging, Commander, I was wrong. Gwak Du-jin, who had stepped forward out of curiosity, ultimately failed to withstand 10 exchanges and was defeated. Next, Ho Yo-peng and Ji Yu-wa-jin also stepped forward, but the result was the same. Afterward, all the Deonking sect members attacked, but none could withstand 10 exchanges and they all knelt. Tang Sosu watched, sweating profusely on the spot. 6 of the rising stars had already been defeated, so she could no longer deny it. This Jin Woo-rip's skill was in no way inferior to that of Tang Qian, the young sect leader of the Tang clan. Tang Qian, the commander of the Jiamho unit, possessed the divine arts of the 8 divine martial artists. Renowned throughout the world, Tang Wu saw her about to step forward and hurriedly shouted, Big sister, what are you doing? Tang Sosu approached Bang Wu Seong. I am the only squad leader transferred from the GMO unit to the Guangmu unit. Although I know there is no chance of winning, I must still step forward. Tang Sosu of the Tang clan, I request your guidance." Jin Woo-rip smiled and gestured. "Come at me." Tang Sosu, with a serious expression, took out her hidden weapons. She immediately leapt up and threw the hidden weapons at him. Jin Woo-rip stood and merely glanced. "Iron pellets, how if you want to retrieve them, stop now." Tang Sosu ignored him and continued to throw another pellet. The pellet flew in a zigzag, struck another pellet, and changed its trajectory. This piqued Jin Woo-rip's interest. He again swung his sword, unfolding the mirror flower sword to block them. He didn't forget to remind Tang Sosu, "If you want to retrieve all these iron pellets, stop right now." Tang Sosu did not weaken in the slightest and continued to take out more pellets. "There are still many left." She once again threw pellets at him, attacking. Shin Peng and his group all watched this scene, tense and sweating profusely. The GMO unit members also couldn't hide their astonishment. Is she going to retrieve all those iron pellets? A moment later, Tang Sosu finally stood helplessly and sighed. Jin Woo-rip pointed his sword at her face and reminded her, "Pick up all these iron pellets before you leave." Tang Sosu knelt on the ground helplessly. "I can't," Jin Woo-rip explained. "The Murim is originally such a place. Who else wants to step forward if no one does? And it means you all acknowledge me as your commander, right?" Tang Sosu and her group gritted their teeth. "We have all been defeated. We can no longer deny it. You have successfully proven your skill, so we acknowledge you as our commander." Jin Woo-rip smiled with satisfaction. "Very good." Tang Woo sighed in relief. "Thank goodness Big Sister wasn't hurt. It's fortunate she wasn't beaten to death." Jin Woo-rip then asked again, Tang Sosu, do you remember what you just said to me, that if I win you won't resent me, no matter what I do?" Tang Sosu said blankly. "Did I really say that?" Jin Woo-rip smiled. "A duel is a duel, but how can the crime of disobeying a commander's order be easily overlooked? All of you bow your heads to me right now." Everyone's mouths hung open at his words. Only Tang Woo followed along happily, without any objection. Jin Woo-rip admired inwardly. Indeed, they only listen well after a good beating. As night fell, everyone left the Unreang pavilion, their bodies aching all over. It had truly been a terrible day. All the rumors about him were wrong. He truly didn't become commander just by being ordinary. But do I have to suffer the same punishment as everyone else, even though I was hit the most? My whole body aches. I feel like I'm dying. Just then, Tang Jung-ho's voice was heard again. "Tisk tisk, what a spineless bunch. To think you'd become subordinates to a fellow like that." One person retorted unpleasantly, "What do you know to say such a thing?" Tang Jung-ho was startled by his attitude. "What did you say?" The person waved his hand. "That's right. Now that we're no longer GMO unit members, we don't need to call you squad leader, do we? Stop bothering us. My whole body aches. I feel like I'm dying, so please just disappear." What a wicked person, speaking wicked words. Tang Jung-ho's face turned pale with fury on the spot, but he could do nothing. Most of those transferred to the Guangmu unit were the weaker members of the GMO unit. Tang Jung-ho was now being ignored by those he had despised. This was truly karma. Having thought this far, Tang Sosu waved her hand and said, "That's right, you should live a good life normally." Tang Jung-ho gritted his teeth. "These foolish rascals don't even realize they've boarded a sinking ship. I'll truly wait and see how long you can be so arrogant. Someday, all of you will bow your heads to me." As night fell, the reorganization of the Unreang Pavilion was successfully completed. "Now that I have some free time, shall I read the book Jin Wan gave me? What on earth did you record, you rascal?" In a mountain village deep in the northeastern part of Seogyo Mountain, a bloody massacre occurred. The remaining traces led westward. Seogyo Mountain was part of the mountain range stretching between Sichuan and Tibet. The west Jinwan spoke of was precisely Tibet. Who was the rascal who went to Seogyo Mountain? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from the darkness. "Heavenly Lord, it's me. I discovered dozens of bodies in a mountain village on the way to Songban County, and they seem to have died recently. Although it wasn't the Heavenly Lord's order, I couldn't just pass by. So I investigated the surroundings and found only one set of footprints heading west." Jin Woo-rip asked again. "You couldn't discern anything from the body's wounds?" The person explained. "They were all sword wounds, but there was no fixed form or technique. Some bodies were killed by stabs to the eyes, while others were stabbed in the legs or chest. It was as if the culprit had no thoughts at all when swinging the sword." Jin Woo-rip frowned. "No thoughts, no consciousness." He suddenly sprang to his feet. "This matter cannot be taken lightly. Deliver this to Juk Moge at the Chengdu branch immediately." The person immediately accepted the order without any objection. The next morning at the Chengdu branch, Juk Moge was bathing very refreshingly at this time. To think a beggar has to bathe to maintain dignity. He had just come out of the bath when he was startled. "When did this get here?" He quickly approached, picked up the letter and read it. "A bloody massacre in a mountain village, no pattern in the sword traces. Footprints heading west." This immediately brings one thing to mind. Beings that lose consciousness, feel no pain and only follow orders. Monsters created for slaughter. They were martial soul berserkers. The description is indeed very similar to the martial soul berserkers that the demonic cult experimented with. But there was only one set of footprints. The one who gave the orders must have been very close by. To dare to invade Sichuan, wipe out a village and leave traces at a time when war is imminent, this matter is truly incomprehensible. Could it merely be an accident that occurred during their experiments? The more he thought about it, the harder it was to understand. Ah, my head hurts so much. I'm even more confused since I haven't seen it directly. I'll just record what I know. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. Young Cho-gai was secretly reading something alone in his room, his face flushed and his breathing rough. He looked very pleased just then. Jukmoge opened the door and shouted loudly, "Young Cho-gai, are you here?" The young man froze in surprise and hurriedly closed the book. Jukmoge was puzzled. "What are you doing?" The young man clutched the book tightly and stammered, "Nothing at all." Young Cho-gai paid him little mind, handed him a letter and told him to deliver it to Jin Woo-rip. Young Cho-gai immediately rushed out, sighing in relief inwardly. "Thank goodness I almost got caught." Jukmoge watched him, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Tisk tisk, he's truly scrawny." Young Cho-gai arrived at the Sichuan alliance very quickly. The guard standing outside loudly stopped him. "Stop, where are you from?" Young Cho-gai explained. "I am Young Cho-gai of the Beggar's Sect. I need to deliver a letter to the young master of the Madalim." The guard still did not let him in. "I'm sorry, but outsiders are not allowed here." Another person rushed out from inside. "I'll deliver a message to the Unveil Pavilion, so you wait here." Tang Moonjiang also came out at this moment. "What's the matter?" the person replied. "A guest from the Beggar's Sect wishes to send a letter to the Madalim's young master. I was just about to contact the Unveil Pavilion." Tang Moonjiang approached Young Cho-gai. "Ah, a young hero of the Beggar's Sect, I presume. I am Tang Moonjiang, Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion." Young Cho-gai clasped his hands and introduced himself again. Tang Moonjiang instructed, "Good, Young Cho-gai, if it's an important letter, give it to me. You don't need to wait here. I will deliver it to the young master on your behalf." The guard next to him was startled at his words. "The pavilion master will deliver the letter personally," Tang Moonjiang said with extreme composure. "Why not? We should help each other." Young Cho-gai stroked his chin, thinking, "That's true. If it were an important letter, he wouldn't have entrusted it to me." Having thought this far, he immediately handed him the letter. "Then I will trouble the pavilion master." Tang Moonjiang was very displeased that he had been touched, but forced a smile. He then went to a secluded place. "This spot is good. They didn't even seal it, so it seems they already opened it. What kind of information does the young master need so urgently?" He quickly opened the letter and read it, and as soon as he read it, he broke into a tense sweat. At this moment, Young Cho-gai was holding the letter Jukmoge had given him. "Damn it, he gave me an erotic book instead of the letter. He's truly a wicked rascal. I haven't even finished half of it." He immediately hurried back. The guard was puzzled to see him return. "A young hero of the Beggar's Sect, I presume. What's the matter again?" Young Cho-gai replied. "I'm sorry, but could you call someone from the Unveil Pavilion?" The guard turned his head and told his comrade to inform the Unveil Pavilion commander that a guest had arrived. Young Cho-gai then pointed his finger at Tang Moonjiang, who was approaching. "What I just gave to the pavilion master of the secret pavilion, thank goodness. He's here." "Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion, please return the erotic book I just gave you. It's the very book you're holding in your hand right now." As soon as his words came out, everyone around murmured, "The Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion looking at an erotic book? Impossible. How could such an upright person look at something so vulgar?" Young Cho-gai's voice was heard once again. "It's a new version, very impressive, isn't it? But I can't give it away." "Haha." Tang Moonjiang gritted his teeth. "Shut your mouth." Jin Woo-rip heard the news and couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "Haha, even such a capable person can have something like that happen." "So did you get the erotic book back?" Young Cho-gai replied. "There were too many people around, so I had no choice but to give it back." He probably realized it was a good item. Dan Riohua clutched her head and sighed. Although he mistakenly gave him an erotic book, there's still something to be careful about. "Didn't the branch leader strongly advise against giving letters to strangers?" Jin Woo-rip agreed. "That's right, if there had been secret information in it, it would have been a big problem." And Riohua asked again, "But what was the content of that letter?" Jin Woo-rip turned his head, looked at her and smiled. "Curious, it's not much of a secret, so let's look at it together." Dan Riohua quickly bent down and read the letter with him. After reading it, Jin Woo-rip was startled. "Martial Soul Berserkers, if this is true, the demonic cult seems to be preparing for war." Dan Riohua was puzzled. "Does the Alliance still not know anything?" Jin Woo-rip continued. "Sichuan is very vast. Moreover, this happened deep in the mountains, so it's understandable that they don't know. If it was a place where dozens of people lived, it couldn't have been completely unrelated to the outside world. If the government office discovers it and finds traces of martial artists, they will soon inform the Alliance. Ominous things have already begun to happen. War is not far off." Time flew by and several days passed, and the rumors about Tang Moonjiang had already spread throughout the entire Sichuan alliance. Everyone who saw him walking in the courtyard gathered and whispered, "Look, it's the pavilion master. I heard he had an erotic book snatched by a beggar's sect beggar last time." "What? Snatched by a beggar's sect beggar? To think he had such a hobby." Tang Moonjiang felt extremely wronged inwardly. I clearly explained everything. But with every step he took, the rumors drifted further and further from the truth. As soon as he entered, Han Qianwal greeted him. "Has the pavilion master arrived?" Tang Moonjiang clasped his hands. "I apologize for causing an unpleasant incident to the alliance leader." Han Qianwal laughed very cheerfully. "Everyone knows you are not such a person. With time, rumors will disappear like dust. Don't worry too much." Tang Moonjiang replied, "Thank you, Alliance Leader. But why did the Alliance Leader summon me?" Han Qianwal said solemnly. "Someone from the government office came. A bloody massacre occurred in a small mountain village. Everything is recorded in detail in the letter, so please read it yourself." Tang Moonjiang quickly picked up the letter and read it, and he immediately widened his eyes. A mountain village, Han Qianwal confirmed. That's right, it's a border area connected to Tibet. Tang Munjiang wore a puzzled expression. That's truly strange. The war with Tibet hasn't even begun, so there's no reason for them to interfere with Sichuan at this time. Han Qianwal confirmed. That's right, it might not be the blood sect's doing. This incident happened earlier than expected. What do you think about entrusting this matter to those children? Tang Munjiang asked back. Is the alliance leader referring to Jin Wu Rip? Han Qianwal confirmed. That's right, I want to use this opportunity to confirm that child's skill. We need to know his level to easily calculate and handle things, don't we? Tang Munjiang replied. This subordinate understands. Then this subordinate will immediately issue an order to the Enraging pavilion. The scene shifts to the Enraging pavilion. Wu Gesong was talking with Jin Wu Rip and another person. They gave us the mission to investigate the bloody massacre that occurred in the mountain village. Jin Wu Rip nodded. Finally, our first mission has arrived, Wu Gesong reminded him. Young master, we don't know what traps they've laid, so you must be careful. Jin Wu Rip reassured them, saying, Haha, don't worry about the secret pavilion, master. After all, the Guangmu unit includes rising talents from the 4 great major sects. They won't be able to act recklessly until war breaks out. Dea and Yangchu will remain at the Enraging pavilion. The rest will depart with me tomorrow. Dea hastily pleaded to go along. Jin Wu Rip did not agree. You are to remain here and train with all your might. Dare to skip the grand cycle and you will die by my hand. I've even left Yangchu to help with your training, so train hard. Dea had no choice but to give up. Yes, understood. I will go to the Guangmu unit and immediately issue the command. Very quickly, the Guangmu unit assembled in the courtyard. Wu Gezong spoke loudly to them. Although sudden, the Guangmu unit has received its first mission. A bloody massacre occurred in a village, and we must investigate this incident. Although many theories have been proposed, a culprit has not yet been found. Unity is very important in this first mission. Just then, someone pushed open the door from outside and entered. Was everyone in a meeting? My apologies. It's been a long time since I showed my face, so I'm late. The person who arrived was an old man. Greetings, this humble Taoist is Kong Riowal. The people were very surprised to see him. An elder? Why has Elder Kong come to the Enraging pavilion? I've heard of your reputation for a long time, but only now do I meet you. Are you the soul-stealing Flash? I am Wu Gezong. What brings Elder Kong here so early in the morning? Kong Riowal replied. I wish to participate in this mission. The woman next to him explained. Usually, experienced elders participate in dangerous missions. Kong Riowal said with a laugh. There's nothing to do in the administration office, so this old man is just trying to earn his keep. I hope the pavilion master will understand. Wu Gezong nodded. If that is the Alliance's regulation, then I have no objection. Then I hope the elder will take good care of the Guangmu unit. Yangchu on the side thought in surprise. Wasn't that old man here to question me? Wu Gesong then waved his hand and said, in that case, the Guangmu unit will depart. After joining the Sichuan alliance, Jin Wu Rip, commander of the Guangmu unit, embarked on his first expedition, heading to a small mountain village. The journey would take approximately 10 days. As this was a tracking mission, everyone unhesitatingly chose to travel by lightness skill instead of horseback. Jin Wu Rip walked at the front, admiring inwardly. Everyone's lightness skill is truly remarkable. Although their backgrounds differ, all are striving for the future of the Sichuan Murim. For me, who has no interest in complex internal relations, the growth of those who follow after this mission will be the greatest joy. Meanwhile, a falcon flew in the air and then landed on someone's hand. The person, after receiving the falcon, spoke to the person in front of them. This is a letter from Chengdu. The Sichuan Alliance warriors have already departed, and among them is the soul-stealing Flash. It seems they've sent something. This person was Yom Hong, commander of the Blood Sect's Blood Spirit unit. Ong Rio Wall? The person sent the falcon flying and asked again, is this matter something we need to pay attention to? Yom Hong reminded him, Kong Riowal is one of the top masters in the Sichuan alliance. That old man's reputation was well known even in Tibet, but now that he's old, only his fame remains, the person continued. Their numbers are only about 80, except for Kong Riowal. The rest are all young warriors. They aren't even the heavenly martial unit. Yom Hong continued, that's natural. Is there a need to send the most elite unit for a bloody massacre in a small village? Since they are all young warriors, they won't know anything yet. We must retrieve the Blood Knight Berserker before they act, Commander. This subordinate already understands. That is why our subordinates are here. Yom Hong glared at him angrily and said, what are you talking about? The Blood Knight Berserker is still secretly being experimented on at our main sect, and it is different from the Martial Soul Berserker. It is not yet known to the world. The Blood Knight Berserker escaped during the experiment, and that is why we have chased it all the way here. But the Sichuan Alliance has also noticed something and is acting. If the existence of the Blood Knight Berserker becomes known to them, the sect leader will not forgive us. If we fail, the punishment will be more painful than death. The existence of the Blood Knight Berserker must not be known to this world. We must act quickly. The person hesitated. But Commander, it is night now. As you know, the Blood Knight Berserker becomes even stronger in the Densian energy of the night. We cannot yet control the Blood Lord's command. Acting right now would be very dangerous. Yom Hong, without the slightest hesitation, struck his head, bloodying it and killing him instantly. The remaining people witnessing this sight all broke into a cold sweat. Yom Hong glared at them coldly and snapped, disperse immediately and search. The people could no longer offer any opinions and immediately dispersed in all directions to carry out their mission. Yom Hong also immediately headed towards the forest. Everyone on both sides understood inwardly at this moment. It has already appeared in the Sichuan Murim, only not yet fully revealed above the surface. War has already begun. The Guangmu unit's first expedition would include one person accompanying them on the mission, at the request of the secret pavilion. That person was Kong Rio Wall, the soul-stealing Flash, one of Sichuan's top masters. He was a person with extensive experience in battle. That old man's martial prowess was renowned even in Tibet, and he was now observing his rising talents with great interest. Jin Wurip commanded from the front. Everyone pause for a rest. Squad members, restore your internal energy, and the meal preparation team, prepare food. Kong Rio Wall leaned against a rock, resting and thinking inwardly. This fellow requests a rest precisely when the entire team reaches its limit, yet he tries to extend the time little by little. He's truly a seasoned individual. Is it Tang Qian of the Jiamho unit and Jin Wu Rip of the Guangmu unit? Let's see, it's hard to compare them in martial arts, but as a commander this fellow seems a bit better. As he was lost in thought, a voice reached his ear. Elder, what are you thinking so deeply about? The weather is a bit chilly today, so warm yourself up. Seeing Jin Wu Rip approach with tea and offer it, he gratefully accepted. He, without the slightest formality, took the tea and drank a sip, warming his body. In his heart, he could already be certain at this moment, this fellow is definitely more outstanding. The people then rested there eating porridge. As Jin Wu Rip was lost in thought, a voice came from behind him. What are you looking at so intently? Jin Wu Rip turned his head and looked again. You've arrived too. I'm currently envisioning the worst case and best case scenarios. Dan Rio Hua asked quizzically. What's the worst case scenario? Jin Wu Rip explained. Naturally, it's when this matter is related to the blood sect. As Juk Mogei's letter suggested, there's too little information. According to the news from the beggar's sect, we have to wait at least another month. The scariest thing is going to war with an enemy about whom we have no information at all. If this is a trap to draw in the Sichuan alliance, this matter won't just end at investigating a bloody massacre. We will face many difficulties and dangers, Dan Riohua asked again. Then what's the best case scenario? Jin Wu Rip continued. It's for us to find no traces whatsoever and simply return. Anyway, I'll probably need your keen senses. Dan Riohua sighed. Young master, aren't you exploiting me too much? Jin Wu Rip laughed loudly. Haha, I will definitely repay you someday. Just then another person ran over and asked, Commander, have you finished reconnoitering the nearby villages? Jin Wu Rip nodded. Good work. What's the situation? The person began to explain. After the bloody massacre, all the roads were empty and people died every night. So this is to be expected, although this subordinate has not yet investigated the village beyond the mountain. According to passers-by, the situation seems very grim. Jin Wu Rip frowned. We must immediately check the mountain village. In such cold weather, the decomposition process will also be slow. He then immediately approached the people. Some young men, seeing him return, excitedly welcomed him. Commander, you're back. Please come and sit down. Jin Wu Rip replied. Thank you. Everyone eat first. Listen to me while you eat. After dinner, each squad leader should select one squad member skilled in lightness skill to come with me if possible. I'd like to act during the day, but because there are those who are monitoring us, we cannot afford to be complacent. The people, hearing his words, immediately looked around in a panic. What? Monitoring, Commander, is that true? Since when? Kong Rio Wall, on the side, thought inwardly. It seems it's been since the moment the entire team left Sichuan and entered the forest. I sensed the presence of those hiding 30 jang away, and I thought they were spies completely unrelated to this operation. Indeed, this fellow is extraordinary. To sense the presence of someone intentionally hiding from 30 jang away was by no means an easy feat, moreover to maintain that sense from then until now. He's truly amazing. Jin Wu Rip from a distance still commanded the entire team. Until I return, GWAK Dujin, squad leader of the 3rd squad, will be in charge here. While I and the other squad leaders are absent, you must guard this place well. There will be no special incidents, but if someone you cannot handle appears, do not be stubborn and flee immediately, understood? This will apply to all future missions as well, Tang Sosu said blankly. Did the commander just tell us to flee? What kind of martial artist does that? Jin Wu Rip explained. To charge at an opponent when you know they are stronger than you is too reckless an act. The Black Spirit unit members burst out laughing. Haha, as expected of our young master. Tang Sosu was puzzled. Why are the Black Spirit unit members laughing? Jin Wu Rip spoke again. If your family were to lose their lives because of a mission, would you be happy that they fought bravely? What's so great about a mission? Remember what I just told you. Kong Rio Wall approached, admiring. Ho-ho, Commander, you are truly extraordinary. I am very pleased to have come this far with you. If it's all right, could you take this old man as your escort? Jin Wu Rip clasped his hands respectfully and said, in that case, I shall ask for the elder's assistance. 6 squad leaders, each taking 1 squad member, followed Jin Wu Rip. GWAK Dujin remained at the base, and 2 were from the 4 great major sects. 3 were from Madalim. Only Li Wan was from a small to medium faction. You have keen senses. Dan Riohua quickly led the party up the mountainside from the front. Seeing her suddenly stop and become a little tense, Jin Wu Rip immediately asked telepathically, What's wrong? What is it? Dan Riohua replied. I sensed killing intent from beyond the mountain. Jin Wu Rip turned his head and signaled the people to be quiet. Then let's quietly go and investigate. I also sensed a faint yin energy. They quickly hid behind a rock and observed what was ahead. In front of them was a monster surrounded by a group of people. Kong Riowol frowned. The situation is not good at all. If I'm not mistaken, those are the blood sect. As he said, the people below were indeed the blood sect's blood spirit unit. Jin Woo Rip cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's almost the worst case scenario. With the current state of the unit members, it's hard to fight the blood sect. What's worse is that monster fighting the blood sect right now. Is that the Chilenan? Its characteristics are a bit different from the martial soul berserker that Jukmoge described in his letter. The martial soul berserker didn't have such black skin and bloodshot eyes, but seeing this sight, one thing is certain. That is a failure. Yomhong cursed inwardly from below. Damn it, the Bloodlord's command is still useless. No matter how much I use the dragon's 6 locks, he still won't listen. Indeed, it's a failure. If there's a metallic sound, Kong Riowol might notice. All the effort put in so far is a real waste. Having thought this far, he immediately shouted loudly, "We cannot delay any longer. This is enemy territory. Everyone retreat immediately and proceed with its elimination. If you cannot form the formation, then kill him along with me." Jin Woo Rip was surprised inwardly at what they held in their hands. Are they even using heavenly silkworm threads in their formation? If it escapes, will the situation worsen? It seems this Chilenan is a forbidden secret. Come on, Chilenan, show me what you can do. The people used heavenly silkworm threads to very quickly and tightly bind the Chilhanan's body, and the Chilenan howled ferociously in a frenzy. The people then simultaneously swung their swords and rushed forward, stabbing his body. The Guangmu unit members, witnessing this sight, all gaped. Are they even killing their own comrades? This method is too cruel. To think there are those who obey such commands. Truly horrifying. Jin Woo Rip also frowned. I knew the Chilenan was very strong, but do they have to go this far? Do they go to this extent to conceal a secret? White smoke continuously billowed from the Chilhanan's body at this moment, and very quickly he swung his hand again, sending people flying. Jin Woo Rip was startled at this sight, and Kong Riowol's expression also darkened. The blood sect has finally created a monster. Blood and fragments of internal organs covered the sky, and a pungent evil aura made the hairs on one's body stand on end. Only elders from the 4 great major sects possess the skill to capture him. A berserker of this caliber is enough to shock anyone just by seeing it, but what surprises me more is that this fellow Jin Woo Rip shows no fear of the current situation at all. As he was lost in thought, Jin Woo Rip turned his head at that very moment and asked the elder, "Is this possible?" Kong Riowol replied, "Are you asking me if it's possible? We can't just leave that thing, can we?" Jin Woo Rip continued, "Nothing is as dangerous as a war with an enemy we know little about. If possible, it would be best for us to analyze him here." He thought inwardly, not only is this fellow unfazed, but he can even think so pragmatically. Having thought this far, he immediately said, "It's not impossible." Jin Woo Rip nodded. "Good, then let's act. It seems that damn monster is also watching us. Young master, if we fight on this steep cliff, many variables could arise, and we would be at a disadvantage. We must stop it before it comes here." Kong Riowol stood there, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then immediately launched himself down from the front to engage in battle. The monster, seeing the 2 men charging at it, howled ferociously. Then Riowol commanded the people behind her from above, "We will form a perimeter 3 jang away from that thing. If the monster defeats the elder and approaches you all, do not resist and flee immediately." So young Seong said angrily, "You're not even the commander, how dare you order us around?" Sosu pulled him and shouted loudly, "If you don't have a good idea, then listen, don't be so foolish." The monster below roared loudly, swung its hand and sent the long sword it held flying. Jin Woo Rip and the other person did not block it, but each dodged to their side, avoiding it. The 2 very quickly enveloped the monster from front and back, forming a pincer-like formation. "You punk, come here." The monster didn't rush to attack and grabbed the hilt of the sword stuck in the ground. Jin Woo Rip paid no mind and looked back at Kong Riowol behind him. Kong Riowol also didn't give the monster much time and immediately swung his sword, unleashing several strands of sword energy. The monster, completely fearless, swung its sword and blocked them. Kong Riowol was impressed. To think it can even wield a sword. A combined attack might only make things worse. "Leave it to me, everyone fall back." Jin Woo Rip immediately obeyed without objection. "Yes, elder. I will step back and observe the berserker." The berserker immediately shouldered its sword and charged, howling loudly. The monster began to clash head-on with Kong Riowol's longsword, and after a few exchanges the old man seized an opening in the monster and swung his sword, stabbing the monster's chest, sending blood splattering. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of regret. "Did I cut too shallowly? I clearly aimed precisely for the neck." The monster possessed astonishing regenerative power and the keen senses of a wild beast. However, its movements were slower than before. It seems it's not an immortal monster yet. I should buy time with the Rain Heaven sword art and look for an opening. Jin Woo Rip observed from outside, analyzing inwardly. Both his footwork and quick sword are excellent, truly befitting one of Sichuan's top masters. So young Seong and his companions were also very surprised at this moment. To think we would witness the fight of the soul-stealing flash directly. Not far away, Yomhong was lying unconscious, but he was startled awake by the battle vibrations of Kong Riowol and the other person. He opened his eyes groggily, and the first thing he saw was the 2 people fighting. Damn it, that old man ruined everything. We've been exposed after all. At this rate, the Blood Knight Berserker will also be captured soon. No, at the very least I must prevent that. Kong Riowol, if you weren't here, how could those young punks have stopped the Blood Knight Berserker? Having thought this far, he immediately secretly launched hidden weapons onto the battlefield, attempting to ambush Kong Riowol. Dan Riohua from above was the first to sense it and shouted loudly, "Young master, elder, be careful." Jin Woo-rip turned his head, glanced behind, and cursed inwardly. Damn it, that damned rascal was hiding opposite us. Kong Riohua barely managed to twist his body when the hidden weapon was almost upon him without time to react. He avoided the fatal spots, but he was still grazed by the hidden weapon and injured. Yom Hong, lying there, laughed triumphantly. Hee hee hee, Kong Riohua, come with me. Kong Riohua looked at the wound on his leg as if not understanding. The symptoms are appearing so quickly, my head is a mess. Just as he was about to be attacked by the berserker, Dan Riohua suddenly appeared and blocked its attack. "Elder, are you all right?" the old man stammered. "I'm all right," but his heart was filled with indescribable shock. To think that girl directly blocked the berserker's power, Dan Riohua reminded him. "Please leave this place to the Guangmu unit commander and miss, we don't know what kind of poison is in that hidden weapon." Kong Riohua reminded them. "This monster is at the level of an elder from the 4 great major sects. You all won't be able to contend with it. I will stay here, so you all retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Woo-rip charged from behind the monster. Mirror Flower Sword, 5th form of Shadowed Flash. The monster had no choice but to temporarily leave the two alone. Kong Riohua also turned and joined Jin Woo-rip's attack. After observing and clashing, Jin Woo-rip couldn't help but be even more astonished inwardly. This monster even knows how to protect its body with demonic energy. But I know this is clearly a losing battle, because having the will to defend still means it has already lost the right to win in its heart. If it could have won, it could have eliminated me while I was controlling my strength. It's nothing, isn't it? But what if these two weren't here? Kong Riohua did not miss the opportunity and swung his sword, severing one of the monster's arms. Dan Riohua likewise cut off one of the monster's legs. He shouted loudly, "Now's the time." Jin Woo-rip's eyes gleamed and he swung his sword, striking towards the monster's head. The monster ultimately could not resist the overwhelming offensive of the 3 people and was decapitated. So young Seong and his companions, observing from above, were all astonished by this sight. How could this happen? To think they successfully subdued the blood sect's weapon with just 3 people, Jin Woo-rip commanded the people. "We must bring the body to the Alliance." Kong Riohua stood there, panting, and thought inwardly. "I have experience dealing with blood sect berserkers in my youth, but this one was truly exceptionally dangerous. Yet the Madalim has another monster, truly befitting the name Guangrihung." Jin Woo-rip spoke loudly again. "There will likely be a follow-up unit behind us, so everyone must not lower their guard. Gather all the black-clad bodies in one place. I need to burn them. There might be comrades behind us, so we must move quickly." As he was speaking, he suddenly turned his head in surprise. Kong Riohua finally could not endure it, and collapsed at this moment. The bright moon had already risen to the zenith, indicating that it was past midnight. The Guangryang unit members were very anxious at this moment. "Why is it taking so long? Did something happen to the reconnaissance team?" As the young man sat there admiring, someone suddenly appeared from behind and shouted, "Squad leader, the reconnaissance team has returned." GWAK Dujin was startled and almost wet his pants. The person continued hastily, "Now is not the time for tea, we must hurry." GWAK Dujin was puzzled. "What on earth happened?" the person replied. "Something happened to Elder Kong." Here, Kong Riohua was being carried back by people. Dan Riohua from the front reminded them, "Everyone step back, he is severely injured." Tang Sosu also commanded the people, "Prepare clean cloths and warm water. Everyone hurry." GWAK Dujin approached at this moment, bewildered and unable to understand anything. Jin Woo-rip approached him and asked about the situation. GWAK Dujin, "Was there nothing unusual while I was away?" GWAK Dujin replied, "Yes, Commander, but what happened?" Jin Woo-rip explained, "We fought against a blood sect berserker. Elder Kong was poisoned. A follow-up unit will likely ambush us, so we must quickly return to the Alliance. I need to check on Elder Kang's condition. You prepare for departure at any moment." GWAK Dujin quickly prepared as Jin Woo-rip instructed, but his mind was still in turmoil. What on earth happened? The squad leaders likewise had a greatly changed demeanor. He finally couldn't hold back and approached So Young Seong asking, "Hey, did you guys perhaps encounter a ghost?" So Young Seong replied seriously, "Not a ghost but a monster." GWAK Dujin still asked very naively, "Was the blood sect's berserker monster that terrifying?" So Young Seong retorted, "I'm not talking about that monster." GWAK Dujin became even more confused. "What are you talking about? Speak in plain language." So Young Seong shouldered his backpack and said, "There really was another monster. It seems we are following an extraordinary person." After everyone had packed their belongings, they immediately began to treat Kong Riohua on the spot. The people entrusted with this task were naturally from the Tang clan. Dan Riohua felt relieved inwardly. Tang Wu and Tang Sosu. "It's truly fortunate to have people here who are knowledgeable about the Tang clan's poisons." Jin Woo-rip also approached at this moment and asked about the situation. Dan Riohua exclaimed with an ah sound, "Young master, you've returned? The 2 from the Tang clan are treating him. They're truly reliable." "What kind of poison is it?" Tang Wu replied seriously. "I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Sosu next to him hit him. "This is corpse poison. It is a potent poison made from the demonic energy extracted from corpses. It's as if they're afraid others won't know they're from the blood sect. I've sealed several pressure points to prevent the poison from spreading, but we still need to drain the contaminated blood and purify the remaining poison." Tang Wu quickly put on a face mask. "I also have basic medical skills." "No, I'll help too." Tang Sosu also put on a mask. The problem is purifying the poison remaining in his meridians. Extreme yang qi is needed, but we don't have any pills right now. Jin Wurip immediately sat down. Extreme yang qi, you say? Leave that to me. There's no time, so proceed quickly. After speaking, he immediately circulated his energy, beginning to infuse Kong Rio Wall's wound with extreme yang qi. Both Tang clan sisters were astonished. Fiery yang energy, you say? This is impossible. I've sparred with the commander, so I know very well the commander clearly had a lesser yin constitution, dominated by yin energy. But this is clearly extreme yang qi. How can one person possess two types of energy in their body? What on earth is happening? Dan Riohua approached Jin Wurip and whispered, if you make a mistake, his meridians could be destroyed, young master. Please be careful. Jin Wurip sighed. I know, quietly assist me. Very quickly, black blood gushed from Kong Riowal's wound. Tang Sosu also hastily reminded him. It's congealed blood, third young master. Quickly wash it away, she thought inwardly. The commander's fiery yang energy is doing an excellent job of dissolving the corpse poison. It's precisely attacking the poison's demonic energy without damaging the meridians. How on earth did this man cultivate to possess such skill at his age? Time flew by quickly. The water in the basin was already depleted, and the wet cloths were soaked with black blood. Tang Sosu wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed. Commander, everything is all right for now. The remaining issues can be resolved once we return to the Alliance. Jin Wurip turned his head and thanked her. You've worked hard. What is the elder's current condition? Tang Sosu sighed. The poison has been almost entirely removed, but his body is exhausted from fighting it. He will wake up shortly. Rest is what he needs most right now, and he probably won't be able to use martial arts for some time, Dan Riohua continued. In that case, young master, we must move immediately. Jin Wurip smiled. That is only natural. GWAK Dujin approached, asking in astonishment. Commander, are we moving immediately? Jin Wurip smiled and glanced into the distance. Someone has been watching us from a while ago. Come out now, you rat-like scoundrel. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from the front. Haha, you truly are sensitive. It was indeed the right thing to come with the blood spirit unit. Tang Sosu cursed inwardly, tensing up. Damn it, I was so focused on treating the elder that I didn't notice him at all. He's clearly a master, Jin Wurip, still very calm, said with a flushed face. Are you a blood sect cultist? The person narrowed his eyes and smiled very sinisterly. That's right, but you don't need to be too tense. I didn't come to fight, Jin Wurip shouted loudly. Arrogant rascal, that's not for you to decide. You may not want to, but I want to fight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the opponent. He unleashed one move of Mirror Flower Sword. Violet Sword, True River. Tang Sosu and her companions all gaped at his unexpected action. Dan Riohua, seeing Jin Wurip dispatch the opponent with a single move, was not surprised but rather puzzled by something else. Young master, didn't you even ask why he came here? Jin Wurip waved his hand. The top priority is to bring the elder back to the Alliance. If I've decided what I need to do, there's no need to listen to what this fellow has to say. If it's words that would sway me, it's better not to hear them at all. Dan Riohua was astonished. It sounds unreasonable, but it also makes sense. Jin Wurip then commanded the people to return to the Alliance immediately. Tang Wu, seeing his sister's attitude was a little strange, asked, Sister, what are you thinking so deeply about? Tang Sosu replied with a serious expression. The nickname Guangryong is truly fitting. Meanwhile, Dan Riohua still asked beside Jin Wurip, But young master, will you be all right? If that person earlier hadn't returned, wouldn't all the follow-up units have had to deploy? What if they pursue us on our way back or inform the blood sect that the Sichuan Alliance has mobilized? Jin Wurip burst out laughing. Haha, there's no need to worry about that. This fight is simply an issue for the Sichuan Alliance. I've already sent someone to handle everything. No matter how many follow-up units there are, those blood sect punks will definitely not return. The person he deployed was none other than So Jinwan. The blood sect people all tensed up upon seeing him. Who is this madman? Where did such a master come from? Who on earth sent him? The person we sent for reconnaissance hasn't returned either. Don't tell me you wiped out him and even the blood spirit unit. So Jinwan raised his weapon and said coldly, So much talk, aren't you going to fight? The blood sect youth, seeing that further conversation was pointless, shouted to his brothers to deploy the Four Fiends formation. So Jinwan was immediately surrounded by people, but before they could attack he had already vanished without a trace from the spot. The group all froze at this situation. He vanished. He must have run away, arrogant rascal. Did he have backup? I don't know if he's a bird or a rat, but let's just kill him first. But before he could even finish that thought, before he could even attack, his body and both legs were severed. He could only watch So Jinwan fighting his comrades from afar. So Jinwan hadn't vanished to escape. He had already dealt with all four people and gone to sever their limbs and kill them. His footwork was extremely bizarre and flexible, making him utterly uncatchable. The people then clamored, begging for their lives. But how could So Jinwan listen to their pleas? One of them seized an opportunity to escape, but So Jinwan did not let him succeed, drawing out hidden weapons and throwing them at him. The youth could not evade and was struck by the hidden weapon. After dealing with him, he turned to the remaining people. Running away is useless. Everyone was sweating profusely, extremely tense, and dared not step forward. After that, the sounds of slaughter once again echoed throughout the entire forest. A few days later, Jin Wurip and his people safely returned to the Sichuan Alliance. Commander Jin Wurip and 76 people have completed their mission and returned. As the Guangmu unit returned to the Sichuan alliance having completed its first mission, they garnered everyone's attention. Did a battle break out? This was just their first mission. Wasn't it merely an investigation mission? The bloodstains on their clothes, Elder Kang's wounds, and even the corpse carried on a stretcher. Everything led people to speculate about a large-scale war. The eyes of all the unit members had changed. It seems it was a very difficult mission. What new endeavor will the young master embark on next? Having thought this far, he immediately spoke loudly. Everyone, you've worked hard. Everyone unpack your bags and rest. Commander, come inside for a meeting. Jin Sol-ran also approached at this moment and asked Tang Sosu about the situation. Tang Sosu's face was clearly filled with joy. Deputy Commander, I didn't do much. Jin Sol-ran was puzzled. Didn't do much? Your clothes are soaked in blood. Sosu laughed heartily and followed the others to rest. Haha, it's not my blood, so don't you worry, sister. But the young master of Madalim is truly quite an individual. Jin Sol-ran was even more surprised to hear these words from her. She said she hated him so much. What on earth happened inside the room? Jin Woo-rip and Wu Gasong sat facing each other across a tea table. Young master, what on earth happened? Jin Woo-rip explained. It's nothing much. Anyone who rolls around with me a few times is bound to change. Wu Gasong burst out laughing. Haha, truly befitting of the young master. Jin Woo-rip put a piece of bread in his mouth and asked, puzzled, Where are Yangchu and Dea? Wu Gasong sighed. Oh dear, please don't talk about those two. After the young master left, they both went down to the underground training grounds and are in closed-door cultivation, not even showing their faces. Jin Woo-rip heard that and praised them excitedly. These rascals are truly doing well. Do you know anything about the blood sect's Chilenin? As soon as Wu Gasong heard his question, he coughed and spat out the tea he was drinking. Surely, young master, you don't mean you encountered a Chilenin during this mission? Jin Woo-rip did not hide it. It was a Blood Knight Berserker. According to the information I received, it seems they have created a Blood Knight Berserker, not just a simple Chilenin. Wu Gasong stroked his chin, lost in thought. Blood Knight Berserker, I think I've heard that name somewhere. Right, in the Madalim's library. At that time, Chilenin only existed in theory, so there weren't many records, but the last record about the Blood Knight Berserker said this. If it breaks through its capabilities and reaches a complete state, it will become a monster that can turn the world into a sea of blood, Jin Woo-rip agreed. It wouldn't be wrong to call it a monster. The one I met was a failure, so a complete Blood Knight Berserker would be much more terrifying than this one. So they've been researching it for hundreds of years without giving up? To research it, they even left Mount Tien and created the Blood Sect. So it's not like they would give up easily. Even Elder Kang's sword couldn't deeply cut its skin. Its bones were even protected by external chi. It's a monster that knows how to protect its body with demonic energy. With the help of Elder Kong and the escorts, I was able to cut off its head only after dispersing its demonic energy. However, that doesn't mean it's its weakness. Having thought this far, he spoke again. I'm truly curious. What does the Alliance leader think about this matter? The scene shifts to the Sichuan Alliance's Zhengmequan. Han Qianwal said from within, Come in quickly, Pavilion Master of Unraging Pavilion and Commander of Guangmu Unit, you have achieved great merit this time. Alliance Leader, thank you for the compliment. It was fortunate that Elder Kong helped. I heard that the Commander of Guangmu Unit personally captured the Berserker. Jin Woo-rip respectfully cupped his hands. This junior merely delivered the finishing blow. It was a Blood Knight Berserker. The people immediately murmured, A Blood Knight Berserker? I'm truly curious what you think about that Berserker. Jin Woo-rip asked again, May I speak frankly? Seeing the Alliance leader nod in comfort, Jin Woo-rip narrowed his eyes, glanced at the people, and thought inwardly, They're not tense at all. Do they consider this a trivial matter that a commander can handle? Only the Alliance leader, the Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion, and a few elders are tense here. And Elder Kong is just being himself. More than half of the people here are clueless, even with death right around the corner. After a moment's thought, he spoke. In this junior's opinion, if there were 50 such beings, the Sichuan Alliance would become a mountain of corpses and a river of blood. Tang Moonjiang solemnly asked again, Is that truly so? Jin Woo-rip confirmed. Yes, you have overlooked one thing. The one Elder Kong and this junior dealt with was merely a failed product of the Blood Sect. If a Blood Knight Berserker reaches a complete state, it will be even more difficult to contend with. Many people who had taken this lightly now begin to grow tense. Tang Moonjiang spoke again. Does the appearance of a failed product mean that the Blood Sect still hasn't stopped its research? Jin Woo-rip nodded again. Yes, Pavilion Master. Kong Rio-wal also raised his hand and spoke at this moment. Therefore, I have a request for the Alliance leader. The Blood Knight Berserker is a very dangerous entity. We must stop it now. We cannot wait until they finish their experiments. We must find their secret experimental base and uproot it as quickly as possible. Alliance leader, you must immediately organize a special warrior unit and secretly infiltrate Tibet. Han Qianwal was silent for a moment at his opinion, unable to make a decision. Tang Moonjiang messaged him telepathically. Alliance leader, this matter is directly related to Sichuan's safety and well-being. Elder Kang's words are entirely correct. Han Qianwal immediately made a decision. I cannot take the potential threat to the Sichuan Murim lightly. To those present, do you have any proposals? Kong Rio-wal asked again. Alliance leader, what do you think about entrusting this matter to the Guangmu unit? As soon as the Guangmu unit was mentioned, someone immediately came forward to object. Absolutely not. More than half of this alliance's rising talents are in the Unreal Pavilion. If they fail, we will lose the future of the Sichuan Murim. The rest of the people also murmured in agreement. I think so too. Moreover, the Guangmu unit has just returned. That's right, it would be better to entrust it to our heavenly immortal pavilion. Kong Rio Wall cursed inwardly. Damn it, the people here are blinded by their eagerness for glory. The Guangmu unit is composed of rising talents and Madeline warriors. Do they take this lightly, thinking the Guangmu unit can fight the blood sect in a chaotic place and achieve results? Jin Wu-rip also marveled inwardly. They still haven't come to their senses even with danger looming. Kong Rio-wall spoke again. This old man does not deny that the core of the Unreal Pavilion consists of rising talents, but they are not children, they are true warriors. Through this mission, the Guangmu unit has proven its capabilities, and they will be able to succeed sufficiently in the next mission as well. Just then, Zhang Yuji, Pavilion Master of the Sichuan Alliance's Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, coughed and interrupted. This old man also has something to say. Alliance leader, is this matter serious enough to send warriors? The Alliance leader replied. As my junior brother says, we cannot take this lightly. Zhang Yuji continued. Please entrust this important matter to our Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. Kong Rio Wall was astonished. Surely you're not thinking of sending the Heavenly Martial Unit? Zhang Yuji confirmed. That's right, we must find the truth about the Blood Knight Berserker and completely eliminate it, mustn't we? Kong Rio Wall grew tense. Pavilion Master of Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, you must not take this matter lightly. Zhang Yuji was still very confident. Granduncle, don't worry too much. The Heavenly Martial Unit has never failed to date. The strongest combat unit of the Sichuan Alliance will not disappoint everyone's expectations. Kong Rio Wall sighed inwardly. Truly arrogant. Sichuan and Tibet are completely different places, so how can he speak so easily? In Sichuan, everyone helps the Heavenly Martial Unit, so everything goes smoothly. Once they set foot on Tibetan soil, they will be surrounded by enemies. I must stop this. Just then, another voice was heard. Very good. The Heavenly Martial Unit will be able to succeed. People turned around in surprise, and the person who spoke was Jin Wu-rip. What on earth is this rascal thinking? He must clearly know how dangerous this matter is, so how can he agree so easily? Han Qian-wall spoke as soon as he opened his mouth. Young Master Wu-rip has practical experience with berserkers, so his words are very credible. Good, then I will entrust this mission to the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. Jin Wu-rip turned his head and exchanged glances with Wu Gasong. Wu Gasong immediately understood his intention and stepped forward. The path from here to Tibet is by no means easy, therefore this old man would like to propose something. Please entrust the communication between the Sichuan Alliance and the Heavenly Martial Unit to the Unreal Pavilion. Kong Rio Wall immediately understood upon hearing that. Ah, I see, Wu Gasong continued to explain. If the Unreal Pavilion can assist the secret pavilion in information gathering, the mission of the Heavenly Martial Unit on the front lines will also proceed more smoothly. Kong Rio Wall added. Alliance leader, this old man will also accompany them. Please permit it. If someone with experience with the blood sect goes along, the mission will proceed even more smoothly. Han Qian-wall nodded. It would be even better if my junior brother accompanies them. The rising talents can also gain experience. You can be a strong rear guard for the children. Since we are in agreement, I will conclude. Departure in 10 days. The Heavenly Immortal Pavilion will set out and the Unreal Pavilion will accompany them. The journey is long, so please feel free to speak if there is anything to prepare. If there is nothing more to say, everyone may disperse. After the meeting ended, Wu Gasong asked Jin Wu-rip, puzzled. Young Master, why should we help the Heavenly Martial Unit? Why are you trying to do such a difficult thing? Jin Wu-rip burst out laughing. Haha, a difficult thing, we'll only know if it's difficult or a blessing once we go there. Someone has to do the difficult work in this world, don't they? At this moment, Yu Dea and Yang Chu also came to find them after finishing their training. Yu Dea, greetings to Pavilion Master of Unreal Pavilion and Commander. Wu Gasong smiled and moved aside. I'll go first. We'll talk later. Jin Wu-rip nodded. Yes, I'll see you again in the squad. Dea, your chi cultivation is progressing well. Yang Chu immediately boasted about his achievement. This subordinate only achieved it after 100 battles. Yu Dea scratched his head and laughed. I really train by fighting Brother Yang Chu every day, but there's something strange. The young master's techniques have become very refined in my hands. Does that mean this subordinate is a genius? Jin Wu-rip couldn't help but laugh at his words. He had been immersed in daily hellish grand cycle training and sparring with Yang Chu, although he was considered untalented and useless and had to yield the Madeline commander position to the youngest. Yu Dea was a hardworking and sincere person, and this became his talent. Seeing Jin Wu-rip continue to laugh, Yu Dea asked, puzzled, Commander, is it that funny? Why do you keep laughing? You don't need to know. Don't be arrogant anymore, and rest for a while. In 10 days we have to embark on a long journey again. 5 days later, the Sichuan Alliance had already packed and begun preparations for their departure. While the Heavenly Martial Unit busied itself with preparations for the upcoming journey, the Unreal Pavilion also completed its preparations to cooperate with them. There were 76 warriors, including the Guangmu Unit, Black Spirit Unit, Severing Sword Unit, and even the Jiamho Unit. Jin Wu-rip pondered, looking at the document in his hand. I can't just take people haphazardly. I should only take the commander, vice commander, and each squad leader, Wu Gasong interrupted. But why did you put Tang Qian at the top of the GMO unit's list? He seems very arrogant. He definitely won't listen. It would be better to pick someone else. Jin Wu Rip firmly refused. No, Wu Gasong sighed. Is it because of his level of cultivation, or is there another reason? Jin Wu Rip smiled very cunningly. He is the young sect leader of the Tang clan. If Tang Qian is on the team, we will be able to receive more support. 4 days later, as preparations for departure were underway at the Unreang Pavilion, a tall man came to the Sichuan Alliance. This person was none other than Juk Moge. Young master, it's been a long time, Jin Wu Rip said with a laugh. Oh dear, truly. Your appearance is becoming more radiant. I almost didn't recognize you. Juk Moge was embarrassed. Young master, please don't tease me. I deliberately dressed like this because I had some personal business. I heard the news. It seems the Blood Sect is experimenting with a new form of Chillinan. Jin Wu Rip confirmed. That's right. They call it the Blood Knight Berserker. Juk Moge realized, Blood Knight Berserker indeed. It seems this matter is related to why I came to see the young master. Jin Wu Rip frowned. Why are you being so vague? Juk Moge grew tense. All my disciples whom I sent to Tibet have lost contact. My disciples used to contact me regularly. But this time the contact deadline has long passed and there's no news. It seems the war with Tibet has already begun. The atmosphere in the room immediately became eerily silent. On the other hand, Han Qian Wall and Tang Munjiang were also in a meeting. A letter seems to have arrived from somewhere. The Madalim also seems to have received some news. Juk Moge at this moment reached into his chest and pulled out a letter. Jin Wu Rip asked, puzzled, Did you secure your disciples' escape route? Juk Moge sighed. We originally prepared an escape route, but I don't know how the situation has changed. This is the information I gathered from Tibet. It seems I won't be able to see the young master for a while. Jin Wu Rip marveled. It seems you intend to go to Tibet. Juk Moge gritted his teeth. Those rascals followed me all the way to Sichuan, trusting me, their branch leader. How could I abandon them? Jin Wu Rip marveled inwardly. He's going to dangerous Tibet without delay, worried about his subordinates. Jin Wu Rip slammed the table and stood up. Truly, I can't dislike these beggar rascals. Coincidentally, tomorrow the Heavenly Martial Unit will also set out for Tibet to stop the Blood Knight Berserker experiments. Juk Moge was astonished. The Heavenly Martial Unit, the strongest force of the Sichuan Alliance, is setting out personally, Jin Wu Rip confirmed. That's right, moreover our Unreal Pavilion will also accompany them to provide support. Are you also thinking of going along? Juk Moge hastily replied, Of course I have to go. Young master, you must take me along. He prayed inwardly, Please let my beggar rascals be alive. But the world was not as beautiful as a dream. On the Tibetan side, Blood Sect warriors had already begun to pursue and kill the groups of beggars. Several had already lost their lives. 6 days later, the day of departure finally arrived. Warriors were gathered in the courtyard at this moment. A person slowly walked forward. It seems everyone has gathered. As you all know, this time the Unreal Pavilion will accompany us to provide support. Squad leaders and above from the GMHO unit, Severing Sword unit, and Guangmu unit, and the 2 elders from the administration office will also accompany us. Everyone, remember this. The place we are going is not Sichuan but Tibet. There your background, whether from a major sect or a small to medium faction, means nothing. We are merely true warriors. This person was Ouyang Mu, captain of the Heavenly Martial Unit. Jin Wu Rip thought inwardly, Ouyang Mu, captain of the Heavenly Martial Unit. To think such a person exists in the Sichuan Alliance. His martial arts are not ordinary. No wonder the pavilion master of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion was so arrogant. Ha Yungbo glanced at Kong Rio Wall beside him and pointed at Jin Wu Rip. Is that rascal Jin Wu Rip? He just looks ordinary. Elder, aren't you overestimating him too much? Kong Rio Wall continued. Ho ho, yes, Elder, if you observe him a little longer, you will understand why I value him so highly. Ouyang Mu drew his sword from the platform and shouted loudly, telling the people to depart. The Sichuan Alliance's elite unit's departure was truly swift. The closer they got to Tibet, the colder the weather became. In this alien environment, the Sichuan Alliance's rising talents could more clearly feel the situation Ouyang Mu had described. The desolate and cold early winter winds of the plateau seemed to pierce people's skin. The Heavenly Martial Unit passed through the narrow gorge of the Great Snow Mountain Range and officially entered the Tibetan border region. Everyone wore thick cloaks, but they could not endure the cold here. They all hunched their bodies and continued to pant. This is truly no simple matter. I didn't expect it to be this cold. Moreover, we can't even light a fire to hide our tracks, so carrying out a mission away from Sichuan is truly unfamiliar. Ouyang Mu approached the 2 old men and asked, Elders, are you all right? Kong Riowal replied, We've also trained for a long time so we can endure it. The problem is that we should have brought more supplies from the Alliance. We can't carry out the mission wearing thick cloaks. The weather might become a little less cold once we leave the mountain we just passed, but this is Tibet, not Sichuan. We are unfamiliar with the terrain, and the actual terrain differs significantly from what's on the map. Moving without leaving traces in the thick snow is the problem. Just then, Juk Moge approached and said, Great hero, may I offer an opinion? Ouyang Mu glanced at him quizzically. You're the beggar sect person who came with us this time, right? Jukmoge introduced himself. I am Jukmoge. It seems your excellency is concerned about traversing the plains, but isn't Tibet currently at war? This place usually has no human traffic, so they won't extend their eyes and ears this far. Kong Ryo Wall agreed. That's right. Anyway, it's better than staying here. Ha Yungbo elaborated. Even if we leave footprints, they will soon be blown away by the wind and snow. Ouyang Mu, finding his words reasonable, instructed the person beside him. Good, Vice Captain. Immediately instruct the Unreal Pavilion members to prepare. Ching Lian, the Heavenly Martial Unit's vice captain next to him, walked to the cliff as soon as he finished speaking and said loudly, Heavenly Martial Unit and Unreal Pavilion, prepare to traverse the plains. Only take necessary items and hide the rest here. We must travel lightly. Jin Woo Rip thought inwardly. Jukmoge has stepped forward personally, so he seems very desperate. The Heavenly Martial Unit captain's judgment is also very quick, which is an advantage. Cheng Lian continued to speak from the mountain. After traversing the plains, we must pass through one more forest before reaching Chengdu. Tang Qian of the Jiamho Unit, Jin Woo Rip of the Guangmu Unit, Yak Gun Miang of the Severing Sword Unit, those I just called, move immediately. Go to the forest ahead, assess the situation, and report back to me. Jin Woo Rip narrowed his eyes and thought inwardly, this is a test. Ouyang Mu nodded. That's right, this is how we must test them. Although their role is only to provide support, Tibet is a very dangerous place. After leaving the Sichuan Alliance, I have very closely observed the three captains. First is Tang Qian of the Jiamho Unit. I can feel that his martial arts and demeanor are not ordinary. If he continues to grow, he will surely become the biggest name among the rising talents. Next is Yak Gun Miang. Although the Severing Sword Unit is composed only of small factions, they have never failed any mission. That young man is certainly not bad either. The last is Jin Woo Rip, captain of the Guangmu Unit. Since the elders of the administration office hold him in high regard, I have also observed him closely. Looking back during the march, I thought I was mistaken. His back was laden with an immense amount of supplies. His subordinates also never lagged behind during the march. This young man is truly interesting. That's right, other captains bring at least 1 or 2 subordinates. Furthermore, all the members, regardless of their background, help each other. This is unimaginable in our generation. Even a minor variable can significantly impact overall morale. Keep an eye on that young man. Jin Woo Rip's party very quickly took the lead, preparing to carry out the mission. Yakun Miang glanced at the person beside him before departing. Both men's companions were beautiful women, but he had to go with an ugly man. This made him sad and want to burst into tears. The scene shifts to the Chengdu Forest, approximately 100 li northwest of the Heavenly Martial Unit. A group of Blood Sect members were patrolling here. The mechanism we deployed in the southeast of the plains has activated. Someone has clearly intruded this way. A martial artist or a forest beast. Even if the Corpse Unit's youngsters are foolish, they aren't so foolish as to be unable to distinguish between humans and beasts. Moreover, those who went to retrieve the Blood Knight Berserker have been out of contact for over 10 days. We must never lower our guard. We must go there and confirm. Let's go. If a group of people are moving, their encampment will surely be there. Here, Jin Woo Rip and another person were slowly moving together. Dan Riohua looked around and said, "The forest here is truly peculiar. The trees are very sparse," Jin Woo Rip continued. "This land is too barren and difficult to live in, therefore we must not underestimate Tibet." Dan Riohua sighed. "This is truly regrettable," Jin Woo Rip asked quizzically. "Why should it be? Those 7 unscrupulous bastards turned people into Chilenan." As they walked, the sound of crows suddenly became loud. Both were startled and looked back. Very quickly, a blood sect cultist came running from afar. He kept looking left and right, searching for something with a very puzzled expression. "This is truly strange. There's clearly a human presence nearby." Jin Woo Rip and the other person were at this moment hiding behind a tree right next to that person, concealing their presence and observing. Troublesome. They seemed to be the Blood Sect's reconnaissance team. Dan Riohua was in his arms, her face flushed with embarrassment. Only then did Jin Woo Rip look down at her. But being this close is too dangerous. On the other hand, Tang Qian and Jin Solran were also hiding behind 2 separate trees, avoiding other Blood Sect cultists. Tang Qian asked telepathically, "Blood Sect person, huh? We're not incapable of catching them, are we?" Jin Solran replied, "That may be true for you, Captain, but there could be many others. If we act rashly, others might be in danger. I just hope they pass by." Here, 2 sturdy young men, Yak Gun Miang, were squeezed tightly behind a tree, both looking very uncomfortable. "Captain, what are you doing? Quiet. Do you think I like this situation? Then why did you hide behind the very tree I was standing behind? Out of all these numerous trees, Captain, this is too much. Does this tree have an owner? Or do you want to die by the Blood Sect sword?" The 2 young men grew increasingly furious, refusing to yield to each other. They finally couldn't hold back and made a sound. "Damn it, it's too cramped." Yak Gun Miang no longer hid and immediately lunged, drawing his sword and charging at the Blood Sect cultist. Truly annoying. The person's reaction wasn't slow either, quickly ducking to avoid his attack. Yak Gun Miang analyzed inwardly. "He can evade my attacks so easily. His level is too high for an ordinary member to contend with. Just what level are these Blood Sect bastards at?" He then turned and instructed his subordinate, "Go request support from the main unit." The young man immediately accepted the order without any objection. "Yes, Captain. This subordinate will go now." The Blood Sect cultist also didn't rush to attack and opened his mouth to ask, "That Captain, truly impressive. Judging by your voice, you seem to be from Sichuan." Yak Gun Miang threatened, "You're quick-witted too. If you already know, then surrender quickly." The blood-sect young man coldly laughed and gripped his sword hilt. Yuk Gun Myung couldn't understand, laughing, "What's so funny?" The young man drew his sword and said, "I can handle just one captain." Yuk Gun Myung's face furrowed. "Indeed, but you're out of luck." As he spoke, he swung his sword, slashing towards him. The people in the forest could now only describe them as far more than just captains. As soon as the blood-sect young man raised his sword to block his attack, his face immediately turned ashen white and sweat poured down like rain. Countless cracks were appearing on his longsword at this moment. He couldn't even say anything, and his longsword had already shattered, simultaneously being cut in two by Yuk Gun Myung. Another blood-sect cultist nearby was also startled awake by the sound of battle. That voice is Tang Qian. Tang Qian, hidden behind a tree, had already taken out his hidden weapons. Seizing the opportunity when the opponent's guard was momentarily lowered, he swung his arm and launched hidden weapons. The young man, having no other way, raised his arm to block, and the hidden weapon embedded itself in his arm. After a successful strike, Tang Qian called Jin Sol Ran. As soon as the blood-sect young man saw them, he realized he couldn't contend and immediately gritted his teeth and consumed poison. Before the two could even attack, he had already committed suicide on the spot. Tang Qian was furious. "Damn it, that bastard committed suicide. Golden time poison. This is skull poison, one of the blood-sect's deadliest poisons." Jin Sol Ran stood dumbfounded. To think he discarded his life without hesitation. I just heard a scream. I wonder what happened to the others. As soon as she finished speaking, Dan Riohua also came running. "You two GMO unit martial artists, you were here," Jin Sol Ran asked back. "Miss, are you Commander Jin's bodyguard?" Dan Riohwa's face immediately turned red, and she said with slight embarrassment, "Yes, I am Dan A. No, just call me Riohwa." Jin Sol Ran exclaimed, "What a truly special name. What brings you here?" Dan Riohwa explained, "We must return to the Heavenly Martial Unit immediately. This is the commander's order. If the situation is good, we might infiltrate Chengdu today." Jin Sol Ran was astonished. "Infiltrate Chengdu? Where is Commander Jin?" Riohwa said with an "ah" sound. "Commander Jin is chasing after a blood-sect warrior." On the other hand, a blood-sect young man was fleeing madly. "Damn it, has the Sichuan Alliance already launched an expedition? Moreover, the bastard chasing me isn't easy to deal with. If my skill level was a little better, I could have shaken him off. He's only a low-ranking captain. So there's no need to worry, but now is not the time to fight. I need to keep fleeing in this direction to create distance and then rendezvous with the main sect." Jin Woo-rip analyzed inwardly as he pursued. His movements are not ordinary, so he is likely at the level of a squad leader. He definitely intends to create distance and return to the main sect. The other two youngsters who came with him are probably captured or dead. My role now is to figure out where they came from. But he hasn't moved towards Chengdu at all so far and has been moving in a completely different direction. Does that mean there's no one in Chengdu? As soon as his thought finished, he sped up and suddenly appeared next to the young man. "It would be better to stop now and surrender obediently." The young man was astonished, sweating profusely. "When did he get right next to me? Do you think I'll surrender obediently? We've already prepared for death." But before he could even swallow the poison to commit suicide, Jin Woo-rip swiftly struck him. "Life is very precious." The young man was struck in a pressure point and temporarily couldn't move. "He struck my pressure point. This damn bastard clearly has experience subduing the blood sect. Who on earth is he?" Jin Woo-rip grabbed his hair, lifting him, and said, "It would be better for us to go back first to talk in detail, wouldn't it?" The young man was extremely displeased inwardly. To think I was captured by such a fellow? No matter how displeased he was ultimately knocked unconscious by Jin Woo-rip and carried away. When the young master returned, everything proceeded quickly. Ouyang Mu was excitedly joyful, laughing. "You captured a blood sect cultist alive. You've earned great merit." Jin Woo-rip handed him a document. There was a document in his clothes. According to its contents, they will finish the war within 2 months. The Sichuan warriors have already prepared. After the Blood Knight Berserker incident was revealed, it seems they already know we are here. If they already know and are on guard, finding the experimental base will be very difficult. There's the Yin family of the secret pavilion in Chengdu. The Unreung Pavilion has already found their location. Vice Captain, take 2 Unreung Pavilion warriors and go get the information. Juk Moge stepped forward and said, "I will go with them. I need to go to Chengdu." Ouyang Mu nodded. "Understood, there won't be much danger, but your excellency must be careful." Jin Woo-rip glanced back and instructed, "Tang Sosu Li Wan, you two follow Vice Captain Ching Lien." Juk Moge felt relieved inwardly as he went with them. Thank goodness. Thanks to the young master, I think I can finally find my subordinates. A moment later, at the entrance to Chengdu in Tibet, Ching Lien cupped his hands and bade farewell to Juk Moge. "We cannot stay long in Chengdu. We must definitely meet again here in a little while. I hope the branch leader reunites with his subordinates." Juk Moge quickly ran off. "Understood, I'll go first." He seemed very excited at the thought of reuniting with his subordinates. "Finally, I've reached my destination." But when he arrived, there was no one, and something had clearly happened. The subordinates must have left some kind of mark. A moment later, he found a coded message on a tree trunk, and he quickly approached and picked up the letter placed on it. There isn't much dust, so it seems to have happened recently. A blood letter. My subordinate must have written it in a very urgent situation. After reading it, he stood dumbfounded. Red Snake Valley, what on earth does this place name mean? Are they hiding there, or are they imprisoned there? If he wasn't threatened while writing the letter, he would have folded the paper to the right, but if there were no problems, why only 3 words? What on earth happened to you all in Tibet? On the other hand, Ching Lien and his party were also conversing with someone in a winding alley. Gangdul, Gejak, Gongjab. These are places where bloody incidents have recently occurred in Tibet. Cheng Lian cupped his hands and said, "They are all in the southeast, far from the Potala Palace. We highly trust the secret pavilion's information. I will definitely convey it." This person was Yu Bong, a secret pavilion spy in Chengdu. The furthest place is Gejak. It will take at least 15 days. Good luck. At the same time, Jukmoge also returned. "I'm back," Cheng Lian sighed. "Fortunately, we also just finished our work. Did the branch leader find the beggar's sect disciples?" Jukmoge shook his head. "I found nothing. I should return for now." Yu Bong opened his mouth again. "Then I will also take my leave." Tang Sosu suddenly frowned and stared intently at Jukmoge. Li Wan also noticed something and asked, "Branch leader, your complexion isn't good. Did something happen?" Jukmoge, not yet realizing his own condition, shook his head. Nothing at all. Let's return quickly." Li Wan grew tense. "Something has clearly happened." Tang Sosu continued, "We must hurry back to the main camp. He has been poisoned, and it's a potent one." It was night, and 3 days had passed since the Heavenly Martial Unit had infiltrated Chengdu. According to information obtained by Vice Captain Cheng Lian from a secret pavilion spy, bloody incidents had occurred in 4 areas in southeastern Tibet: Nagak, Gangdul, Gachik, and Songpo. So the blood sect's experimental site must be one of these 4 locations, Cheng Lian continued. "Another problem is that the beggar's sect branch leader has been poisoned. All the beggar's sect disciples here have disappeared. They have clearly been dealt with by the blood sect." Jin Wurip thought inwardly, "This is really strange. Even if they are beggars, they are still beggar's sect disciples. How can the beggar's sect disciples have met such a fate? Yet the secret pavilion spy is safe." Having thought this far, he immediately spoke. "Vice Captain, is this information accurate? I find it a little hard to understand. It didn't take long for the unit to be organized and move here from Sichuan. After the Guangmu unit returned with the berserker, we hastily prepared and departed. How could they have perfectly prepared all the necessary information in such a short time?" Cheng Lian glanced at him. "Commander of the Guangmu unit, the secret pavilion's intelligence capabilities are beyond what you can imagine. The spies probably began their investigation even before the Alliance issued instructions." Jin Wurip marveled inwardly. "If they trust the secret pavilion so much, anything I say will be useless." Having thought this far, he immediately sighed and said, "You two are right. The information could have been investigated in advance." Unexpectedly, Ouyang Mu refuted. "No, what you just said is very valid." Cheng Lian spoke again. "Then we will move together to the nearest Nagak. There we will divide into 3 squads to act. If this is a trap and the forces are not dispersed, we will still be able to contend with the enemy." Ouyang Mu praised. "Good, let's proceed with the Unreong Pavilion's initial plan first. The Unreong Pavilion will wait here and record and send important information to the main alliance. The Heavenly Martial Unit will divide into 4 squads. Go and prepare. We will depart within 1 Sijin." Jin Wurip thought inwardly. Unexpectedly, they quickly gather blood sect information and immediately act. He no longer tried to stop them and clasped his hands in obedience. "Then I wish the Heavenly Martial Unit a safe journey." The Heavenly Martial Unit split into 4 groups and headed to different regions of Tibet. The moment they sensed the danger Jin Wurip had warned about was the day after the Heavenly Martial Unit departed. Jin Wurip was watching the snow fall outside when Li Wan suddenly rushed in. "Commander, are you here? Branch leader Jukmoge has woken up." Meanwhile, Jukmoge's entire body was black. His meridians were bulging and he was sweating profusely, but he could finally speak. "Where am I?" Tang Sosu replied from beside him. "You are in the Chengdu forest. The branch leader fainted while speaking, so we brought him here." "Branch leader, you don't need to sit up. Please focus on resting first." Jukmoge opened his eyes and looked at her. "How many days have passed?" Sosu reassured him. "Only 1 day has passed. Branch leader, don't worry too much." Tang Qian also spoke up at this moment from beside him. "You've woken up, but there is still poison in your body, so do not circulate your internal energy." Jukmoge asked in confusion. "Thank you, but where are my clothes?" Tang Qian replied calmly. "I burned them yesterday morning." Jukmoge was furious. "You madman, do you know what was in them?" Tang Qian was still very calm. "A blood-stained letter and a potent poison. To be precise, it was red light poison." Jin Wurip entered from outside at this moment. "Tell me in detail. I owe Commander Tang Qian a debt of gratitude." "The 7 dragons thank you," Tang Qian replied calmly. "I merely did what was necessary. There was a blood-stained letter and red light poison in this person's clothes. This poison is made by mixing scorpions and excretion grass, causing extreme pain when poisoned. The person who left this blood-stained letter has probably died." Jin Wurip sighed inwardly. How can this fellow speak so calmly at this moment? "It no longer matters," Tang Qian continued to explain. "This poison's characteristic is that it contaminates everything around it, so I had no choice but to eliminate everything." Jin Wurip approached. "I will prepare 10 other sets of clothes for you." "But what was written in the letter?" This time Li Wan frowned. Are these two not even thinking of comforting him? Jukmoge replied, "Only 3 characters. Red Snake Valley. Young master, I beg you. I truly don't know if my subordinates are bleeding there or if it's the blood sect's experimental site. Therefore I implore you, young master, please go to Red Snake Valley and check." Jin Wurip began to analyze everything. The blood sect missed a beggar's sect disciple in Red Snake Valley. The beggar's sect disciple left a blood-stained letter. The blood sect fed false information to the secret pavilion spies, Tang Qian reminded him. This story is very likely true. Jin Wurip sighed. But the Heavenly Martial Unit has already departed, Tang Sosu offered an opinion. We should immediately send someone to report this to the Heavenly Martial Unit. Jin Woo-rip shook his head. This is still just a hypothesis. Besides, catching up to the Heavenly Martial Unit's lightness skill is not an easy task, Tang Qian asked in confusion. Are you thinking of sending a separate detachment? Jin Woo-rip smiled. You're quick-witted, Tang Qian sighed. Perhaps a medical expert will be needed. I will go with you. Tang Wu and Tang Sosu can stay here and treat this person. I will only take an elite unit. I will also take Jin Sol Ran of the GMHO unit. Jin Woo-rip laughed. I didn't expect you to be so proactive. Tang Qian turned his head and glanced back. Tang Wu was tightly embracing Tang Sosu, preventing her from rushing out. Tang Qian admired. The Tang clan does not tolerate the weak. Jin Woo-rip praised. Good idea. Inside the tent, Juk Moge was still praying inwardly for his brothers. Jin Woo-rip and the other person went outside and immediately set off. The scene shifts to Red Snake Valley, west of Chengdu. Two shadows were talking here. Tisk tisk, how long do I have to be stuck in this damn place? I feel like I'm going crazy if I stay in this boring place much longer. This person was Jiwan, commander of the Blood Sect's Blood Flame unit. Even if it's boring, you have to endure it. How could you kill your own soldiers like that? If you continue to act like that. The person opposite him was Timu, the Blood Guard's commander, Guangjiabe. As the other person questioned him, he unpleasantly stood up. Don't grumble. If you're so unhappy, should I let you go with those two bastards? Jiwan replied. Even if the Blood Guard's commanders are top masters in the Blood Sect, you killed 2 members today just because you were bored. Qiangong, if this continues, even I, as the atmosphere grew tense, a purple light suddenly appeared between them, ringing with a command to stop. He and Ryup, the Blood Guard's commander, Bloody Sword Ghost, appeared from within the purple light and said, Everything of our sect is the property of the Lord. If you lay a hand on your subordinates again, I will not forgive you. Timu? Another voice was heard. How long are you going to argue like children? Has Yiguak returned? You've worked hard. What happened to the beggar's sect disciples? This spear-wielding youth was Yiguak, commander of the Blood Guard's direct lineage. Guanchong. Yiguak sighed. Haha, don't even ask. Their lightness skill was extraordinary. I chased them all the way to Chengdu but lost them. I couldn't catch them, but they've been poisoned with red light poison, so they'll die soon. He and Ryup reminded him. They probably left something behind before they died. We must move quickly. Because this Red Snake Valley is precisely our Blood Sect's secret experimental site for the Blood Knight Berserker. He and Ryup then remembered something and asked, But you missed that beggar, yet you met the Sichuan Alliance's spy. Did you gather any information? Yiguak replied. I toyed with his mind a little. The Sichuan Alliance leader smelled the Blood Knight Berserker and sent the Heavenly Martial Unit. If they contacted the spy, they would now be heading to a chaotic place. He and Ryup praised. Very good. Did you contact headquarters? Yiguak laughed loudly. Of course I did. Haha, we'll kill them all. The scene shifts to the Sichuan Alliance's camp. From today I will take command of the unit. I asked for the elders' help and guidance. Ha Yungbo laughed and said, Haha, I should be the one asking for help. Li Wan entered from outside at this moment. Elder Ha Sosu, you two are here. A secret pavilion spy has arrived, Sosu asked in confusion. A secret pavilion person, we met him in Chengdu. The people quickly went outside to meet the other person. Greetings, I am Yubong of the secret pavilion's Chengdu branch. Sosu clasped her hands in return. It's a pleasure to meet you again. What brings you here, your excellency? Yubong looked confused. Meet you again? Have we met before? I waited for you in Chengdu for a long time but couldn't meet you, so I came here myself. Where is Commander Ouyang Mu? Sosu was startled. He waited for a long time but couldn't meet us. We clearly met in Chengdu a while ago. Yubong was also very confused. Have we met? Ha Yungbo clutched his sword hilt at this moment and approached. Tang Sosu quickly stepped back. It's an illusion. This is extremely dangerous. Yubong's body and face were continuously distorting at this moment, and the words, have we met before, were repeated from his mouth. Ha Yungbo swung his sword and struck towards him. I apologize. Li Wan covered Tang Sosu's eyes. The Blood Sect used a trick to prevent the spy from reporting the truth to us. Even though he covered her eyes, Tang Sosu saw the gruesome sight before her, Yubong's head being cut off, and she inwardly affirmed, the commander was right. After 4 days of difficult marching, the Unreal Pavilion detachment heading towards Red Snake Valley was 1 day away from its destination. This was Red Snake Valley. It was as if a desert had been transported here. Between 2 cliffs, 10 jang high, was a narrow entrance barely 1 jang wide, guarded by 2 martial artists outside. It doesn't look like it will be easy to get inside. It's highly likely that there are other martial artists guarding behind the entrance. Dan Riowa was astonished. Can you really see that far, miss? Riowa explained. My eyes are a little brighter than ordinary people's. Jin Woo-rip also spoke. Then let's make a plan now. If there are guards, it means there's something they need to protect. Yak Gunmyang continued. If it's the Blood Knight Berserker, that would be great. The beggar's sect disciples are probably also imprisoned there. If this place is truly the Blood Knight Berserker experimental site, eliminating it will be enough. Kong Riowal worried. The entrance is too small, so escaping will not be easy. Commander, do you have a plan? Jin Woo-rip explained. Although waiting outside for something to appear is the safest method, we don't have that much time, therefore we must use a feint. This gorge only has 2 paths, front and back. Elder Kong Riowa, Jin Sol Ran, so Young Seong will create a diversion at the front. Within half a sigin, Tang Qian, Yakgun Miang and Udea will infiltrate from the back, quickly investigate the situation and deal with it. So Young Seong confidently pointed to himself and said, if it's about creating a diversion, I'm really confident. Leave that to me, Jin Woo-rip reminded him. So young Seong, never act rashly. If this is truly the blood sect's experimental site, there will be many masters. Good, and I wish all unit members a safe journey. Ryo-hwa also spoke. Good luck everyone. The scene shifts to the Qingcheng sect. The Qingcheng sect, a Taoist sword faction among the 9 great schools and one alliance, is a sect that cultivates pure Taoists, but conflicts can arise anywhere. This was a glimpse of So Young Seong's childhood. Correct, So Young Seong's violent and rebellious nature. He was sent to the Sichuan alliance, where his martial granduncle Kong Ryo-hwa was, and his personality gradually became gentler. At this moment the people were already clashing with the blood sect members guarding the gate, creating a diversion. Kong Ryo-hwa, at the forefront, unleashed his silent rain sword, myriad heaven sword defense. So Young Seong admired inwardly. I don't even need to lift a finger. Was our sect's myriad heaven sword defense like this? It's hard enough for a berserker to break through a single sword technique, but to create such a sword stance, it's awe-inspiring just imagining it. But there's something else that surprises me even more. The woman named Ryo-hwa. She was a true martial artist. Even fighting against an enemy of commander level, she was very composed. The blood sect members, surprised by the unexpected attack, shouted, "Where did these monsters come from? How dare they fight with a smile? Who on earth are you?" Ryo-hwa still had a smile on her face. Did I smile? I'm so sorry. I've been too idle recently, and now that I have something to do, I simply feel refreshed. The youth blocking her attack was filled with uncontrollable rage. You damned bitch. I command all Bloodflame unit members, since we cannot contend with that Qingcheng elder, all of you focus your attacks on this red light woman first. As soon as the people heard that, they rushed forward. Target the red light woman, quickly capture the red light woman. Ryo-hwa frowned, displeased at being called the red light woman. She no longer fought gently but swiftly, powerfully, and resolutely swung her sword, killing the people. Jin Solran, fighting on this side, was also startled. Truly fierce, to think there was such a female warrior in the Madalim. At this rate, she's not just buying time, she might even break through inside. Ryo-hwa suddenly shouted loudly, reminding Kong Ryo-hwa to watch his back. As soon as the old man heard that, he turned his head and looked behind him. A dark and terrifying aura was approaching, and all the fighting people paused at this aura. He and Ryup appeared and attacked Kong Ryo-hwa, injuring his longsword. The soul-stealing Flash, the old monster of the Qingcheng sect, truly lives up to his reputation. Kong Ryo-hwa barely managed to block his attack, struggling a little. Do you know the way of the void? Very good, he admired inwardly. Indeed, a master. This weight is also immense, with such forces and masters guarding this place. This is clearly not just a place to imprison beggars' sect disciples. Young master, commander of the Guangmu unit, you must hurry. He and Ryup was pushed back, but he didn't rush to attack again and spoke. Did you enter through the back road with those fools? Kong Ryo-hwa frowned. This was a trap then, he and Ryup continued. The back road seemed easy because there were no soldiers, but unfortunately those young fools will die even more tragically than you, old man. All the remaining Bloodguard commanders are there. Kong Ryo-hwa's face was filled with astonishment. What Bloodguard commanders? On this side, Tammy's group was very excited. Haha, these rascals actually came. Is there no talent in the Sichuan Murim? These guys are surely going to die young, Jin Woo-rip analyzed inwardly. Their chi isn't ordinary, so are these blood sect masters. Their martial arts are comparable to those of the elders of the 4 great major sects, Udaya said worriedly. Young master, they seem to be masters, but please leave them to this subordinate. This subordinate will show you the results of my training during the past period. Tang Qian also opened his mouth. There will probably be a master opposite us too, so leave the spear-wielding rascal to me. Yigwak burst out laughing. These guys are truly funny. Who are you leaving to whom? Qian Timu gnashed his teeth and said, I'll take care of that damned rascal. Having finished speaking, he launched himself forward. Come here quickly, you damned rascal. Tang Qian also launched himself forward. You monster, if you're confident, follow me. Seeing the two of them led each other away, Jin Woo-rip glanced at Udaya and said, Can you handle that spear-wielding rascal? Udaya stepped forward confidently. For the survival of the Murim, even if this subordinate cannot win, I will certainly survive, Jin Woo-rip smiled. Since you say so, you will live, so quickly deal with it and return. Yigwak stood there admiring. It seems that blonde rascal will be my toy. And the two of you please go quickly. Seeing him make way without hesitation, Jin Woo-rip couldn't help but be surprised. It seems there are indeed trustworthy people inside. Yigwak did not stop them at all but stood there smiling and allowing them to enter. Jin Woo-rip passed by him, not forgetting to remind him, Enjoy yourself, brother. Yigwak smiled. Thank you for your concern. Haven't you come because you're curious about this Red Snake Valley? Go inside. Once you enter, you will never return alive. Yak Gun Myung looked around and said, Commander Jin, there doesn't seem to be a place to imprison beggars' sect disciples here. The chi of the masters here will not be ordinary, Jin Woo-rip continued. Then this is very likely to be the blood sect's experimental site. It seems we are getting closer and closer to the truth. As the two went a little further, they met a person sitting and guarding there. It seems we've come to the right place. This person was So Weizong, the poison axe demonic god of the blood guard. He raised his head, looked at the two and said, Are you just letting them in without blocking them? There's truly a master among you. You, opposite me, what are you hiding? Yak Gun Myung, seeing him look at himself, dumbfoundedly pointed at himself. Me? What's wrong with me? So Weizong stood up and said, With that much chi, it's not easy to hide. Others might not know, but I can immediately sense it. The rascal next to you, go inside and do whatever you want, die or not. Jin Woo-rip's mouth hung open. "Thank you," Yuk Gun Myung worried. "No, Commander Jin, I'm absolutely not alright." Jin Woo-rip waved his hand. "Haha, hold on well." Jin Woo-rip went inside, thinking inwardly, not many people can sense that subtle difference. That fellow is quite sensitive too. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be able to find out Yuk Gun Myung's identity when I go out. Don't die, Yuk Gun Myung. Yuk Gun Myung stood there, scratching his head and sighing. "This is truly driving me crazy. Hey, can't we just not fight today?" So Weizong rushed forward without hesitation and attacked. "Stop talking nonsense and enjoy yourself." Inside are 2 Blood Assassin Unit warriors and 3 Martial Soul Berserkers. As you probably guessed, this is an important base of our sect. Once you set foot in here, there will only be one outcome, but you are alone now. Yuk Gun Myung was startled to hear the word alone. His lips then immediately curled into a very sinister smile. "No one sees you. It's been a long time." Inside, Jin Woo-rip had now entered the area lit by torches. He walked, thinking inwardly, the rascals at the entrance are probably at the same level as those we met near Chengdu before. The width of that place isn't enough for many troops to pass at once. If Elder Kong and Riohua are at the forefront, it will be difficult for them to form an encirclement. But the warriors the team that came from behind met were at a level that cannot be ignored. Perhaps masters of that caliber will appear on Elder Kang's side too. No, this is not the time to think so much. I must quickly finish this and go help them. Seeing the berserkers before him, he could confirm that he had come to the right place. The berserkers all looked blank, drooling, and appeared foolish. The blood sect people standing in front of him asked, "Are you the person sent by Bloodguard Zishan?" Jin Woo-rip drew his sword without the slightest hesitation and charged. "Bloodguard Zishan? I think I've heard that name before. I must quickly deal with this and leave here." Since there was no one else here, Jin Woo-rip had no need to hide anything. He unfolded the 8 Heaven Spirit Art, Lesser Spirit Divine Fang Sword without the slightest hesitation. The blood sect people and berserkers were all decapitated and lost their lives before they could even understand what was happening. He then looked around again, but could find no traces of Beggar's Sect disciples at either the front or back of Red Snake Valley. If the Beggar's Sect disciples were here, the place where they were imprisoned would surely be inside here. They were probably also waiting for someone to rescue them. Having thought this far, he immediately clenched his fist and circulated his chi once again, unfolding the 8 Heaven Spirit Art. A one-fist sky-shattering strike flew towards the large door directly in front, and smoke and dust immediately billowed thickly. HMPH, Jin Woo-rip with the momentum of a wolf and a tiger broke down the door and strode in confidently, and the people inside were all confused to see him. "Who are you? What happened outside? Is he an intruder? What on earth did the guards outside do?" Jin Woo-rip resolved their doubts. "All the rascals outside were dealt with by me. Now let's see what on earth is inside here. Are the Beggar's Sect disciples here?" He then found something fallen on the floor, which was a rope indicating the identity of a Beggar's Sect disciple. The atmosphere instantly turned eerily dark. Jin Woo-rip realized at this moment that almost all the Beggar's Sect disciples were no longer of this world. His face grew even colder, and the blood sect people all broke into a cold sweat. "Be strong. All spirits obey my command. Wake up all berserkers." As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by a single attack, bleeding profusely and losing his life. As a single move of 8 Heaven Spirit Art Moonclawing reverse palm unfolded, the remaining people all froze, and as their comrades' blood splattered on their faces, they were extremely astonished. Jin Woo-rip's eyes were now wide open and very sinister. The people, lacking the courage to confront him, all turned their heads to flee. Jin Woo-rip walked, raising his hand, and bloodlust slowly rose around his body. His eyes were now already bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. "As fellow humans, you have gone too far." A moment later, only one blood sect cultist survived, lying on the floor, trembling and begging for his life. "Please spare me." Jin Woo-rip looked at him coldly. "If you want to live, answer my questions. Is this a Blood Knight Berserker experimental site?" The youth replied without hiding anything. "There's one more place, but I don't know where it is." Jin Woo-rip asked again. "Is its scale larger than this place?" The youth stammered. "I haven't seen it directly, but I heard it's not larger than this place." Jin Woo-rip sighed. "What is the Blood Knight Berserker's weakness?" The youth explained. "In its incomplete state, its bones are very weak, but in its complete state, its bones are as hard as steel and cannot be severed." He trembled, took out a notebook and handed it to Jin Woo-rip. "This is the manufacturing method. We merely used wandering beggars as experimental subjects. Please spare us, we too only want to survive the war." Jin Woo-rip turned his head, glanced to the side and said, "Juk Moge, I'm sorry I was too late. I couldn't even bury your subordinates." He then poured something on the blood sect youth's head. He then turned and went out, not forgetting to throw a torch and say, "May you transcend quickly." Immediately, flames surged inside the cave, followed by the youth's screams. At the same time, in front of the experimental site, Yuk Gun Myung and another person were still fiercely clashing. So Weizong's martial might adamant strike and Yuk Gun Myung's heavenly sea exploding slash directly confronted each other. Having received the opponent's move, Yuk Gun Myung was immediately at a disadvantage, frowning. "I almost lost my life. Who on earth is this rascal? What on earth is inside that they would put such a rascal as a gatekeeper?" So Weizong swung his fist again and said, "I thought you were hiding something and had great expectations, but what on earth happened?" Yuk Gun Myung had no way to avoid it and took this fist directly, truly disappointing. "Let's finish this quickly." Yuk Gun Myung was struck by this fist and immediately spat. But so Huizong was also not unharmed. As soon as he threw his fist, he was startled and blood was gushing from a wound on his waist severed by his opponent. His mind was very confused. A counterattack? The impact from my hand was minimal. This rascal intentionally pushed his body to reduce the impact before being attacked and counterattacked at the same time. The problem is that the saber he swung in that short time pierced through my protective chi and severed my flesh. Yak Gunmyang wiped the blood from his mouth from across the way and laughed coldly. You are finished now. All of you who have witnessed this scene will die. He stood up, gripped his long saber tightly, and unfolded the 8 Heaven Spirit Art Black Mist True Saber. So Huizong, seeing it, was not afraid at all, but rather laughed loudly in excitement. Haha, indeed, I knew you were hiding something. Let's have a proper fight. Yak Gunmyang swung his saber with a cold expression, and a single move of black iron wall was unleashed with destructive force. The place was quickly enveloped in an aura of death, and after the attack passed, so Huizong fell to the floor and lost his life. Although Yak Gunmyang was victorious, he sighed. I'm sorry, if I had known he was this strong I would have used it earlier. This is a martial art that cannot be shown to others. That's why I avoided it so much, but thanks to this, Commander Jin, I realized you left too quickly. Jin Wurip, covered in blood, stared intently at him. Yak Gunmyang, I had a vague guess that you had something. Now it's time for you to explain. Why do you know the Blade Saint's Black Mist True Saber? Yak Gunmyang was startled by this question and froze. How can this be? There's someone in the world who knows the Black Mist True Saber. Having thought this far, he immediately said, Jin Wurip, I also suspected you from the beginning. Why do you know this martial art? What on earth is your identity? An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Jin Wurip's body. I am a more dangerous person than you. Yak Gunmyang was tense and broke into a cold sweat. His yin cold chi suddenly turned into fiery yang chi. Jin Wurip paid no mind to his expression and spoke again in a cold voice. Yak Gunmyang, don't make me ask twice. Answer quickly. The saber mark is still here. You will never be able to escape. You will never be able to erase it. Yak Gunmyang quickly thought inwardly. The Black Mist True Saber was originally a martial art only I and my master knew. So how can this be happening? No, there's one more person. Having thought this far, he immediately clenched his fist and asked, What is your relationship with the deceased gate master of the 8 Desolations Gate? Jin Wurip snorted coldly. Don't associate me with that foolish rascal. Yak Gunmyang was dumbfounded and froze. Foolish rascal, Jin Wurip recalled inwardly. This was the same feeling Riohua had when she first saw Tang Qian. Unbelievable, to think I would see the 8 Heaven Spirit Art in the Sichuan Alliance, the method of the 8 Desolations Gate that plunged the Murim into internal strife and caused wars. Are they intentionally planting Yak Gunmyang in the Sichuan Alliance and waiting for him to rise to a higher position? Yak Gunmyang thought for a long time, and finally decided to tell the truth. The Blade Saint is my master. My master opposed the Great War, so he came to Sichuan before the war broke out. Everything is as it is. I learned this martial art when I knew nothing. Only later did I realize that this martial art belonged to those who caused bloodshed throughout the world. I cannot resent my master for teaching me this martial art because my master was the only one who showed warmth to an orphan like me. There was no special reason for me to join the Sichuan Alliance. I hid my true martial arts and acted as a rogue, then gained the attention of the Sichuan Alliance. Jin Wurip was a little distrustful. You have no purpose for joining the Sichuan Alliance? Yak Gunmyang asked back. Just because I have power, must I necessarily have a purpose? Do you think that since you know this martial art you cannot dream of a normal life? Jin Wurip reassured him. Nothing is impossible. Yak Gunmyang was startled by these words and couldn't help but be astonished. Jin Wurip thought inwardly, Tang Qian, like Yak Gunmyang, is someone who dreams of a normal life. If he's not an ambitious person like Zhang Baiwang, there's no reason to kill him. Having thought this far, he immediately persuaded him. But since things have come to this, Yak Gunmyang, become my person. If you agree to follow me without abusing your power, someday I might be able to create the world you desire. Yak Gunmyang said blankly. Is that really all? Jin Wurip continued. Didn't you say you wanted to live a normal life? Then isn't there nothing more to ask? Yak Gunmyang was moved to tears. Because of being a public enemy of the Murim, I had to live hiding my identity for a long time. I thought I would have to reveal everything to prove myself, but I never expected it to end so simply. Who on earth are you? Jin Wurip smiled. You will know soon, but the situation is very urgent now, so quickly erase your traces and leave this place. The masters we met were Bloodguard Zishan of the Blood Sect. Yak Gunmyang suddenly realized. No wonder they were so strong. Jin Wurip launched himself forward, leading the way. Anyway, we have achieved our objective. What we need to do now is to rescue everyone and leave this place. There will probably be masters on Elder Kang's side too. You Dea, Tang Qian, you two must survive. The scene shifts to the Unreang Pavilion's underground training ground. This is from the past when the Guanmu unit departed for its first mission. Yangchu was silent for a long time before speaking. Dea, my brother, you are not a fast swordsman at all, Yu Dea asked, unable to understand. Brother Yangchu, you're not even training. What nonsense are you saying? Yangchu corrected him. You should call me Master Yang. Your martial arts talent, brother, truly has rare characteristics. You've improved a lot by cultivating new martial arts, but that's all there is to it. You haven't discarded your pride yet. Yu Dea, hearing those words, understood even less. Master Yang, what are you talking about? I discarded that a long time ago. Yang Chu swung his fist and struck his chest. Oh really? Then try to dodge this. What is a fast sword? What is the sense of advance and retreat? Your body is slow and not firm. You're like a fragile yet sharp paper doll. Yu Dea was inwardly frustrated. Getting hit by Brother Yang was twice as humiliating as usual. He narrowed his eyes and said, then how can I abandon everything? Just tell me. I'll pay any price. Yang Chu sighed. You young rascal, how would I know that? Just get beaten like a dog, and by the time young master returns you'll probably find a way. And so Yu Dea began getting beaten like a dog by Yang Chu in the underground training ground. He kept vomiting and repeating the grand cycle over and over again. After 4 days of brutal beatings, the escort leader and the Yang Chu warrior unit still vividly remembered that day. Yu Dea's salary soared like an arrow. Yu Dea, chief of Manhwa martial arts, vice commander of the Guangriang unit, and the result of abandoning everything was this. The scene shifts back to the present. Yiguak frowned and shouted in great displeasure. You cunning rascal, what kind of bizarre movements are those? Yu Dea across from him was still panting, sweating profusely. He looked extremely exhausted, thanks to continuously getting beaten by Yang Chu and repeating the grand cycle. Yu Dea's endurance had greatly improved. Finally, the martial arts of an ordinary person who had abandoned everything were born. A true martial artist fears neither hardship nor humiliation, Yiguak thought inwardly. I intended to play with this snake-like fellow for a while before killing him. He didn't completely evade my attacks, but he protected vital areas like his heart and dantian very well. What angers me more is that I couldn't feel my attacks land. It's as if he knew in advance when I aimed for his head. With such martial arts talent, why cultivate such martial arts? Is his master a madman? After attacking for a while, Yiguak couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. To think you can withstand my spear, commendable. But you've already bled too much. I've already complimented you, so now it's time to willingly accept death. Yu Dea replied, not showing the slightest weakness. I can do this all day. Yiguak gripped his long spear tightly and madly circulated his chi. Damn it, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Yu Dea inwardly admitted, in truth, I'm already at my limit. I can't evade any longer. I thought I had truly become strong, but the world is truly vast. Young master, I'll go first. At the critical moment when Yu Dea was about to lose his life to this spear, Yuk Gun Miang quickly rushed behind Yiguak. He also sensed something and turned his head, but he only had time to turn his head and couldn't react at all. The blade cut into his body without any obstruction, and he immediately fell to the ground covered in blood and unconscious. Yuk Gun Miang explained, I only knocked him unconscious. Would it be alright to keep him alive? Jin Wu Rip continued. There will likely be masters on Elder Kang's side too. It would be better to take him as a hostage. Yu Dea knelt on the ground panting. Haha, young master, I thought I was going to die. Jin Wu Rip extended his hand. You survived. You endured very well. You've grown stronger. Yu Dea took his hand and stood up. In the end I lost. Haha. Jin Wu Rip asked again. Bloodguard Zishan was with Tang Qian from the start. Where did he go? Yu Dea pointed behind him. I don't know either, they just kept running in that direction. Wait, did young master just say Bloodguard Zishan? Jin Wu Rip confirmed. That's right, you survived against a blood sect master. Red Snake Valley is the blood sect's Blood Knight Berserker experimental site. I dealt with everything and burned it down. We've achieved our objective, so now we must quickly support the unit at the entrance. Gun Miang offered an opinion. What should we do now? Should I go look for Tang Qian? Jin Wu Rip shook his head. No, if there's a master at the entrance it's even more dangerous. I've already expended all my internal energy. Yu Dea was startled. What? Then is young master going to faint again? Jin Wu Rip explained. Not to that extent, but if things don't go smoothly, Yuk Gun Miang will be fighting another master. There's no reason for us to take Tang Qian along. Yuk Gun Miang, hearing their words, pointed at himself blankly, understanding nothing. Jin Wu Rip thought inwardly. Today I used both extreme yin and extreme yang primordial chi, and I felt the vibrations greatly reduced. It won't be long before I can fully utilize the great art. But everything is not over yet, so I cannot waste any more energy. The top priority is to rendezvous with Elder Kong and defeat the Blood Sect. Finding Tang Qian is only a secondary objective. On this side, Tang Qian and his opponent were still engaged in a chase and fight below the cliff. Qian Timu laughed loudly as he pursued. Haha, you said you'd leave him to me, didn't you? Come here quickly, I'll cut off all your limbs, using poison and hidden weapons. Are you a disciple of the Tang clan? Red Snake Valley is a windy place all around. Neither detoxification nor hidden weapon throwing will be effective. Tang Qian was hidden behind a rock, his expression extremely tense. He was the elite of the elite, expected to surpass his father, one of the 10 great masters of the world, but in this situation, all his fame vanished like foam. There's always a higher mountain somewhere. But what brought Bekbabito Tang Qian to despair was the realization that even Dan Jiaryong, the young heavenly martial lord and son of Dan Soryong, the world's foremost martial artist and next-generation leader of the Tang clan, was likely less skilled than Waryong. He recalled Sol Ran's words. Tang Qian, you are merely a warrior. You have no aptitude for being a commander. Rise above failure. What he gained by shedding his old self was a heavier expectation. That his body and techniques would never again come easily. He looked down at the bleeding wound on his lower abdomen. A blood sect master is pursuing me. Why am I running? Qian Timu suddenly sensed something from afar and was startled. That's right, he thought. He saw the bloodstains on the ground. he didn't hesitate in the slightest and swung his sword, attacking. "You were there, you young rascal?" Tang Qian immediately rolled his body with difficulty to evade. The wound on his lower abdomen grew worse and blood flowed continuously. Only 5 hidden weapons remained. He had already lost 1 pouch of hidden weapons from his very first attack. The Tang clan isn't incapable of fighting even with wind. Having said that, he immediately threw 1 hidden weapon. Qian Timu sneered contemptuously. "Are you running again? Aren't you shaming the Tang clan's reputation?" Tang Qian didn't mind and threw 2 more hidden weapons. Qian Timu excitedly swung his sword, sending his attack flying. "Let's see how long you can hold out," but just then he fell to the ground, helpless. He absolutely could not understand his current condition. Tang Qian across from him panted. "Finally it's taking effect," Qian Timu said, unable to understand. "What is this? Am I poisoned?" Tang Qian explained. "That is Dongwen poison. It's merely a slow-acting poison, but if you're poisoned too much your heart will stop." Qian Timu shouted furiously. "You damned rascal, since when?" Tang Qian explained. "From start to finish you were reckless due to the strong wind. I applied poison to the branches and hidden weapons. If you hadn't been poisoned I would have kept using that method until you were. The moment you boasted you could block my hidden needles with your mouth, victory or defeat was already decided. You are very strong, but if you look down on your opponent you will only fail." Qian Timu gnashed his teeth. "You damned rascal, I wasn't reckless. I fought calmly until I was poisoned." Tang Qian raised his last hidden weapon. "And I hate losing twice the most." Qian Timu couldn't move and just lay there, helplessly cursing. "You damned rascal." Blood immediately gushed out like rain and everything was over. The black robes perfectly blocked the attack and the red swordsmanship was like a rain of blood. The battle between Soul-Stealing Flash and Bloody Sword Ghost resembled a fight between spear and shield. But as the battle lengthened, Soul-Stealing Flash was at a disadvantage. Myriad Heaven Sword Defense was an almost perfect defensive technique, but it was not without flaws, and every time a flaw appeared he had to compensate with footwork. "He's utilizing the weaknesses of the terrain and the characteristics of my martial arts very well. If there are no variables, Bloodguard Zishan will soon join here. At that time I will break through that damned flaw." Kong Ryo Wall was sweating profusely. "Damn it, that sand created a flaw." He swung his sword and unleashed Red Cloud Ghost Hand Sword. "It's over, Soul-Stealing Flash. If I abandon defense everything will be over." Kong Ryo Wall frowned, his expression extremely grim. Having no other choice he shouted loudly, "Let's settle this, Bloodguard Zishan." Both madly unleashed their ultimate techniques, confronting each other head-on, and onlookers from afar were blinded by their battle. The 2 shockwaves, blue and red, collided with immense force. After the attack passed, Kong Ryo Wall was defeated and fell to the ground. Ryup was not unscathed either. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. To think Soul-Stealing Flash Kong Ryo Wall could change his technique in such a short moment, truly befitting of Sichuan Alliance's pride. After admiring for a long time he turned again and approached the old man. Killing the old man here would be the wisest choice. Just then a loud noise stopped him. Yak Gunmyeong returned with the unconscious Yigwak and Jin Woo-rip's party. "Stop right there. If you dare disobey I will kill this rascal immediately." Ryup was startled to see his comrade captured by the opponent. Bloodguard Zishan defeated by a few snot-nosed kids. Truly incompetent, Jin Woo-rip spoke at this moment. "I killed the guards and burned down the experimental site. Let's negotiate. I will return this spear-wielding rascal to you, and you may retreat." Ryup narrowed his eyes and stared at him. "Do you think I will accept that?" Jin Woo-rip retorted. "Didn't you stop because you wanted to live?" Ryup quickly thought inwardly. "Someone who can kill so Weizong is no ordinary person. Qian Timu, where on earth is that damned rascal?" As he thought this far, another voice was heard. "It seems you're looking for this rascal. He was too heavy, so I only brought his head." Everyone sighed simultaneously. Seeing Tang Qian return alive, "He's back." Tang Qian threw Qian Timu's head before Ryup. "Are you the commander? Then accept this." Ryup sighed. No need, he was inwardly extremely furious. Truly a miserable failure. Having no other choice he had to give in. "Release that rascal. I will spare Soul-Stealing Flash." Jin Woo-rip smiled. "Good judgment." Yigwak was immediately thrown before him. Ryup exclaimed, "To possess such martial arts and stratagem at this age, I think I've heard your name. Are you the Guangryong Mad Dragon?" Jin Woo-rip showed no fear whatsoever. "So what?" Ryup, shouldering his comrade and preparing to leave, did not forget to threaten. "Guangryong, don't even think about leaving Tibet. I will definitely bury your bones in this land." Having said that, he immediately launched himself and flew away. The Blood Sect subordinates, seeing him, rushed after him. Commander Heian with his subordinates. The Sichuan Alliance elite unit and Elder Kong Ryo Wall killed 3 Bloodguard Zishan, the Blood Sect elite unit. Moreover, no one was lost. They successfully destroyed the Blood Knight Berserker experimental site, and the name Guangryong rapidly spread throughout Tibet, and of course it also reached the ears of Blood Sect leader Blood Demon Wuxia UK. "Is there still no news from Elder Jiang, the Heavenly Lord? The White Snake unit is tracking him, so news will arrive soon," the Blood Demon said in a cold voice. "Don't make me wait too long. Once the matter in Tibet is resolved, it will be Sichuan's turn." Blood Sect leader Blood Demon Wuxian UK and the Potala Palace Lord Thousand Hand Elder Jiang Panchal Lama. This was an earth-shattering battle between the 2 strongest figures of the Tibetan Murim. The battle ended after both sides exchanged over 500 blows, and the final victor was Wuxian UK. During that time, the Blood Sect's Asura unit infiltrated the Potala Palace, turning Iron Eagle Fortress into a sea of blood, a place that had never been breached before. West Heaven Peak Shi and Jiang spoke from the side. "Leader, I have something to report. Contact with the Blood Spirit unit sent to retrieve the Blood Knight Berserker in the Sichuan border region has been lost. Wu Qianji UK narrowed his eyes. It seems Sichuan has noticed something. Shi Injiang confirmed, "That's right, leader. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Martial Unit has set out. Yiguak, commander of the direct lineage Guanchong, used a spy he planted in Sichuan to set a trap, so they will soon be silenced." Wu Qianji UK reminded him, "Tibetan support is just beginning, so there must be no mistakes with the Blood Knight Berserkers." Shi Injiang cupped his hands. "That goes without saying. Bloodguard Zishan is protecting the base. I also ordered the new disciples in Chengdu and the return blood unit to handle it. So leader, you only need to take care of yourself." The scene shifts to Red Snake Valley. The place was still engulfed in flames. "Good work. Have you checked all the caves?" Udea replied. "Yes, young master. This place is dry, so the fire spread very well." Jin Wurip looked triumphant. "If the blood sect leader knew, he'd probably vomit blood," Udea asked, puzzled. "Young master, what kind of person is the blood sect leader?" Jin Wurip explained. "His actions are similar to the three great evils of the world, but if he loses his sword, he's just a human made of blood and flesh." He gripped the rope in his hand tightly and sighed inwardly. "I checked all the caves, but there were no surviving beggars sect disciples. How should I convey this news to Jukmoge?" The next morning the group was preparing a carriage. "Let's depart." The carriage was already waiting at the entrance. Originally this carriage was found by So Young Seong to transport the Blood Knight Berserker. Jin Woo Rip pushed open the carriage door and looked at the people inside. "Why is no one speaking?" "Fortunately, the elder accompanied us, so everyone survived," Kong Riawal refuted. "No, it's fortunate that everyone appeared at the right time. We dealt with 2 Bloodguard Zishan and burned down the Blood Knight Berserker experimental site, and no one was lost. This shouldn't just be called a victory, it should be called a great victory. The more I think about it, the more I appreciate this achievement. I'm truly confused about how to explain this to the Sichuan Alliance. I'm already imagining the sharp gaze of the world's most suspicious secret pavilion master directed at me." Gun Miang remained silent from beginning to end, just sitting and pondering. Jin Woo Rip thought inwardly, "Since arriving in Chengdu, everything has proceeded according to his plan. I thought I was just pursuing one goal, but it turns out there are still many walls to overcome." Having thought this far, he immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Jin Woo Rip, what's the next plan?" Jin Woo Rip replied calmly, "What else is there to do? Of course, we must return to Chengdu as quickly as possible. Besides Red Snake Valley, there's one more Blood Knight Berserker experimental site. More importantly, we can now be certain that the information provided by the spy was false. The Heavenly Martial Unit decided to move together to Nagak, and then split up. By now, the entire unit has probably scattered. Their plan clearly aimed to strike when the Heavenly Martial Unit dispersed its forces. It's highly likely that no immediate conflict has occurred. First, we must quickly return to Chengdu, prepare and organize the unit. In the current situation, pursuing the Heavenly Martial Unit is tantamount to suicide. Before leaving, I instructed Sosu to send Yangchu to Chengdu if any problems arose. The Shadow Unit is stationed in Chengdu, guarding the base. Currently, the Blood Sect is completely unaware of the Shadow Unit's existence. However, even if the Blood Sect attacks Chengdu, that alone will be enough of a headache for them. As soon as the Heavenly Martial Unit arrives in Chengdu, they will vaguely realize the Sichuan Alliance's actions. That also means that a net has already been set where the Heavenly Martial Unit is heading. And by the time we arrive, the Heavenly Martial Unit may no longer be there." Having thought this far, he asserted, "At least 3 to 4 days will pass before an engagement occurs, and since we cannot fly, we will not be able to save all of them." Kong Riawal interjected, "Are there no beggars sect disciples here? Losing the Heavenly Martial Unit would be a huge blow to the Sichuan Alliance." Jin Woo Rip replied, "If the Heavenly Martial Unit can hold out for a few days, there's a chance, but..." Just then, Jin Sol Ran spoke again. "Even if the Heavenly Martial Unit falls into a trap, they won't be easily defeated," Kong Riawal agreed. "That's right. Compared to our administration office's masters, Ouyang Mu is by no means inferior. They will hold out for a few days," Jin Woo Rip nodded. "Good. Then we will move as quickly as possible. Let's return to Chengdu first." Having finished their discussion, the group quickly set off. The scene shifts to another perspective. Yangchu was at the Chengdu base at the entrance to Tibet. After meeting the secret pavilion spy, Sosu immediately sent Yangchu to Chengdu. Upon arriving in Chengdu, he immediately summoned the Shadow Unit. Vice Commander Unchu Ryan said to him, "Yangchu, long time no see. I'll leave the surrounding matters to you." Yangchu smiled confidently. "Understood, Vice Commander. Please continue to teach me much." The scene shifts to the Sichuan Alliance party's camp. Sosu was very anxious inside the camp. "I sent Yangchu to Chengdu as the commander instructed, but will it really be all right?" As she worried and fretted, Yangchu gently entered. "Miss, you're here." Seeing him return, Sosu hastily asked, "You've returned? Escort leader, how is it outside?" Yangchu explained. "There are no problems, however. The young master instructed everyone to move to the cave if such an incident occurs. I will guard, so everyone move to the cave immediately." Tang Jung-ho spoke loudly again at this moment. "Haha, ridiculous. Why should we follow your orders? I am Tang Jung-ho of the GMHO unit. What brings you to Chengdu?" Yangchu replied calmly. "If you truly want to know, I will gladly answer. Come here, little brother." Tang Jung-ho coldly scoffed. This insignificant fellow has finally caught on. He approached Yangchu without the slightest caution, and while one might have expected them to exchange affectionate words, they did not. Yangchu resolutely swung his hand and smacked him on the chin. "Do you have any more questions?" Once their doubts were resolved, All the unreal pavilion warriors immediately moved into the cave, even shoving each other as they hurried. Yang Chu reminded them from outside, "Everyone is forbidden from going out today. I will open the entrance tomorrow." Tang Sosu was the last to enter. Escort leader Yang, will the elder really be alright alone outside? Yang Chu reassured her. "Miss Tang, even if you worry, nothing will change, so please do not fret needlessly. They will return soon, so miss, do not overthink it." Sosu smiled. "Thank you, the elder is truly reliable." Ha Yungbo spoke up from behind at this moment. "Escort leader, I'll leave the gate to you." Yang Chu replied, "Elder, please don't worry about anything. I'll see you again tomorrow." Yang Chu then immediately picked up a massive boulder and blocked the cave entrance. Having finished everything, he then glanced outside the forest. At this moment, the shadow unit was ambushed in the forest. Normally 10 masters would accompany the Heavenly Lord to protect him. All of them were masters of such high caliber that even I felt awe. Tonight will probably be very quiet for me. Let's see how skilled you all are. Very quickly, the darkness of night began to fall. A group of blood sect members was marching through the forest. "Commander, this is the place. I thought they were in a house in Chengdu, but they were in the forest." As they surrounded the forest and closed in when the enemy appeared, they immediately shouted loudly, "These young rascals dared to kill 3 of my subordinates. Let's see what your faces look like." This person was So Peng, commander of the blood sect's blood spirit unit. The shadow unit members, ambushed in the forest, began to converse telepathically at this moment. "Commander, the enemies have entered the forest. There are a total of 97 of them." So Jinwan instructed them, "Deal with them all quietly within 2 gak." As soon as he finished speaking, the people scattered in all directions, so Jinwan stood there, looking into the distance and admiring. 97 people? Their leader must be at the 100-man commander level. Don't disappoint me. The blood returning unit, a patrol unit from the Sichuan-Tibet border, were skilled in field operations and chose to search at night. So Peng walked thinking inwardly, the opponent is capable of dealing with 3 members of the blood returning unit, so we must not lower our guard and thoroughly scout. Having thought this far, he immediately said, "Within 1 gak, ascertain their retreat route and report back." The person behind replied, "This subordinate will take the 3rd squad and quickly go." Vice Commander Yom Hong of the blood returning unit then immediately led the 3rd squad to set out. But unfortunately, Yom Hong's 3rd squad failed as soon as they set out. The moment they stepped into the forest, they could not detect the presence of those who had been observing them for a long time. As soon as they passed, Chu Ryan, who was at the top of a tree, telepathically instructed his subordinates, "They are going west. Deal with them quietly." Yom Hong continued to advance, completely unaware of what was about to befall him and all his subordinates. It's highly likely that the missing people all committed suicide, so don't even think about saving anyone. If you see a Sichuan Alliance rascal, kill them immediately. No need for long explanations. He continued to run ahead, completely unaware that his subordinates were continuously being enveloped by darkness and killed. When no one responded, he then began to feel a little puzzled. He stopped and looked behind him and froze because there was no one there. As he stood there, blankly unable to understand what was happening, 2 hands slowly reached out from behind, and the perfect assassination was so silent that not even a sound could be heard. Not even the sound of a single drop of blood falling. Chu Ryan instructed his subordinates again, "These rascals are too low level, so everyone scatter and deal with them all." Commander So Peng of the blood returning unit had given the reconnaissance team 1 gak of time, but within that short time the number of missing blood returning unit warriors reached 30, and eventually So Peng had to cautiously set out personally. His mind was very puzzled. If the heavenly martial unit has left, then only the rising talents remain here. But the 3rd squad has been gone for too long. The unpleasant forest was devoid of people, and not even a single breeze stirred. As the 1st and 2nd squads scouted with So Peng, the blood returning unit members disappeared one by one into the darkness of the night. Only after the last subordinate used a code did So Peng realize the situation. There were a total of 9 warriors surrounding and protecting him within a radius of 3 jang, and only now did he clearly realize that there was something behind him. "Damn it, I can't turn around. If I turn around, my head will be immediately cut off," he asked, tense and sweating profusely. "I had no idea there were such masters in the Sichuan Alliance. Who on earth are you?" So Jinwan did not hide it. "First, we are the guardians of the Sichuan Alliance." "Old man, you've worked hard to come all this way, so rest in peace," So Peng hastily said. "I want to negotiate." But so Jinwan did not give him a chance. His head was immediately severed from his neck and blood splattered everywhere. "The Heavenly Lord will return soon, so quickly deal with the blood scent and bodies." On the other hand, Jin Wurip's party's carriage was still furiously speeding through the forest path. "That's the Unreal Pavilion base. We'll set off again as soon as we return." Jin Wurip went to the camp to check. The camp is empty, so everyone must have moved to the cave. There must have been a raid. Jinwan must have suffered because of this. Yang Chu and Tang Sosu's party rushed over very quickly. "Commander, you've returned?" Jin Wurip asked them about the situation. Tang Sosu was nothing wrong, Sosu hastily replied. "On the contrary, the secret pavilion spy was afflicted with a soul-tracking spell. It seems everything is a blood sect trap. What should we do now, Commander?" Jin Wurip glanced at Yang Chu and conversed telepathically. "Yang Chu, say something." Yang Chu quickly replied telepathically. "The blood sect rascals came last night and the shadow unit dealt with them cleanly. The opponents seemed too strong for the young ones, so I hid my subordinates in the cave." Jin Wurip praised. "Very well done. The Unreal Pavilion warriors don't know what happened, do they?" That's right, the shadow unit dealt with the bodies cleanly. Jin Woo-rip finished his telepathic conversation with Yang Chu and spoke loudly. Everyone has worked hard. If the secret pavilion spy was afflicted with a demonic art, everything will proceed quickly. Elder Ha, Elder Kong. I'll leave the matters here to both of you. Kong Rio Wall immediately responded without the slightest hesitation. Good. Commander, are you leading troops to save the Heavenly Martial Unit? Jin Woo-rip explained. That's right, by now the Heavenly Martial Unit has probably arrived in Nagok and scattered in 3 directions. Even if we set out now, it will be difficult to catch up to them. Commander Ouyang Mu is an experienced individual, so if he discovers this is a trap he will definitely lead his troops to the central Murim to contact the Alliance forces, Kong Rio Wall agreed. That's right, isn't it too late to save everyone? Ha Yungbo patted his shoulder and comforted him. In this unfamiliar Tibet, saving even one life would be fortunate. Tang Qian glanced at Jin Woo-rip and asked, Have you made a plan? Jin Woo-rip explained. This is a race against time, so we must quickly go to the Murim. Tang Sosu and the other person were inwardly astonished. Commander Tang Qian is asking for another person's opinion now. What on earth happened at Red Snake Valley? Jin Woo-rip then immediately spoke loudly to the people. Time is pressing, so we must change horses and leave immediately. Excluding the injured, I will take Yang Chu and Rio Hua. Ha Yungbo worried. Going with just 3 people is too dangerous. Kong Rio Wall, on the other hand, was much calmer. I understand why you're so worried, but trust the commander. Ha Yungbo looked confused. What on earth happened to make everyone so deeply trust him? Jin Woo-rip sincerely clasped his hands towards them. This junior will definitely bring back the Heavenly Martial Unit. His thoughts began to change rapidly. Time is too pressing now, so saving even one more person would be fortunate. I'll probably even have to use the shadow unit, so I can only take those who already know my identity. Having thought this far, he said again, As soon as the horses are ready, we will leave immediately. Both of you prepare. Yang Chu asked Rio Hua telepathically. Miss Dan, what's going on between you and the young master? Your eyes don't look good. Did you perhaps fail to meet the viewership count of Wago yesterday? Dan Rio Hua glanced at him in astonishment. Escort leader Yang, you even see such changes? Actually, something happened. She looked at Jin Woo-rip's retreating figure and admired. He's truly a strange and delicate person. He was heading to the camp at this moment, and Jukmoge was inside the camp. Seeing him return, Jukmoge immediately stood up and looked outside with eyes full of anticipation. Jin Woo-rip held the rope he had obtained from Red Snake Valley in his hand. I'm sorry, I couldn't save them. Delivering news of death is always very difficult. For Jin Woo-rip, who had lost many close people, it was even more difficult. Jukmoge tightly clutched the rope and burst into tears. It's war. This is not the young master's fault. The fault lies with those young rascals for following an incompetent branch leader. What kind of place was Red Snake Valley? Jin Woo-rip replied. It was the Blood Sect's experimental site. I cremated all the Beggar's Sect disciples' bodies. Jukmoge calmed down, wiped his tears, and thanked the young master. Then will the young master now go to save the Heavenly Martial Unit? Jin Woo-rip admired. I don't know if I can save them, but I will do my best. You must be very sad, but there is something I need your help with. Jukmoge said seriously. Young master, please speak. I will definitely help. Jin Woo-rip continued. The secret pavilion's Chengdu branch has fallen into the Blood Sect's hands, therefore I need someone to deliver this news to the Sichuan Alliance. That person must have good lightness skill, and know how to keep a secret. In the current situation, I cannot send the Unreong Pavilion people. Jukmoge understood his meaning, and immediately took on the task. I also need to report this to the Beggar's Sect headquarters. Leave it to me, Jin Woo-rip nodded. I will give you a letter with the elders' signatures. I'll leave everything to you. Before leaving, Jin Woo-rip did not forget to remind the people, while I am away, Tang Qian will handle everything. I know you are gravely injured, but persevere. Tang Qian said calmly, just worry about your own business. Yu Dea said to him telepathically, Young master, I'm sorry I can't go with you. Jin Woo-rip comforted him telepathically. Child, you did very well. No need to rush, focus on your recovery. After completing all preparations, the 3 set off on horseback. Tang Qian also glanced at the people and instructed. The remaining people, prepare to set up camp, by the way. Where did those noisy rascals go? Where did Yuk Gun Miang run off to? The person who heard those words was startled and temporarily didn't know how to answer. Here, Yuk Gun Miang was waiting on the road for Jin Woo-rip's party. Jin Woo-rip's first expression upon seeing him standing there was surprise, but he quickly smiled and sighed. Yuk Gun Miang waved his hand. I secretly followed. Jin Woo-rip coldly laughed. Yuk Gun Miang, I just suspected you because you weren't there, the young man replied calmly. Didn't you want to make me your person? You left so quickly without even telling me my identity, so I was curious and frustrated. Jin Woo-rip, you are the first man in the Murim to know my secret. You seem to want to pretend not to know anything, but I don't want to. I will follow you, but in return you must tell me about yourself. Jin Woo-rip smiled. It seems you've already made up your mind. Good, Yuk Gun Miang. I will tell you, but if you change your mind you will pay the price with your life. Yuk Gun Miang clenched his fist and said resolutely, At Red Snake Valley, I already felt how dangerous you are. Tell me, who on earth are you? Jin Woo-rip no longer concealed it. I am the Heavenly Lord Jin Woo-rip. I am the leader of Ungok and the true successor of the 8 Heaven Spirit Art. Upon hearing Jin Woo-rip's words, Yuk Gun Miang merely smiled with his arms crossed, showing no surprise. Jin Woo-rip was greatly surprised by this. Look at this guy, not surprised at all. Yang Chu approached, checked Yuk Gun Miang's breathing, and said, Heavenly Lord, it seems this fellow has stopped breathing. He's even worse than you, Dea. Only then did Yuk Gun Myung seem to come to his senses, stammering and unable to speak. Has he become a zombie or something? Seeing Yuk Gun Myung react so intensely, Yang Chu finally felt a sense of familiarity. Yuk Gun Myung said self-deprecatingly, "Haha, it turns out you're not just more dangerous than me, but the most dangerous person in the Murim right now." Jin Woo Rip glanced at him and asked, "Are you not planning to go back? If you're a zombie, there's no going back or not." Yuk Gun Myung said resolutely, "In this life I will be with Sang Qian." Jin Woo Rip praised him. "You know how to choose. Then come and greet him." Yuk Gun Myung was puzzled. Greet whom? So Jin Won immediately appeared behind him. "Greetings, Heavenly Lord." Yuk Gun Myung was inwardly astonished, since when was he there? "He's a warrior of Sang Qian," Jin Woo Rip said to So Jin Won. "I heard everything from Yang Chu. You've worked hard." So Jin Won reported the situation. The shadow unit has already departed for Urim. Chu Ryan is leading it. Yuk Gun Myung still stood there blankly, analyzing inwardly. If I had refused to become Sang Qian's person just now, my head would probably have been cut off. I thought he was just joking. Was I really close to death? Having thought this far, he immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Then from now on should I call you Heavenly Lord?" Jin Woo Rip smiled, seemingly unconcerned, and said, "Formalities are only necessary when we gather. Normally you can act as before. Jin Won will depart first. Follow us as soon as the horses are ready." So Jin Won immediately accepted the order and vanished into the darkness. Jin Woo Rip's party then immediately rode off on horseback. "There's no time, so let's talk the rest on the way." Only then did Yuk Gun Myung notice Ryo Hwa. "Miss, what martial art did you learn? Are you perhaps the Blade Saint?" Ryo Hwa shook her head. "No, I am not a person of Sang Qian," Jin Woo Rip explained from the front. "Ah, Ryo Hwa, you mean she is Waryong's warrior and the daughter of the Divine Dragon." Yuk Gun Myung was astonished once again. "What, the Heavenly Maiden of Flowers?" Seeing him freeze again, Yang Chu spoke up once more. "Heavenly Lord, it seems this fellow has stopped breathing again. How about we just leave him behind?" The scene shifts to another perspective. "Beck Ryan, are you alright? I can still hold on." "This isn't enough, that's right. My legs won't recover in a day or two anyway. If another fight breaks out, I'll hold them off from the rear. So you lead the unit and flee, understood?" This person was Ra Beck Ryan, squad leader of the 9th Squad, and Dang Ya Jiang, squad leader of the 4th Squad side. No, Vice Captain Chung Ryan has already sacrificed himself. The next person to die should be me. Ra Beck Ryan hastily reassured him. Vice Captain Chung Ryan is definitely still alive. "Don't lose hope like that," Dang Yajiang said self-deprecatingly. "Haha, hope? If those guys weren't around the cave, there would still be hope. The Sichuan Alliance's strongest force, the Heavenly Martial Unit, has completely fallen into Yigwak's trap, Nagakandal, Gachik, Songpo. All these places mentioned by the secret pavilion spy were strongholds of the Blood Sect's elite assassination unit, the Blood Soul Chasers. Thanks to Vice Captain Chung Ryan buying us time, we were able to reach Urim. But this place seems to be another trap. The Blood Sect assassins have completely surrounded this place." The Heavenly Martial Unit members, sensing the people outside, sighed. "Why those guys again? Truly unlucky. They must be planning to deal with us. Did the others escape safely? If they escaped, they would have arrived here by now. It seems they targeted us and attacked first. Should we wait for the other unit members to escape from those guys and arrive here? Surely they're not trying to wipe us all out? They're all truly crazy bastards." Ra Beck Ryan offered an opinion. "Our comrades who went to Songpo will probably arrive soon. We'll initiate action as soon as they enter the forest, so be prepared." He resolved inwardly. "I must report to the unit members that there's an ambush in the forest. This is the best I can do. Let's fight these monsters." Outside, a Blood Sect subordinate approached and reported. "Commander, I've brought the head of the woman from Gangdal." The commander praised him. "Very well done. You've worked hard. But it took longer than expected." The person lifted a wooden box containing the head. Upon searching his armor, he was the Heavenly Martial Unit's vice captain. "Commander, congratulations on a great achievement," the commander said modestly. "It's all thanks to Hao Gong's strategy. I merely followed it. Salt this head. To offer it to the sect leader, we must also bring the Heavenly Martial Unit commander's head." This person was Eon Ji Seong, commander of the Blood Soul Chasers. He admired inwardly. To think the Heavenly Martial Unit could quickly devise countermeasures even after falling into a pre-arranged net. They are indeed the Sichuan Alliance's strongest force, but heaven is on our side. So do not resent it. You will soon meet your other comrades in hell. There will be no hidden masters suddenly appearing here to help you. On a certain mountaintop, Sang Qian's shadow unit was gathered. A person approached and reported, "Vice Commander, we have arrived. This is Urim. The subordinates have dispersed the horses and hidden them well in the forest." Chu Ryan commanded, "The Heavenly Lord will arrive soon, so you all scout the surroundings. The Sichuan Alliance's strongest force has fallen into the enemy's trap. There's a high possibility that there are far more masters here than those who appeared in Chengdu, so you must never lower your guard." After the unit members dispersed and finished scouting, Chu Ryan began to utilize her senses. Through her subordinates' reports and her own senses, she quickly grasped the overall situation of Urim. On the second day, Jin Woo Rip's party finally arrived. Chu Ryan approached and greeted them. Chu Ryan, the shadow unit, greets the Heavenly Lord. Jin Woo Rip nodded. "You've worked hard. Report the situation." Chu Ryan quickly got to the point. "The Blood Sect has completely surrounded the Heavenly Martial Unit, overwhelming them in every aspect. They are very strong and different from those who appeared in Chengdu before. Their organizational management is also excellent, and some even know how to erase their blood scent and presence." Jin Woo Rip admired. It took quite a lot of time to get here, so the Heavenly Martial Unit must also be exhausted. Unchu Ryan confirmed, yes, Heavenly Lord. Tomorrow will probably be their limit. Yuk Gun Miang approached and asked, hey, Heavenly Lord, what are you planning to do? Jin Woo Rip fell into thought. Let's see, there's still 1.5 Sijin until sunset. Yuk Gun Miang continued, it seems so. How about we just start today? Unchu Ryan, with clear anger on her face, spoke to Yangchu telepathically. Who is that fellow speaking so presumptuously to the Heavenly Lord? Yangchu explained, he is the descendant of the Blade Saint. I tried to kill him a few times too, but the Heavenly Lord didn't permit it. The Heavenly Lord is truly magnanimous. After a long period of thought, Jin Woo Rip finally made a decision. Today, you say? Good. The Blood Sect has probably also grasped the Heavenly Martial Unit situation. When I give the signal, everyone head towards the cave. Rio Hua, take care of the Heavenly Martial Unit. Unchu Ryan asked worriedly, Heavenly Lord, they are all Blood Sect masters. Are you sure our subordinates don't need to help? Jin Woo Rip continued. It would be troublesome if the Heavenly Martial Unit saw you all, so we'll handle it ourselves. Besides, I want to test myself. He clenched his fist and thought inwardly. Since leaving Red Snake Valley, my genuine chi has been stabilizing at a much faster rate. I can feel the yin and yang energies burning brightly in my dantian. I need to quickly adapt to this. Yuk Gun Miang asked quizzically. But what kind of signal are you talking about? Jin Woo Rip opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. The Blood Sect bastards have been ambushing for days, so shouldn't we help them resolve it? He then immediately shouted loudly. Those of you there, come out now. Jin Woo Rip has arrived. His shout was so loud it felt like it would tear Yuk Gun Miang's eardrums. The Heavenly Martial Unit members inside the cave were also startled by the sound waves and rose from their places, and birds and beasts scattered in confusion. Eon Ji Seong gnashed his teeth in fury. Arrogant rascal, we've been besieging this place for days, letting those in the cave self-destruct. How dare some fellow provoke us? And Jin Woo Rip, you say? I think I heard that name a few days ago. He's the one who interfered with the Berserker retrieval and destroyed Red Snake Valley. Truly a presumptuous fool, to dare to come save the Heavenly Martial Unit instead of fleeing to Sichuan in this situation. Change of plans. The third squad, follow me. I will personally confirm if the Mad Dragon has truly come here. If an engagement occurs, the remaining squads will attack the Heavenly Martial Unit. A person asked quizzically. Didn't Hao Gong order us to wait until the Heavenly Martial Unit was fully gathered? Eon Ji Seong explained. Jin Woo Rip is more dangerous than the Heavenly Martial Unit. He will also understand us. Upon hearing those words, the person no longer offered any opinions. This subordinate will follow the command. Then this subordinate will lead the remaining squads and monitor the Heavenly Martial Unit. Eon Ji Seong solemnly reminded him. Do not lower your guard. That's why Bloodguard Zishan also failed, he thought inwardly. Our weapon is not martial prowess like Bloodguard Zishan. I will use every strategy to salt your head, Jin Woo Rip. The scene shifts to Jin Woo Rip's party of two. Yuk Gun Miang frowned, an expression of incomprehension on his face. No one's coming, those guys are quite cautious, Jin Woo Rip coughed and admired. It seems these guys can use their brains too, then I'll have to force them out. I'll go first, let's meet again later. Yuk Gun Miang watched Jin Woo Rip leave, admiring him. He seems truly delighted. Rio Hua continued from beside him. The presence of enemies means there are still survivors in the Heavenly Martial Unit. Then let's do our part. Yangchu moved, laughing loudly and provoking them. Come out now, you cowardly rats. The people on that side reacted immediately. 3 masters are approaching. Quickly maintain formation and attack simultaneously. As Yangchu charged into the midst of the people, their longswords simultaneously struck his body, all breaking and shattering. This was Yangchu's golden shadow indestructible art. Yuk Gun Miang watched that sight, cold sweat dripping down his face. Yangchu, is he a monster too? Inside the cave, Dang Yajiang commanded his comrades. Everyone prepare, reinforcements have arrived outside. They're fighting the enemy, so let's go out and help, we can't hold on any longer. Rio Hua thought inwardly. The unexpected appearance of masters outside the cave created a chaotic scene. Taking advantage of guard leader Yangchu's action, I must rescue the Heavenly Martial Unit from the cave. She quickly entered the cave. Heavenly Martial Unit members, follow me. Dang Yajiang followed her with his comrades, asking quizzically, Miss, aren't you Commander Jin's bodyguard? How did you know we were holding out in Murim? Rio Hua replied, there's no time to explain. Push the injured inside and form a circular formation. Upon hearing those words, he did not hesitate, and immediately obeyed. Understood. Where are the elders of the administration office now? Yuk Gun Miang replied from outside. The elders are probably eating in Chengdu now. Dang Yajiang was startled to hear that. What? They didn't come here? Yuk Gun Miang asked back. Why are you relying on others' strength for your own affairs? At the same time, the opponent opposite also swung their hand and launched hidden weapons. Yuk Gun Miang blocked them with his saber, analyzing inwardly. Truly a fierce combination. In every aspect they are far more dangerous than those from Red Snake Valley. In Red Snake Valley there were only individual masters, but these guys are even deploying the 4-wheel formation. If I can't finish this before sunset, I'll have to kill them one by one. So Heavenly Lord, please hurry. On this side, Jin Woo Rip also sensed their movements. It's begun. Yuk Gun Miang is over there, so it's probably very noisy. Did he tell me to hurry? What does that mean? No matter. It doesn't matter what you say. I've already infiltrated the enemy's camp. On this side, Eon Ji Seong solemnly spoke to his subordinates telepathically. When I give the signal, everyone simultaneously unleash the Blood Rain Sword formation. He's the one who destroyed Red Snake Valley. We must always be ready to die together. The group then all gripped their longswords in unison and very quickly, all charged simultaneously according to the signal. Eon Ji-seong gloated inwardly from his hiding spot. Mad Dragon Jinwoo Rip, today you will die here. Jinwoo Rip on this side curled the corners of his mouth, showing no fear whatsoever. Finally showing yourselves, are you? He then immediately unleashed the 8 Heaven Spirit Art Sky-shocking sword dance of slaughter, slaughtering all the Blood Soul Chasers, the Blood Sect's elite assassination unit in today's battle. He then looked around again, but could find no traces of Beggar's Sect disciples at either the front or back of Red Snake Valley. If the Beggar's Sect disciples were here, the place where they were imprisoned would surely be inside here. They were probably also waiting for someone to rescue them. Having thought this far, he immediately clenched his fist and circulated his chi once again, unfolding the 8 Heaven Spirit Art. A one-fist sky-shattering strike flew towards the large door directly in front, and smoke and dust immediately billowed thickly. HMPH, Jinwoo Rip with the momentum of a wolf and a tiger broke down the door and strode in confidently, and the people inside were all confused to see him. Who are you? What happened outside? Is he an intruder? What on earth did the guards outside do? Jinwoo Rip resolved their doubts. All the rascals outside were dealt with by me. Now let's see what on earth is inside here. Are the Beggar's Sect disciples here? He then found something fallen on the floor, which was a rope indicating the identity of a Beggar's Sect disciple. The atmosphere instantly turned eerily dark. Jinwoo Rip realized at this moment that almost all the Beggar's Sect disciples were no longer of this world. His face grew even colder, and the Blood Sect people all broke into a cold sweat. Every judgment made by Eon Ji-seong, commander of the Blood Soul Chasers, had never been wrong. But they had simply met the wrong opponent. He clenched his teeth in shock. I can't win. I must report this to the main sect. Thinking so, he immediately turned and fled. But Jinwoo Rip pursued him and unleashed the Mirror Flower Sword. Eon Ji-seong took the attack head-on and collapsed on the spot. Jinwoo Rip was lost in thought before his corpse. You should have come out when I first told you to. If you had, I would have sent you off more gently. He lifted his head and asked with his last remaining strength, Who in the world are you? Jinwoo Rip swung his sword and severed one of his arms. What good would knowing do? You'd do better to answer my questions. He clutched his severed arm, howling in pain. You damn bastard, you haven't even asked yet. How am I supposed to answer? Jinwoo Rip snorted coldly. Too much talk. You only get one chance. Answer immediately if you don't want to lose your remaining left arm, he said, looking bewildered. You just cut off my left arm. Which left arm are you going to cut off again? Jinwoo Rip was displeased. This rascal nitpicking over a mere mistake. What if I say this is my left by my standards? With that, his right arm was also severed. Jinwoo Rip stroked his head. Next time it's your head. So answer my questions obediently. I'll only ask once. Besides Red Snake Valley, where is the remaining Blood Knight Berserker experimental site? He replied, weeping profusely. You should have asked that from the beginning. Jinwoo Rip cut him off. Too much talk. Do you know or not? As soon as he said he didn't know, Jinwoo Rip severed his neck. He stood frowning, thinking. Though not reaching the level of the Shadow Unit, their tactics, psychological warfare, and organizational management were all highly skilled. If the commander of such a unit doesn't even know this much, then that place is clearly perfectly hidden. In that case, I must capture a commander of higher rank than this rascal. It's time to return to Sichuan now. It's probably difficult to find such a person. The scene shifts to another location. Hao Gong of the Blood Soul Chasers was cornering the remnants of the Heavenly Martial Unit into Murim. According to the information received, Vice Captain Ching Lian's head is in our hands. The old man said with a laugh. Truly a good omen. Those rascals are doing very well. Go and check the situation. This old man was Hao Gong So Yo Bing. Here Ria Hua was struggling. The enemy's martial arts were extraordinary. And conversely, this side consisted only of injured individuals. Although Captain Yuk and escort leader Yang were at the front, the enemy commander was no fool. Ta Guile, vice commander of the Blood Soul Chasers, sat on a tree and gave orders. Don't give them a chance to counterattack. Target the injured. Yuk Gunmyang observed the people behind him, thinking. They are very cautious. At this rate, the Heavenly Martial Unit will find it difficult to hold out. If a hole appears in the formation, people will die. But as long as the Heavenly Martial Unit is here, I cannot go all out. These people and Jinwoo Rip must have been as frustrated as I am. Just then, a voice came from behind. Frustrated, don't be so anxious, he will return soon. As soon as Yangchu finished speaking, voices came from around. Up, he's up there. Jinwoo Rip soared through the air and asked the people, have you been waiting long? Yuk Gunmyang couldn't hide his joy at his return. You're finally back. Jinwoo Rip waved his hand. That's not all. I've brought a gift, so take it. The gift he spoke of was Eon Ji-seong's head. Dang Yajong's party on this side was also startled. Is that person the Guangmu unit commander? Was he the one who shouted earlier? Ta Guile was tense, sweating profusely, and thought inwardly, if the commander were alive, how could this rascal appear here? I don't want to believe it, but it seems the commander was defeated. Jinwoo Rip then turned his gaze to him and said, your commander also looked at me like that from the tree and ultimately died. I'll count to 3. So it would be better to come down obediently. Ta Guile grew even more furious inwardly upon hearing him count. This arrogant rascal isn't giving me time to think. Jinwoo Rip soared up, swung his sword and struck. Why don't you come down quickly? Before the young man could even understand what was happening, his neck was severed. Jinwoo Rip mocked coldly. Why do those blood sect rascals love just a moment so much? Yuk Gunmyang was puzzled. Didn't he say he'd count to 3? Yangchu said with a laugh. He was going to die even if he came down anyway, so what? The people behind still wore expressions of disbelief. It seems I missed something. In such a short time he broke through the enemy formation and took the enemy commander's head. Even the administration office elders would find it difficult to do something like this. Is the Guangmu unit commander's level really this high? Jin Woo-rip again gestured to the remaining people. Now it's time to end this Blood Soul Chasers. The Blood Soul Chasers, an assassination unit that had lost both its commander and vice commander, continued to lead the remaining squad leaders in attack. All escape routes blocked, the Blood Soul Chasers could no longer resist. Once these rascals lost their center of action, they fought terribly. Not only was his level high, but he also possessed a comprehensive view of the battlefield. Ryan approached and said quietly, "Yajiang, you're thinking the same thing as me, aren't you?" Yajiang confirmed. "That's right, now I understand why Elder Kong valued him so highly. Jin Woo-rip, he possesses innate talent. I'm not saying this simply because he's excellent. Among the elite warriors who will replace the elders in the future, there's also a female hero from Madalam. Before the Guangmu unit commander set out, they formed a wheel formation to protect us, the injured. They truly went through a lot of trouble. On the other hand, others immediately rushed to the front if they saw a weakness. They had enough confidence to do so. For a female hero of that level to be unknown, I don't know where she's from." Ryan agreed. "That's right, but the madwoman, when I think of the Guangmu unit's female hero, she immediately comes to mind." Yajiang sighed. "This person really, but even so, isn't the nickname madwoman a bit strange?" Ryan laughed and patted his shoulder. "Just call her the madwoman, the daughter of the world's foremost expert, the disciple of the Blade Saint. To think Dan Riohua, the heavenly maiden of flowers, would first be known by the nickname Madwoman Riohua." Yajiang then shouted loudly, telling his brothers to fight. Just 4 rescuers injected strength into the completely exhausted heavenly martial unit. Thanks to their momentum, the tide of battle was completely reversed. As the battle raged, an arrow flew through the air from afar. One blood sect cultist was struck by that arrow and lost his life. The commander led his brothers, ran over, and shouted loudly, "Gather all the injured in one place and form a defensive formation. The rest, go and help them." Jin Woo-rip glanced at them, thinking it was Ouyang Mu's squad. Their numbers have greatly diminished, but with this much momentum, they should be able to return right away. One Sijin after joining Ouyang Mu's squad, the battle in Murim finally ended. Ouyang Mu then approached with his brothers and expressed his gratitude. "Guangmu unit commander, even if I die, I will never forget today's kindness. On behalf of our heavenly martial unit, I will surely repay the kindness of this rescue," Jin Woo-rip replied politely. "I merely did my duty as a support commander." Ouyang Mu stammered, "But commander, how did you know we would gather here?" Jin Woo-rip replied calmly, "The Blood Knight Berserker experimental site was in Red Snake Valley, therefore the information obtained from the Chengdu branch was a trap. After the Heavenly Martial Unit dispersed in Nagak, if they were to regroup, it could only be here." Ouyang Mu was even more astonished upon hearing those words. "Your insight saved our lives," Jin Woo-rip reminded him. "Once the people who went to Gaichik and Songpo arrive, we will depart immediately. Please focus on recovery so there are no issues with travel." Ouyang Mu stroked his chin, thinking, the situation in other places will probably not be much different from ours, but why do I still not see the vice captain? Yajiang heard those words, approached and whispered quietly in his ear. Ouyang Mu heard those words, clutched his head and sighed. To think Qing Lian met such an end, Jin Woo-rip reminded him. "I have already prepared horses behind the cliff north of the forest. At this point, hiding traces is meaningless. The most important thing now is to return to Chengdu and rendezvous with the Unveil Pavilion warriors. I have already sent someone to report the situation to Sichuan. By the time we return, probably," everyone shouted upon hearing those words. "Commander, you handle things so meticulously. Then we will focus on recovery. Commander Jin, thank you very much. When we return, I will surely treat you to a grand drink," Jin Woo-rip continued. "Of course, if we have time to focus on recovery, that is, but I still have one problem. Because of Red Snake Valley, we arrived late. Those blood sect rascals kept the heavenly martial units injured alive, intending to wipe them out once all units had fully gathered. In other words, they already knew the heavenly martial unit would gather in Urim, and had assassins placed in advance. There is clearly a mastermind behind them who knows everything like the back of their hand." Ouyang Mu continued. "That means the war has just begun," Jin Woo-rip confirmed. "That's right, Commander. Once the enemy grasps the situation in Urim, we will be pursued by forces even stronger than these. This is Tibet. Our safety cannot be guaranteed here. Place we must go is the Sichuan Alliance, not simply Chengdu. With the injured and the blood sect's pursuit, if we cannot cross the Great Snow Mountain Range and return to Sichuan, both the Unreal Pavilion warriors and the Heavenly Martial Unit will die." Yajiang's party's faces all hardened upon hearing those words. "The personnel who went to Songpo and Gaichik haven't returned yet either. This is serious. We will have to flee for our lives." Ouyang Mu also spoke. "The squad leaders who went to Gaichik and Songpo are all clever individuals. The distance is similar, so they will probably arrive here within a day. We must trust them." On this side, So Yo Bing sighed. "It seems I've truly grown old. Why do I forget things so easily these days?" Zhang Gong, "How many mountains have we crossed?" The subordinate behind him replied. 4. "The next mountain is Urim." The old man was lost in thought. "Is that so?" "So it was. Let's go back," the young man said, looking bewildered. "We've come all this way and we're just going back," the old man explained. "The drum of battle isn't heard at the mountaintop. Eon Ji Seong wouldn't make such a mistake. The blood soul chasers are already gone. That mountain has probably already become a sea of blood." The young man was puzzled. "In that case, shouldn't we go further into Urim?" We are the closest unit to them, the old man cut him off. Can you kill the Blood Soul Chasers? If you were to meet Blood Guard Zishan or the Blood Soul Chasers, could Zhang Gong's unit handle them? Even if Yang Mu of the Heavenly Martial Unit is very capable, this is Tibet, so it's probably not due to a counterattack by the Heavenly Martial Unit. Among those who came from Sichuan, not many can do this. He must be the kind of person who could attack Red Snake Valley. The young man grew even more tense upon hearing those words. Red Snake Valley, you mean the stronghold guarded by Blood Guard Zishan? In that case, did Guangriang cause this incident too? The old man replied. If this was Guangriang's achievement alone, it would actually be simple. But this is probably not his achievement alone. There must be others behind him. How many masters do you think would be needed on the opposing side to capture Ji Seong? The young man hesitated. That would depend on each individual's martial arts, but at minimum, the numbers would have to be equal. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. I was wrong, Hao Gong. I was too careless, the old man said with a laugh. It's fortunate that you realize it. We've lost the Blood Knight Berserker, the Blood Soul Chasers, the Blood Returning Unit, and even 2 people from the Blood Flame Unit and Blood Guard Zishan. I don't want to admit it, but that child called Guangriang is a genius. If we continue to lose forces, the sect leader will be furious. Since the opponent possesses excellent strategy and highly skilled subordinates, he can only be eliminated with overwhelming military might. We must deploy the Burning Hell Unit. The young man was very surprised upon hearing those words. Hao Gong, there's no need to use an ox-slaying knife to catch a chicken, is there? Unexpectedly, the old man was extremely resolute. No, it's not excessive at all. In his mind, he was already thinking at this moment. Possessing excellent strategy for his age and commanding highly skilled subordinates, he will become the most dangerous variable in the upcoming war with the Sichuan alliance. Thinking so, he immediately gave orders. You are to immediately send a letter to headquarters and request support from the Burning Hell Unit. I have given orders to Rasa, so he will probably be able to hold them back for a while. The young man clasped his hands and accepted the order. If we move quickly, we can catch them before they cross the Great Snow Mountain Range. I will prepare immediately. After speaking, he immediately activated his lightness skill and departed. The old man stood stroking his beard, thinking, Guangriang, your name was Jin Wu Rip, wasn't it? I will not let you die easily. Finally, all members of the Heavenly Martial Unit regrouped. Of the 100 warriors who set out from Sichuan to Tibet, less than half now remained. Seeing his comrades covered in wounds, Commander Yang Mu could not hide his pain and sorrow. Everything is my mistake. I should have been more cautious before departing. Jin Wu Rip comforted him from the side. Commander, I understand your pain, but now is not the time for sorrow. We must prepare to leave quickly. Yang Mu patted his shoulder and agreed. Of course, thanks to Commander Jin, I could see everyone again like this. I asked Commander Jin to lead the way. Jin Wu Rip heard those words and immediately mounted his horse. Yes, then I will depart first. Half a sigin after Jin Wu Rip's party departed, warriors in blood-red robes appeared south of Murim. Zhang Gong's unit has returned after requesting support from the Burning Hell Unit. They were extremely surprised to see the bodies strewn across the ground. Did Hao Gong's words truly possess magic? They had thought the heavily injured Heavenly Martial Unit would be an easy target, but an exhausted Heavenly Martial Unit, despite its deep wounds, would never have had the strength to inflict such severe injuries. Therefore, as Hao Gong had said, it was highly likely that Guangriang had made a name for himself. A subordinate approached and reported, Hao Gong, we've found horse tracks around the forest. It seems they haven't been gone long. He turned his head and asked, what about the request for support from the Burning Hell Unit? Person replied, Seohel has probably arrived at headquarters by now. He frowned, thinking, following the incident at Red Snake Valley, the complete annihilation of the Blood Soul Chasers, did this really happen with just a few rising talents from the Sichuan alliance, not their seasoned elders? It's only a matter of time before a storm of blood sweeps through Sichuan. The scene shifts to the Blood Sect. Greetings, Sect Leader. Your subordinate has a report. The experimental site at Red Snake Valley was attacked and the Blood Flame Unit defending it was utterly defeated. Guangjibai Timu and So Weizong are dead. Yiguak also couldn't resist. The sect leader sitting on the dais frowned upon hearing those words. Blood Guard Zishan failed again? Who killed Qian Timu? The person replied. No one witnessed the scene. Your subordinate does not know the details. Judging by his age and use of poison, it's highly likely to be the Poison King's son. But Tang Qian is not the important one, sect leader. In fact, the one who led them was Jin Wu Rip. The sect leader was slightly surprised to hear this. Jin Wu Rip, I've never heard that name before. Is he a master hidden by the Sichuan alliance? The person explained, he is merely similar in age to the young sect leader. He is the young master of Madalim in Sichuan Chongqing. People murmured upon hearing those words. Madalim, the place that fell into chaos after the Great War, it hasn't completely collapsed yet. The youth then reported to the sect leader again. May this subordinate speak a few words? Sect leader, in truth, ever since the Sichuan alliance launched its expedition into Tibet, the blood-returning unit I sent was annihilated. Furthermore, recent reports indicate that the Blood Soul Chasers have all been killed. Jin Wu Rip is behind all these incidents. This subordinate apologizes for delivering such news while the sect leader is recovering. The sect leader clenched his fist. The Blood Soul Chasers, we only suffered less than 1,000 casualties in the war with the Potala Palace because we used martial soul berserkers. But a few rising talents from the Sichuan alliance have caused us to lose several units. This is truly unacceptable. Where are they now? The youth replied. They are currently heading from Murim towards Chengdu. Hao Gong, Bloody Sword Ghost He and Re-up and the Lion unit are in pursuit and they have requested reinforcements. The Burning Hell unit is already moving in that direction, the sect leader scoffed coldly. So yo, Bing is there, leave this matter to that cunning old man. I truly want to see what that Guangriang fellow looks like. So skin him and bring his hide here, and in the next 3 months capture and kill all the remaining Potala Palace remnants. We will quickly finish our work in Tibet and turn Sichuan into a sea of blood. Everyone in the Great Hall immediately obeyed the command. The scene shifts to another location. A person was rapidly moving through the forest. Jin Solran's group also sensed their presence and turned their heads to look. The Heavenly Martial Unit. They've returned. Kong Rio Wall and the other person also couldn't hide the joy on their faces. Does this mean Jin Wu Rip succeeded? The Unreang Pavilion warriors stationed in the forest all rushed out to greet the Heavenly Martial Unit. But what awaited them was the horrific sight of the Sichuan Alliance's elite unit. Ouyang Mu at the forefront bowed his head and clasped his hands saying, Elder Kong, Elder Ha, the Heavenly Martial Unit has returned. Kong Rio Wall sighed inwardly. How could this be? There isn't a single intact uniform among their martial robes. He spoke thoughtfully. You've all worked hard. Thank you for returning. The Unreang Pavilion members murmured. The Heavenly Martial Unit has fallen to such a state. What on earth happened? They departed with over 100 people, but only 30 have returned. Be quiet, the seniors will hear you. The Heavenly Martial Unit members, who had always been the object of envy and jealousy, now experienced a painful ordeal for their survival. Faced with the surprised gazes of the rising talents, they began to feel the shame of failure deep in their bones. Ouyang Mu sighed. I apologize, you probably expected better news. As you anticipated, the Heavenly Martial Unit was defeated. Fortunately, we saved our lives enough to fight another day. I offer my deepest gratitude to the Unreang Pavilion juniors who continued to support the Heavenly Martial Unit. Jin Wu Rip comforted him. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. The Heavenly Martial Unit did its best for the Sichuan Alliance. We are also very grateful that our comrades have returned safely. The Unreang Pavilion members all agreed. That's right, welcome back. Heavenly Martial Unit seniors, you've worked hard. Long live the Heavenly Martial Unit. Ouyang Mu glanced at Jin Wu Rip admiring inwardly. Commander Jin, I owe you a debt of gratitude again. Ha Yungbo also spoke up at this moment. Commander Jin's words are right. The Heavenly Martial Unit has completed a difficult mission that no one else could have done. I have prepared water and food, so everyone please come inside. Ouyang Mu shook his head. I appreciate the two elders' kindness, but now is not the time to rest. Jin Wu Rip also spoke, reminding them, we must leave this place within 1 sigin. Tang Qian heard those words and understood. There will be pursuers, Jin Wu Rip explained seriously. It's not that there won't be pursuers, it's that we can't guarantee there won't be. I received news that the Blood Sect successfully captured the Potala Palace. We left traces in Murim, so it's best for us to leave before they turn their attention here. Kong Rio Wall heard those words and froze blankly. The Potala Palace has fallen? Yes, Jin Wu Rip confirmed. That happened about 10 days ago. They are highly likely to send the warriors who were active on the front lines here. Ouyang Mu approached and patted Jin Wu Rip's shoulder, saying, Commander Jin, I will entrust the withdrawal operation to you. If someone must remain this time, it must be the Heavenly Martial Unit. He thought inwardly, although we fell into the enemy's trap and were rescued, it is my duty as a senior. Jin Wu Rip glanced at him and smiled. I appreciate the commander's kindness, but there's no need for that. He was surprised to hear that. What do you mean, Commander Jin? If it weren't for you, we would all have died in Murim. I cannot impose any more burdens on you. Jin Wu Rip explained, what I mean is that no one needs to stay behind. We will all return together. Ouyang Mu was puzzled. Most of us are injured, so our movement speed will be slow. Is there really a chance of survival? Jin Wu Rip replied resolutely. Yes, it's entirely possible. He thought inwardly, if Juk Moge can arrive on time. Thinking so, he spoke to the people again. Without leaving a single person behind, we will all cross the Great Snow Mountain Range and return to Sichuan. People no longer questioned his conviction. Since Commander Jin said so, it must be true. Let's depart. As dawn broke, horse tracks were still clearly visible on the ground, so Yo Bing's group was still in pursuit on horseback. A subordinate behind him approached and said, Hao Gong, the tracks are becoming clearer. The old man smiled and said, we'll catch them today. I truly want to meet you. He and Re-up spoke, reminding him, Hao Gong, he is someone we must never underestimate. Yiwa Gio, the Eradicator Sword of the Assassin Unit, curled his lips into a cold smile. Hao Gong knows that very well. Didn't the Blood Soul Chasers get slaughtered like dogs by him? If you're old, why don't you just retire? He and Re-up frowned and glanced at him. Do not be rude to Hao Gong. Yiwa Gio was still very arrogant. He and Re-up, if you were so utterly defeated, you'd do well to keep your mouth shut. So Yo Bing, unable to bear it, spoke up from the front, reminding them, if you want to fight, do it as much as you want after the mission is over. Yiwa Gio laughed loudly. Hao Gong, how could this fellow be a match for me? He and Re-up was even more displeased. We still don't know who is stronger. Yiwa Gio scoffed contemptuously. Just talk. Now I understand why Qian Timu hated you so much when he was alive. So Yobing, seeing the two continue to quarrel, shouted, "Will you two stop it?" The two, having no further desire to contend, fell silent. The unit commander beside them sighed inwardly. There are so many conflicts. Fortunately, Hao Gong is here. Yiwagyo suddenly spurred his horse and dashed forward. "I'm old and slow, I'll go first." The unit commander, seeing him, reminded Elder Yi, "Shouldn't we maintain formation?" Yiwagyo yelled displeased, "Shut up, I'm someone who burned through the Rasa to get here. We can catch those Sichuan Alliance bastards just by crossing this mountain. So what's the need for formation? You failures can follow behind supporting that old man." So Yobing unexpectedly did not get angry at all. "Go, his words are not wrong," he and Riup said, unable to understand. "Hao Gong, how can you be so calm?" the old man replied casually. "There's joy and sorrow, don't you think so? Aside from the Asura unit commander in the blood sect, isn't the strongest martial artist Yiwagyo the eradicator sword of the assassin unit? Sichuan has a man of both martial and literary prowess named Jin Wurip, so this old man is truly curious about the fight between the two. Once we cross this mountain, we will witness that sight." Over here, Rio Hua, who was moving, suddenly stopped and glanced behind her. Yu Dea, beside her, asked quizzically, "Miss Dan, what's wrong?" Rio Hua replied, "I think I hear a sound from beyond that mountain." Jin Wurip heard those words and sighed inwardly. Have they already closed the distance? Thinking so, he immediately spoke, reminding them, "If we continue like this, we'll be caught in less than half a sijin. We must increase our marching speed." Rio Hua shook her head. "Young master, it won't even take half a sijin." Jin Wurip was puzzled. "What do you mean, miss? Aren't they advancing from beyond that mountain?" Rio Hua explained. "Not an advance, it's just one cavalryman." A cavalryman was approaching at a terrifying speed. Everyone was surprised to hear there was only one person. Immediately, smoke billowed up there. Yiwagyo appeared in their sight, laughing loudly. "You rats, I finally caught you. Where is Jin Wurip? Quickly offer your head." As Yangchu was about to rush out, "Young master, this subordinate will deal with that fellow." Jin Wurip raised his hand to stop him. "I will handle it personally. He is a strong opponent. We must not underestimate this fellow." The Unreang Pavilion and Heavenly Martial Unit warriors, who were on their way back from their mission, had to stop abruptly before the last mountain, the Great Snow Mountain Range. This was a natural barrier separating Sichuan and Tibet. A single blood sect general had pursued them, wielding a massive heavy sword emitting suffocating killing intent from his entire body. By the time he arrived, his horse was already exhausted and collapsed. Yiwagyo, without the slightest hesitation, drew his sword and walked towards the people. "Where are you trying to run, you lot? This old man will kill you all." People were inwardly horrified. The killing intent emanating from his body felt like blades piercing through their bodies. To think there's another strong individual like this in the blood sect, if we're caught by him, we'll surely die. Even the administration office elders are likely no match for him. Why is such a person here? Jin Wurip glanced behind him and reminded them, "Look at his aura. He is even stronger than Bloodguard Zishan at Red Snake Valley. Even if we defeat him, there are more troops behind. Everyone, listen carefully to what I say. Cross the Great Snow Mountain Range with all your might right now. We must call for reinforcements. Run as if the Grim Reaper is chasing you. Never look back. Not until you meet the Sichuan Alliance's reinforcements." This was Jin Wurip's first principle for the Guangmu unit. In moments of danger, prioritize yourself. Jin Wurip was emphasizing that maxim once again. Kong Rio Wall said with emotion, "True man, I can die content now. You lead the children and escape first." Ha Yungbo continued. "I understand your feelings, but I think you're mistaken. No warrior is fleeing." Kong Riowal was startled, turned his head to look, and shouted loudly, "What are you all doing? Didn't you hear the commander's order? Hurry and escape." People were afraid, but still very resolute. "Granduncle, we cannot leave. Run without looking back. How can we abandon the commander while enemies are swarming in groups? We will not leave. That's what comrades do." Tang Wu also spoke bravely. "I cannot leave. Elder, please reconsider. I will stay here." Kong Riowal sighed inwardly. "These foolish brats, they've all gone mad." Yang Mu stepped forward and said, "Jin Wurip, it's time to fulfill the promise. Right here I will." Before he could finish speaking, Jin Wurip cut him off. "No, I will go. The commander-in-chief is already injured. So please leave this to me. When enemy forces arrive, please command all the units." The moment Jin Wurip picked up the Heavenly Martial Unit's flag, Commander Yang Mu could feel his aura. It was a heavy and powerful aura, enough to contend with the enemy general. No, there was clearly something even grander about it. Over here, Yiwagyo, seeing Jin Wurip step forward, laughed loudly. "To think there's such a bold fellow." He and Riup said, "You had a handsome face and an extremely arrogant gaze, and seeing you now, I know it's you, Jin Wurip." Over here, Jin Wurip also did not hide it and replied casually, "That's right, it's me. Who are you? Your appearance is truly ugly. Let's skip the introductions. Everyone's busy, you see. No one from Tibet can cross this banner, neither you nor those masses behind you." Yiwagyo looked back upon hearing those words, so Yobing's group was already standing on the ridge. Has the battle begun now? He and Riup was surprised to think Yiwagyo was finally tied down like this. The person next to him marveled. The opponent looked so young. Is that Jin Wurip? Yang Mu gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn it, the unit behind has already caught up. We also need to prepare to support Commander Jin. Just then, another person pointed out that another unit had appeared on the other side of the Great Snow Mountain Range. The people cheered at the sight. It's the Sichuan Alliance. The Sichuan Alliance reinforcements have arrived. We're saved. The Sichuan Alliance arrived at a very opportune moment. The Alliance leader himself was leading the charge. The pavilion master of the secret pavilion is also with him. Han Qianwal was filled with emotion. It was truly true that Jin Wu Rip was fighting a tough battle. It's fortunate that we weren't too late. It's all thanks to Juk Moge. Juk Moge, his name called, humbly clasped his hands. It's nothing, he thought inwardly. Young master, it seems you succeeded in saving the heavenly martial unit, but to fight in this situation, on this side, Wu Gezong also thought inwardly, sweating profusely. Young master, why are you there? Why are you fighting the enemy general one-on-one? He and Riup asked the person next to him. Hao Gong, it seems the Sichuan Alliance has noticed everything. So should we take Yi Wagyo with us? So Yeobing immediately shook his head. No, let's watch more. We must capture Jin Wu Rip, he and Riup said, unable to understand. If we go down, won't the Sichuan Alliance attack us too? So Yeobing laughed. He and Riup, the righteous martial artists, are colder than the heretic ones. They will not advance to save one rising talent. We should take advantage of that today, and get Jin Wu Rip's head. Yi Wagyo will handle himself. We must appease the sect leader's anger. On this side, Han Qianwal worriedly opened his mouth. Commander and the unit seem to be in great danger. Shouldn't we go down and support them? Tang Moonjiang stopped him telepathically. Wait, Alliance leader, if the beggar's sect's words are true, Jin Wu Rip's return could put us in danger. Jin Wu Rip has achieved a great merit that even the heavenly martial unit could not. So Madeline can solidify his position and then use him to rally and control the small and medium factions. Let him die here. This is for the future of our Sichuan Alliance. Having said this much, he said loudly, if we step forward it will be like igniting the flames of war, so it would be better to watch more. Han Qianwal nodded. Understood. First, let's stabilize the heavenly martial unit and the Unreal Pavilion warriors. Jin Wu Rip drew his sword at this moment. Many people have come to watch, haven't they? Are you going to fight? Yi Wagyo laughed coldly. Of course, if you want to leave, leave your head behind. Rio Hua reminded him telepathically at this moment. Young master, you mustn't use that martial art here. Jin Wu Rip confidently laughed and replied, I know. The two then immediately swung their swords and charged at each other. When the last battle of the War of All Under Heaven occurred, 80% of the world excluding Jiangnan and Sichuan was in the hands of the Eight Desolations Gate. They rushed too quickly to the final stage. In the end, the Eight Desolations Gate failed to conquer Jiangnan and Sichuan, and suffered a crushing defeat. The Sichuan Alliance was born in that period of chaos. How could a newly established alliance make the entire Sichuan Murim submit? It was because the masters of Madelim always stood at the forefront, enduring alone until the very last moment. Outer sect master, remember today. Madelim's sword, that sword which everyone has always protected, will once again shine today. Yi Wagyo laughed loudly and swung his saber. You're going to fight me with yin cold energy, truly a courageous fellow. It wasn't in vain that this old man exerted his full strength to chase you. His single strike shattered the ground and kicked up thick dust. Jin Wu Rip also swung his sword not weakly and counterattacked with Mirror Flower's sword. As the body-shifting technique unfolded, the sky immediately brightened. Yi Wagyo laughed loudly and sneered, is this all there is? He then once again swung his saber and slashed. Jin Wu Rip hastily bent backward to evade. Yi Wagyo coldly snorted, arrogant fellow, he was intentionally evading slowly. He must be aiming for a chance to counterattack before I can retract my move. This brat has quite some skill. Much better than those rascals from the Potala Palace. Jin Wu Rip laughed coldly. With that much skill, you don't deserve to boast here. Yi Wagyo burst out laughing upon hearing those words. You should be grateful for your composure so far, but the jokes end here. Mad Dragon Jin Wu Rip, let's see how far your skill goes. Having finished speaking, he raised his saber high and gathered his true chi. Ouyang Mu from behind unconsciously broke into a cold sweat. Enemy killing aura with sword energy. Even in my peak condition, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand against such a master. Can the Guangmu unit commander really contend with him? Jin Wu Rip also frowned on this side and thought, he's too strong. I can't conserve my internal energy while fighting him. Besides, those blood-sect rascals seem ready to pounce at any moment. The best course of action is to end this quickly and join the Sichuan Alliance. Thinking so, he sighed and charged. Let's finish this quickly. Indeed, the two clashed in close combat once more and thick dust billowed up again. Yi Wagyo dashed out from the dust and unleashed 4 seas stirring rain saber myriad angle slice. Jin Wu Rip likewise unleashed Mirror Flower sword, Violet sword, True River. The battle between the two astonished everyone present. Once again the two directly confronted each other, and a powerful aura exploded around them. Yuk Gun Miang thought nervously. This wasn't his original martial art. Is Madelim's martial art truly this level? I heard he only entered Madelim recently, truly a monster. Yu Dea was also lost in thought. I must learn all of this. On this side, Han Qianwal was also very surprised. Zhou Pyong Qian, no, Madelim was secretly raising such a monster. If our alliance hadn't brought Madelim to our side, that sword would probably have been pointed at us. Having thought this far, he opened his mouth. Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion, seeing this sight, it seems we made the right choice. Tang Moonjiang agreed. Your subordinate also thinks so, Alliance Leader. There will be much to do when we return to Sichuan. On this side, so Yeobing also spoke to his people. He and Riup, we must quickly proceed with the plan. This child Jin Wu Rip is more dangerous than I thought. If he grows, he will surely become the greatest threat to our sect. He and Riup continued. I also agree with that opinion, so Yeobing continued. Anyone with eyes can see that if the fight prolongs, the Sichuan alliance will enter the fray and participate. In that case, it's better for us to intervene now and take his head. That child must die here." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Ryup led the charge riding down on horseback. On this side, Jin Woo-rip saw the sight and sneered coldly. "It seems you're in a disadvantageous position. Your friend is coming to help." Yi Wagyo turned around in fury and shouted loudly, "In Ryup, you son of a bitch!" Jin Woo-rip seized the opportunity and swung his sword. Splashing blood on one of his cheeks, he gnashed his teeth in fury and once again swung his saber. "I'll kill you before those bastards arrive." Jin Woo-rip on this side still maintained a very calm expression, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly and unleashing Severing Blade, crushing Cloud Hand's sword with Red Cloud. Dea was very surprised at the sight. "Isn't that my ultimate technique?" Jin Woo-rip turned his head, glanced at him and smiled. "Watch closely, Dea, you can do this too." Yi Wagyo, seeing Jin Woo-rip suddenly hold up a banner, said, unable to understand. "A banner? What are you going to do with that?" At the same time, he and Ryup's voice came from behind. "Yi Wagyo, quickly retreat and join the main unit. Don't be stubborn. The order is to join all units and kill him." Yi Wagyo realized something and shouted loudly, "Stop, you fools, don't come any closer," but it was already too late. Jin Woo-rip raised the banner and coldly snorted, "You idiots, it's too late." Having finished speaking, he resolutely threw the banner. He and Ryup was not afraid at all and jumped off his horse, charging. Throwing a banner, it's just a child's prank. The move he unleashed was Red Cloud Ghost Hand Sword Death-Seeking Illusions. Jin Woo-rip on this side laughed coldly. "You'll be fine, but what about your subordinates?" He and Ryup suddenly realized something and was astonished. "My God!" The banner fragments, as he had thought, flew out, slaughtering the subordinates behind him. Both sides were surprised once again. He and Ryup turned around nervously. "Mad Dragon of Sichuan, I knew he was skilled in both martial arts and strategy, but not this far. Is his level this high?" The Unreung Pavilion people on this side also murmured. "Is the Guangmu unit commander's level really that great? I knew he caught the berserker with Elder Kong, but..." On this side, Ha Yungbo also exclaimed in surprise to the person next to him, "You should have told me his level earlier. Now I understand why I trusted him so much." Kong Ryo Wall shook his head. "I've never seen such a bizarre thing. This is also the first time I'm seeing it," he thought inwardly. "Has this brat Jin Woo-rip always hidden his level? There must be a reason. He was just trying to protect us." On this side, Jin Woo-rip smiled at his opponent. "How about it? So Yeobing's plan is over, isn't it? I told you, you wouldn't be able to cross that banner." The corpses strewn everywhere were mostly burning Hell Unit members. But Commander Yi Wagyo's anger wasn't because his subordinates died. While Yi Wagyo was furious and he and Ryup was surprised, so Yeobing's mind was solely on killing that brat. He's too dangerous, even if it means sacrificing all the blood sect warriors here. Jin Woo-rip was looking up at him from below, continued to wave his hand, provoking him. "Old man, do you want to give it a try? But your forces must have diminished greatly." So Yeobing was inwardly surprised. "Has he been continuously keeping track of our numbers?" Han Qianwal on this side once again opened his mouth. "Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion, it's time for us to act. With the opportune moment, location and people all present, what's the point of us coming all this way if we don't help now?" He then shouted loudly downwards. "We will not tolerate the oppression of our alliance warriors. Rescue the Guangmu unit commander and protect the seriously injured. Do not forgive anyone who crosses the Great Snow Mountain Range." So Yeobing thought inwardly, Han Qianwal's timing is truly excellent. The rascals who followed him also seem to be masters, so even if I go down now, it will be difficult to kill that brat. Thinking so, he resolutely turned his horse and left. "Zhang Gong, we are retreating." The people as they left continued to threaten. "Brat, prepare your neck, I will definitely come for you." Yi Wagyo was naturally the most furious person. "Jin Woo-rip, you will surely die by my hand." Jin Woo-rip paid him no mind. "If you're that frustrated, fight now." Yi Wagyo was not provoked by his words and quickly left with his group. Han Qianwal's group also rushed over simultaneously. "Guangmu unit commander, are you all right? You've worked hard." Jin Woo-rip coldly snorted inwardly. "The cunning old man finally appears, does he?" Thinking so, he still courteously bowed. The commander of the Guangmu unit, Unreung Pavilion, greets the alliance leader. "Thank you for your assistance, alliance leader." Han Qianwal smiled and said, "It's nothing. Since I came personally, the brat doesn't need to worry about anything." Jin Woo-rip despised him even more inwardly. Truly a genius with words, befitting the Sichuan alliance leader. In the end, the story concluded with the Sichuan alliance leader personally leading the charge to save the alliance members. Tang Moon Jiang on this side secretly thought, "Thanks to the alliance leader, I also saved a little face." To think that beggar's words were true. Due to the secret pavilion's false information, the heavenly martial unit fell into the enemy's trap. If responsibility is to be assigned for this, the secret pavilion will find it difficult to escape blame. Conversely, Jin Woo-rip, who destroyed the Blood Knight Berserker experimental site and saved the heavenly martial unit, achieved great merit. This cannot stand. If things continue like this, Madeline will disrupt the balance of the Sichuan alliance. Thinking so, he opened his mouth. "Alliance leader, it would be better to continue discussing all the details once we return to the alliance." Han Qianwal nodded in agreement. "It's not good to stay in enemy territory. Let's return." As they departed for Sichuan, the faces of those who had survived the accident were all filled with joy. Jin Woo-rip at this moment turned around and said telepathically to Wu Gasong, "Outer Sect Master, long time no see, is your home peaceful?" Wu Gasong replied, "Nothing in particular. But I have one question for the young master. Since when were you able to fully master the Mirror Flower Sword?" Jin Woo-rip laughed and explained, I don't know either, it suited me very well so I mastered it quickly. Wuxia was filled with emotion. Is it thanks to the pure yin constitution? Anyway, the young master has accomplished a great feat. On the way here today I kept asking Juk Moge, the sect master will surely be pleased when he hears about this. Jin Wurip smiled with satisfaction. I hope so too. Time flew by quickly. 2 days later, the Sichuan Alliance issued only one public notice to the outside world. The Sichuan Alliance leader rescued the Unreung Pavilion and Heavenly Martial Unit warriors. After the Heavenly Martial Unit and Unreung Pavilion returned, all the warriors were enveloped in silence. People were talking all over the Alliance, so young Seong was walking dejectedly. Our commander did all the hard work. If it weren't for the commander, how would we have found Red Snake Valley? The Heavenly Martial Unit would have all died, Kong Riowal said with a smile. Young Seong, it seems following Commander Jin was the right choice. So young Seong continued. Perhaps Marshal Granduncle, although it won't be publicly announced, shouldn't the commander's merits be acknowledged? Kong Riowal explained. It's not appropriate to celebrate achievements when the Heavenly Martial Unit is in tatters. Everyone knows the Guangmu Unit commander's merits, so there's no need to make a fuss about it. So young Seong finally understood upon hearing those words. Hearing his martial granduncle, he said, Then I was too careless. Since the Heavenly Martial Unit suffered such a great shock, discussing merits could be problematic. A gag order has been issued to the Unreung Pavilion and Heavenly Martial Unit warriors. Ostensibly, this was to prevent political instability in Sichuan, but in reality, it was because the pavilion master of the secret pavilion did not want Jin Wurip's name to be too prominent. Even at the celebration feast for their achievements held in the Zhongmaquan, there were no exotic delicacies, music, or dancing girls. However, the atmosphere at the Unreung Pavilion Warriors Feast was more joyous than ever. By the heavens, it's been so long since I last had meat and wine. We don't need music or dancing girls. This alone is enough, but I still can't get over the shock of seeing our commander battle the enemy general on the plateau. That's right, reality and rumors are so different. I was just dumbfounded with awe. It wasn't just us. The squad leaders from Madeline were the same. They said they had never seen the general commander's martial arts before. Zhou Walin, the Unreung Pavilion commander of the Black Spirit Unit, also approached at this moment. In truth, not many people in the main sect know much about the young master. Before the Great Sword sect fell, our perception of the young master was not much different from that of the Sichuan Alliance now. It was only after the young master accomplished what no one else could that he finally gained recognition. Jin Solran glanced at Wurip with admiration. This situation was exactly the same. When choosing warriors to join the Guangmu unit, no one recognized Jin Wurip's talent. But after performing the mission together in Tibet, everything unfolded like this. Who could have imagined it? Wurip spoke at this moment. That's enough, no more compliments, just raise your cups. Although it's not a grand feast, everyone here deserves to get drunk. So everyone eat and drink to your heart's content. And so the Unreung Pavilion warriors quietly held their feast. All night long they praised Jin Wurip's bravery. Although the feast was small, its atmosphere could be said to be more joyful than ever. What mission did the Unreung Pavilion and Heavenly Martial Unit warriors carry out? And what happened that their achievements had to be discussed in private? That story was known only to the Heavenly Martial Unit and Unreung Pavilion warriors who participated in the Tibetan expedition. And the stories shared here were never revealed to the world. Dong Chogai approached, puzzled, and asked, Great hero, was our young master truly such an amazing person? The person turned his head, glanced at him, and was a little surprised. Little brother, can I tell him? So young Seong replied, Oh dear, let alone other beggars sect people, this is someone we meet every day. Although the story was mentioned once again, Jin Wurip's achievements still did not spread to the world. Dong Chogai, after hearing his exploits, had an expression of admiration and reverence on his face. The scene shifts to Bakmansung of the Sichuan Alliance. The inn had been converted into a dormitory. This place was originally an inn located on the main street, so it was usually very crowded, but today it was unusually packed with no room for even one more person. The interesting thing was that even looking down from the second floor, everyone gathered here was silently holding their breath. On the platform, someone was speaking loudly. A force of 500 men was in pursuit. Among generals armed with cutting-edge weapons, the young master walked out without hesitation and shouted, Stop, in 2 loud words. Having said this much, he suddenly raised his head and looked up. Hey friend on the second floor, don't lean on the railing like that. You'll fall. The person displaying his eloquence was none other than Dong Chogai. When he suddenly stopped, someone couldn't help but urge him. Don't stop suddenly. Quickly continue the story. Dong Chogai sighed. How can I tell the story when I'm dying of thirst? Another person immediately shouted. Truly, hey you, no cheap flowers. Bring him some golden glutinous rice cakes. I'm the owner of this inn, so I won't charge you. So quickly continue the story. Dong Chogai, without the slightest hesitation, picked up the entire wine bottle and drank madly. As I said, the Heavenly Martial Unit was temporarily unable to engage in combat due to a previous mission. At that time, the young master turned around and shouted loudly, Don't look back. Everyone go quickly. The crowd, hearing those words, was all excited. Truly a man of valor. The day Madeline regains its former glory is not far off. Who doesn't know that? Whose hands will the position of Sichuan's finest fall into? Dong Chogai waved his hand from the platform. Everyone please be quiet and continue listening. I understand your feelings. Even I, who heard it directly, got goosebumps all over my body. Although the young master told me to leave, am I not the young master's right-hand man? How could I abandon my lord and leave? At that time I boldly shouted, I will share life and death with the young master. The crowd, hearing those words, was all excited. Waiter, quickly lock the main gate. I must pledge my heart to a true man like Brother Dongcho Gai. Indeed, a beggar should be a man of valor, but why did the beggar's sect follow them all the way? I really don't understand. Seeing the crowd arguing and fighting among themselves, Dongcho Gai tried to escape. Just then, someone grabbed him. Don't mind that, quickly finish the story. Dongcho Gai had no choice but to stand up again and say, actually, that's all I know. I heard other stories too, but for several reasons I can't tell them to other people. This is a top-secret mission of the Sichuan Alliance. The person who was being beaten spoke again. Did you hear it correctly? This is something even the people who went with them don't know, so how do you know it? Did you make it up? The crowd, hearing those words, all looked at him with sharp eyes. Immediately, everyone rushed towards him and beat him up. You said it was a secret, so why are you talking so much, or should we make your death a secret? A moment later, the young man lay motionless, beaten by the crowd. A story told by Dongcho Gai, who was called the young master's right-hand man at the inn, spread widely throughout the world, and not long after, that story even spread to its origin. So Jinwan approached Wu Rip and reported, Heavenly Lord, the rumors are spreading more and more in the inn. It's the story of the Sichuan Alliance's expedition to Tibet, and it seems everything came from Dongcho Gai's mouth. Wu Rip laughed upon hearing those words. He didn't know the specific situation, but he could roughly guess. The immense pride of the four great major sects would not let this matter pass, because if anything happened to them, the center of attention should be the secret pavilion. For now, monitor the secret pavilion and identify the people who come to talk with Tang Munjiang. The pavilion master of the secret pavilion is probably an intelligent old man, so he likely has something prepared around the area where critical discussions take place. So don't push yourselves too hard. After Jinwan left, Wu Rip looked outside, puzzled. What's wrong with you? Riohua laughed, but the killing intent in her body was not hidden at all. I kept wondering why people called me the Mad Woman. Now I know, Wu Rip asked, puzzled. Where are you going? Riohua smiled cunningly. I need to pay a visit to Great Hero Dong for a moment. And so, the bloodthirsty madwoman, the madwoman among madwomen, Madwoman Riohua, played a deathly game of hide-and-seek with Dongcho Gai for a while. One day at the Sichuan Alliance's secret pavilion, Tang Munmiang saw someone entering and asked, What brings such a distinguished guest to this humble place? The person who came was none other than Zhang Yuji, pavilion master of the heavenly immortal pavilion. He immediately got to the point and asked, How can the pavilion master be so calm? Haven't you heard the rumors yet? Tang Munmiang replied, If it's a story related to Jin Wu Rip, I've heard it too. First, please sit. Zhang Yuji shook his head. No, if your excellency continues to let the rumors spread, what will become of the prestige of the four great major sects? I'm truly curious. How can you simply stand by? Tang Munmiang explained. Only 60 warriors returned from Tibet, and most of them are disciples of the four great major sects. Since we issued a gag order, it's common for such rumors to circulate. I am currently thinking of a solution, so please go back and wait for now. Zhang Yuji turned and walked out. Haven't you come up with a proper plan yet? If the secret pavilion acts slowly, our heavenly immortal pavilion will step forward, just so you know. After the other person left, Tang Munmiang gritted his teeth in anger. This foolish fellow. If the heavenly martial unit had done well from the start, none of this would have happened. Outside, someone approached Zhang Yuji and saluted. GMO unit's Tang Jungho greets heavenly immortal pavilion master. He was immediately called in by Tang Munmiang, and on the rooftop, so Jinwan quietly watched. Heavenly Immortal Pavilion Master Zhang Yuji, followed by GMO unit's Tang Jungho. Invading this place in broad daylight is by no means an easy feat. All entrances are guarded, and even unoccupied areas must have mechanisms installed. Let alone assassination, even monitoring this place without leaving a trace is impossible. What on earth are they talking about inside? Inside, Tang Munmiang took a sip of wine and asked, Jungho, you've worked hard, have you learned a lot? Tang Jungho replied. Pavilion Master, I had nothing to do at all, Tang Munmiang countered. No, this mission was very difficult. Who would have known the heavenly martial unit would fail like this? Tang Jungho smiled helplessly and said, I think so too about that matter, but there were many very strange things about this expedition to Tibet. Tang Munmiang immediately paid attention upon hearing those words. Strange things? Tell me in detail, the young man explained. When we first arrived in Tibet, the eastern border was weakened by war, but as soon as we arrived, guys called the blood returning unit appeared. It was as if they were waiting for us to come. Seeing his intense focus, the young man thought inwardly, I just said whatever came to mind, but the pavilion master seems very interested in this matter. Tang Jungho then continued to voice his suspicions, from the beggar's sect's bloody incident to the heavenly martial unit falling into the enemy's trap, and the old men who followed them to Chengdu. Tang Munmiang fell into deep thought. I already know most of the stories from the reports. Even if I investigate, there's room for rebuttal. I need a new weakness. Just then, the young man spoke again. Among them, the most suspicious thing is Jin Wu Rip's actions. If he had immediately delivered the blood letter to the heavenly martial unit upon receiving it, he could have prevented their failure. But he chose to go to Red Snake Valley instead of saving his comrades. I truly cannot understand his actions. Tang Munmiang was startled upon hearing those words. After receiving the blood letter, he only doubted the secret pavilion's information. That can be sufficiently rebutted, but that's not the point. Having thought this far, he asked, Jung-ho, why do you think Jin Woo-rip going to Red Snake Valley is strange? The young man firmly replied, because I cannot stop suspecting him. Everywhere Jin Woo-rip goes, it's as if he brings good fortune. Everything proceeds according to his intentions. Pavilion Master Madeline and the Blood Sect share the same route. It's highly possible that Jin Woo-rip is a spy planted by the Blood Sect in our alliance. I believe this matter must be investigated. He sneered inwardly. People still only see and hear what they want to see and hear. If I sow a little doubt in them, those who love rumors will spread it themselves. Even if the truth is revealed later, the lost honor will be difficult to recover. Tang Moon-myung indeed fell for his words and smiled cunningly. Jung-ho, we must actively investigate this matter. I finally got you, Jin Woo-rip. 2 days later, in the Unreal Pavilion's underground training ground, Ryo Hwa was practicing swordsmanship with Woo-rip. She admired inwardly. The chi, colder than ice, instantly transforms into heat like lava. If I weren't a master of pure internal energy, I would have found it difficult to even touch his weapon. Yang Chu also watched from the side, admiring inwardly. The Heavenly Lord has truly changed a lot. Now he can use 2 opposing primordial chis simultaneously. The day he resolves his illness is not far off. The next move Woo-rip unfolded was Violet Sword True River. When this move was unleashed, Yu-dae's mouth hung open. Violet Sword True River can be deployed over such a wide area. Ryo Hwa, opposite him, was also very puzzled. Is he really going to do it? Woo-rip smiled confidently and replied, why should the young lady be distressed? You'll be able to block this attack. Ryo Hwa, hearing those words, gripped her sword hilt even tighter. If this damned fellow pushes me this far, I'll have no choice but to use my ultimate technique. Since only acquaintances are here, I'll show you my true skill. The move she unfolded was Heavenly Blade Dance Formation, her master sword Emperor Qianyang's unique martial art. Yuk-gun-myung stood blankly, frozen. The form of the blade has vanished. Both Ryo Hwa and the other person were now charging towards their opponent. I'll return it 100-fold. How will you evade this? Having said that, she swung her sword madly. Woo-rip stood there looking left and right. Very quickly he swung his sword, blocking her sword technique. This surprised even Ryo Hwa. He blocked Master's peerless 100 waves head-on without evading. Was the mad woman the Sword Emperor's disciple? Wasn't she Dan Yu-hwa? She couldn't stop being surprised at all. Peerless 100 Waves was an illusory sword with no discernible form. Until now, only 2 people had been able to perfectly block this move. One was her father, the Heavenly Dragon, praised for possessing the same sixth sense, and the other was Ryo Hwa's older brother, young Heavenly Marshal Lord Dan Ya-ryong, who inherited that sixth sense. Even if he possesses a pure yin constitution, how can someone without a remarkable sixth sense block this move? Young master, you always surprise me. Just then, Yuk-gun-myung stepped between the two and stopped them. All right, stop. If you keep going, someone will get hurt. Woo-rip smiled and withdrew his sword. He thought inwardly. This level is sufficient. Even if I use all my internal energy, there's no sign of the yin and yang primal chi mixing. Originally, these two primal chis sought to devour each other, but now they have learned to accept each other. In the not-too-distant future, I will be able to fuse these two primal chis into one, and then I can unseal the immense extreme yang internal energy sealed in my dantian. After that, I will use the mysterious elixir my master spoke of and anticipate its effects. Ryo Hwa still spoke with disbelief. That's impossible. How did you see through my sword technique? Rip agreed. That's right, I didn't see it. One doesn't necessarily have to see something to block it, do they? Yu-dae, still unable to understand, asked from the side. The latter part is too difficult to grasp. Young master, how did you do it? Woo-rip calmly explained. It's simple. You use the movements of your hands, feet, and shoulders to trace a sword path around your opponent's entire body. If you can't do that, then just launch more attacks than your opponent. Yu-dae asked again. What if the opponent's sword is faster than mine? Woo-rip replied. Then you must maintain distance and block sword with sword. That's how you find an opening. Yu-dae still couldn't quite grasp it. But young master, what if I can't maintain distance or my sword breaks first? Woo-rip laughed cheerfully, approached and smacked him. Then you should run away. This fellow talks too much. Just then another voice was heard from outside. Greetings, Heavenly Lord. Hearing this, Woo-rip called Jinwan in. As soon as the young man appeared, he immediately reported, within 2 days, the Pavilion Masters of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, Northern Heaven Pavilion, Western Heaven Pavilion, and Prime Minister's Pavilion have all arrived at the Secret Pavilion. They are all at the elder level of their respective sects, and Tang Jung-ho of the GMHO unit was also there. After Tang Jung-ho arrived, the Secret Pavilion seems to have found a stratagem. As soon as Tang Jung-ho left, the Secret Pavilion immediately began to act. Woo-rip couldn't understand. Why are they being so evasive? What on earth is happening? Jinwan explained. My apologies, Heavenly Lord. Your subordinate sent someone to investigate again. To prevent Madeline and the small and medium factions from uniting, they spread false rumors about you. The rumor is that the young master of Madeline is a blood sect spy. The Secret Pavilion is trying to connect Madeline and the blood sect as having the same root. Ryo Hwa sighed sadly inwardly. No matter how much the 4 great major sects value their prestige, this is too much. What I worried about when bringing Jin Woo-rip to the Sichuan alliance has finally happened. He was misunderstood as a descendant of the Eight Desolations Gate his entire life, and now he's being falsely accused of being a blood sect spy. Having thought this far, she opened her mouth and asked, "Young master, are you all right?" But she saw Wu Rip smiling. Udea from behind asked worriedly, "Young master, are you all right?" Wu Rip replied, "I always knew Tang Jung-ho was constantly monitoring me in Tibet. Since they couldn't find the shadow unit, they would have had nothing to seize. I already expected them to try to undermine me when I achieved a great merit. The Sichuan Alliance's secret pavilion is a place that can make something out of nothing, but I didn't expect them to cross the line this far." Everyone froze, stunned by his grimness. Wu Rip then gave them orders. "Dea, go to Chengdu Prefecture and gather all the Beggars' Sect disciples." Yang Chu interrupted at this moment. "There are indeed many Beggars' Sect disciples, but there are more places." "That place is a bandit's lair," Wu Rip agreed. "That's right, Sangqian was originally a bandit's lair. Escort agencies were originally people who performed escort missions, and they utterly detested people like us. This is because after we unified the mountain strongholds, merchants' travels became too safe. Do you know how many false rumors the escort agencies spread about Sangqian after that?" Udea suddenly realized inwardly. "I had forgotten the young master's background. The person before me is the infamous faceless mountain king whom the Murim eagerly sought," Yak Gunmyang said, sweating profusely. "It seems the secret pavilion master has messed with the wrong person." Wu Rip laughed with a sinister expression. "That's right, counter-espionage is my specialty. Old man secret pavilion master, you're a dead man." When Madeline was on the brink of destruction, a new star appeared, and that was Mad Dragon Jin Wu Rip. As the world learned of his great achievements in Tibet, his past began to be unearthed once again, from stories of him being the one who destroyed the Great Sword Sect, to saving the Heavenly Sword Gate and Parkjian Sword Gate. Madeline, once forgotten in the Sichuan Alliance Murim, was now drawing attention again. The scene shifts to Madeline. Omu Gang rushed over excitedly. "I knew it. That brat would find a way. My constant trust in him wasn't in vain. Who could that brat be? He's my sister's son. Who could that brat be? He's my grandson. My very own grandson." As soon as he opened the door, he saw his wife sitting there, and the atmosphere immediately fell silent. Li Enraging after a moment smiled and said, "Your humble wife understands, my lord. Your great joy is because of young Master Jin, isn't it? I hear that child achieved great merit." Zhou Mugang, excited, sat at the table. "That brat Jin Wu Rip saved the Sichuan Alliance from the brink of defeat, but how has our family been doing recently?" Li Enraging explained. "The young one has a quick temper, so these days I'm teaching him painting and calligraphy. The child enjoys it very much." Zhou Mugang admired. "Indeed, painting and calligraphy are the best ways to calm one's mind. I only wish for that child to grow up healthy." Just then, Zhou Pyeongqian pushed open the door and entered cheerfully, but upon seeing Zhou Mugang and his wife he immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere became awkward once again. After a moment he awkwardly spoke again. "You've all arrived early? The pavilion masters will probably arrive soon too. As for what just happened," Zhou Mugang interrupted. "What did we see? Father, we saw nothing at all." Li Enraging sighed, admiring inwardly. "What a truly interesting family." A moment later, the pavilion masters also arrived in succession, all as joyful as those who had arrived earlier. Once everyone was seated, Zhou Pyeongqian began to speak. "Now that all the pavilion masters and elders are gathered, as you all know, Wu Rip achieved great merit in the Sichuan Alliance's expedition to Tibet. However, the four great major sects of the Cornerstone Seal will absolutely not let this matter pass. Wu Rip surely has a countermeasure, but we too must prepare for the next step." Madeline infiltrated Chengdu and joined the Sichuan Alliance, and the Unveil Pavilion embarked on the Tibetan expedition. Following the flow of the war between the Blood Sect and the Potala Palace, the magnates of the Sichuan Murim also began to act. Gung Yawal, commander of the Shadow Unit, said to the person in front of him, "Pavilion master of the secret pavilion, your subordinate has spread rumors that Jin Wu Rip is a blood sect spy." Tang Munmyang nodded and praised. "Good, continue to disguise yourselves and spread false rumors. Especially emphasize that Madeline and the blood sect share the same root and that Jin Wu Rip colluded with the blood sect." The other person immediately accepted the order without any objection and departed. Tang Munmyang stood there, frowning, thinking inwardly, the Zhengmequan meeting is in 2 days, which is enough time to spread rumors and draw Jin Wu Rip there. Since Sichuan is a center of trade, nothing can spread faster than merchants' mouths. After Tang Jungho's visit, the first thing Tang Munmyang did was request support from the Law Enforcement Hall, the highest authority in the Sichuan Alliance, because this is the institution that enforces the Alliance's laws. It is the most powerful among all institutions, Tang Munmyang explained seriously. "Hallmaster, soon bad rumors will spread about the Guangmu unit commander. At that time, I hope the Law Enforcement Hall will arrest the Guangmu unit commander and the Unreung Pavilion master to investigate the truth." Muk Xiaoguang, Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, laughed loudly. "I thought the Pavilion Master would make a bigger request. For this matter, do not worry." After returning, Tang Munmyang stood by the window, gazing at the moon, thinking, the Zhengmequan meeting is held to release the Tibet expedition report and discuss Jin Wu Rip's achievements, but that day will be your Memorial Day. Becoming a blood sect spy will feel unjust, but you have crossed the line. If you and the small and medium factions cannot become the arrows of our alliance, then become useful consumables. The scene shifts to an inn. 2 people entered and ordered 2 bowls of gukbap and 4 dumplings. They immediately began speaking loudly on purpose. "Brother, have you heard the news about the Sichuan Alliance's expedition to Tibet? Didn't they say the young master of Madalim achieved great merit? But in fact it's rumored that the young master colluded with the blood sect. They say he was able to do such unbelievable things because he knew Tibet so well, brother. Truly, the rumors are spreading throughout the city, and you didn't know at all." The young man sighed inwardly. "Guangmu unit commander, I am truly sorry. I spoke too soon. This rumor would immediately spread from person to person. This is because there were many merchants around. But unexpectedly, people didn't believe it at all. Damn it, a blood sect spy this time. What on earth is the truth? What was that story I just heard from brother?" The old man who just passed by said the young master of Madalim was a spy sent by the Central Plains Murim. Someone else said he was the Wudang sect's white-browed Taoist's late-life disciple. Everyone in the inn then began to murmur. All sorts of identities were attached to Wu Rip, and almost all major powers were mentioned. One identity was certain. Wu Rip was an avid fan of Hugo Review. The young man who had just been spreading false rumors froze blankly, utterly bewildered inwardly. "Why are there so many rumors about the Guangmu unit commander? I originally only intended to spread rumors that Jin Wu Rip colluded with the blood sect. In the current situation, there's no more room to spread false rumors. Now the rumors are buried within other rumors." The 2 then got up and left without eating. As they walked they discussed, unable to understand, and the more they thought, the stranger it became. The son of the demonic sect leader, the illegitimate child of the divine dragon. Something we don't know must have happened. As the 2 were in the midst of conversation, someone suddenly appeared and struck their pressure points. This person was Chu Ryan. "I have a question, so tell me again the story you were telling at the inn." The young man, tense and sweating profusely, thought inwardly. "This is the shadow unit, yet I was subdued so easily?" As soon as they asked who their opponent was, their commander was dragged over, and upon seeing Yu Dea and the other person recognized them as Guangmu unit members. Even when they threatened loudly, Yu Dea calmly struck them. Yuk Gun Miang scoffed coldly. "Basically, these shadow unit rascals all say the same things." As dawn broke in the Zhengmequan of the Sichuan Alliance, Han Qianwal gazed out the window and admired. "The atmosphere seems chaotic. It appears everything has begun," Tang Munmiang continued. "Yes, Alliance leader, the shadow unit has always successfully completed its assigned missions. Tomorrow night's discussion of merits at the Zhengmequan meeting will probably be his trial," Han Qianwal continued. "Once the war in Tibet ends, the blood sect will surely attack Sichuan immediately. Placing Madalim and the small and medium factions at the forefront of the battle is a wise idea. But that's only if they pose no danger to our alliance," Tang Munmiang replied. "The alliance leader's words are indeed right. The 4 great major sects are the ones who created peace in Sichuan, so we cannot let Madalim seize that prestige." Just then, a voice was heard from outside. "Alliance leader, many rumors are spreading throughout the entire alliance." Han Qianwal laughed coldly. "I understand you may withdraw. Since the rumors have spread this far, it seems everything is proceeding according to plan." Tang Munmiang was also very satisfied. The commander of the Shadow Unit is an outstanding individual, always doing his best for the Alliance. He will surely continue to carry out his mission to the best of his ability until the rumors have spread everywhere. Then your subordinate will immediately send a message to the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Han Qianwal nodded in agreement. Then all preparations for the Zhengmequan meeting are complete. He thought inwardly, Zhou Pyong Qian of Madalim, you sent a sharp blade, but it will be useless against me. After killing Jin Wu Rip, I will surely uproot all of Madalim. The scene shifts to Muxia Guang. A person approached holding a scroll. Hallmaster, rumors are circulating in the alliance that the Guangmu unit commander is a blood sect spy. The secret pavilion has requested an investigation. He stroked his beard, thinking, I knew they would spread malicious rumors, but a blood sect spy? Pavilion master of the secret pavilion, you are indeed a venomous snake. After a moment of thought, he opened his mouth. Since rumors are circulating in the alliance, execution leader, quickly gather your subordinates. Du Jiamyang, execution leader of the law enforcement hall, immediately replied from behind. Currently, all subordinates have just returned from outside. The people below immediately lined up. All execution squad members have gathered. Muk Xiaoguang nodded. You've all heard, haven't you? Since rumors are circulating throughout the alliance, immediately arrest the Guangmu unit commander and the Unreong pavilion master and investigate them for me. Just then, someone spoke up. Hallmaster, please listen to your subordinate for a moment. Surely, Hallmaster, you don't believe the rumor that the Guangmu unit commander is a demonic sect spy? Another person spoke up to correct him. What are you talking about? It's the blood sect. The young man couldn't understand. The blood sect. I clearly heard the demonic sect. Everyone then began to murmur and discuss. That's strange. I heard the Guangmu unit commander was the lecherous tyrant who disappeared years ago. Didn't they say the Guangmu unit commander's true identity was the hidden son of the law enforcement hallmaster? As soon as Muk Xiaoguang heard this, he was startled. What are you all talking about? Du Jiamyang couldn't understand inwardly. What on earth has happened? Unable to figure it out, he asked, Hallmaster, for what reason should we arrest the Guangmu unit commander? Muk Xiaoguang clenched his fist. For a moment he couldn't provide any reason. After a moment the execution squad ultimately departed to confirm the suspicion that the Guangmu unit commander and the Unreong pavilion master had colluded with the blood sect. Although there was no concrete evidence given the seriousness of the issue, the execution squad had sufficient grounds to initiate an investigation. Strangely, Sichuan Alliance warriors also followed behind the execution squad. They continued to whisper about the enforcement unit pointing their blades at Unreong Pavilion. Du Jiamyung cursed inwardly. Damn it, who the hell spread these rumors? It was already hard to find an excuse to arrest him. He stepped out and shouted loudly. I am Du Jiamyung, commander of the enforcement unit. Unreong Pavilion leader Wu Gasong, Guangmu unit commander Jin Wu Rip, come out and receive your orders. Jin Wu Rip and Wu Gasong quickly stepped out to receive the orders. So Young Seong cried out in disbelief. Is the enforcement unit really coming for Unreong Pavilion? What on earth did they say? It seems the enforcement unit is trying to apprehend the pavilion leader and the unit commander. I told you. The atmosphere has been strange since yesterday. They're trying to frame the unit commander before the Zhengmequan meeting. Is this how they treat someone who risked their life for the alliance? Du Jiamyung shouted unpleasantly. Silence everyone, we are merely enforcing the alliance's regulations. You cannot disobey the enforcement unit's orders. Just then another voice was heard. Move aside, what's all this commotion? Tang Wu advised Jin Wu Rip. Commander, you shouldn't go out like this. The enforcement unit is the sword of the Sichuan Alliance, an organization that enforces regulations. It's no simple matter that they've come this far. Jin Wu Rip was not afraid at all and remained very calm. What crime have I committed? It called me, so I'm just going out. No need to worry. Very quickly he confronted Du Jiamyung. Let's hear what crime you're trying to arrest me for. Am I a spy for the demonic sect or the blood sect? The rumors these days are quite varied. In your eyes, is the enforcement unit a place that acts rashly without understanding the reality? Another person interrupted. If it's not for those two reasons, it must be related to the lustful overlord. Our commander is the world's most lustful overlord? How can that be? Did the Sichuan Alliance invite the young master without knowing his lustful identity? Du Jiamyung could not hold back and shouted, Silence everyone, I will not forgive anyone who obstructs the enforcement unit's work. The people, far from being afraid, laughed madly. I'll laugh all my life, so arrest me first. Arrest me if you dare. Show the whole world how much the Sichuan Alliance abuses its power. Arrest me if you dare. What on earth can you do? Du Jiamyung gnashed his teeth in anger because of them, but he was helpless. Jin Wu Rip stood there, took a deep breath and shouted loudly for the crowd to be quiet. I know you're all concerned for me, but you shouldn't act like that. We are all members of the Sichuan Alliance. The enforcement unit are also my comrades, aren't they? Commander of the enforcement unit, we already shook hands and became friends, so it's not right to pretend not to know me now. Weren't you the one who gave me information about the blood sect? Du Jiamyung was startled by those words. You're lying. When did I ever do that? Jin Wu Rip smiled and said, That's really strange. Are you really denying it? Du Jiamyung confirmed. Of course, how dare you slander an enforcement unit member? Jin Wu Rip narrowed his eyes. You're right, that is strange. An aura suddenly erupted from his body. That's true. Commander of the enforcement unit, then let me ask you something. You get so angry about false rumors about yourself. What basis do you have to arrest me? If you want to arrest me, shouldn't you first arrest the person who spread the rumors and confirm the truth? Is the enforcement unit a place that arrests and investigates people just based on rumors? How childish. Everyone, look closely. This is the reality of the Sichuan Alliance. You will all be dealt with by such rumors later. Arrest me if you dare. If you accuse me of being a demonic sect spy, I will confess that you are my accomplice. If you accuse me of being a blood sect spy, I will say it was a secret order from the Sichuan Alliance leader. Just like you did to me, the enforcement unit should also arrest all related parties and reveal the truth. Shouldn't you do that according to your regulations? Feeling that the situation was getting out of hand, one person telepathically spoke to Du Jiamyung. Commander, a rebellion will break out at this rate. We cannot apprehend him. It would be better to retreat for now and come back later. Du Jiamyung was angry but had no choice. Before leaving, he did not forget to warn Jin Wu Rip telepathically. Guangmu Unit Commander, we are temporarily suspending the apprehension, but you won't be able to use these tricks at tomorrow's Zhengmequan meeting. Jin Wu Rip scoffed coldly in response. Instead of worrying about me, you should wash your feet clean of the dog poop you stepped in. Hearing that, Du Jiamyung was startled and looked down. At the same time, the crowd cheered. The commander is truly polite. The enforcement unit commander bowed to the Guangmu Unit Commander. I saw it too. Jin Wu Rip stood there, inwardly triumphant. Even in the same situation, the way you make your appearance is very important. You tried to make me a criminal, but the picture you drew doesn't suit you at all. Secret Pavilion Master of the Sichuan Alliance, you should hide your dirty face from the world. The next day, after the fierce storm that swept through Unreong Pavilion, the Alliance leader spoke loudly in the Great Hall. Then I declare the Zhengmequan meeting officially open. The final stage of the Sichuan Alliance had finally begun. All the elders of the Sichuan Alliance gathered in the Zhengmequan Great Hall. Pavilion masters, hall masters, unit commanders, and even the commanders of each unit. Most people unconsciously couldn't smile. On the other hand, some tried to suppress their anger and maintain composure. Tang Munmiang thought to himself, the mission reports of the Heavenly Martial Unit and Guangmu Unit are consistent. Jin Wu Rip's achievements are entirely true. What a pity for such a talent. Furthermore, I asked Ouyang Mu to say a few words, but he kept refusing. He even seemed very displeased about having to keep the Heavenly Martial Unit's mission failure a secret. He was so stubborn that I had to prevent him from participating in the Zhengmequan meeting. There were also 2 elders who participated in this mission. Perhaps they developed a liking for each other while traveling together. After the enforcement unit arrived at Unreal Pavilion, they could only wait for a drinking session. Fortunately, the elders of the Zhenghuan retreated. They have no say at all. Those old men are old and their eyesight isn't what it used to be. Today I will throw you into a dark dungeon, and Madeleine's prestige will be completely shattered today. Having thought this far, he immediately stepped forward into the center of the Great Hall. All members of the Sichuan Alliance present today. Before we discuss the merits of the recent Tibet expedition, we must clarify one major incident. That is the investigation results of the actions of the Heavenly Martial Unit and Unreal Pavilion during the Tibet expedition. The purpose of the Tibet expedition was to find and destroy the enemy's Berserker development site. In that process, the Unreal Pavilion warriors also participated to support the Heavenly Martial Unit, and they truly acted proactively. I checked the report and most of the achievements belonged to the Guangmu unit commander, from capturing a blood-returning unit member alive, to destroying Red Snake Valley, the Blood Sect's Berserker experimental site, and even rescuing the Heavenly Martial Unit which had fallen into the enemy's trap. My point is, no matter what happened, he seemed to have known everything in advance. While checking the report, I noticed many strange things. Therefore, Guangmu unit commander, I have a few questions for you. Jinwu Rip was not afraid at all and replied, "Ask away." Seeing his arrogant demeanor, one person could not help but reprimand him. Guangmu unit commander, show respect to the secret pavilion master. What kind of attitude is that towards a superior? Is Madeleine such an ill-mannered place? Tang Munmiang was displeased but tried to remain calm. Everyone calm down. The important issue now is not manners. Guangmu unit commander, answer my questions honestly. After receiving the beggar's sect's blood letter, why didn't you immediately go to rescue the Heavenly Martial Unit and instead went to Red Snake Valley? Jinwu Rip calmly replied, the beggar's sect's blood letter only had 3 characters. Red Snake Valley. It was a completely different location from the information provided by the secret pavilion. Pavilion master, which side do you think the unit should have believed at that time? Tang Munmiang continued to press him. If you had chased after the Heavenly Martial Unit and given them the blood letter, at least they could have considered more cautiously, couldn't they? Jinwu Rip retorted. I clearly questioned the secret pavilion's information, but the Heavenly Martial Unit made a different choice. So I went to confirm what was in Red Snake Valley myself and only then went to rescue the Heavenly Martial Unit. Ah, Pavilion Master, you keep talking about irrelevant things. Wasn't the Heavenly Martial Unit trapped because of the false information provided by the secret pavilion? Who should be responsible for the downfall of the Sichuan Alliance's strongest unit? It's you, secret pavilion master. Madeleine spoke on behalf of the small and medium factions, and Jinwu Rip's attitude was a direct challenge to the 4 great major sects, which was unimaginable for the entire alliance. Most people felt that apart from his disrespectful attitude, there was no flaw in his words. Uncomfortable coughing sounds began to be heard throughout the Great Hall. Almost everyone present here could not admit the problem due to pride. What was rotten was not only someone like the secret pavilion master but the entire alliance system. Tang Munmiang spoke again after a moment. Of course I will take responsibility for that matter. But I cannot help but wonder, as soon as you arrived in Tibet, you captured a Blood Sect reconnaissance unit alive. As soon as you found the Blood Knight Berserker experimental site, you burned it down. You knew the exact location where the Heavenly Martial Unit would gather and went to rescue them. Why do all the things that happened to you seem as if you knew them in advance? Everyone looked at Jinwu Rip and waited. Jinwu Rip was not flustered at all and explained seriously, as far as I know, many rumors have been circulating recently in Chengdu and within our alliance, coincidentally or not, from rumors that I am a eunuch to rumors that I am a demonic sect spy. Among them are rumors that I am a blood sect spy. Surely, Pavilion Master, you don't believe that to be true? Tang Munmiang shook his head. Those are not mere rumors. I have a witness. Tang Zhengho immediately stepped in. Tang Zhengho, squad leader of GMHO Unit Squad 1, greets all elders. As he stepped forward, he nervously encouraged himself inwardly. Calm down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a collateral branch like me. As long as I give the answer the Pavilion Master wants, my future will surely be bright and secure. Tang Zhengho, snap out of it. After a burst of self-suggestion, he cupped his hands and said, before the Guangmu unit commander received the blood letter and left for Red Snake Valley, I saw the commander secretly meeting someone near Chengdu where he was hiding. Hearing that, Wu Gazong could not hold back and shouted loudly, damn it, how dare you slander the Guangmu unit commander. Other unit members also shouted in unison. Speak truthfully, weren't Commander Jin and Commander Tang on the same side? It's unbelievable that a Tang clan disciple would dare to forge evidence. Is this really the Sichuan Alliance's standard for enforcing laws? The alliance leader on the dais unleashed a fierce aura and shouted for everyone to be quiet. Tang Zhengho, no one can harm you, so continue speaking. Who was that martial artist of unknown origin you saw? Tang Zhengho continued. As I recall, he was not a warrior of Unreal Pavilion or Heavenly Martial Unit. They were wearing red martial robes. Immediately, one person shouted in anger. So the Heavenly Martial Unit was trapped. Tang Zhengho, you've worked hard, so please step back and rest. As he passed Jinwu Rip, he smiled triumphantly. I'm sorry, Jinwu Rip, today will be your last day. Jinwu Rip scoffed coldly and replied telepathically, foolish. Who will have the last day is yet to be seen. Just then, Jin Woo-rip spoke loudly. Wait, before you go, shouldn't you give this side a chance to refute? I have decisive evidence rather than Tang Jung-ho's trivial story. Tang Moon-myung and his party froze in astonishment. What evidence? Jin Woo-rip smiled confidently and said, evidence that you damned scoundrels framed me. Everyone then looked out the door in unison. Immediately, Yu Dea entered, leading a group of people. Unreal Pavilion warriors greet the alliance leader. Tang Moon-myung saw them and sighed, then scoffed coldly. Decisive evidence? Did he bring all these people to make a fuss? But there was still something interesting. Several other people, bound, quickly entered. Tang Moon-myung recognized them as Shadow Unit members as soon as he saw them. Jin Woo-rip simultaneously spoke to him telepathically. How interesting, you bear quite a resemblance to the young sect leader of the Great Sword Sect. Tang Moon-myung threatened telepathically. Gwangmu Unit Commander, I don't know what you're trying to do, but this won't be enough. Jin Woo-rip smiled triumphantly. What won't be enough? Who do you think holds the decisive power right now? Tang Moon-myung, this is not the end. Everything is just beginning. There's still something interesting. I will completely eradicate the Sichuan alliance from this Murim. He then waved his hand, signaling to his subordinates behind him. Remove their head coverings. The Shadow Unit is a unit that carries out secret missions for the Sichuan alliance. Their faces have always been a secret. Among them, only Shadow Unit Commander Gung Yawal and the secret Pavilion Master's confidant were known. As soon as their head coverings were removed, one person recognized him and shouted, Gung Yawal, isn't he the Shadow Unit Commander? The secret Pavilion Master's confidant caught by the Gwangmu Unit? Jin Woo-rip explained to the crowd. As you can see, this person is Shadow Unit Commander Gung Yawal. I tracked down those who spread rumors about me and the Blood Sect. Strangely, all of them were members of the Shadow Unit. He belongs to a unit that carries out secret missions for the Sichuan alliance. And he's even the head. Would he dare to carry out a mission arbitrarily without orders from above? Secret Pavilion Master, the one who instigated these people to frame me, is probably right here. The alliance leader sat there, sighing and thinking to himself, Jin Woo-rip, if possible, I want to kill you here. I shouldn't have saved you at the Great Snow Mountain Range, but if I were to intervene here, it would be tantamount to admitting that I am behind this entire conspiracy. Han Qianwal, you must endure. This is the achievement you painstakingly built, so you must endure. You surely have a plan. Tang Moon-myung, I trust you. Tang Moon-myung's face was very pale and his mind was in turmoil. The new star of Madeline was ultimately a mountain I couldn't overcome. Outstanding wisdom and powerful internal energy. Even though I harmed him with cunning schemes, I still lost. As he stood there blankly, Jin Woo-rip's voice echoed once again. No need for further words. Seeing him draw his sword, someone shouted to remind him. Commander of the Gwangmu Unit, how dare you draw your sword in a sacred place like the Zhengmequan? Truly disrespectful. Quickly put your sword away, Commander of the Gwangmu Unit. Jin Woo-rip immediately shouted loudly. You foolish rascals, all of you shut up. Having finished speaking, he immediately swung his sword. Kong Ryo-wal was inwardly astonished. This cold energy is far stronger than what I saw in Tibet. He always surprises me. Jin Woo-rip raised his sword and said, It seems your masters intend to cut ties, so I must act on behalf of heaven. Gung Yawal had no choice but to close his eyes and await death. It is this subordinate's honor to serve the secret Pavilion Master. As soon as the long sword touched his neck, a voice was heard telling him to stop. Jin Woo-rip turned around coldly. Stop, it seems you have something to say, or should I say it for you? Everything was just the subordinates acting on their own out of excessive loyalty. Everything has nothing to do with me at all. How about it? If you say that, you can escape this situation. Of course, no one was foolish enough to believe those words. Tang Jung-ho on this side was covered in sweat. What on earth is this strange situation? Stake my entire life on this, but if the secret Pavilion Master admits everything, it's no different from telling me I fabricated evidence, isn't it? Secret Pavilion Master, you mustn't admit it. Tang Moon-myung then turned to Han Qianwal. Alliance leader, this subordinate harmed the Gwangmu Unit Commander. Please punish me. Han Qianwal sat there, his face dark, unsure what to do for a moment. Tang Jung-ho slumped helplessly. Stunned, Han Qianwal asked telepathically again, Are you truly serious? Tang Moon-myung replied, All those brought by Madeline are truly too sharp. I will bear all responsibility. The future depends on the Alliance leader. Thereupon the Alliance leader sighed and said, First strip the secret Pavilion Master of his position and imprison him in the Great Dungeon. The Law Enforcement Hall will investigate and clarify the truth of everything. Jin Woo-rip did not give up and immediately intervened. Wait, you can't do that, can you? Weren't the Law Enforcement Hall warriors the ones who framed me as a Blood Sect spy and even tried to arrest me? They are likely accomplices. How can the Alliance leader entrust them with the investigation? Han Qianwal's face hardened as he said, Commander of the Gwangmu Unit, then what should be done? Jin Woo-rip said without the slightest hesitation. Decapitate the Shadow Unit Commander and Tang Jung-ho right here. Then entrust the investigation of the relationship between the Law Enforcement Hall and the secret pavilion to Elder Ha. Zhang Yuji immediately said excitedly, What are you talking about? Decapitate them without investigation? Jin Woo-rip retorted, glancing at him. Didn't the secret Pavilion Master try to harm me based solely on Tang Jung-ho's words? Why are his words acceptable and mine not? Everyone look closely. This is the true face of the Sichuan alliance. Those who achieve merit must be rewarded, and those who are falsely accused must have the truth revealed and their justice restored. Has the Sichuan alliance handled all matters so fairly until now? At Jinwoo Rip's stern words, those belonging to the 4 great major sects could not utter a single word, and the warriors of the small and medium factions merely stood there with their mouths agape in astonishment. And from that moment on, no one could deny the fact that Madeline had become the center of the small and medium factions. Tang Moonmyang reminded Han Qianwall telepathically, "Alliance leader, grant his demands. Only then can the alliance survive. If you refuse, the dissatisfaction of the small and medium factions will reach its peak." The alliance leader, trembling with excitement, replied, "I cannot. Are you telling me to cut off my own limbs? If I lose you in the law enforcement hall, I will lose even the chance for revenge." Tang Moonmyang was startled. "Revenge? What revenge are you speaking of? Alliance leader, you mustn't. When you lose face, the first thing to think about is not revenge, but using Madeline to minimize the damage to the 4 great major sects and end the war. Isn't this what the alliance leader should do?" As Jinwoo Rip said, the alliance leader should have been thinking about fighting together to end the war. The first thing to worry about should have been the safety of the Sichuan Murim, not the dignity of the 4 great major sects. But look, the alliance leader's thoughts were solely on revenge and more revenge. Only then did Tang Moonmyang vaguely guess the bleak future of the Sichuan alliance. The alliance leader stroked his beard for a moment before opening his mouth. "Commander of the Guangmu unit, that cannot be. I promise on my name to thoroughly investigate and reveal all of this. Furthermore, I will publicize all your merits achieved in Tibet. I will also grant proper rewards to your Unreung Pavilion warriors. How about it? For the dignified alliance leader of the Sichuan alliance to compromise with a mere unit commander." As everyone focused their attention on this rare spectacle, Jinwoo Rip took a deep breath. He then immediately shouted 3 words loudly, "I don't need this damned old man. This is something the old man should have done originally, yet he speaks as if he's bestowing a favor. Sichuan alliance leader, take responsibility for your words. Not I, but the entire Sichuan Murim will watch if the old man is a just person. I am different. Right here I will make my position clear. Madeline will withdraw from the Sichuan alliance. Don't ask again. This is not my personal choice." Wu Gazong also rose simultaneously. "Our main sect has also already sent a letter. The Lord of Madeline has accepted our withdrawal from this alliance. We are entirely serious." Han Qianwall tried to say something, but Wu Gazong cut him off. "Alliance leader, your Sichuan alliance is rotten. If a rotten branch is cut off, that's fine, but if the roots are rotten, we have no choice but to discard it. We want to build a sturdy tree instead of the current rotten alliance." Kong Riowall then opened his mouth and asked, "Commander of the Guangmu unit, if you say that," then Jinwoo Rip cut him off, "Madeline will form a new alliance." These words immediately shook the entire hall once again, and Jinwoo Rip's voice continued to echo. Everyone was naturally surprised. This matter had not yet been revealed even to the Unreung Pavilion warriors belonging to the Sichuan alliance. "Once again we will form a sturdy alliance to replace the current rotten Sichuan alliance." Tang Moonmyang could not hold back and said, "Truly absurd. Shouldn't we protect Sichuan together rather than hastily forming an alliance?" Jinwoo Rip did not back down and retorted, "We never said we wouldn't protect Sichuan, but do you want to make us the cannon fodder for your rotten alliance? Dream on. At the very least, you must show the will to move yourselves and protect Sichuan," Wu Gazong added. "Anyway, the misunderstanding related to the Guangmu unit commander has already been resolved. Then we shall take our leave. Sichuan alliance leader, we wish you good luck in the upcoming war." Having finished speaking, they immediately departed. Yuk Gunmyang turned and looked at his unit members. "Sagyo unit, I sincerely apologize for not informing you of this beforehand. I too deliberated greatly, but I truly didn't think it was right to go like this. I will follow the commander. Everyone take care. If fate allows, we will meet again." The people gathered here were not only the rising talents of the Sichuan alliance, but also the successors of the small and medium factions, most of whom came from Ma sect. Besides the Tang clan, Qingcheng and Dianqing, there were also disciples from large sects and other prestigious orthodox factions. If they stubbornly followed Jinwoo Rip, who had clearly declared his opposition to the Sichuan alliance, it could lead to the dissolution of their own sects. Jinwoo Rip thought for a moment before opening his mouth. "Goodbye, Tang Qian." Tang Qian also wished him good luck without any particular emotion. So young Seong and his party were very flustered at this moment. "Commander, this is the first we're hearing that you're leaving the Sichuan alliance. Are you just going like this, Commander?" Jinwoo Rip smiled and replied, "I'm truly sorry. If given the chance, let's meet again on the battlefield. Anyway, we have the same enemy. I wish you all good luck." The Jungmakwan meeting had ended, and with many eyes watching, they couldn't act rashly. Secret Pavilion Master Tang Moonmyang and Tang Jungho, who fabricated evidence, were temporarily imprisoned in the Great Dungeon. Ultimately, the law enforcement hall's interrogation ended inconclusively, but the news that Madeline had formed a new alliance was on everyone's lips. Han Qianwall sat alone in the Great Hall thinking about the Sichuan alliance. "Oh Sichuan, this place is mine. I will not let you take it." Just then a voice reached his ears. "Are you still here?" Secret Pavilion Master Zhang Uncheng approached and clasped his hands. "This subordinate has something to report to the alliance leader." Han Qianwall continued, "You are indeed Tang Moonmyang's successor, aren't you? Speak if you have something to say," Zhang Uncheng explained. "Madeline has withdrawn from the alliance, so all matters are entirely up to the alliance leader to handle. Although many people are watching us, this subordinate believes this is an opportunity. For the world to be beautiful, the alliance leader must be firm." Han Qianwal fell into thought again. That's right anyway, Tang Moon Miang's punishment and the law enforcement hall's investigation are all for me to decide. Although appeasing the anger of the small and medium factions is the top priority right now. Thinking so, he smiled and said, "What punishment have you already considered?" Zhang Uncheng immediately replied, "Of course. Please sentence Elder Tang and Tang Zhengho to 50 years of imprisonment." Han Qianhua was startled to hear that. 50 years? Isn't that too harsh? Zhang Uncheng explained. Anyway, the blood sect will attack within a few months. Everyone acknowledges Elder Tang's ability. In a critical situation, if we release him and deploy him for public service, the people of the world will not be angry. If anyone dares to object when war is imminent, then we can use the enemy's hand to silence them or execute them on the spot for rioting. There will be no controversy. Han Qianwal laughed heartily upon hearing those words. Now I understand why Tang Moon Miang recommended you as his successor. This is truly an excellent idea. I was greatly pained by the loss of my trusted subordinate, but this exceeds my expectations, Zhang Uncheng continued. The law enforcement hall is the same. Alliance leader, please ask for understanding from the law enforcement hall chief. That position will remain vacant waiting for the chief to return. Han Qianwal's smile broadened even further. Then as soon as the war begins, everything will go according to my will. He was inwardly pleased. Madam, I don't know what you plan to do after leaving the Sichuan alliance, but I will definitely make you regret it. On the other hand, Kong Riowal and the other person were walking and discussing the day's events. After a long discussion, Kong Riowal sighed. How I wish there was some justification for me to follow Commander Jin, Ha Yungbo suddenly shouted. When I was in Tibet I stayed only in the territory and never went anywhere. But now that I'm back, I'm itching to go. We're getting old now, so how about we travel the Murim and see how the new alliance operates? Kong Riowal immediately understood his meaning upon hearing those words. Traveling the Murim, isn't that excuse too obvious? It will be very interesting. How long will you be gone? Ha Yungbo replied. Is there a set time for traveling the Murim? If the scenery is beautiful, I could stay for more than 10 years. Kong Riowal stroked his beard and laughed. Traveling the Murim, that's right, isn't wandering, begging and fighting together also traveling? At the same time, So Young Seong and his party also approached. Marshal Granduncle, we will also escort you too. I also want to see the wide world. Please take me with you. Having made their decision, they returned together to pack their bags. The scene shifts to where Tang Moon Miang and his companion were imprisoned. A person approached the prison door, looked inside and said, "This subordinate has come here on the alliance leader's orders." Tang Moon Miang was startled to hear that. Has Zhang Uncheng already made his move? He's fast. The two were then dragged down to the third underground floor. After descending, Tang Moon Jiang asked, "All right, where are we going now?" The person replied, "The alliance leader has prepared a safe hideout for the two of you. He is waiting there." Tang Moon Miang smiled and said, "Good, first release the bindings on my hands and feet." But unexpectedly, the other party refused. "Cannot do that." Immediately after, the other party struck their pressure points. Only then did Tang Moon Miang realize this was a trap. "What happened to the guards? You are the ones who subdued the shadow unit." The person tore off his mask and coldly snorted. "Do you think you can touch him and get away with it? My master will interrogate you personally." After declaring its withdrawal from the alliance, Madalim warriors decided to leave at night. Leaving behind their comrades from Sagyo unit and GMHO unit, who were once on the same front, was not a pleasant experience for them. Ji Wallen approached and clasped his hands, reporting, "Pavilion Master, Lord of the Forest, all packing is complete." Wu Gesong nodded. "Understood," he muttered to himself. "Serves them right. If the Sichuan alliance had been upright from the start, today's events wouldn't have happened." He then turned to Jin Wu Rip and said, "Young master, all preparations are complete." Jin Wu Rip nodded. "You've worked hard. I have a place to stop by here for a moment, so everyone else go ahead." As Yu Hua approached to follow, the two then used lightness skill and departed. Ji Wallen watched their retreating figures and asked, "Lord, should we wait for the young master?" Wu Gesong shook his head. "No need, proceed as planned." The scene shifts to another location. Wu Rip and Rio Hua were there at this moment. Tang Zhengho and the other person had already been brought there, bound and gagged. Wu Rip approached them, looking down coldly, and said, "What is he saying? Ungag him." As soon as Tang Zhengho's gag was removed, he immediately pleaded for his life. Wu Rip gripped his sword hilt and said, "Where has that contempt and disdain in your eyes gone? The way you looked at your comrades? Tell me, why should I spare your life?" The young man was drenched in sweat as he replied, "I had no ill will to harm you. I only wanted to live. I am a collateral descendant of the Tang clan, so this was the only path I could choose." Wu Rip snorted coldly. "You madman, I didn't drag you all the way here to listen to your lament. I want your head just like you sought to harm me. Don't you know the answer I want?" Tang Zhengho heard that and frowned, thinking, must I give Jin Wu Rip the answer he wants to live? What answer does he want? I merely followed orders. I know nothing about the truth. By the time Tang Zhengho realized his situation, his head had already separated from his body. Wu Rip continued to command, "Ungag Tang Moon Miang." He didn't plead for his life. Instead, he shouted at Wu Rip to kill him. Wu Rip kicked him and said, "I will, but before that I have something to say to you." Wu Rip then waved his hand, signaling the person behind him. Chu Ryan saw the sight and said to Rio Hua, "Miss, we should wait outside." Rio Hua followed her outside, admiring inwardly. He failed recklessly. The secret pavilion master underestimated the young master too much. On the contrary, the young master knew the secret pavilion master's abilities too well and thoroughly blocked all his paths. The wider world that Sojong spoke of probably refers to these kinds of experiences. If it were me, who grew up sheltered like a hothouse flower from birth, I probably would have spared him. On this side, Wu Rip grabbed Tang Moonmyung's head. Secret Pavilion Master Tang Moonmyung, do you know why I can hold your head like this? As he shouted to be killed again, Wu Rip smiled coldly. There you go again, whether to kill you or not is for me to decide. Tang Moonmyung gritted his teeth. Arrogant, truly a narrow-minded fellow, Wu Rip, not angered at all, said, I am arrogant, but unlike you, I have skill. As he spoke, he slammed his head into the ground. Do you think you can be released by waiting in prison until the war with the blood sect breaks out? If that's all the price you have to pay, it's not enough. Tang Moonmyung screamed in agony from the extreme yang energy. Utterly miserable, Wu Rip continued without stopping. As soon as dawn breaks, this rumor will spread throughout Chengdu and the entire Sichuan alliance, and with Han Qianwal's secret help, Tang Moonmyung and Tang Zhenghe successfully escaped from prison. The punishment for the guilty and the reward for merit are merely actions to put out an immediate fire. How much will the Sichuan alliance truly decline? Tang Moonmyung exclaimed in shock. Who are you? Wu Rip did not answer, but firmly swung his sword. If you ask that now, it means I've won. The news that Jin Wu Rip, Madelim, and the 2 administration office elders had left the alliance spread rapidly. As soon as dawn broke, not only the Severing Blade unit, but also the Unreung Pavilion quickly disbanded. Zhang Encheng rushed to Han Qianwal. Alliance leader, right now in the alliance. Before he could finish speaking, Han Qianwal cut him off. Calm down. I've already heard, he thought inwardly. These arrogant fools, what can they do after leaving the main alliance? The alliance's prestige has fallen, but my control over the 4 great major sects remains unchanged. Surely they're not trying to withdraw from the war with the blood sect and plot for the future? No, with the small and medium factions watching, they wouldn't dare. Just then, Zhang Encheng entered again. Great hero Tang and Tang Zhenghe have disappeared, alliance leader. Moreover, rumors are spreading throughout Chengdu that you helped them escape. Han Qianwal was furious, his presence exploding with immense force. Nonsense, his anger shook the entire building. Zhang Encheng advised him, Alliance leader, please calm down. Zhang Encheng was sweating profusely, admiring inwardly. Truly the sky-shattering blade, he carefully said. My apologies, but right now it seems we should focus on the aftermath of the rumors rather than prestige. Han Qianwal turned his head and said in an angry voice, Aftermath? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Encheng replied. My subordinate is referring to the Sichuan alliance's forces. Madelim has left the Sichuan alliance. Furthermore, warriors from the small and medium factions are also packing their bags. Alliance leader, you must quickly go out and clear up the misunderstanding. We cannot let them leave, Han Qianwal replied. Understood, they are merely small and medium factions. I never cared about them anyway. Heavenly Immortal Pavilion Master, immediately select people to fill the vacant positions, and if any 4 great major sect warriors try to leave the alliance, order their excommunication. Zhang Yuji nodded. Understood, your subordinate will obey. Then I shall take my leave. Han Qianwal stood there, his presence still surging. Madelim and the assorted small and medium factions, you will all regret this. You definitely will. The scene shifts outside. 2 people guarding this place saw someone approaching and asked, Aren't you the 3rd young master of the Tang clan? Tang Wu, laden with luggage, replied. Tang Wu and his warriors greet you both. Please take me with you. The 2 were surprised and said, There's still room, but are you sure? If the Tang clan finds out about this, it will be a major turning point for young Master Tang. You should be careful. Tang Wu smiled and replied, No, I'm just running away from home. Someone runs away from home, someone roams the Murim, and someone cultivates in seclusion. It wasn't just warriors from the small and medium factions who left the Sichuan alliance. Some people who were well aware of the internal conflicts of the Sichuan alliance reacted as if something was about to explode. Furthermore, because the truth was quickly revealed, no one blamed Jin Wu Rip and Madelim. Thus, after Madelim withdrew from the alliance, some small and medium factions also began to withdraw and switch sides. As the internal conflict was not properly resolved, the same was true for the warriors of the 4 great major sects. As a person carrying luggage walked, a voice came from behind. Zhang Ho, vice commander of the Severing Blade unit. Are you also leaving? The young man turned his head and cupped his hands, saying, Vice Commander Jin Solran, your subordinate is returning to his sect now. The moment the higher-ups dealt unfairly with the young master, your subordinate already found his own answer. If even the young master of Madelim receives such treatment, how much more humiliation must we, the small and medium factions, endure? Jin Solran smiled and cupped her hands. Understood. May your journey be safe and peaceful, Zhang Ho reminded her. Vice Commander, no, Miss Jin, the Sichuan alliance has no future. Young Master Jin is very skilled. Our commander must have seen something to decide to follow him so resolutely. Please, miss, consider carefully. Solran sighed. Vice Commander, please go quickly. May we meet again. A carriage then left the Sichuan alliance. Inside the carriage, Juk Moge sighed, thinking, why do I have to escort these old men? This is truly annoying. The people he was escorting were none other than Kong Rio Wall and the other person. A while ago, Jin Wu Rip had sought him out. Juk Moge, you will be our secret pavilion master from now on. Recalling these words, the young man couldn't help but feel helpless. Jin Wu Rip had simply told him to pack his bags. He tells me to go, so I go? Then I'm no different from withdrawing from the alliance myself, am I? You madman, the beggar's sect belongs to the Central Plains Murim. How can you drag a beggar's sect disciple like me around like this? At this rate, I won't even know if I'm a beggar myself. Since when did not washing become so uncomfortable? Just then, someone spoke. Jukmoge, is something good happening? The young man replied. Elders, why are you suddenly leaving? Kong Ryowal replied. What's left to cling to? I will just do as I please now. Jukmoge asked again. Do you both believe that young Master Jin can change the Sichuan Murim? Kong Ryowal nodded. At least there's a higher possibility than staying here. I've completed 2 missions with him, and young Master Jin is, in my eyes, someone capable of changing Sichuan. Outside, Ryowal, riding on horseback, asked curiously, Young Master, I'm curious about this. Why Yoju? Isn't Madelim in Chongqing? Wurip smiled and glanced at her. Good question. It relates to the nature of the new alliance. Yoju is a border city located in northeastern Sichuan. It may seem insignificant, but in fact it's a strategic point connecting Shaanxi, the Central Plains, and Sichuan. As you can see from the Sichuan alliance, stagnant water tends to rot. To change the rotten Sichuan Murim, active exchange with other regions is most important. In that respect, Yoju has excellent geographical advantages. Yuhua was very surprised to hear that. That's amazing. I never thought it was for such a reason, Wurip continued. Furthermore, since Yoju is in the east, we won't have to fight the blood sect before the Sichuan alliance, and naturally the Sichuan alliance will be the first casualty of this war. Yuhua asked curiously, aren't you worried about the people who remained? Wurip smiled nonchalantly and said, I left a few important words for the Unreung Pavilion children. If they share my will, we will soon meet again. At the main base, the foundational construction is already underway. By the time we arrive, the framework will probably be complete. We should increase our marching speed. Time flew by quickly, and 10 days passed. The Unreung Pavilion warriors, crossing the vast Sichuan plains in the warm spring, finally arrived at their destination. This was Yoju in northeastern Sichuan. The new alliance's main headquarters was located in a village far to the north. This was a mountain range separating Sichuan from the outside world. On the western plain, wooden houses resembling barracks were being built. It was exactly as described in the letter. It seems grandfather and uncle have put in a lot of effort. As Wurip was lost in thought, Udea approached and reported, Young Master, construction is underway. Wurip nodded. Yes, it seems we arrived just in time, he then shouted loudly. Madelim, everyone, we are here. As people entered, they were startled. Even Zhou Pyeongqian was working hard building a house. My grandson, I've waited for you for a long time. Come here quickly. Jukmoge's mouth hung open as he thought, isn't that the Supreme Forest Lord of Madelim? Why is he building a house without his clothes on? If he were the Sichuan Alliance leader, he would never do such a thing. Kong Ryowal and the other person quickly approached and cupped their hands in greeting. Zhou Pyeongqian quickly put his clothes back on. Sichuan has sent us 2 renowned swords, truly an honor, Kong Ryowal continued. This monk once turned his back on Madelim. I am truly grateful that the Supreme Forest Lord welcomes me thus. Zhou Pyeongqian gestured for them to come inside. Elders, let's stop with the unpleasant talk. That is not what's important now. Come, let's go inside. I've already prepared quarters for the elders. Wurip also entered cheerfully. Dea, Gun Myung, you two help the Black Spirit unit settle in. I need to talk to the Lord for a moment. Wurip then went into a room and spoke with Zhou Mugang. I learned everything you did in the Sichuan Alliance through your letter. Truly a great achievement. Even after reading the letter myself, I could barely believe it. Wurip courteously cupped his hands and said, It's all thanks to Uncle trusting me. Withdrawing from the Sichuan Alliance was no small matter. Thank you for supporting me. Zhou Mugang cheerfully raised his cup and took a sip. How could I not trust you when you keep achieving such feats? It's truly moving and makes me proud that Uncle can rely on his little nephew. But from now on, your grandfather will personally oversee everything. Wurip was startled. Grandfather? Zhou Mugang confirmed. That's right, I persuaded your grandfather to come out of seclusion again, along with the news that Madelim would form a new alliance. Many small and medium factions have sent letters. North Heaven Taoist Sect, Jiamzhong Martial Sect, Little Immortal Hall, and many other places have expressed their desire to join the new alliance. During this period, even a small sect joining will be a great strength for us. If the new alliance has a strong leader, that strength will multiply several times. 30 years ago, the master who subdued Han Qianwal with his sword, the one renowned as the world's greatest expert, is none other than your grandfather. Azure Rain Sword Zhou Pyeongqian, Grand Patriarch. Wurip thought inwardly, truly an excellent choice. I never knew Uncle could come up with such a brilliant idea. Having thought this far, he opened his mouth. But Uncle, aren't you reluctant to yield your position to grandfather? Zhou Mugang burst out laughing. Is a position so important? A position only has value if there are people in the alliance. After the rumor spread that your grandfather had returned to the world, the number of sects wanting to join the alliance increased tremendously. Wurip suddenly burst out laughing, and he asked, Are you laughing with me, you rascal? This is not a laughing matter, Wurip continued. If Uncle were a Sichuan Alliance member, everything would probably have been different. If it were the secret Pavilion Master or the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion Master, they would have probably thrown themselves on the floor, clinging to their positions and refusing to yield. Zhou Mugang admired inwardly. Young Master Wurip seems genuinely delighted. How should I tell him this news? But ultimately it couldn't be hidden. There's one more thing. I don't know if this is good news or bad news. 2 days ago, the captain of the secret intelligence line brought a letter. They want to form an alliance with us in this war with the Blood Sect, but the sender of the letter is somewhat special. It's Sang Qian, the organization that unified all the bandits of the world. One of their major mountain strongholds, Bugokche, wanted to cooperate with us. They were more mysterious and dangerous than the Blood Sect. If we cooperated, they would truly be a powerful force, but I don't know how to take this news. Wuxia smiled and cleared his throat. This is truly surprising. For now, it would be best to cooperate only for this war. I think everything will work out well. 3 months later, the signboard of the new alliance, the Gongguimeng Public Will Alliance, was hung. As its name suggested, a new alliance built by everyone together had been born. There were no towering walls or grand luxurious palaces like those of the Sichuan alliance. But here there was something that place lacked, the will to unite. For the warriors filled with fervent passion, discomforts like meals or lodging were nothing. A sturdy wooden fence to provide privacy and a roof to shield from wind and rain, what more could one need? As that warm season matured on the eve of the alliance inauguration ceremony, warriors gathered from various regions, arriving one after another on the plains of Yoju. Is that the place? The person next to him chuckled and said, a wooden fence? Even our beggar's sect doesn't build such flimsy walls. The person in front reminded them. Don't speak carelessly when we go inside. Yuk Pungai, one of the 3 great disciples of the beggar's sect, reassured him. Master, don't worry, this disciple is not that rude. Isn't that Commander Jukmoge a friend of yours? This person was So Gai of the beggar's sect, also known as Drunken Cloudstep, one of the 7 masters of the Murim. That's right, I haven't seen him again in 10 years. Let's see how much mud that fellow has on him. Yuk Pungai was puzzled. But master, is the Gongguimeng really worth abandoning the Sichuan alliance for? Even if it unifies all the minor factions, it still can't compare to the power of the 4 great major sects, can it? So Gai confirmed. That's right, now the blood sect has unified Tibet, and there's no news from Panchen Lama. If Sichuan falls, the central plains will also be engulfed in flames. That's why I've come here. If Jukmoge's words are reasonable, I will join hands with the Gongguimeng. Otherwise it won't be too late to return to the Sichuan alliance then. Just then someone walked out from inside. Where are you from? So Gai replied. We are envoys from the beggar's sect. We have merely come to congratulate the Gongguimeng on its inauguration. The person heard that and tensed up slightly. The beggar's sect? Is this the beggar's sect you speak of? So Gai nodded in confirmation. That's right, Yuk Pungai added. This person is the disciple of the Iron Broom beggar's sect leader. At the same time, he fought alongside the divine dragon in the great war of all under heaven. He is So Gai, the young sect leader of the beggar's sect, one of the 7 masters of the Murim. The person heard that and was even more surprised. The young sect leader of the beggar's sect? So Gai smiled in confirmation. That's right, I am So Gai, the right-hand man of the divine dragon during the Great War, one of the 24 great masters of all under heaven, and one of the 7 masters of the Murim, Drunken Cloud Step. So Gai, that's me. Haha, the person thought inwardly. 24 great masters of all under heaven? I've never heard of that before, and is it fashionable for beggars to wash these days? Despite thinking that, he dared not be rude. My eyes were dim and I failed to recognize the great hero. Please come inside first. Very quickly the 2 were led to Jukmoge. Long time no see, you look very healthy, Jukmoge. How have you been these days? Jukmoge replied with a gloomy expression. Healthy? Can you say that, you who roamed the Murim as the sect leader's disciple? After all, compared to you serving a traitor as your master, I've achieved a little something. So Gai didn't get angry and remained unperturbed. As you instructed, the news of the Gongguimeng's establishment has spread throughout the world, so I don't know who will join. Jukmoge replied. That's enough, but didn't you originally plan to return to the Sichuan alliance? So Gai sighed. That's right, I came all this way to check the situation after hearing that you had joined hands with the Gongguimeng. Is the Sichuan alliance really that bad? Jukmoge explained. It's beyond saving. So Gai was astonished. But objectively speaking, the 4 great major sects still hold an overwhelming advantage, don't they? To disregard that and join hands with this place, is there something special here? Jukmoge nodded and replied, yes, if I had to pick the most terrifying person in the Murim, I would unhesitatingly choose young Master Jin. So Gai was even more surprised to hear that. What kind of person is he exactly? Tell me in more detail. Jukmoge replied seriously. Then I'll ask you just one thing. Isn't there anyone in the beggar's sect who knows the divine dragon as well as you do? In your eyes, what kind of person is the divine dragon? So Gai immediately replied, someone who seems like he will never fall, that is the divine dragon. Jukmoge nodded. Indeed, the young master I saw was someone who seemed like no one could ever defeat him. So Gai was a little annoyed. This fellow, he's quite good at setting the mood, isn't he? I heard he was strong, but that strong? Jukmoge explained. I'm talking about Jin Wurip's character, not his martial arts. You'll know when you meet him yourself. So Gai exclaimed, I'm truly curious. Can I meet him separately? Jukmoge shook his head. Not now. He's not here right now. He left this place temporarily to undergo secluded training. He promised to return before the alliance inauguration ceremony, so you'll meet him soon. The scene shifts to Ungok Sang Chian. Yuk Gunmyeong sat on a cliff laughing in admiration. Truly peaceful. This place is really strange, and it has a strong worldly aura, Udea continued. This is probably the place we will have to protect in the future. Yuk Gunmyeong was puzzled. But Dea, why did you join Sang Chian? Your martial arts and background have nothing to do with it. Udea chuckled and said, well, I just found myself doing it. What about you, brother Yuk? Why did you decide to follow the young master? Yuk Gunmyeong explained, I think I'm in a similar situation. If I don't reveal my martial arts, no one will chase me. But I couldn't endure the loneliness. He lost his parents and siblings in a life of being pursued, so he must have lived a much harder life. Just then another voice called out to the two of them. Rio Hua, with the children, called out to them, "Don't just stay there, come down for dinner now." After their discussion, Udea decided to guard Wu Rip's secluded training spot. Yak Gunmyang didn't refuse. "Then I won't decline and will go first." Just then a tremor was felt. Birds scattered endlessly and the entire cliff shook with the vibration. Rio Hua, startled, asked the two, "You both felt it, didn't you?" That presence just now was young Master Jin's. Everyone turned their gaze towards the cave. It seemed dinner would have to be postponed a little. Inside, Wu Rip sat alone. "Damn it, I can't see anything. I just emitted a little genuine chi and all the torches went out. What do I do now? I'll have to light some fires." Chi body sealing technique. The condition for releasing the technique is for the body's growth to stop. My growth process, which was longer than others, has finally stopped. The seal that bound my internal energy for a long time has finally begun to break. How much time passed? When he finished his training, the technique was released. The yin and yang chi that had plagued him for so long completely disappeared, and finally the two energies merged into one. Not only that, but the immense yang energy that he had suppressed to maintain the balance of yin and yang was now completely his. He pointed a finger, and the torches blazed brightly. Truly extraordinary. Within this merged energy I can also transform into yin and yang. This time shall I test the extreme cold? He thought of ice, and very quickly a cold hand formed. Wu Rip was startled and came to his senses. "Damn it, you scared me. It seems I'll have to pay special attention to controlling this new power from now on." Outside, Rio Hua and her group were still standing and waiting. A moment later, Wu Rip walked out from inside. "What's wrong? Why are three guardians here?" Yak Gunmyang frowned, thinking, how should I explain this? Outwardly nothing has changed and it's still quiet, but within that stillness there's an extraordinary strangeness. After a moment of thought he spoke. "I want to describe this situation with a very beautiful analogy. How should I express it? Well, it's like a phoenix coiling itself up to the maximum before taking flight." Udea asked Rio Hua what she thought of young Master Jin. Rio Hua answered without hesitation, "It feels like a giant volcano is about to erupt. It feels like I'm about to fall straight into it." Udea continued, "Anyway, young master has gained immense power. Congratulations on the success of your great endeavor." Just then another person appeared. It was none other than Unchu Ryan. She squinted her eyes, glanced at him and said, "Congratulations on the success of your great endeavor. It will probably take some time for you to go outside." Wu Rip nodded. "An immense amount of genuine chi indeed. It's not easy to hide. How is the progress of the Guangryang unit?" "It's already been over half a year," Unchu Ryan replied. "Commander Beck says they've improved a lot compared to before." Wu Rip smiled. "For him who is sparing with praise to say they've improved, then there must have been tremendous progress, right? We must make them stronger before the blood sect invades." Unchu Ryan replied. "I will convey your message. And one more thing, the young sect leader of the beggars sect has arrived at the Gongwaimeng." Wu Rip smiled. "Faster than I expected. But where is Manhwa?" Unchu Ryan explained. "The commander-in-chief has already gone ahead to Yeoju with Commander Beck. They will arrive at the Gongwaimeng before the alliance inauguration ceremony." And among the warriors joining the Gongwaimeng, an unexpected faction was heading towards the Gongwaimeng. It was Waryong, the world's foremost faction in Jiangnan. At these words, Rio Hua was very surprised. "What, Miss Un, who else did you say was coming?" Unchu Ryan replied. "I haven't received a report on the exact number of people yet, but the young sword master Dan Ya Ryong of Waryong and one of the 7 masters of the Murim, the unbeaten sword, have entered Sichuan." Rio Hua clutched her head helplessly. "My brother and my second uncle," Wu Rip also stroked his chin and fell into thought. Waryong, if those who left earlier knew, it would probably be noisy. Because they also attacked Ungok in the past. Anyway, it's natural for anyone to be wary of Ungok's power. At least Waryong didn't attack those who didn't resist. Manhwa will handle it well, he thought inwardly. It's even a good thing if Waryong comes, the Gongwaimeng's prestige will rise, so I'm really looking forward to the upcoming alliance inauguration ceremony. The scene shifts to another perspective. Chana told Ya Ryong to rest for a moment. "I'm still so tired I feel like I'm going to die." Yang Chun of Waryong, who was next to him, replied, "Father, anyone would think you're an old man over 60. Why are you struggling so much?" Unbeaten sword Yang Sam panted and replied, "You rascal, don't you remember your father's age? I passed my 60th birthday last year." After arguing for a while, Yang Chun said unpleasantly, "Well, I've been so busy that I might have forgotten for a moment. Why are you getting so angry, father? Do you know how old I am then?" Yang Sam replied without hesitation, 27, aren't you? "Do you think you're the same as me?" The person next to him, seeing the two arguing, spoke up. "So Chang'e, how much further is it from here?" Yom So-chung replied, "At this speed we'll arrive within a day." The person nodded. "Good. Then we'll arrive at the alliance inauguration ceremony on time. Today is late, so let's stay overnight at a nearby tavern and go again tomorrow. I wonder if my sister is doing well?" This person was none other than So-chian Mujun Dan Ya Ryang. So-chung asked as she walked, "Young swordmaster, did you decide to participate in the Gongwaimeng's alliance inauguration ceremony because of Miss?" Ya Ryang replied, "As you know, Waryong officially doesn't get involved in matters outside Jiangnan. Father doesn't like Waryong disrupting the order of the Murim, but since Rio Hua stayed behind carefully on her own, she'll know how to act." Yang Chun continued, "Looking back, it's fortunate that the Grand Commander went into secluded training a year ago." Ya Ryong smiled and agreed. "That's right, if he knew he would definitely have punched me in the face and told me to go find my sister immediately." So Chung quietly asked Yang Sam, "But why are we breaking our unwritten rules to participate in this alliance inauguration ceremony?" Yang Sam replied, "Because of youthful vigor. I myself am curious. Yao Ryong is considered unrivaled among his juniors. But the world says there are two people who can match him. One is Baek Tae Gun, the silent radiant sword of Sang Qian, and the other is the recently appeared mad dragon Jin Woo Rip among them. This Jin Woo Rip fellow whom your sister follows will surely make you especially curious." Yao Ryong chuckled and scratched his head. "To some extent, yes." So Chung, what kind of person is that young man, the young master of Madeline? So Chung stroked her chin, closed her eyes in thought, and then after a moment said seriously, "He is a truly unpredictable person." Yao Ryong chuckled and said, "Indeed. I guess I'll have to meet him in person to find out. In that case, uncle, please rest at this tavern today." The group then immediately walked in, opened the door and entered. "Waitress, we'd like to stay overnight. If you have any rooms, please rent them to us quickly." The waitress immediately rushed over. "I apologize, guests. There are no vacant rooms currently. It's full of guests who came to see the Gongguimeng's alliance inauguration ceremony. It's probably the same at other taverns." "Yeoju has rarely been this crowded." Yao Ryong scratched his head, embarrassed. "This is truly troublesome. Are there really no private rooms?" Just then another person entered from outside. The aura emanating from his body was like a venomous snake. So Chung held her sword, worried inwardly. "A strange presence. Is there such a person in Yeoju?" The opponent smiled and reassured them. "Don't be too wary. I am merely a guest staying at this tavern. Your attire looks familiar. Is it Waryong's martial robes?" His eyes were slightly drooped at the corners and his body was well built. "Are you the young sword master Dan Yao Ryong?" Hearing this, everyone in the inn gasped and murmured. Dan Yao Ryong stepped forward and said, "I've heard of a young martial artist with eyes like a viper. You must be Sang Qian's silent Guangjiam Baek Tae Gun." The crowd was astonished once more. Baek Tae Gun chuckled chillingly. "That's right, I am Baek Tae Gun." Dan Yao Ryong's face also creased with a hint of fear. Zhongnan's Waryong, universally acknowledged as the world's foremost sect and the mysterious organization Sang Qian. One group has already emerged, uniting all the bandits of the world. To think two such forces would appear here together. Could Waryong and Sang Qian also be participating in the Gongguimeng's alliance inauguration ceremony? What on earth is so special about the alliance inauguration ceremony of an alliance formed by a coalition of minor sects? We've just witnessed a truly rare sight. My eyes are indeed lucky." As the crowd murmured, the two still gazed at each other. After observing for a moment, Baek Tae Gun said, "It seems there are no vacant rooms. My personal inn still has plenty of space, so why don't you all come and stay for a while?" Young Sam frowned, thinking, is this fellow insane? Who would follow him when he's emitting such intense killing intent? But unexpectedly, Dan Yao Ryong happily agreed. "That's a good suggestion. If you're kind enough to offer us rooms, we'll cover the cost." The group then followed Baek Tae Gun and left. As he walked, Dan Yao Ryong asked curiously, "You're incredibly fast, by the way. How did you know we were coming here?" Baek Tae Gun explained. "You were all hidden so well that I didn't sense anything. I merely ran into you by chance while going out to buy some snacks for drinks." A drunkard looking for snacks? That fellow sitting over there is exactly that kind of person. Hearing that, Dan Yao Ryong looked in that direction. Indeed, several wine bottles lay there. The person sitting there saw them approaching and spoke, "Are you finally here? But where are the snacks? And there are even more guests if my eyes aren't mistaken. Those are Waryong's martial robes. Are you Dan Yao Ryong?" This person was Sang Qian's Jeswanjisa Su Manhwa. Dan Yao Ryong answered without the slightest hesitation, "That's right. May we trouble you for a night's lodging?" Manhwa did not refuse and replied calmly, "Very well, we are using the room furthest to the right, so you can use the remaining rooms as you see fit." At this, both Yang Sam and his son frowned, wearing gloomy expressions. Yang Sam thought to himself, "That fellow Yang Chun seems to have noticed the same thing I have. The usually boisterous fellow is quiet now. Anyway, that snake-like fellow is also strange. I wonder what kind of things these youngsters are eating these days, especially that fellow sitting opposite me. It's as if an evil spirit possesses him." The person he was referring to was the Sword Mountain Fortress Master Baekmin Hilso Dae Jongkyung. Dan Yao Ryong smiled and asked his opponent, "Isn't this Baekmin Hilso Dae Jongkyung? Indeed, he's as pale as a corpse." Yang Sam was tense inwardly. Damn it, couldn't he have put it more subtly? Strange individuals occasionally appear in the Murim. Waryong's main figures, though only in their 30s, led their forces to victory in the war of all under heaven, which can be considered strange. So Chung, who is behind me, is also strange, and my son is an odd one. Then what on earth should I call these three fellows? Jongkyung suddenly rose from his seat and said, "General Commander, I'll go in first." He then ignored the others, turned and left. Dan Yao Ryong admired inwardly. "Hostility, it seems they're intentionally provoking me. They're clearly hiding something." Thinking so, he opened his mouth. "Perhaps I've made you all uncomfortable." Su Manhwa continued, "Don't mind him. That fellow dislikes Waryong. I don't know the specifics myself." Dan Yao Ryong fell into thought once more. "I can tell by intuition. Those words are also a lie. But there's no need to expose it and make things awkward for each other." Su Manhwa also frowned, thinking, he's not asking any further. It seems that fellow has noticed the lie. He doesn't seem to be a young master who only relies on his family name, so let's talk a bit more. Thinking so, he opened his mouth. This is also fate, so don't just stand there, let's have a drink together. Dan Yarayang turned around and asked for permission. Uncle, I'll talk for a bit before going in. He then went to the table where drinks were served and sat down. Su Manhwa spoke again. Here Waryong's master is in secluded training. Whose idea was it for Waryong to participate in the Gongguimeng's alliance inauguration ceremony? Dan Yarayang answered calmly, without hiding anything. It was my and the Grand Commander's will. If the Sichuan alliance falls into the hands of the blood sect, then it will probably be our turn next. Su Manhwa continued. Perhaps that's so, but that's too obvious an answer. You seem to be hiding another purpose, Dan Yarayang laughed. It's just a personal matter, so don't be offended. Then let me ask you again, why has Sang Qian come to the alliance inauguration ceremony? Su Manhwa asked back, puzzled. Surely you don't know what Sang Qian values most. If war breaks out, much blood will certainly be shed. In that process, many children will lose their parents and wander. Many wives will lose their husbands and children will lose their fathers and wail. Sang Qian wishes to contribute even a small amount of strength to prevent such things. Hearing this, Dan Yarayang admired inwardly. Truly extraordinary, I've never experienced a feeling like this before. That inner self is like a deep, empty pit. To think there's someone who can hide their true feelings even from the sixth sense inherited from my father. Is this person Sang Qian's grand strategist? Truly extraordinary. Just then, Manhwa spoke again. Hey, Mountain Fortress Master, no need to think too deeply. We just need to watch how we coexist. Isn't that easy? Let the people we've saved make the remaining judgments. There's nothing to do before the alliance inauguration ceremony anyway, so let's have a drink. Dan Yarayang replied, 2 glasses please. My sister usually doesn't let me touch alcohol. Manhwa asked again. Sister, are you the heavenly maiden of flowers? Dan Yarayang confirmed. That's right, in fact she's fallen for some fellow recently and isn't even coming home. Manhwa continued. I also have a sister, so I understand that feeling. Who is he? Who is that young master? Dan Yarayang shook his head. I can't say. My sister is active in secret and her identity is hidden, but it's truly surprising that she would leave Waryong's territory to go meet that fellow. Hearing the two talk, Baektae-gun secretly chuckled to himself. Isn't that our heavenly lord? Thus, on the eve of the new alliance's inauguration ceremony, countless like-minded martial artists flocked to Yeoju. However, not everyone had the same purpose. 2 people in red robes walked along, talking. Have you checked all the houses? We've checked everywhere, but couldn't find any traces of them. Now the only place left is inside the Gongguimeng, but that place is still under construction, so there's no possibility of them hiding there. What should we do now? Haogong So Yo Bing frowned and replied, I hear tomorrow is the Gongguimeng's alliance inauguration ceremony. Let's go and check again. In his heart, he thought, the Gongguimeng, I wish I had known earlier. If I had known in advance that Jin Wurim and the Sichuan alliance had a bad relationship, I could have made things even more difficult for the Sichuan alliance in Tibet. Truly a pity. The person opened his mouth again and asked, Haogong, are they not going to the Sichuan alliance? So Yo Bing replied, I originally intended to give them a way out, but after coming here, I've reconsidered. The Sichuan alliance is now just an empty shell, so they won't accept them. Panchen Lama, what he did is no different from making himself the blood sect's primary target, the person continued. I've already sent a letter to the subordinates in the Sichuan Kasa branch, but it seems there's no response. In that case, this Yeoju will be the most likely hiding place. But Haogong? Seeing as Panchen Lama has come to Sichuan, the war with Sichuan seems unavoidable. So Yo Bing nodded in agreement. That's right, we must return and first devise a plan for this Gongguimeng. After burning down the Sichuan alliance, we must immediately advance to Yeoju and contact our main sect in advance. A bloody gleam flashed in his eyes, and he coldly scoffed inwardly. The Gongguimeng seems to be an alliance formed with Madalim at its core. This must be fate. Jin Wurim, I will certainly keep a close eye on you. As dawn broke, it was finally the day of the alliance inauguration ceremony at the Gongguimeng. I am Pyong Qian nodded. Thanks to the great hero for managing the Hochian unit, we were able to solidify our skills even further, Kong Riowal continued. Not at all, this humble monk merely wandered the Murim and joined you all. If it's the Gongguimeng, it will surely be able to change even the ills of the Sichuan Murim. Zhou Pyongqian agreed. Naturally, that is the only way we can repay those who have chosen the Gongguimeng. Kong Riowal admired the Gongguimeng true to its name. All of us must work harder together. By the way, today is the alliance inauguration ceremony. Where could young Master Jin be? Just then, another voice was heard from behind. It seems you two were talking about me. The two were startled and simultaneously turned around. Wurim cupped his hands in greeting to them. Madalim's Jin Wurim returned after a short period of secluded training. Kong Riowal was inwardly astonished. His aura is completely different from before. How on earth did he train? Zhou Pyongqian approached, patted his nephew's shoulder and said happily, You've worked hard. See you in a bit. Wurim also smiled happily. Yes, Alliance leader, I will prepare for the Alliance inauguration ceremony. Kong Riowal also approached and praised him. Congratulations, young Master Jin. Your aura has completely changed from before, but where are the two who came with you? Wurim smiled. Dea and Gun Miang will arrive a little later. Elder, please prepare as well. Hearing that, Kong Riowal turned and left. Understood, and I'll see you in a bit. As soon as he left, Yuhua spoke. If my brother hadn't known you were coming, there probably would have been trouble. Wurim nodded in agreement. That's right, those fellows from Sangqian are also participating in this alliance inauguration ceremony. Yuhua's eyes were filled with anticipation. When Chief Yak came to the Chengdu branch, I felt a similar disposition in him to those from Sangqian, but seeing Sangqian and him at the same time, I would definitely suspect they have the same disposition. Wurim smiled and praised her. You're quite cautious, aren't you? So how do you see me now? Yuhua replied happily. Before your secluded training, I also found you somewhat similar to them, but now you seem like a completely different person, so you're not similar at all, are you? Ah, young master. First, we have a more important matter, actually. On the way back to Yoju, I sensed a faint evil aura. The closer we got to the Gongguimeng, the clearer it became. That evil aura was definitely the same as what we encountered in Tibet. In other words, at this moment, blood sect members were mingled among the countless people gathered at the Gongguimeng. Finally, the Gongguimeng's alliance inauguration ceremony began. Though modest, the spacious training ground was instantly filled with people from all regions. Countless people came here to witness Madalam's prestige and the Gongguimeng's alliance inauguration ceremony. Gongguimeng alliance leader Zhou Pyeongqian swiftly approached. The cheers of the people were endless. I heard great hero Sun Wuzhong Zhou Pyeongqian had been in seclusion for 5 years, but he's still as he was before. 30 years have passed, and finally Sichuan's foremost great hero Zhou has reappeared. It's just that he was in seclusion and the world didn't know. But great hero Zhou has never been defeated by anyone. I hear Madalam's master ask great hero Zhou to take the position of Gongguimeng's alliance leader. This is truly a wise choice. That's right, thanks to this, the minor sects could unite so firmly. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Zhou Pyeongqian slowly sat in a chair. But immediately, the crowd was startled. Why is he sitting at the very end? Shouldn't the alliance leader sit in the center of the VIP seating? The host then shouted loudly. Next, we will introduce the sects that share the Gongguimeng's aspirations. Entering now is great hero Xin Wan, master of the Jiamzhong martial sect. Next is great hero Li Zhengmiang, master of the Northern Heaven Taoist sect. The appearance of the Northern Heaven Taoist sect astonished the crowd even further. The alliance leader himself approached to greet them and personally guided them to their seats. The crowd found that sight very difficult to understand. To not stand above 10,000 people. Doesn't this mean treating other sects as friends and advancing together? Indeed, this must be the meaning of the Gongguimeng. From minor sects in border regions to prestigious families in Chongqing, the number of sect leaders participating in the alliance inauguration ceremony reached a staggering 30. There were so many that the host was sweating profusely and still couldn't finish reading the list. Almost all the minor sects of the Sichuan Murim chose the Gongguimeng instead of the Sichuan alliance. The crowd below murmured, to drive away so many masters, the Sichuan alliance leader truly made a huge mistake. Hey host, is there no more on the list? The host immediately replied. There's still more. Next, we will introduce the esteemed guests who have traveled far to celebrate our alliance's inauguration ceremony. Entering now are Waryong's young pavilion master, great hero young sword master Dan Ya Ryong, and great hero unbeaten sword young Sam. This time the crowd was utterly astonished. Dan Ya Ryong, successor to the world's foremost expert, and a junior of the world's foremost expert, are coming. Could even Waryong be participating in the Gongguimeng's alliance inauguration ceremony? What on earth is happening? It's not over yet, the host continued to announce. It's not over yet. Finally, let me introduce our esteemed guests. Entering now are Sangqian's great mountain fortress master, great hero Silent Guangjian Baek Gun, great hero Baekmin Hilso Dai Zhongqiang, and Sangqian's grand strategist, great hero Jeswonjisa Su Manhwa. The hall was instantly enveloped in silence, so Yo Bing and his companion were no different. Baek Gun and the other two swiftly appeared in the crowd's view. As Manhwa walked, he spoke telepathically to Wurim. You look much healthier than before, Heavenly Lord. And Wurim replied with a smile. Long time no see, you've worked hard. At that moment, Zhou Pyeongqian spoke to the crowd. Today, 32 sects of the Sichuan Murim have gathered here together. We will resolutely confront all external threats and will not yield to any enemy. The alliance will certainly have a representative, but they will never rule over everyone. I promise that the Gongguimeng will be an alliance that moves forward with everyone, abandoning no one. I will not speak at length anymore. Now I declare the establishment of the Gongguimeng. Next, a ceremony was held to formally appoint warriors to important positions. Juk Mogay of the Beggars sect was appointed as the secret pavilion master, and Kong Rio Wall of the Qingcheng sect was appointed as the Hoqian unit commander. Next is Jin Wurim, commander of Madalam's Guangriang unit. Step forward. The crowd murmured once again. Could that young master truly be Guangriang? I heard he looks just like his mother, and indeed he's a rare beauty in the world. Zhou Pyeongqian looked at his nephew and said, I appoint Guangriang Jin Wurim as the commander of the Wagong unit. This unit will directly confront the enemy on the front lines when war breaks out, so I hope it will be a beacon for many. He admired inwardly. If Sol Ran were to see this sight, she would surely be very happy. Wurim smiled and nodded. I accept your command, Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader, I have something to say to everyone. Everyone has gathered here together. Today is an important day that marks the birth of our alliance. I extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who has attended this event. From now on, as the commander of the Wagong unit, I will carry out my first mission, that is, the mission to eliminate the internal traitors. So Yobing and the other person immediately panicked upon hearing those words. What did he say? Have we been discovered? How gone? It seems our actions have been exposed. To think he found us among so many people. First I must take a hostage. Before he could even think that, Dang So-So spoke first. Take a hostage? They will never be caught so easily. Wu-Rip mocked him telepathically. Long time no see, old man of the blood sect. The heavenly martial unit will surely rejoice upon hearing this news. Give up your life, old man. So Yobing could not understand inwardly. I was never careless when entering Sichuan. I even acted with extreme caution to conceal my identity. So how on earth was I exposed? The subordinate next to him reminded him telepathically. How Gong, please escape while I distract them. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately leaped into the air, and Rio Hua simultaneously leaped in pursuit. Before the young man could even think not to be caught, he was already struck by a fist. His body fell to the ground like a meteor and dust scattered. The crowd was astonished. My goodness, he was driven headfirst into the ground. Was there really an internal traitor hiding at the Alliance inauguration ceremony? That person is truly amazing. Is that young lady the mad woman? Yu Hua immediately became angry upon hearing those words, turned her head and shouted at them, "Shut up!" So Yobing scoffed coldly inwardly. To be unable to even handle one woman, what a useless fellow. I cannot delay any longer. This is my last chance. Thinking so, he immediately leapt into the air. Dang So-So immediately unleashed her hidden weapons as if she had been waiting, but So Yobing was no easy opponent and easily dodged all of them. He continued to run across the rooftops, fleeing. Yarang was suddenly startled and glanced behind him. Wu-Rip stood there, continuously emitting true chi from his body, and then he immediately vanished from that spot, appearing next to So Yobing in the blink of an eye. Where are you going, old man? The crowd was all astonished at this sight. He vanished so quickly, the distance wasn't even that far, yet we almost missed him right before our eyes, young Sam admired inwardly. I've met many strange individuals since coming here, but the true monster was someone else. It seems that fellow is Jin Wu-Rip. That fellow's martial arts are absolutely not inferior to the 7 masters of the Murim. So Yobing turned his body and gathered his true chi with both hands. Do you think I will die so meekly? I will take a few insects to your grave with me. But Wu-Rip paid him no mind, and one palm shaking heaven immediately engulfed the space. The crowd below merely stared with open mouths. Wu-Rip's lips curled up in triumph. Thanks to you all, the prestige of our alliance has risen even higher. You are truly our most honored guests. As the dust scattered, So Yobing was already frozen in place, struck by his single palm. The people below all broke into a cold sweat. Guangriang is truly the foremost in Sichuan. Even Yarang applauded in admiration. The alliance inauguration ceremony was abruptly halted due to the appearance of the blood sect and Jin Wu-Rip's astonishing display of martial prowess, but it ultimately concluded in a fervent atmosphere. He spoke telepathically to Yu Hua. You've worked hard. Thanks to you, a great task was accomplished. It's fortunate that it ended without significant damage. A person behind her suddenly rushed forward and shouted, Long live the mad woman. Afterward, a bump appeared on his head a moment later in the central courtyard of the council hall. To everyone who participated in the alliance inauguration ceremony, you've worked hard. The Gongguaimeng, Waryong and Sangqian gathered in one place like this. It's truly something I could not have imagined. This is an unusual opportunity. So let us now share our opinions frankly. Yarang immediately replied. Then I, Dan Yarang of Waryong, will offer a few words. After the fall of the Potala Palace, the day the blood sect invades Sichuan is not far off. If the Gongguaimeng needs assistance, our Waryong will gladly provide unofficial support. Waryong considers the principle of not interfering in matters outside Zhongnan to be of utmost importance, and this is the young lord's will. Although it may sound somewhat arrogant, the young lord's intention is that if an overly powerful force easily intervenes, the Murim will no longer follow its proper path. Wu-Rip agreed inwardly. That's right. Waryong possesses the world's foremost divine dragon and 5 of the 10 great masters. If Waryong were to intervene in all matters of the Murim, the sects would only rely on Waryong and would not wield their own swords, Yarang continued. However, unofficial does not merely mean rear support. We are also willing to provide warriors to fight directly on the front lines. We will leave people in Yiju, so please let us know whenever you need them. Zhou Pyeongqian nodded. Thank you, I will consider it carefully. Manhwa then spoke. Then it seems it's Sangqian's turn now. Zhou Pyeongqian asked in return. Thank you for waiting. So what does Sangqian wish to say? Manhwa replied as in the previous letter. Our Sangqian officially wishes to assist the Gongguaimeng. 2 Grand Mountain Fortress Masters from here and 200 elite warriors from Sangqian will support you all, Zhou Pyeongqian asked again. May I consider that to be your true intention? He thought deeply inwardly. This pressure. Now I understand why Mugang was so troubled. Although they officially stated their intention to help, Sangqian was originally a band of bandits. What could be their true purpose in wanting to help us? As if Manhwa also knew his thoughts, he spoke again. I fully understand the alliance leader's concerns. Our Sangqian has never done anything harmful to the world, but unfavorable rumors originating from the escort agencies still circulate. Are you worried that if you join hands with us there will be those who betray the Gongguaimeng in the future? Juk Moge admired inwardly. His foresight is truly godlike. Manhwa's voice continued to resonate. Our Sangqian wishes to help Sichuan. We wish to change the world's negative perceptions. Regardless of origin, we will all join forces to protect Sichuan. Our will to coexist aligns with the intentions of the Gongguaimeng. So you can rest assured, we have no other intentions beyond wishing to be recognized as a part of the Murim. We plan to depart tonight, so Alliance Leader, please consider carefully and give us your answer. Zhou Pyeongqian nodded and replied, "Thank you, I will discuss it carefully with the pavilion masters and then give you an answer." Very quickly the sun set. At the next meeting, Zhou Pyeongqian frankly shared the recent conversation and somewhat deliberated on Sang Qian's proposal. Ha Yungbo heard those words and asked, "Then what do you think, Alliance Leader?" Zhou Pyeongqian replied, "As you all know, the threat we face is by no means small. Although we must endure some criticism, if we can minimize the damage, we must join hands with them, because they were people who had come this far trusting Madalim." No one objected to Zhou Pyeongqian's opinion. The meeting held in the Great Hall smoothly reached a consensus and concluded. Jin Wu-rip approached Manhwa. "So the alliance has decided to join hands with Sang Qian," Manhwa continued. "It seems they weren't such stubborn people after all," Wu-rip continued. "They left the Sichuan alliance because they didn't want to be constrained, and you must bring 100 more people from Sword Mountain Fortress and Bugokche, and 50 more from Waryongchai and Juxinchai to fill the vacant spots here." Manhwa nodded. "I will convey the command, Heavenly Lord. Upon seeing you at the Alliance inauguration ceremony, I immediately understood. Afterward, Baek Taegun told me that the reason you kept Dan So Ryong's daughter by your side was for the future, wasn't it?" Rip asked in return. "You mean I will use Waryong as a shield when needed, right?" Manhwa replied. "Roughly so. If you had no such purpose, wouldn't that woman merely be a burden to you, Heavenly Lord? From my perspective, I cannot overlook a small spark that could ignite at any moment. Please state your clear intentions." Wu-rip was silent for a moment, then replied, "I have received much help from that child even until now. My mission was to defend the border and track down the Blood Sect spies, from the mission in Tibet to finding the Blood Sect's internal traitor. A burden? What nonsense. On the contrary, I am the one who received help." Manhwa was momentarily stunned upon hearing those words. Then a moment later he slammed the table and laughed madly. "That's right, now I understand. You're saying this even though you're the one who received help. Ha ha," Wu-rip said angrily. "That fellow Yamyang will starve to death starting today." Wu-rip then spoke again after a moment. "Then I will go first. It's strange for someone like me who is blind to be by your side. Be careful on your way and take good care of your health." Manhwa asked in return, "When will you return to Sang Qian, Heavenly Lord?" "Although I am handling all matters of Madalim after you left, the core of Sang Qian is ultimately you, Heavenly Lord. Please return as soon as possible if you can. Recently, strange energies have been stirring in the Central Plains Murim. I haven't mentioned it yet, thinking it might be a baseless worry, but after drinking with Waryong's young lord yesterday, I became even more concerned about this matter. It is a story about the demonic sect's heavenly mountain. If we compare the Murim to a large lake, Sichuan can be said to be a dike blocking one side of that lake. If the dike that is Sichuan collapses, then the other dikes will naturally collapse as well. The young lord said that Waryong's leaders currently view the Murim as a 9-layered palace built on ice. Even a slight touch would cause it to crumble with a crash." Wu-rip smiled. "For that fellow to come to Sang Qian and say such things, he's truly a unique individual. He was the one who stayed and dined at our separate residence, wasn't he? Or perhaps he was just overly confident. So Waryong believes that if Sichuan falls, Heavenly Mountain will act," Manhwa replied. "That's right, currently Heavenly Mountain is probing the Murim's strength through the Blood Sect. Furthermore, if there are already Heavenly Mountain spies within the Central Plains Murim," Wu-rip continued, "you mean the demonic sect will intervene immediately as soon as Sichuan is breached? Is that what you're saying?" Manhwa continued. "Everything is mere speculation, and there is no concrete evidence yet of Heavenly Mountain's specific actions. In any case, since you are here, Heavenly Lord, Sichuan will not be easily breached," Wu-rip said as he headed outside. "If this war ends as planned, Madalim will regain its former prestige, and I will return to Sang Qian after everything is over. I apologize to you, but please bear with it a little longer." Manhwa sighed helplessly. The events that unfolded at the Gongguaimeng quickly spread throughout the world. People who had not expected much from the Alliance inauguration ceremony could not hide their excitement, as they did not anticipate that even the Beggars sect, Sang Qian and Waryong would send envoys to congratulate them. Although it was still unclear how Waryong and Sang Qian would cooperate with the Gongguaimeng, it was a valuable opportunity just to see many rare masters gathered in one place, and among them the person who received the most attention was the young master who killed Hao Gong So-yo Bing, the commander of the Wagong unit. Guangriang Jin Wu-rip, his temperament was dignified and his appearance was handsome. Now, all the rumors in the world seemed to have been revealed as true. As the crowd chatted in the tavern, a person entered. He quietly sat at a table and listened to the conversation. The waiter was inwardly startled to see him. He's truly massive, his shoulders are like Jumong's, but he did not forget his duty and asked the guest what he would like to order. The other party, without hesitation, ordered waju and cold noodles. The surrounding tables were still noisy with talk about Jin Wu-rip. Very quickly the person's food arrived. "Here are your cold noodles and waju." But when the waiter brought the food, the other party had already vanished without a trace. "Is ordering food and running a trend these days? Next time I'll have to get payment up front." The person flew across the rooftops. "Hao Gong is dead. I must report this news immediately." This person was Wanza Gai, the ghost soul emissary of the Potala Palace. In the war against the Blood Sect, the greatest loss they suffered was not from swords or any other weapons. It was the thousands of schemes of that fox-like old man Haogong that made them flee from the burning Rasa. Wanza Gai, hearing the news that the Blood Sect's leaders had attacked the Rasa Palace at the Sichuan border, rode for 3 days and nights without rest to deliver the news. Wanza Gai arrived here in Qingqian County, northwestern Sichuan. As soon as he entered the cave, he immediately reported, "Buddha Haogong is dead." Lama Banchen, seated, asked seriously, "Who did it?" Wanza Gai sighed inwardly and said, there was an air of determination in his voice, "His Holiness is recovering well." He then calmly explained, "Your Majesty has probably also heard of a man named Guangriang. He has recently caused a commotion in Tibet. That person is Jin Wurip, who recently broke away from the Sichuan alliance and established the Gongguimeng. Given that So Yo Bing and his pursuit unit were defeated at the Gongguimeng, it seems the Shadow Envoy's diversion tactic accidentally coincided with that location. Buddha, how about we join hands with the Sichuan Murim and formulate a long-term plan?" Banchen fell into thought. "Join hands," he confirmed. "That's right. If we gather the disciples scattered throughout Sichuan, it will become a considerable force and they will not refuse." Banchen laughed heartily. "I heard your story well. You said the Sichuan alliance has split into 2 factions, didn't you? If they were still a unified force, they might have agreed to join hands with us, as you said. But now they are split, and whichever side joins hands with us will become the Blood Sect's top priority. So who will take the lead first?" Wanza Gai broke out in a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, the Blood Sect temporarily paused its attack on Sichuan also because they feared His Holiness's disciples would return. If His Holiness's identity were revealed, Blood Sect would surely prioritize attacking that location to eliminate future trouble. Banchen spoke again. "You seem troubled. Don't be impatient, the time will come." At the same time, at the Gongguimeng, "Everyone welcome. We have just arrived ourselves. Since everyone seems to be here, please take your seats. My apologies for summoning you all in such a hurry. A Blood Sect member recently captured has confessed. His pronunciation was a bit difficult to understand, but we still figured it out. Their purpose in coming here is because of the leader of the Potala Palace. It seems Lama Banchen, defeated by the Blood Sect, has fled to Sichuan. So Yo Bing and the Blood Sect rascals came here to pursue Lama Banchen." Zhou Pyeongqian replied, "Our secret pavilion has now issued orders to our scattered spies in various regions. First, we must find their whereabouts." Another person agreed. "That's right. Now that they have entered Sichuan territory, we must control their movements. However, if they try to join hands with us, we must be cautious. If we take on a liability like Lama Banchen, we are highly likely to become the Blood Sect's primary target." At this moment, Jin Wurip raised his hand and spoke, "May I offer my opinion? We must draw them into the Gongguimeng." The people were greatly surprised to hear those words. "Commander Jin, are you serious? If so, the Blood Sect's blade might be aimed at the Gongguimeng first. Shouldn't the Sichuan alliance step forward first to fight the Blood Sect, with us providing support?" "Han Qianwal, that fellow will never cooperate with us. If the enemies target the Gongguimeng first, it will be difficult for us to gain an advantageous position," Wurip explained. "I am not suggesting we admit Lama Banchen into the Gongguimeng. What I mean is, we should prepare a place for the scattered monks to gather, eat and rest temporarily. After that, once the Blood Sect sets its target and passes through Sichuan, then we will send Lama Banchen back to Tibet." The people finally understood upon hearing those words. It's the tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. He means to use Lama Banchen to disrupt the Blood Sect's headquarters and disperse their forces, Wu Gazong exclaimed in admiration. "Truly remarkable. If Commander Jin's strategy is executed as planned, it will be perfect. But we don't have enough strong masters to help Lama Banchen reclaim Tibet," Wurip replied seriously. "Let's entrust this plan to the masters of Sangqian." Time flew by quickly and a few days passed. Gun Miang and his party were all sweating profusely and panting. "Damn it, it's really hot. It's only early spring, but it already feels like summer and there's no place to rest here. Everyone, let's push a little harder. Brother Yang, why are you so quiet? Aren't you hot?" Yang Chu pointed to himself and replied proudly, "A master like me doesn't feel the heat," Udea said, unable to understand. "But brother, your back is drenched in sweat too," Yang Chu explained. "My back muscles are just itchy," Wurip then spoke from the front. "The sunlight is too strong." He immediately picked up a few stones and wrapped them in a cold aura using his true chi. Very quickly the stones became glowing chunks of ice. The people took the stones and were greatly surprised. It's cool. I can't help but admire it every time I see it," Wurip advised them. "Hang in there, we'll reach the mountain soon, so let's rest in the shade." Udea and his party did not participate in the alliance inauguration ceremony and waited at Bugokche. As soon as they returned to the alliance, they set off with Jin Wurip. Sangqian, which unified all the bandit strongholds in the world, boasts thousands of masters, and among them, the Yunmu unit specializes in stealth and tracking. According to information provided by the secret pavilion, the Yunmu unit quickly pinpointed Lama Banchen's location. Very quickly, a person appeared and saluted. "It's about half a day's journey west from here, near Qingqian County. The commander and 5 others are monitoring him. Your subordinate will guide you." Gun Miang was inwardly astonished. "Aren't these people hot, to be completely bundled up from head to toe in this weather?" Yang Chu whispered in his ear. "They're probably hot." Gun Miang was even more surprised inwardly. Could Yang Chu be thinking the same thing as me? The woman then cast an ominous glance at them, making a gesture of slitting her throat. The scene shifts to Lama Banchen. The two protectors were discussing the Buddha's condition with concern. His Majesty's sleep is exceptionally deep today. It seems the day of recovery is not far off. It's all thanks to John Yachek. We succeeded in luring So Yo Bing after all. This person was John Yachek, the spirit wielder envoy of the Potala Palace. The blood demon's blood heavenly palm was so lethal that even a brush could kill the Buddha. I am truly glad to be able to contribute even a small amount of strength to the Buddha's recovery. Just then, Banchan awoke. You've come, Yachek. The two immediately rushed over upon seeing him awake. Buddha, you are awake. John Yachek has arrived. Banchan continued. Yachek, you've brought a guest as well. At his words, the two were startled and quickly turned around. There a black silhouette was slowly approaching, and this person was none other than Jin Wu Rip. Can't you light some fires? Are you children of darkness? There are 3 bald-headed fellows here. Why is it so dark? Don't be too wary. I didn't come to fight. You're younger than I expected. Are you Lama Banchan? As the other party confirmed, Wu Rip fell into thought. He's only a year or 2 older than me, but his presence is as heavy as if he had bathed in the heavenly core water. The 10 great masters of the world are said to be highly talented, but including Dan Ya Ryong and this man, I didn't realize there were so many hidden monsters in the world. Once a guy turned his head and offered his opinion. Buddha, your disciple will immediately drive this man away. Banchan shook his head. No, that is beyond your ability, Wanzagai said, unable to understand. Are you underestimating me? Our 5 great envoys have no rival in Tibet, except for the blood demon and a few others. Who exactly is this man? Wu Rip pointed to himself and replied. I've lit the fire, yet you still don't recognize me. Who else in Sichuan is this handsome? Wanzagai's eyes widened, and he broke into a cold sweat. I heard in the tavern that there's a young master in Sichuan, beautiful as a flower but speaking arrogantly. Are you Guanggriang? Wu Rip continued. If you know, then move aside. I need to speak with your leader. Banchan also quickly ordered the two to step back. The two sides quickly sat around the fire. After observing the other party for a moment, Wu Rip smiled and said, You truly possess a mysterious talent. What should I call it? Banchan replied. It is the adamantine insight Jingang de Cha Yan. It is a type of Dharma eye that can see through a person's essence, Wu Rip asked again. Then have you seen through my essence? Banchan did not answer, but asked back, Are you truly Jin Wu Rip, the young master of Madalim? Wu Rip made an O sound, intrigued. Do I not look like it? You seem to have figured something out, Banchan explained. The power you possess is too dangerous. One cannot normally possess such immense power at your age. Strength or weakness is not the issue. This is the first time I have felt such dangerous primordial chi since cultivating the adamantine insight, Wu Rip asked again. If you possess such an ability, shouldn't you have fled before being defeated by the blood demon? Banchan said self-deprecatingly. That's just the way the world is. Some battles cannot be avoided even if you know in advance. Wu Rip pointed to himself and smiled. And how do I compare to the blood demon? Who is more dangerous? Banchan smiled and changed the subject. Tell me why you sought me out, Wu Rip replied without hesitation, reclaiming Tibet. I will help you bald-headed fellows reclaim Tibet. Banchan was not surprised. Very well, what is the price? When Wu Rip said he needed nothing, Wanzagai and the other person exclaimed in astonishment. Guanggriang, you demand nothing? Are you playing games with us? Wu Rip cast a solemn glance at them. You two bald-headed fellows behind me. Isn't it because of your incompetence that I have to bear this troublesome task? Do you think I came all the way here to play cheerfully, with the blood sect rascals possibly attacking at any moment? Banchan spoke again. Jin Wu Rip, we are not ordinary people. We will definitely repay this debt of gratitude. Wu Rip turned and left. Do as you please. I've already prepared a safe house. I'll send someone tomorrow, so rest there until it's time to act. I've said all I have to say. Banchan raised his hand in farewell. This venerable one will consider it. John Yachek stood there blankly, still thinking in disbelief. His Holiness would join hands with that young lad so quickly? Having thought this far, he whispered in Banchan's ear. Buddha, the Gongguaimeng is merely an alliance formed by a coalition of minor factions in Sichuan, let alone helping us reclaim Tibet. They don't even have the power to stop the blood sect's martial soul berserkers. Wanzagai agreed. That's right, Buddha. No matter how strong this young lad is, the power of 1 or 2 people alone cannot reverse the current situation in Tibet. If we hastily join hands with him, our location could be exposed. Banchan could no longer tolerate it and cut him off. Stop. Cooperating with him is entirely possible. The scene shifts to the Potala Palace. A person entered, holding a letter. My lord, a letter has arrived from Sichuan. Grand Protector Hao Gong was killed in Yoju. This person was Xiao Injiang, the Western Sichuan branch chief of the blood sect. The blood demon calmly asked back, Did Grand Commander Qiansu kill him? Xiao Injiang shook his head. No, it was Guanggriang. Jin Wu Rip. The blood demon burst out laughing upon hearing those words. Him again. How far along are the martial soul berserkers? Xiao Injiang replied. They are almost ready. With a little more time, we can sweep through Sichuan as easily as turning over our hand, the blood demon commanded. There's no more time to delay. Prepare for the expedition. I will kill Jin Wu Rip and all the 4 great major factions. Sichuan is mine, Xiao Injiang reminded him, my lord. Shouldn't we first find out where Grand Commander Qiansu is hiding before that? The blood demon frowned and said irritably, You handle that matter. The young man dared not disobey the command and quickly bowed his head in compliance. The two then spoke for a while longer. Where is Zhou Ziol now and what is he doing? The young sect leader is currently waiting in the Nanchangdu direction. Order the young sect leader to begin the mission and immediately prepare troops and supplies. Once the young sect leader moves, we will set out on the expedition. the scene shifts to Chengdu. At the starting point of Tibet, Grand Merchant Chief Zhou Sang of the Western Sichuan Merchant Group read a letter filled with emotion. The price of iron has risen by about 2 jaeon since before. Not just iron, but everything has risen simultaneously, the person opposite him said in surprise. Everything? Could those rascals really have moved? Zhou Sang nodded. That's right, the blood sect has finally moved, the young man asked in fear. Then shouldn't we hurry back as well? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people entered. Are you Zhou Sang, the Grand Merchant Chief of the Western Sichuan Merchant Group? It would be best for you all to remain here and not contact the outside world. If you disobey us even once, your merchant group will cease to exist. Zhou Sang broke out in a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, the war has begun, I should have acted sooner. He dared not disobey their will and quickly waved his hand. Understood, please spare our lives. They all left after that. Anyone who attempts to leave Chengdu without permission will be immediately decapitated. Mark my words. The servant then approached and asked, Grand Merchant Chief, are you all right? Zhou Sang waved his hand. I'm fine. Your schedules must be in disarray. The person opposite replied, there are some things in this world that cannot be helped. Don't worry about our affairs. It's fortunate enough that we've saved our lives. Zhou Sang nodded. That's right. It's probably better to remain in Chengdu. A storm of blood has begun to sweep through Sichuan. The scene shifts to another side. A group of people was galloping on horseback towards somewhere. The 2 guards outside saw the approaching people and said, it's a messenger. It seems the sect leader has finally decided to launch the expedition. Even amidst this chaos, he's paying a lot of attention to the young sect leader. To think he would personally dispatch the blood sect's strongest attack unit. This is the blood sect's Asura unit. The person at the forefront dismounted and asked, is the young sect leader inside? The guard replied, yes he is. However, the young sect leader has given orders that no one is to enter right now. Several people behind him quickly reminded the guard, hey, do you not know who this person is? Do you not even recognize the Asura unit commander? Quickly pay your respects. The guard remained unfazed and still calm. Silence. Our Yanhua unit only obeys the young sect leader's orders. The person raised his hand and removed his mask. He was none other than Zishan, the Asura unit commander. Then would you inform the young sect leader that I have arrived? That much should be all right, shouldn't it? The guard was still very firm. The young sect leader has ordered that no one is to enter. The same applies to us. So please wait until the young sect leader has finished his meal. It should take about 1 sijin. The moment he spoke, his head rolled off his neck and the remaining man froze as blood splattered on his face. One of the Asura unit members asked worriedly, Commander, he's the young sect leader's subordinate. Are you sure this is all right? Zishan replied without any fear, our Asura unit has come to deliver the sect leader's command. If the young sect leader's schedule is delayed, we'll have no choice but to act. You all check the status of the coffins containing the madmen. If the Yanhua unit interferes, kill them and then open the door and go inside. The sect leader Wuxia, sitting blood-stained, opened his mouth. You've arrived. Zishan immediately got to the point without hesitation. This is the sect leader's command. Carry out your mission. No matter how much he urged, Xiojil insisted on waiting until he finished his meal. A moment later he angrily shouted, I said I'm hungry. Zishan, not to be outdone, responded by exploding his demonic energy. Demonic energy spewed out in all directions inside the house. A moment later Xiojil clasped his head, calming down. Where am I? The madness is getting worse and worse. Zishan knelt down and bowed. Endure it. This is a process for the greatly accomplished Asura unit. Asura unit. Zishan greets the young sect leader. Xiojil put his clothes back on and slowly walked out. Seeing you here, it seems the sect leader has decided to launch an expedition to Sichuan. Zishan confirmed. That's right. The command is to use the madmen we have to destroy Sichuan's rear. Xiojil walked out, saw his dead subordinate, and asked, why was this man beheaded? Zishan explained. He blocked our way and said he was following the young sect leader's command. To deliver the sect leader's command quickly, I personally beheaded him. Xiojil glanced at the remaining man. Then why is this one still alive? Before the young man could even explain, he lost his life. Even if you die, you should follow my orders, shouldn't you? Just then, one of the Asura unit members returned and reported, I've checked the status of all the madmen, Commander. Everything is normal. Zishan clasped his hands and bowed to Xiojil. Then young sect leader, we will return. We wish you all the best. Xiojil nodded. Good. Tell father not to rush and to take his time until I turn this place into a sea of fire. Thus the war began. All communication in Chengdu was cut off under the blood sect's blockade. This was an unspoken signal that the blood sect had launched its expedition. Zhang Uncheng reported to Han Qianwal, Alliance leader, why aren't you gathering all 4 major factions to us? Han Qianwal retorted. Are you telling me to abandon the sect's headquarters? He confirmed. That's right. Since the enemy's whereabouts are unclear, it would be easier to deal with them that way. Han Qianwal turned and glanced at him. If the headquarters of the 4 major factions with centuries of history are burned down, who will trust this alliance and fight with all their might? It's better to be ready to act at any time, he thought inwardly. The alliance recently received support from the 4 major factions due to that incident. Angering them now would yield no benefit. Thinking so, he opened his mouth. First, proceed as I instructed. Are the Tibetan merchants still imprisoned? The scene shifts to the Gongguimeng in Sichuan. Zhou Pyeongqian sat and gave commands. Immediately declare a state of emergency. Assemble all warriors and their families from every faction here. Jukmoge asked, puzzled. Alliance leader, are you telling us to abandon all the sect's headquarters? He confirmed. That's right. We did this when we faced Jinwu Rip as well. If a house is destroyed, it can be rebuilt, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. Are you trying to save possessions and lose lives? Hearing those words, the people cheered and agreed. Good, it's great to see such energy after a long time. Since the alliance leader has decided, we will immediately follow, Kong Riowal thought inwardly. Although the current forces are incomparable to those rascals, united strength is unstoppable. This battle is worth fighting. Jukmoge spoke again. I apologize for breaking the mood, but the Gongguimeng is still expanding and cannot accommodate everyone. So where should the assembled families be placed? Wurip continued. For lodging, you can go to Chongqing. The people were surprised. Chongqing, are you referring to Madalim? Wurip confirmed. That's right, Madalim has many empty rooms due to the war of all under heaven. Furthermore, the manor that the Great Sword Sect used is also empty. If nearby factions also cooperate, everyone can be accommodated. Hearing those words, they all agreed. Zhou Pyeongqian then commanded, Then I will immediately issue an emergency mobilization order. Each pavilion master must do their utmost to support the faction's withdrawal. If any place is burned by the enemy after the war, the alliance will cover the restoration costs. It wasn't a summer downpour, but a continuous monsoon that covered all of Sichuan for several days. In such weather, it was difficult to send carrier pigeons. So Jukmoge had swift messengers from the secret pavilion send dispatches to the surrounding factions. Those who received the news as promised relayed it to other nearby factions. Thus Zhou Pyeongqian's command was quickly delivered throughout Sichuan. Time flew by quickly, and half a month passed. A group of people was walking through a deep forest battling the rain. The rain is too heavy. It's like the sky has a hole in it. Indeed, it feels like a ghost might appear. The blood sect rascals can act at any moment, so we must hurry. These were the Seoging unit, the Sichuan Alliance's Great Snow Mountain surveillance team. One person asked worriedly, Commander, I really can't run anymore. Do we really have to do this? The young man replied. That's right. Just one more mountain and it's Chengdu. It wouldn't hurt to rest for a while. Find a cave nearby. Being delayed by an hour is not a big deal. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around. Everyone tensed up, simultaneously drawing their swords and forming a circular formation. There are enemies. Even if the influence of the demonic energy makes it impossible to sense their presence, how can this be? They're definitely masters. Seogil smiled sinisterly and opened his mouth. Truly surprising. Were we discovered? The subordinate next to him continued. I am truly sorry, young sect leader. I didn't know anyone would be passing through here. The Sichuan Alliance members on this side all broke out in a cold sweat. Young sect leader, could the blood sect's elite have already crossed this pass? That can't be. The Alliance has no information about this. Does that mean they crossed the border and came all the way here without anyone knowing? Thinking this far, he shouted loudly. Everyone scatter, we must return with all our might, we must report this to the main alliance. Seogil also commanded his subordinates to deal with them. The two sides quickly plunged into a chaotic battle, and a moment later this place was covered in blood. Young sect leader, should we dispose of these bodies? Seogil shook his head. If they don't return, the other side will soon know. Let's go. We can't waste time on such matters. The young man thought inwardly. The original plan was for the young sect leader, 3 Blood Knight berserkers and 2 Martial Soul berserkers to infiltrate Sichuan and destroy the rear before the official invasion. If this becomes known to the outside, it will be a major variable. Thinking this far, he opened his mouth. Young sect leader, if the matter has already been exposed, wouldn't it be better to rendezvous with the units coming from behind? Seogil glanced at him unpleasantly. If you disobey me one more time, I will chew your head off. Change the plan. No need for stealth infiltration anymore. Instead, increase the speed of the frontal assault. The young man was astonished. Are you saying we're going to advance straight into Sichuan? Seogil confirmed. That's right, we must move so quickly that even if they know our location, they can't catch up. We'll make them think our destination is Qingcheng and prepare for it, then suddenly turn towards Ma. The women of Ma will be flustered when they see us, won't they? The scene shifts to the Sichuan Alliance. At this moment, news reached here. Are you saying the Seoging unit was all assassinated? That's right. When they didn't return, your subordinate sent a unit to search. The Seoging unit was all found dead on the path to Baifeng, Han Qianwal said, sounding very bewildered. The Seoging unit was created to fill the void left by the small and medium factions, wasn't it? Although their numbers aren't large, they are composed of masters who cannot be easily defeated. One person offered an opinion. The Blood Sect has probably already crossed the Great Snow Mountain Range, Alliance leader. Zhang Uncheng replied. The secret pavilion is trying to track the enemy, but their movements are too fast. They pass through Jugok Hosen and Siochong in 3 days. Their next destination is probably Jiamqian. Zhang Yuji was startled. Isn't that Qingcheng, pavilion master? How many enemy troops are there? Zhang Uncheng shook his head. I don't know the exact number, but it's estimated to be a unit of 100 masters. Zhang Yuji's expression grew even more grim. The enemy has the 7 souls. We cannot contend with them by numbers alone. We must send reinforcements to cut off the enemy's movement path. Han Qianwal spoke again. The Heavenly Immortal Pavilion and the Park Qian Pavilion will immediately send warriors to Qingcheng to provide support and prepare for the enemy's attack. Finally, the Blood Sect has begun to advance. From today onwards, I and all organizations will await orders at the Alliance, ready to deploy at any moment. Let us clearly show the world who the true guardians of Sichuan are. The people then quickly dispersed to carry out their missions. As soon as Han Qianwal stepped outside, he called Zhang Uncheng and instructed him. The most important thing is to ascertain the enemy's location. If we catch their tail from the beginning, this war will be much easier. Jang Unchung was startled. Are you saying the alliance leader intends to personally enter the fray? He thought inwardly. The alliance leader is the strongest master in the alliance, but the Tang clan's head is one of the 10 great masters. Han Qianwal's face hardened as he said, I know what you're thinking. The alliance's prestige has fallen greatly recently. This time I will definitely bring back the heads of those blood sect rascals. The scene shifts to another side. Banchen was admiring the moon in the courtyard when a voice reached him. How are things? Is the safe house well prepared? He glanced to his side and replied, Come inside. Thanks to you, I was able to gather my scattered disciples. Wurip smiled. Good news, this is Daejeongyang, the fortress master of Jiam Sanchai. Banchen asked, puzzled. Is he your subordinate? Wurip shook his head. It's difficult to explain. I have news for you. The blood sect has crossed the great snow mountain range. It seems the time has come. Daejeongyang, you will lie in ambush around here when the war breaks out. Help Lama Banchen reclaim Tibet. I leave everything to you. Good, I'm leaving now. From today onwards you will work with Daejeongyang. Just then, Banchen called him back again. The blood sect's Wu Changuk is proficient in both swordsmanship and palm techniques. In particular, the blood heaven palm is a demonic art that erodes the enemy's body, like a ghost possession poison. If you need to be wary of him, you should be more careful of his palm techniques than his swordsmanship. Wu Rip smiled and nodded. Thank you, but just as he was about to leave, the other party called him back again, making him very annoyed. Banchen smiled and clasped his hand sincerely. 2 words, thank you. Wu Rip turned around, waved his hand and left without a word. Only then did Banchen ask the person next to him, You're Daejeongyang, aren't you? Shall we go inside now and discuss the plan? Daejeongyang replied. My master didn't order me to calculate things complicatedly. In that regard, Baek Tie-gun is far superior to me, Banchen asked, puzzled. Then you have no plan at all? Daejeongyang retorted. No, the plan is very simple. I will kill everyone who hinders you until you reclaim Tibet. A moment later, Yu Hua saw Wu Rip emerge from outside and ran to ask, Young master, is the conversation already over? Wu Rip nodded in confirmation. That's right. Now everything will be handled by Daejeongyang, Yu Hua continued. Perhaps the small and medium factions have also started to withdraw by now. We should have acted sooner, Wu Rip sighed. I have no way to help the small and medium factions in the blood sect's path of advance. It's not too late yet. I hope they don't delay their evacuation for the sake of appearances, Yu Hua retorted. What if they still don't move due to their pride? Wu Rip burst out laughing. That's beyond my control. Let's hurry. The Gongguimeng is to the south of here, and we need to go southwest, Yu Hua said as if realizing something. Southwest isn't that place, Wu Rip smiled. They crossed the treacherous Great Snow Mountain range. Since guests have arrived, shouldn't we at least go out and greet them? The scene shifts to another side. Below the valley was a terrifyingly peaceful village. A group of people infiltrated this place, but they were so quiet that they were surprised. It seems the Gongjindan has taken effect. If you don't want to lose face, everyone must be careful today. These young ones are lucky to be able to drink Gongjindan. It's an elixir that grants 30 years of internal energy and removes all impurities. Let's go quickly. As soon as they went down, arrows came flying. These little rascals' arrow reaction speed is getting faster. Charge today. We must show these young ones the brink of life and death. Just then, they sensed hidden weapons. Did these little brats bury hidden weapons in the ground beforehand? This is still far from enough. Are you trying to blunt my blade? These stubborn rascals are getting dirtier and dirtier. As they continued to shout, a voice from this side called out to the 5th squad. Immediately, a group of people, shirtless and full of vigor, rushed out. People on this side saw them and shouted, They're tricksters, everyone scatter, otherwise it'll be even harder. Jaeon-ryu swung his staff and loudly declared, Who are you calling tricksters? I won't let you escape. The two then immediately engaged in a fierce battle. A moment later they separated and faced each other. At the same time, the sound of someone shouting for Squad 2 to enter the fray was heard again. As people panicked, something unexpected happened from behind. Another group, shirtless and wielding swords, charged like a storm, declaring that they would definitely teach them a lesson today. The place was once again enveloped in thick smoke, and a spear quickly shot out from within. It was a young lad wielding a spear. Juju watched them with a solemn expression. Today they would never stop until they died. The Guangryang unit all rushed in, everyone responding in unison and charging. The bandits on this side surely had a tough day, they mused. Step back. I will block them myself. Just then a fierce snake-like pressure descended from the air and the two factions were separated before they could even engage. Baek Tie-gun's voice was also heard. Stop. This gaze alone is enough to make them leave this place. People looked at Baek Tie-gun on the cliff, admiring that he was the one who commanded the unidentified black-clad figures who had tormented them daily. Even the one who had not uttered a single word until now was praising them. Was this really over? That moment, which they thought they would never reach, feeling like they would die before it, finally arrived. Baek Tie-gun stood there, looking at them with narrowed eyes. I truly want to praise you all, you who did not give up and endured until today. But unfortunately, there is no time for that now. Go, your master is waiting in Yeoju of the Gongguimeng. People didn't understand what the Gongguimeng was. Is the commander of the Guangryang unit in Yeoju now? Baek Tie-gun waved his hand and threw a cloth pouch. You'll know when you leave. This is money. Buy some clothes, change, and then leave. Juju called out to him. Wait, even if we have to leave, I must ask this question. The commander of the Guangryang unit does not simply hand us over to anyone. What exactly is your identity? Baek Tie-gun waved his hand, stopping him. That's not something I can say myself. Ask him directly. Then farewell. After Bati and his party left, people finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. It's finally over. We can finally leave this place. How much must the world outside have changed? Probably a lot, because the commander is out there. Let's go. The commander is waiting for us. The scene shifts to the Potala Palace. Seo and Jiang approached and reported, "Greetings, my lord. It seems the young sect leader is attempting to breach the enemy's defenses." The blood demon replied, "I know he has boundless courage. It's time for that child to gain experience. Life and death are matters of fate. Has the whereabouts of Grand Commander Qiansu been ascertained?" The young man replied, "He will certainly appear in Tibet if battle breaks out. We have prepared the Blood Flame unit, 5 Blood Knight Berserkers and 2 Martial Soul Berserkers for him." The blood demon laughed heartily. "This is enough. There's no longer any need to worry about the rear. All that remains is to conquer Sichuan. Beat the drums. We march." The scene shifts to another side. Wuxia and Yuhua were moving rapidly. She asked, puzzled, "Young master, do you know where we're going?" Wuxia nodded. "Let's see, the next mark." After observing for a moment, he found the mark on the tree. The enemy has crossed the Great Snow Mountain Range and passed through Baifeng. Then their destination will be either Qingcheng or Ma, because even with the 7 souls it would be very difficult to directly attack the Tang clan near the Sichuan alliance. Yuhua was still very worried. What if they launch a feint? What if they pretend to head in that direction, then turn north again and attack the Gongguimeng? Wuxia smiled confidently. "The warriors of Bisagik and Sangqian are on alert. Baek Taegun is probably near the Gongguimeng by now, so there's no need to worry. But why is there a letter here? Jinwan doesn't usually leave things like this." He quickly approached, picked up the letter and read it. "Yunmu Unit Commander So Jinwan, greetings Heavenly Lord. By the time you read this letter, perhaps half a day to a day will have passed. Following your instructions, your subordinate has continued to track the traces of the Blood Sect's detached unit. They are carrying 7 souls in many coffins, and among them appear to be the Blood Knight Berserkers we investigated previously. More importantly, their commander is the young sect leader of the Blood Sect. Please save at least Ma. The Blood Sect's young sect leader is a very dangerous individual. He is a demon who treats murder and cannibalism as a game. Normally, your subordinate would have rejoined the main force and continued the pursuit, but an unseasonal rain is falling here now. If there's any delay, it will be very difficult to track their traces. Their target seems to be Ma Mountain. Your subordinate will wait there in advance." Wuxia's face creased slightly after reading everything. "The situation is more serious than I thought," Yuhua asked. "Are they heading for Ma Mountain?" Wuxia nodded. "It seems so," Yuhua continued. "Ma won't fall that easily." Wuxia shook his head. "I don't know, it's a difficult question. To fill the void left by the small and medium factions that departed the Sichuan alliance, the 4 great major sects sent a considerable number of warriors there. Originally, Ma, a great tree of Sichuan, would not fall easily. However, if they even sent the disciples remaining at their main sect to Qingcheng for support, they could completely wipe out Ma. We need to be faster," he thought as he moved. "I want to help Madeline regain its former glory, but I don't want to step on others' misfortune to do so. Hang in there, I'm coming." The scene shifts to Ma. The young sect leader had led his army here at this moment. "Sichuan's Ma Mountain has truly beautiful scenery. I'd like to stay here for a night." The subordinate behind him continued. "That's right, young sect leader. Moreover, for Ma's nuns to have come out this far, it's truly an honor." An Ma disciple opposite them spoke. "Has the Blood Sect truly come all the way here? Shouldn't they be in Qingcheng?" "My disciples, do not be swayed. If you waver before even fighting, it's as good as a defeat. This person is Ma's Hongma Hong Jaso Zisu." Seojil observed his opponent for a long time, then sneered softly. "I didn't think it would be this easy. Did the Sichuan alliance really send warriors to Qingcheng?" The subordinate behind him confirmed. "That's right. A day ago, the Yunchen unit and Xuanmu unit departed the mountain gate. 200 Ma nuns went to Qingcheng as support, and this is the main force of this sect." Seojil crossed his arms and laughed gleefully. "To be deceived by such a trivial trick, are you all mad? It seems there's no one in Sichuan who knows how to use their head," that person replied. After Pavilion Master Tang Munmiang disappeared, Sichuan is no longer what it once was. Jaso encouraged her disciples again. "Disciples, there's no need to fear anything. What happened today is part of the worldly flow. All we who remain here today need to do is our duty. If you think you can completely wipe out Ma, you are greatly mistaken. This is the Ma sect. Do you think we have no countermeasures? The nuns of Jiangsimwan Righteous Heart Pavilion are still here." As soon as she finished speaking, sturdy, masculine-looking nuns rushed out. "The sect leader's words are right. Although the elite forces have departed, our sect will not fall easily." The person speaking was Master Changhyo Pure Void, Pavilion Master of Jiangsimwan. Jaso clasped her hands and said to them, "Martial aunties, you will have to face the undead monsters." Changhyo replied calmly, "It's merely a battle between undead monsters and old monsters." Seojil saw the scene and laughed loudly. "Truly interesting. Unleash the 7 souls." The coffins quickly opened and the 7 souls immediately roared out. Jaso shouted loudly, "I leave Ma to the martial aunties." Martial auntie Changhyo took the lead and charged, clashing head-on with a 7 soul with a single palm strike. A powerful impact spread in all directions and thick smoke rose. Seojil stood there admiring. "It's hard to tell which is the monster. Commendable," Jaso thought softly from behind. "The situation is not good. The 7 souls are tireless, but the martial auntie's stamina is limited. This battle was destined to be lost from the start." Having thought this far, she shouted loudly, "Everyone unleash the killing chain. The Changsimdong Pure Heart Hall immediately deployed the three-linked formation. Hearing those words, the disciples all raised their swords in unison. Seojil snorted coldly. They're struggling even at the brink of death. Deputy Commander, unleash the Blood Knight Berserkers. Another coffin opened. The zombie inside was naturally even stronger. The martial antis on this side were still fiercely fighting the seven souls. Just then, something unexpected happened. A Blood Knight Berserker rushed like lightning and grabbed her head. The martial anti instantly lost her life like that. Jaso saw the sight and simply could not believe it. An even more excited smile spread across Seojil's face. Ma instantly fell into chaos and their formation broke. Has the Blood Sect's might, personified by the Seven Souls and Blood Knight Berserkers, truly reached this level? This truly is the Blood Sect's genuine weapon. The Blood Knight Berserkers. In a single moment of error, countless Ma disciples and elders lost their lives to the Blood Knight Berserkers. Jaso stood there, thinking inwardly. The martial antis can contend with the Seven Souls, but the Blood Knight Berserkers have surpassed the realm of monsters. Even if the main sect's elite forces return, I can't guarantee they can defeat these monsters. At first I thought that young sect leader was consumed by madness, charging straight into such a dangerous place. But it turns out he had very carefully considered Ma's scale and military strength. Seojil scoffed gleefully once more. It seems Ma has no real skill to speak of. He then leapt onto the rooftop and commanded his subordinates to unleash the remaining two Blood Knight Berserkers. Just leave a few alive. The remaining two Blood Knight Berserkers were immediately unleashed, and Jaso hastily shouted loudly, "Martial antis, your junior will block the Seven Souls, so I leave the rest to all of you martial antis." Changhyo asked back worriedly, "Will you be alright alone?" Jaso, without the slightest hesitation, unleashed her true chi and shouted loudly, "You damned rascals, come here, my Hang Mahong will enlighten you all." Countless Seven Souls immediately rushed towards her. Changhyo, without hesitation, waved her hand and shouted loudly, "This is our chance." Zhang Simwan immediately deployed the three-linked formation to face the Blood Knight Berserkers. The disciples deployed a circular formation and enacted the spell, all charging forward in unison for a decisive battle. Seojil on this side stood with his arms crossed, admiring. The Blood Knight Berserkers are truly amazing. Even surrounded and attacked by three monstrous old nuns, they can still easily win. The remaining disciples in Ma were merely novices lacking battle experience. Their inexperienced combined attacks would be a double-edged sword against formidable foes like the martial soul Berserkers. Martial Auntie Changhyo's command for the disciples to retreat was entirely correct. However, unlike the Seven Souls, the old nun's breathing was already becoming labored. The situation had already tilted to one side. The Jungmoan righteous martial pavilion warriors could block the Seven Souls, but only temporarily. If martial anti-Jaso could not hold back the Seven Souls, the young disciples would instantly lose their lives. At this rate, they would no longer be able to hold on. "My lord, where are you?" So Jinwan, who was watching from the side, was deeply worried at this moment. If my lord had not destroyed Red Snake Valley that day, Ma would probably have been annihilated long ago, but at this rate, they will all die, my lord. Would you be pleased if the Sichuan Murim was left with only an empty shell? A blood sect member on this side shouted loudly, "Finish them quickly. The young sect leader is starting to get bored." The people controlling the zombies heard those words, chanted spells, and increased their speed. Just then, an unexpected weapon appeared, and one of the Seven Souls was cut down instantly. The blood sect members were all startled by this sight. "Who is it? Where are they?" Before they could even see, the opponent had already lost his life to Jinwan. Seojil frowned from the rooftop. The subordinates below were flustered inwardly. He dealt with a Seven Soul and 3 Yanhua unit members in an instant. "Who exactly are you?" Jinwan did not answer, but stood there and admired. "He certainly wouldn't want Ma to fall, so I will not let you achieve your goal." The blood sect member, angered, shouted loudly, "I asked who you are. Are you a subordinate of the Sichuan Alliance leader?" Jinwan snorted coldly. "What a ridiculous thing to say. The Sichuan Alliance leader, how could such a treacherous man be my lord?" He analyzed inwardly. "From what I've observed, their leader will not easily show himself. I apologize, Reverend Nuns, but we must face reality. We must put all our effort into saving the sect leader and the elders, and we must hold on until my lord arrives." Seojil on the rooftop commanded loudly, "Tell the Seven Souls to deal with those old fools. Tell the 3 Blood Knight Berserkers to kill that fellow." All Yunmu unit members practiced martial arts imbued with killing intent, but Jinwoo Rip and his master had taught them more than that. They learned another unique skill created by the two, the Sword River through heaven. A powerful strike like thunder poured down, and even after the attack passed, Jinwon still stood proudly. People were astonished. Who exactly is that man? His intervention diverted the Seven Souls' concentration. If I had been even a little slower, I would probably have been torn to shreds. Since the Blood Knight Berserkers are still focusing their attack on that man, I must turn the tide. No matter how outstanding an unknown warrior is, tell him to keep trying. After a round of fighting, Jinwon couldn't help but admire. Indeed, they are Blood Knight Berserkers. Truly formidable. This is the first time I've seen a creature survive after being hit by the Sword River through heaven. Indeed, it seems there's no other way but to cut off their heads. Seojil on the rooftop, seeing Jinwon's strength, began to focus. Who exactly is that fellow? Jinwon continued his attacks, and the Blood Knight Berserkers couldn't keep up, forced to take the hits. Seojil, watching from the side, was even more surprised. The Blood Knight Berserkers are so strong that even when surrounded and attacked by 3 old nuns, they're unharmed. But that fellow is fighting 3 Blood Knight Berserkers by himself. Even I would find that difficult to handle. I don't like that fellow. I need to break his momentum first. Seojeol hid his presence within the thick evil aura emitted by the Blood Knight berserkers. Even though Jinwon kept a watchful eye on him, momentarily losing track of Seojeol amidst the thick demonic energy of the Blood Knight berserker was a significant threat. Very quickly, Jinwon's face contorted. Seojeol appeared behind him, sneering coldly. You fought quite well, didn't you? But why are you hiding so much? How does it feel? Does it hurt? Jinwon cursed inwardly, looking at the sword lodged in his thigh. Seojeol's face broke into an even more excited smile. I've poisoned the sword. If you don't pull it out, you'll never be able to use that leg again. Jinwon remained vigilant, but the situation was too urgent and unfavorable. This was a place where even the strongest could lose their life in an instant. War was always like that. Just then, a familiar voice was heard. Why is that laughter so grating? The Blood Knight berserker that was rushing at Jinwon from behind was simultaneously frozen in place by an icy chill. Jin Woo-rip had finally appeared. Seeing his master, Jinwon felt a sense of conviction. That's right, this is what war is all about, Woo-rip instructed Ryo-hwa. You take good care of Jinwon, Ryo-hwa reminded him. Don't worry. I'll handle it, so young master, you must never let those bastards get away with it, Woo-rip replied, not hiding his killing intent at all. That goes without saying. The two looked at each other with affection. Only 2 Blood Knight berserkers remained. Seojeol's face hardened, unable to comprehend inwardly. Where did that madman come from? He froze a Blood Knight berserker with a single palm strike. Ryo-hwa approached Jinwon and asked, Can you still move? She immediately helped him up and left the place. This will probably be a tough fight. She admired inwardly. This aura is completely different from what I felt at Bugokche. Back then it felt like falling into a massive pool of lava, but now I can clearly feel the killing intent. Surely the young master isn't this angry just because a subordinate got injured. When she turned her head to look again, she was once again startled. Woo-rip was performing the moonless palm of the 8,000 divine spirit arts. Knowing what she was about to say, Woo-rip telepathically told her not to stop him. Seojeol from his side cried out in fear, It's useless, stop him now. Even with the Blood Knight berserkers rushing forward, the palm strike could not be stopped. This greatly astonished Seojeol. His palm strike can penetrate the Blood Knight berserkers. He had no way to dodge, so he took the palm strike head-on. Jaso and everyone around them were dumbfounded. This single blow sent Seojeol flying like a kite with a cut string. Thanks to Manhwa, the Sichuan Murim had never faced the blood sect 3 times. Even Ryo-hwa, the only one who knew Jin Woo-rip's identity and accompanied him, had never been this tense. With just one moonless palm, the warriors who had been fighting for their lives merely stared blankly. Jaso broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, A new rising young master in the Sichuan Murim? No, in the entire world I should say, although I've never met him before. I can tell just by looking at him. That young lad is Guangryang Jin Woo-rip. You truly resemble your mother. The 2 Blood Knight berserkers were still not defeated, still growling. Woo-rip drew his sword and without hesitation lunged forward. The Blood Knight berserkers also did not passively await death, but forcefully met his sword techniques. Woo-rip admired. Their bodies are truly tough, but even so, my sword blade cuts deep into their flesh. Eventually, one was cut into several pieces. The remaining one seized this opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind. Jaso and the others watching from the side were indescribably astonished. Am I dreaming? Woo-rip cut off the Blood Knight berserker's arm as if it were tofu. How could Jin Woo-rip so easily behead a Blood Knight berserker that 3 Jongsimwon elders couldn't defeat even when fighting together? Woo-rip landed lightly after taking care of everything. The blood sect member on this side trembled all over in shock. To think there was another beast-like powerful person in Sichuan? He hastily shouted to his subordinates to block Woo-rip. All martial soul berserkers, charge forward. I will find the young sect leader. Jaso regained her senses at this moment and shouted, Do you think you can do that so easily? Deploy the full formation. We must lighten the burden on the benefactor. Seojeol on this side was still lying in the ruins. Damn it, what did I get hit by? I can't circulate internal energy in my dantian. What kind of mysterious martial art did he use? Woo-rip walked towards him with surging killing intent and said, It seems you can't circulate chi in your dantian. Don't bother. You will never be able to use your dantian again, you scoundrel. You liked sticking a poisoned sword into other people's legs, didn't you? How does it feel? How does it feel for someone to stab your dantian with a sword? Seojeol writhed in pain, crying out miserably. Please stop, save me, please. How could Woo-rip show him mercy? He gripped his sword even tighter. Don't scream. You should put yourself in the shoes of those who were sacrificed because of you. If you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you go. Seojeol, clutching at straws, hastily replied, I will answer anything, Woo-rip immediately asked without hesitation. Good. Are you truly the young sect leader of the blood sect? The young man confirmed. Yes, I am Wu Seojeol, the young sect leader of the blood sect. The next question was about the antidote. Woo-rip quickly took out a cloth pouch and without hesitation tossed a pill into Seojeol's mouth. The young man pointed at himself and asked, Is this really the antidote? Woo-rip paid him no mind and continued to ask. Second question. Where is your main force right now? As soon as he said he didn't know, one of his arms was severed. His saying you don't know the end of it, you'd better spit out something that satisfies me. If you keep saying you don't know, you'll go home with just your torso. Seojeol cursed inwardly. Damn it, that bastard is even more disgusting than me. Thinking so, he opened his mouth. I pretended to target Qingcheng, then diverted to Ma Mountain, making the Sichuan Alliance and Ma send their warriors to Qingcheng to fight. Before coming here, I ordered my subordinates to spread the news that Ma was under attack in Qingcheng. Woo-rip stroked his chin and thought, Qingcheng is to the west, and Ma is to the south of the Sichuan alliance. If the Sichuan alliance hears this news and sends its warriors back to Ma, the blood sect's main force can attack the empty Qingcheng after that. They will target the Tang clan and the Sichuan alliance. Xiao Jil continued. I only know this much. I was the vanguard, so I don't know much. I've told you everything I know, so will you release me as promised now? Wu Rip laughed coldly. Are you smart or stupid? If you were me, would you keep that promise? Xiao Jil cried out indignantly. You damn bastard! Wu Rip infused his body with fire energy and swung his sword, stabbing him. Considering what you've done, your only end is death. I'll leave your head and I'll cremate the rest. At that moment it suddenly began to pour rain. The Ma disciples' battle was still ongoing. A terrible and gruesome sight. Fire erupted from where the sword was plunged, spreading throughout his body. Fire that pierced through his lungs inflicted pain as if burning with intense heat. Pleading for his life until the last moment, Xiao Jil used his remaining strength to cry out miserably. His last words were buried amidst the commotion he created. The subordinate outside stopped fighting, turned his head to look inside, and thought, Fire is rising from the main hall. What on earth happened inside? I must quickly check on the young sect leader's safety, but at that very moment his face contorted and he broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Rip had come out carrying Xiao Jil's head. He swung his hand, throwing the head forward. The young man was utterly astonished, stammering and speechless. The young sect leader is dead. This meant that even if they returned to the blood sect, only death awaited them. Although the remaining blood sect members fought for their lives, it was futile. Rio Hua protected Jinwan, and Jin Wu Rip incapacitated the remaining Blood Knight berserkers, quickly ending the battle. After a short while, the Ma disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now everything was handled. Rio Hua stood there, thinking, how would it feel to have to collect the bodies of comrades who fought shoulder to shoulder? Wu Rip continued. It's never a good experience, it's a truly sad day, but this is also something they brought upon themselves. Rio Hua spoke somewhat reproachfully. Young master is truly cold-hearted. Wu Rip stood up. Don't you know I'm originally like this? If I can protect my people, I can become even colder, Rio Hua admired. I know young master is like that. I just said it. Just then, an abnormal reaction appeared behind Jinwan. It seems the poison has flared up, Wu Rip smiled. It's enough that you're safe. Rio Hua also spoke. You can't use that mask anymore. Use this instead. She tore off a piece of her clothing and handed it to him. The young man quickly wiped his blood-stained face, then without hesitation tossed the cloth aside and took out another face covering to wear. Rio Hua saw this and reminded him unpleasantly. Next time, if you have spares, tell me beforehand, Wu Rip asked again. Jinwan, can you move? The young man replied. Lightness skill is fine. At the same time, Jaso also approached. I apologize for the late greeting. I am Jaso, sect leader of the Ma sect. Our Ma will never forget this kindness today. We will engrave in our hearts and remember forever the righteous actions shown here at Jianbangjong today. In front of Rio Hua's expectant face, Wu Rip said firmly, Martial Auntie has misunderstood. Did not come here to bestow kindness. Rio Hua thought helplessly. He's finally saying those words. Jaso continued. Then for what reason did the benefactor help us? Wu Rip remained indifferent. I merely came here to meet the young lads who came all the way from the western regions. Helping you was to give Ma and the 4 great major sects a chance to repent and improve. The disciple behind her was startled to hear that. Repent? What do you mean? Wu Rip asked seriously. Martial Auntie, do you think what happened today is a result without a cause? How could that be? There is a saying in the world, what goes around comes around. The female disciple could not hold back and loudly interrupted. How can you say such things to people who have lost their families? Jaso calmly restrained her. Wu Rip continued. Martial Auntie, please think carefully. If the Sichuan alliance had done its part, would such a tragedy have occurred today? While Han Qianwal was corrupting Sichuan, did Ma truly exert its influence properly? Shaolin is respected by the world with barely over 100 disciples, because they protected the Murim during the Great War, even risking the annihilation of their sect. But what about you? Are you not ashamed to call yourselves fellow Buddhists? The blood shed here at Jianbangjong today is the price the Sichuan alliance pays for its indifference to the chaos of the Murim, and the price you pay for your arrogance. The Ma people could not refute at all and simply remained silent. Wu Rip then turned his body. I feel much better now, let's go. They left together. Just then Jaso spoke again. Benefactor, please wait a little longer. Didn't you say you would give Ma a chance to repent? If I miss this opportunity, I will probably never attain the Buddha's teachings. Rio Hua turned her head in astonishment. Martial Auntie, what are you saying? Jaso knelt down with all her disciples. Please allow us to fight together. Even if it's a belated repentance, please give our Ma a chance to fight alongside the Gongguai-Meng. Wu Rip and the two stood there silently watching them. After an unknown amount of time, he said calmly, Do as the sect leader wishes. Rio Hua admired inwardly. Heavens, one of the 9 great sects joining the Gongguai-Meng. After a moment, Rio Hua said, Then young master, where's our next destination? Will you help Qingcheng? Wu Rip shook his head. No, it's already too late, Jaso said, unable to understand. Too late? What are you saying, young master? Wu Rip explained. That young sect leader has already sent word to Qingcheng. As soon as the Sichuan alliance hears news of Ma, they will abandon Qingcheng and rush here. Conversely, the blood sect's main force will attack Qingcheng as planned, because its main forces have already left. Even if we rush at full speed now, we won't be able to stop it. Qingcheng will be annihilated by tomorrow at the latest, or even today. As he said, Qingcheng was currently in a desperate situation. Everyone was exhausted, and the blood sect leader was none other than the blood demon. The disciples were constantly being pressured, calling out to their sect leader. Their sect leader was no different, merely panting there. The warriors who came from the Sichuan alliance as support and the Qingcheng warriors all left as soon as they heard that MA was under surprise attack. We fell for a deception. News of MA was clearly a blood sect deception. The disciples behind them all shouted in unison. Sect leader, please escape quickly. We must retreat. Go Yung-son Gao Zhongxian shouted in anger. Silence, how can a sect leader abandon his sect? The disciples continued to persuade him. There are still many fellow disciples outside the gate. Please think of Qingcheng's future. If anything happens to the sect leader, what will become of Qingcheng? Go Yung-son Gao Zhongxian still insisted, shouting, I am merely an old man. Qingcheng will still exist tomorrow. Even without me, I entrust Qingcheng's future to all of you. Leave quickly. The disciples behind him were deeply moved and began to sob. After a moment of internal conflict, they finally decided to flee. We will return with the military support unit. Go Yung-son sighed inwardly with relief. This is enough. He then raised his long sword high. You demon, come here. Go Yung-son will fight you with all his might. The blood demon laughed loudly. What a foolish old man, you should have sent those fellows. Do you think there are no more of my forces outside my gate? It will be more agonizing for you to realize that you led those old fellows to their deaths. Go Yung-son was startled by those words, and tears streamed down his face mixed with extreme hatred. He leapt forward and charged. The blood demon sneered coldly and swung his palm. Farewell, foolish old man. Just one day after the tragedy at Ma, Qingcheng sect, one of the 4 pillars of the Sichuan alliance, had fallen. The scene shifts to Ma. Jaso stood by the window, recalling Wu Rip and his party. This matter is truly a stroke of heaven's luck, a rare opportunity. Where on earth did such people come from? She unconsciously recalled their previous conversation. Benefactor, what are you saying? Is it true that Qingcheng has fallen? Wu Rip explained. Didn't I tell you? Even if we rushed to Qingcheng at full speed right now, that sect would have already fallen. Jaso clutched her head and sighed. The sturdy pillar of the Sichuan alliance would not fall so easily, Wu Rip asked in return. You said you would accompany us, didn't you, sect leader? She confirmed. That's right. What should Ma sect do now? Wu Rip looked at her seriously and said. Persuade the Sichuan alliance. That place is like a lamp in a storm right now. Han Qianwal is not an easy person to persuade, but you, sect leader, should try once. When they arrive here, show them Ma's current situation clearly. If Han Qianwal still doesn't come to his senses after seeing this sight, then the Sichuan alliance is finished. Jaso cupped her hands and nodded. Understood. I will do my best. Where are you going now, benefactor? Wu Rip replied nonchalantly. I was originally on my way to meet a guest. We will meet again at the Gongguimeng after I'm done. Recalling this conversation, she admired. The situation is this urgent, yet he's going to meet a guest? Guangriang, you are truly an unpredictable person. How important is this guest, I wonder? The scene shifts to the blood demon. He walked through the forest in the rain, admiring. What a desirable land, his subordinate behind him continued. Before long, this place will be yours, my lord. The blood demon continued. Of course, have you ascertained the movements of the Gongguimeng? He explained. All the small and medium factions under the Gongguimeng have left their hideouts and headed for Chongqing. The blood demon admired. Indeed, they are different from the foolish individuals of the 4 great major sects. The young man continued. This is actually very advantageous for us in dealing with the Sichuan alliance. Our forces are already sufficiently gathered, so we can move immediately. This place is only a day away from the Sichuan alliance. Where will you attack next, Lord? The blood demon replied. If we target those heading for Ma, the Sichuan alliance and the Tang clan will immediately notice. But if we directly attack the Sichuan alliance's main headquarters, the war will drag on, and there's a high possibility of being ambushed from various directions. And look, isn't it raining right now? In this weather, poison techniques are difficult to be effective. Therefore attack the Tang clan. The young man smiled and nodded. My lord is wise. Just then the blood demon sensed something else. There are people in this forest. Xiao Injiang hastily turned around and shouted, Black Heaven Unit, receive orders. Immediately ascertain the identities of those in the forest. The blood demon suddenly stopped him. Enough, Injiang. I don't want to break this good atmosphere. Follow them from a distance of several meters. He then went forward with his subordinate. They quickly passed through the bushes where 2 people were drinking in the rain. The blood demon approached them and asked, I apologize if we've disturbed you two. What are your names? One person replied. We are just residents who live near here. The blood demon asked again. I truly wish for a drink. May I sit down? Injiang thought inwardly. They are clearly martial artists, yet they don't even flinch at the Lord's presence. These fellows, there's definitely something. The blood demon then accepted the other party's invitation. He picked up a wine glass and asked seriously, Have you lived in Sichuan for a long time? The other party replied. It's only been about a year. Before that, I lived in the northern central plains. The blood demon frowned. The northern central plains, how can I get there? The woman replied, You must cross rivers and mountains. The blood demon admired. Truly amazing. Do you think I can do that? The man continued. It seems you are an outsider, sir. The people of the north do not allow outsiders. A very high mountain that you cannot cross blocks the way. So that is impossible. The blood demon narrowed his eyes. I see, this brother is truly interesting. What is your name? Wu Rip removed his bamboo hat and revealed his name without hesitation. The blood demon remained very calm, but his subordinate Xiao Injiang gritted his teeth and drew his sword. Yu Hua also drew her sword and immediately prepared for battle, and the two then engaged in a fight. The 2 protagonists unexpectedly sat there very calmly looking at each other. Wu Rip poured another drink. And the blood demon also said without any perturbation, Guangriang Jin Wu Rip, I have always wanted to meet you. It's truly an honor, Wu Rip shook his head. If you knew what I did before coming here, you wouldn't be so happy. The blood demon remained very calm. I'm truly curious. Can you tell me? Wu Rip raised the wine bottle. If you finish this wine, how about we each exchange a drink? Will that be enough? On this side, after fighting with Yu Hua for a while, Xiao Inzhang's face was very grim. You lowly woman, I clearly moved first, yet she blocked everything, even if she doesn't feel pressure from the Lord's aura. How long do you think you can last? His target this time was Wu Rip. But Yu Hua had once again ruined his plan. The blood demon leisurely raised his wine glass. Then Jin Wu Rip, can you tell me how you arrived here? Wu Rip replied. My intuition is very good, fortunately it was accurate this time. Seeing your forces, it seems you can easily deal with Qingcheng and Ma. What do you plan to do about Dianking? That sect is in Yunnan, quite far from here, isn't it? The blood demon replied frankly. Jin Wu Rip, I have just dealt with Qingcheng, and Ma will now be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Since Qingcheng, which is near the Sichuan alliance, fell so easily, Dianking will be even easier, won't it? Wu Rip admired inwardly. Their main headquarters is already empty, and Dankang's warriors have been dispatched to Sichuan, so there's really no hope. Elder Ha, I'm sorry, but Dianking will probably have to be given up, the blood demon asked again. What do you think? Can the Sichuan alliance stop me? Wu Rip sighed honestly. Probably not. The border between Tibet and Sichuan was only a few thousand li. It was understandable that the forces were dispersed and could not quickly ascertain the blood sect's whereabouts. But to be oblivious to the fall of Qingcheng, which was right on their doorstep, clearly meant that the new secret pavilion master was not doing his job. Moreover, since most martial artists had already left the Sichuan alliance, it would be almost impossible to stop the blood sect if they launched a surprise attack now. The Sichuan alliance was completely playing into his hands. The blood demon opened his mouth again. Jin Wu Rip, I will ask you the same question. Can the Gongguaimeng stop us? Wu Rip's lips curled into a very confident smile. That is entirely possible. Because the Gongguaimeng has me, Guangriang, the blood demon was greatly surprised by his confidence. He then laughed loudly. You are truly an outstanding talent. What a pity that if you were under my command you would have made an even greater name for yourself throughout the world. Wu Rip raised his wine glass and took a sip. To hear such words from someone less renowned than myself, it's truly amusing. A long road ahead, let's finish this drink and get up. On this side, after fighting for a while, Yu Hua finally showed some signs of exhaustion. Wu Rip placed something on the table and said, I'll give you a gift when you finish drinking this. Open it when you return. Your answer will be inside. The blood demon stood up and said, Then I will take my leave first. It was truly an enjoyable conversation. Wu Rip smiled. I hope it was enjoyable. We'll meet again soon. The blood demon admired. I'm truly looking forward to it. He left with Injiang. Only then did Wu Rip praise Yu Hua. You've worked hard. You seem very sturdy, Yu Hua said unpleasantly. Both of you are crazy. With blades flying over your heads, you calmly drink wine. Wu Rip smiled and stood up. This kind of direct confrontation is abnormal in itself. In such a situation, victory or defeat depends on who loses composure first, Yu Hua asked curiously. Young master, you don't care about pride, do you? Don't you usually not care about such things? Wu Rip explained. Even if I had kept my pride today, what would I have gained? I just wanted to see what kind of person he was. Let's go too. It was more of regret than relief. If he could have caught him within 10 moves, if he could have dealt with him cleanly before Wu Changuk's army arrived, Jin Wu Rip would have fought with all his might here. However, the blood demon Wu Changuk was not such an easy opponent. He then faintly called out Jinwan's name. Send a letter to Manhwa. The martial arts learned in Madelim for a year are not enough. I need the 6-bladed black ghosts. On this side, Injiang finally spoke and asked, My lord, I have a question. This was clearly a good opportunity, so why did you let Guangriang go? The blood demon laughed. Do you think you could have caught him here? The young man replied. I truly thought so. If an engagement had occurred, the Black Heaven unit, he suddenly stopped speaking there. Because the blood demon had ordered earlier, I don't want to ruin the atmosphere, so maintain a distance of meters. He thought inwardly. I was fighting the woman and forgot. The Black Heaven unit should have rushed in as soon as the swords clashed, but no one was there. The blood demon's voice continued to resonate. I sense many strange presences around here, but there was no trace of blood. This is proof that they are masters who can subdue the Black Heaven unit while they are still alive. If we pursue these fellows with the main force, our path to the Sichuan alliance will be delayed, Injiang suddenly realized. I was too careless. I didn't think the Black Heaven unit would be defeated so easily. The blood demon commanded. Upon our return, immediately send a search party to retrieve the Black Heaven unit, but I'm curious. What's in this box? Injiang opened the box at his words, and as soon as he opened it he froze. Inside was none other than Wu Xiujial's head. The blood demon was inwardly very confused. Xiujial? He was clearly leading the madman to attack Ma. Does that mean this fellow protected Ma and rushed all the way here? Thinking this far, he covered his head and laughed. What truly interesting events. I should have pursued him with a large army. Injiang gritted his teeth. My lord, your subordinate will immediately devise a plan for revenge. The blood demon shook his head. Revenge? A child is easily replaced. Would I abandon my grand ambition for the loss of one useless son? It's just a little regrettable. I let go of someone more dangerous than the entire Sichuan alliance. Immediately summon the Asura unit commander. I will sweep away the Tang clan and the Sichuan alliance simultaneously. The Asura unit was the Blood Sect's military organization, and each member was a commander-level fighter. The world recognized them as Tibet's strongest force after they easily destroyed the Potala Palace. Although the main forces of their sect were the Seven Souls, the purpose of using them was to conquer Sichuan without troop losses. What is important in battle is sensitivity to change and decisive judgment. In that sense, the Asura unit is my lord's blade. Then he will not keep the Asura unit by his side but dispatch them to the Tang clan. The blood demon opened his mouth again. Didn't I say poison techniques are difficult to be most effective in this weather? The Asura unit commander can face the Tang clan leader, who is one of the 10 great masters of the world. Moreover, if we attack the Sichuan alliance first, the Tang clan will surely send reinforcements. Then I will dispatch the Bloodguard Red Soul and the Conflagration Heaven Kill unit to completely annihilate the reinforcements from the Tang clan. The Tang clan, having lost its powerful forces, will easily fall to the Asura unit. In Jiang smiled upon hearing those words. My lord is wise. What force in Sichuan can stop the Asura unit now? The blood demon asked again. Is there still no news from Dianking? The young man replied. The black and white elders and other elders have gone there. They will surely return with news of victory soon. The blood demon continued. Then if we sweep away the Tang clan, Sichuan will be mine. The scene shifts to the Sichuan alliance. Han Qianwal returned at this moment. His disciples whispered among themselves upon seeing him. Some from the Sichuan alliance and Qingcheng had joined to rescue Ma, but they had not participated in any battles. The Qingcheng reinforcements were easily thrown into chaos by young sect leader Wuxia's stratagem. During their march, they met a messenger sent by sect leader Jaso. Seeing the martial artists of the Murim alliance, she was inwardly astonished. Impossible. Indeed, as Guangriang said, they abandoned Qingcheng and headed here. She cupped her hands to them. Bo Heo, a second-generation disciple of Ma, greets the martial artists of the Sichuan alliance. Several people replied. We are on our way to Ma. We heard the situation is urgent. Is Ma all right? Bo Heo replied with a sad expression. Ma is on the verge of annihilation. All explanations about the Blood Sect young sect leader, the Blood Knight berserkers, and the overwhelming power of the Blood Sect army and the Seven Souls followed. However, for fear of shocking the Sichuan alliance leader, this disciple did not mention the name Guangriang. That information could have been detrimental. Han Qianwal listened and then commanded, I will split the forces. The tragedy of Ma occurred because the Blood Sect divided its forces into several branches. If we do the same, we can avoid fatal losses. In his mind, he thought, Ma, having lost its main strength, managed to block 3 martial soul berserkers and 1 Blood Knight berserker. So this battle shouldn't be too difficult. With that thought, he immediately gave orders. Half will go to Qingcheng, and the other half will return with me to the Sichuan alliance. If news of a Blood Sect attack is heard, I will immediately lead reinforcements to that area. Check the situation in Qingcheng and then return. Zhang Encheng looked out the window, lost in thought. We are now being completely manipulated by the Blood Sect. The Blood Sect's target has now narrowed significantly, but the alliance leader is not concentrating and is dividing his forces. If it had been the former secret pavilion master, he would have surely gathered all 4 major factions at the Sichuan alliance. They might have considered the small and medium factions as mere bait, but the 4 major factions were the pillars of Sichuan. However, from the beginning, the Sichuan alliance leader had other thoughts. He was only concerned about his influence, not the safety of Sichuan. With that thought, he called his subordinate Pyongan and asked him to check how much silver they currently possessed. We can no longer follow this stubborn alliance leader. The Blood Sect's weapons are not just the 7 souls. If I don't step in and handle this, the Sichuan alliance will collapse. The Black Snake 7 Wolves was a powerful rogue organization that killed the Fist Saint in the Great War of All Under Heaven. Although it will cost a tremendous amount, we need something reliable. The scene shifts to another side. My lord, I am truly ashamed. I failed to persuade them. Wurip was puzzled. What did the Sichuan alliance leader say after hearing about Ma's situation? The person explained. He split the forces into 2 and went to ascertain the situation in Qingcheng. Wurip sighed helplessly. How can he choose the worst option among all possibilities? Truly amazing. Yuhua added. I couldn't believe it either. The fact that Qingcheng was annihilated. The person asked again. So what is the next plan, my lord? Wurip stroked his chin, lost in thought. The next plan, how should I explain it? The next plan is gathering. On my way here, I personally saw the Blood Sect army in Wuchanguk. The Sichuan alliance in its current state will surely be unable to resist and will soon collapse. Yuhua added, since the Tang clan is so close, they will surely send reinforcements. Wurip praised. Good question, but the Tang clan's reinforcements will not reach the Sichuan alliance. They are not foolish enough to recklessly set out trusting only the 7 souls. If the Tang clan sends reinforcements, they will attack the understaffed Tang clan. Yuhua was startled. Does that mean all we can do now is take the retreating Sichuan alliance warriors and flee? Wurip explained. This battle is not a frontal war between the Gongguaimeng and the Blood Sect. It's a battle where the Blood Sect is unilaterally slaughtering the Sichuan alliance. The key is to help the survivors retreat safely. Keep that in mind, the woman suddenly realized. So that's why the plan was called Gathering. She then spoke again. I have one question, my lord. The Gongguaimeng is busy evacuating the families of the small and medium factions, aren't they? Until the Jaso incident is resolved in Ma and she arrives here, we have no forces at all. If we encounter the Blood Sect's Asura unit or berserkers, we will be utterly unable to cope. Wu Rip smiled, looking at the radiating paths. Just in time, they've arrived. In the woman's eyes, several shadows appeared very quickly. Wu Rip smiled, seeing Yu Dae's group. Long time no see, Guangriang unit. They all knelt and greeted him in unison. Madalam's Guangriang unit has returned from training. Yu Hua gasped, inwardly astonished. Heavens, their aura is completely different. How did they change so much? What on earth did Baek Tae Gun do to these people? Wu Rip smiled and spoke. I'd like to have a drink with you all too, but time doesn't permit. So let's have a beer after everything is done, Peng Yin replied. We're really looking forward to it. Our subordinates also have many questions for you, master, Wu Rip commanded. I am now the commander. From now on, Yu Dea will be your leader. Peng Yin, you will be the vice commander. A war will soon break out in the Sichuan Alliance. Your mission is to find the retreating Sichuan Alliance warriors and help them retreat safely. Juju exclaimed in admiration. Finally, real combat. Our subordinates are ready to fight at any time. Just give the order, Wu Rip commanded. I will explain the rest at the next location, so let's go quickly. The MA woman stood there blankly, thinking inwardly, unbelievable. Madeline was hiding such sharp claws. Although I am only a second-generation disciple, I can feel it just by looking. Their martial arts are comparable to, no, even surpass, the Sichuan Alliance's heavenly martial unit. Jianryu suddenly stopped walking. He turned around and glanced at her. This made the woman momentarily blank. Could Shaolin also have come to help? Jianryu heard that and replied unpleasantly, no. The scene shifts to another side. Jin Sol ran and someone else stood in the rain. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Dang Qian continued, it's as if the sky is shedding tears. Sol Ran gasped in surprise. I didn't think even the vice commander could say such things. Dang Qian's face flushed as he said awkwardly, don't mind it. It just came out in this situation. Sol Ran glanced down at the courtyard, admiring. Just a while ago, everyone was gathered here. The Sichuan Alliance is too vast for the GMHO unit to handle alone. Brother, don't be too distressed. We couldn't help it either. Just then, another voice was heard. Young mistress, so you were here. Seeing Dang Yajiang approaching, Sol Ran was inwardly startled. Isn't that a heavenly martial unit warrior from the Tang clan? Dang Qian approached, puzzled. Uncle Dang, what's wrong? Dang Yajiang replied. A messenger from MA came to Commander Ji Yu Yang Mu. MA's mountain gate is half destroyed and Qingcheng may have been annihilated. Jin Sol Ran gasped in shock, covering her mouth. That can't be. Does that mean our sect was attacked too? Dang Yajiang continued. I'm truly sorry, Vice Commander. But MA was only half destroyed. The commander said that the army that swept through Qingcheng is very likely heading here. Dang Qian asked again worriedly, then why is the alliance not reacting? Dang Yajiang gritted his teeth in anger. The alliance is too confident. They think that since MA having lost its main strength could block a Blood Knight berserker, this matter is very simple. Although the messenger did not mention it, someone appeared who saved MA. It was Guangriang Jin Wu Rip. Dang Qian was astonished. That young lad, did the secret pavilion not investigate anything? Dang Yajiang helplessly clutched his head. Young mistress, so you participated in the Tibet mission. So you already know what situation our heavenly martial unit faced, relying on the secret pavilion's information. Furthermore, the current secret pavilion master's ability is incomparable to Tang Moon Miang. Elder brother Moon Miang would never recommend someone more capable than himself to alliance leader Han Qianwal. Young mistress, so from now on heed my words. When the alliance is in crisis, if you determine that no matter how much effort you put in, you cannot change the situation, you must flee to the East Gate. Dang Qian replied seriously. We will hold on to the end, just as Uncle Dang said. It truly feels like the heavens are shedding tears, as if mourning the sacrifice of countless lives. And then, a heaven-shaking explosion echoed, cutting off Dang Qian's resolute words. The sight before Dang Qian's eyes was a red whirlwind, and that whirlwind destroyed the wall. It was the Blood Sect. The battle in the Sichuan Alliance had officially begun. A person hastily beat a drum to signal the arrival of the enemy, but was immediately killed by the Blood Sect. Dang Jiang shouted loudly to Dang Qian, Young mistress, so I must return to the heavenly martial unit immediately. Do not forget the East Gate. After speaking, he quickly left. The GMHO unit members also rushed over just in time. Vice Commander, we heard the drums. What's wrong? Sol Ran replied. The enemy has attacked, everyone. Immediately take up arms and assemble. In her mind she thought, although we have replenished new warriors. The current actual strength of the GMHO unit is only half of what it was. Can we truly defeat the Blood Sect's Grand Army? Just then, Dang Qian rushed back again. We were trained to death to prepare for a surprise attack from the enemy. Now all we can do is our duty and wait for orders from above. Jin Sol Ran nodded. Orders from above? Understood, although I truly doubt what the Zhengmequan can do in this situation. The Zhengmequan was currently engulfed in flames. Han Qianwal clenched his hands and shouted, what on earth is going on? Clearly, elite units attacked MA, so how could the main force, which should have been tied up in Qingcheng, arrive here so quickly? The enemy is swarming like ants, but our alliance forces are only 2,000. Furthermore, half of our main forces are still outside. Even so, the Sichuan alliance is helpless, even without the enemy using the 7 souls. Zhang Encheng rushed in from outside at this moment. I am truly sorry. The Blood Sect is launching a surprise attack on us. Han Qianwal glared at him angrily. Secret Pavilion Master. Fortunately, I'm not blind yet. In his mind, he sighed. If Moon Miang were still here, none of this would have happened. Why on earth did I entrust everything to this man? The Sichuan alliance is my own hall, a place I painstakingly built. I will not let it collapse easily. He picked up his sword and headed outside, commanding, "Immediately ascertain the situation in each area and send reinforcements where needed. There's no need to panic. Just follow your training." Jang Unchung clasped his hands and received the order. "Your subordinate understands. Your subordinate has already sent a messenger to the Tang clan, so reinforcements will arrive soon." Just then, another voice was heard from outside. "Han Qianwal, where are you hiding, you cowardly rat?" The person shouting was none other than the Blood Demon. The Sichuan Alliance people gasped in shock at the skull he threw. The heavenly immortal pavilion master was killed so easily. Han Qianwal also emerged from inside at this moment. "So you are the Blood Demon Wu Chang'uk." The Blood Demon laughed coldly and waved his hand. "You're suffering, aren't you? Come down quickly." The old Han Qianwal accepted without hesitation. "Good, then I'll come down." But Jang Unchung stopped him again. "No, Alliance leader, you must not confront him directly. If you are defeated, the Alliance is finished," Han Qianwal shouted angrily. "So you're telling me to flee when the enemy is right before my eyes? This is better. I originally planned to capture the enemy leader first. This is the only way to minimize the damage to our alliance." Jang Unchung stood there frozen, sighing inwardly. "It's truly over." Below, In Jiang reported to the Blood Demon. "The Alliance still has the old fogies of the righteous martial pavilion. If they come out, we must mobilize the 7 souls. What do you think?" The Blood Demon replied calmly. "I leave that to you." In Jiang fell into thought. "Jin Wu Rip, where are you now? Seeing that you saved Ma and appeared in the forest, it seems you weren't fooled by the young sect leader's scheme and knew about Qingcheng's demise in advance. Surely you are now observing our blood sect's advance. In this situation, saving the Sichuan Alliance is impossible. Even if an immortal descended, it would be the same. The only thing you can do is gather the retreating remnants of the Sichuan Alliance." Having thought this far, he reminded the people behind him, "Act as I told you before. When you reach that place, you will encounter Guangriang Jin Wu Rip." He smiled inwardly pleased. "Truly looking forward to it, Guangriang Jin Wu Rip. Wherever you are now, whatever you are doing, not everything will go as you wish." The scene shifts to another side. Ga Jin Qian, hearing the report that the sect leader had moved first, ordered his brothers to charge. The Tang clan's defending disciples quickly realized the Asura unit was openly attacking without any fear. They panicked and hastily beat drums to warn. Ga Jin Qian at the forefront commanded, "As soon as you breach the outer fence, release the 7 souls. Although it's raining, the Tang clan's poison is not to be underestimated. Let the 7 souls lead the way." Inside the Tang clan, chaos currently reigned. The Iron Chain unit immediately set fire to the wood and thunder. The enemy must not be allowed to cross the wall. Just then, Ga Jin Qian, with a demonic and immense momentum, rushed in from outside. The killing intent emanating from his body was extremely chilling. The Tang clan disciples here were all immediately cut down. The Asura unit was the most powerful and proud combat force of Western Sichuan. With 5 Blood Knight Berserkers and 20 Martial Soul Berserkers on the scene, defeat was unimaginable. Ga Jin Qian broke down the door and immediately ordered his brothers to sweep through the Tang clan. "Kill anyone who resists immediately." The scene shifts to outside the forest. Other blood sect groups were hiding here. This was an important path from the Tang clan to the Sichuan Alliance, according to the strategist. Guangriang would surely appear here. That fellow surely knew in advance that we would attack the Tang clan's reinforcements. "This time I must definitely tear his head from his body," another person behind added. "The same goes for me. Not a single one must be allowed to escape. Even if Guangriang comes out personally, he won't be able to change anything. He won't even imagine that our Bloodguard Purple Soul is ambushed here. Am I right?" Bloodsword Hyon Yu Rip reminded. "The opponent is Guangriang. Never be careless." Yopi Wa Gio laughed coldly. "Even though 2 are already dead, you're still showing off. Look at those Bloodguard Purple Souls." Yi Gwak heard that and his face stiffened. "Lord Yopi, your unit has only half its strength left. Do you have any right to criticize us?" Yopi Wa Gio confirmed. "That's right. I was overwhelmed by his martial arts on the plateau, but this time will be different. Because I will never lower my guard against someone stronger than me. Until Guangriang appears, do not reveal yourselves. We must combine our forces to catch him, so conserve your strength." Yi Gwak and the other person inwardly admired. Is this the end of the world, for Yopi Wa Gio to combine forces with Bloodguard Purple Soul? The battle in the Great Snow Mountain Range must have dealt them quite a shock. Just then, someone rushed over and reported, "Lord, the Tang clan warriors are coming this way." Upon hearing that, Yopi Wa Gio immediately commanded, "Prepare the 7 souls. As soon as they enter, encircle them all." He stood there looking down and scoffed coldly inwardly. "Well, Tang clan remnants, welcome to the Tiger's Den." Their sleeves and trouser legs were tightly bound, heavy pouches dangled from their waists, and they carried boxes filled with various poisons and hidden weapons. There's no mistake. These are the Tang clan's reinforcements. The Tang clan members walking below suddenly stopped. This made Yopi Wa Gio very puzzled. Why did they suddenly stop? Just a little further and it would have been perfect. Did Guangriang warn them? If so, he should be here too. A moment later, the one at the front shouted loudly, "As Guangriang said, there's an ambush here, everyone. Return to the Tang clan immediately." Upon hearing that, the Tang clan warriors all turned their bodies. Guangriang's shadow isn't even visible. Yet if things continue like this, the blood sect won't even be able to eliminate the Tang clan's reinforcements. Yopi Wa Gio gripped his sword hilt. "Damn it, I can't let both of them get away. Everyone charge, we can't let the Tang clan return." The Tang clan members below increased their speed even further at this point. point. Hyeon Yu-rip stood there and admired. The Tang clan already knew about the ambush in advance. It seems Guangryung intervened in this matter beforehand. EGWAK, what's wrong? The young man replied. Something is strange about this. The number of people seems to be around 50. Why are the Tang clan's reinforcements so few? Looking at their lightness skill, they can be called an elite unit, but it's still strange. Or is it not? Am I worrying too much? Hyeon Yu-rip thought inwardly. The grand strategist clearly predicted that Guangryung would come to save the Tang clan's reinforcements. But not only is Jin Woo-rip nowhere to be seen, not even his shadow is visible. EGWAK felt precisely this was strange. Thinking so, he opened his mouth. Let's pursue them too. Where on earth are you, Guangryung? The scene shifts to another side. Jin Won approached Woo-rip and spoke. I apologize, Heavenly Lord. These were hastily brought from a blacksmith in Chengdu, so the weapon quality isn't up to expectations. Woo-rip continued. It's fine, this is enough. Let's move. Let's eliminate the blood sect and save the Tang clan. The two then quickly set off. Before that, Woo-rip advised the MA sect leader not to overexert herself and to return with the Tang clan's reinforcements to focus on defense. If you can hold on for 2 Sijin, I'll take care of things over there and come this way, the woman replied. By now, the sect leader must be handling our sect's affairs and coming here. According to the letter, MA will soon join the Tang clan. Woo-rip nodded. That's good news, then let's meet again in 2 Sijin, he thought inwardly. Since MA has experience dealing with the 7 souls, they definitely won't recklessly endanger themselves. My task now is to focus on the battle at hand. At the cliff, the Tang clan and the blood sect were clashing at this moment. Both sides looked at each other with terrifying gazes. Yopi Wa Gyo laughed coldly. These Tang clan rats are quite something, aren't they? Their lightness skill is impressive, but that's only good for choosing where to lay out their corpses. The people removed their face coverings and smiled coldly. I wonder if Tang clan members really fight in such cumbersome clothes. But you don't need to worry about us, because this place will be your grave. These were not Tang clan members but Gongguimeng members led by Rio Hua. Yopi Wagyo gritted his teeth in anger. You damn bastards, who exactly are you? EGWAK approached with a smile. It seems they are Guangryung's subordinates. I've seen many familiar faces. I thought you were strangers, but have the wounds I inflicted fully healed? Dea snorted coldly. Every time it rains and blows, it really annoys me to death, you damn bastard. Did Hyeon Yu-rip also realize they were those young rascals from Red Snake Valley? Where on earth is Guangryung? Dea laughed coldly. You don't need to know that, because for people like you, we alone are enough. Yopi Wagyo was confused. What is this? Is this fellow crazy? EGWAK quickly approached. Don't underestimate them. These martial arts are truly disgusting. Yopi Wagyo, undeterred, waved his hand and shouted loudly. Don't hesitate any longer. Unleash the 7 souls, Dea shouted loudly from this side. All unit members draw your weapons and form a circular formation. Maintain the formation. Rear guard will cover all directions from the center. Everyone immediately obeyed without objection. Sturdy formation was quickly deployed. EGWAK stroked his chin, thinking, they've deployed a semicircular formation leaning against the wall. They've arranged the formation even more robustly. Could these fellows have deliberately fled all the way here just to deploy such a formation? We have the 7 souls here too, so even if it's a desperate fight, the blood sect will win. Yopi Wagyo drew his sword and charged. You insignificant wretches, I don't care what schemes you're plotting, I'll shatter your damned formation myself. Han Jiang took the lead and met the enemy. He blocked Yopi Wagyo's strike with his sword. This greatly displeased Yopi Wagyo, and he applied more force. Immediately, Han Jiang couldn't hold on and vomited blood. Nevertheless, he still tried to endure, and it wasn't impossible. Moreover, he spoke as if mocking his opponent. Are you really a Grand Commander-level fighter? If this is all you've got, I can still fight. Yopi Wagyo had not yet used his full strength in the previous strike. The difference in strength between him and Han Jiang was too great. If it had been a one-on-one battle, the outcome would have already been clear. But fighting in a circular formation was another story. These were no longer the wandering warriors who had struggled against the 3 evils of the world. To accompany him, we became the Guangryung unit, an elite armed force. These blood sect fellows are strong like oxen, but they have nothing else besides strength. Juju reminded loudly from this side. Don't provoke him any further. It looks like fire is about to shoot from his eyes. Rearguard continued. It's a circular formation that even Bakes' black-clad unit couldn't penetrate. If you have the ability, come at us. Yopi Wagyo scoffed coldly. Don't fool around, charge. Yuhua saw that, drew her sword and charged. Leave it to me. A Blood Knight Berserker rushed forward and was blocked by her. Its hand blocked her strike. Yuhua admired inwardly. The Blood Knight Berserkers are truly tough. But the young master cut through this creature as easily as slicing a radish. Yopi Wagyo also drew his sword and charged simultaneously. You lowly woman, how dare you interfere? But just then, someone shot an arrow at him. The young man had no choice but to duck to avoid it. Someone asked if it was Tang clan poison techniques, and rearguard replied, this is archery. EGWAK finally realized something at this moment. The dead end was the stone wall behind them. They've deployed a circular formation leaning against the stone. They were like wandering warriors with different weapons, but they complemented each other, leaving no opening. If this side fails to stop them, the archers in the center will attack without hesitation. Yopi Wagyo shouted loudly once more, unleash all remaining martial soul berserkers. It's just a formation that will crumble with time. Hyon Yu-Rip also spoke. They are not insignificant. Even the Heavenly Martial Unit would find it difficult to block them so perfectly. EGWAK, let's also step in. EGWAK nodded. That's a good idea. The presence of Guangrion's subordinates here means the Tang clan's reinforcements have already returned. We must deal with this quickly and support the Asura unit. Just then, something flew with a flash from afar. Countless blood sect members lost their lives because of it. As the dust settled, they finally realized it was an arrow made of steel. Wu-Rip stood on the cliff and shouted, "I've been waiting for you." Yopi Wagyo gritted his teeth. "He's the one who made me taste my first failure in life. The joy and fear within me are strangely intertwined, making my hand unconsciously grip my weapon." Wu-Rip looked at them and smiled. "You all did really well. Thanks to you, the Tang clan's reinforcements returned smoothly." Peng Yan and the others all looked up with joyful faces. Wu-Rip raised his bow once more. "Now you are dead men." Arrows carrying terrifying power were continuously fired. Even the Blood Knight berserkers couldn't withstand their power. The genuine chi emanating with the arrows even penetrated everything around the target. We thought we had overcome the difficult stage and were close to victory. But that fellow is truly a monster. This was what the Blood Sect members were thinking. What Wu-Rip was performing was the 8,000 Divine Spirit Arts, 5 consecutive explosions. Yopi Wagyo thought inwardly. I wanted to deflect the arrows raining down like a storm, but it was impossible. I've never heard of arrows that explode on contact like this. What kind of monster is he? Could this fellow be the Bow Emperor on Fading Moon? Dea thought inwardly. Thanks to the young master's appearance, the enemy's will is beginning to waver. We must seize this advantage. Thinking so, he took the initiative and charged. Peng Yan, I'm going to help the miss, so you take my place. He very quickly approached a Blood Knight berserker. A powerful strike cut its body, but it was useless. This greatly surprised him. Truly tough. EGWAK observed from one side, thinking inwardly, this fellow is faster than when I met him in Red Snake Valley. Perhaps he hadn't fully mastered his martial arts back then. Yu-Wa also drew her sword once more. Perfect timing, the two attacked simultaneously from front and back. Both of them gritted their teeth and exerted force, but still couldn't cut down the zombie. Yu-Wa resolved inwardly, this is it, just a little more effort. Udea, can you push it back? Dea replied again. I've also diligently practiced Great Heaven circulation these days. His wound cut deeper and deeper into the zombie's body. Just then, several Blood Sect members rushed over. Do you think we'll just stand by and watch? Rearguard saw that and immediately shot an arrow. The two young men were hit by the arrow and lost their lives before they could do anything. Yu-Wa and Dea were still exerting their strength, and eventually, the zombie fell to them. The Blood Sect members were very flustered upon seeing that. That can't be, it was even a Blood Knight berserker, not just a martial soul berserker. The moment the rear formation crumbles, the enemy will fall into chaos and try to flee. A single master turned the tide, and because of that one person, Yopi Wagyo leapt forward and charged. The combined attack can no longer proceed as planned. Leave Guangrong to me and you all go forward and encircle them, EGWAK admired inwardly. Although it's slightly unpleasant, now is not the time to argue with allies. Hyon Yu-Rip reminded him. EGWAK, I will observe from here and help Lord Yopi when needed. You go first. EGWAK immediately charged without objection. Understood. Good luck. Hyon Yu-Rip finally glanced behind him at this moment and roared. Now you show yourselves, you rats. As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement in that place. Several figures faintly appeared in the dust. Very quickly he and his comrades were surrounded. Unchu Ryan stepped forward and approached. To sense our presence even when we were so close, you're quite skilled, but unfortunately today you will die. Hyon Yu-Rip immediately drew his sword without a word. From this side, EGWAK charged majestically and shouted loudly, You insects come at me. Let's put an end to all the vengeance from Red Snake Valley. Dea immediately stepped forward without hesitation. I'll take this fellow myself and you all deal with the remaining 7 souls. Both sides were engaged in a desperate battle at this moment. On all fronts, everyone had their own opponent. Wu-Rip smiled and admired. The clanging of metal and the screams of your subordinates really harmonize well. Yopi Wagyo gritted his teeth. Shut up, if I just take your head everything will be resolved. But at that very moment his face contorted and he vomited blood. He's completely different from when I fought him on the plateau. Damn it, indeed you deliberately concealed your strength that day. Wu-Rip frowned. Are you laughing? Is the current situation that amusing? As he spoke he clenched his fist. This made Yopi Wagyo utterly disbelieving. A fist? Wasn't this fellow a swordsman? Wu-Rip swung his fist and laughed coldly. Your expression is exactly like that of the great sword sect leader that year. Yopi Wagyo gritted his teeth and raised his sword. There's no avoiding it. My full internal energy. Jin Wu-Rip's single punch immediately sent him flying. The young man crashed into the rock wall, scattering dust. EGWAK was astonished upon seeing that from this side. Dea seized the opportunity and quickly slashed. Where are you looking? EGWAK retaliated in anger and shouted, You arrogant bastard! Dea easily dodged his attack and then charged maniacally once more. EGWAK saw that and unfolded another move, but at that very moment he stopped, and his spear was already cut in half. Dea quickly performed the Silver Shadow River sword art, splitting his head in half. Don't worry, you won't have any use for it in the future. I will fully repay the debt from that day today. Having thought this far, he panted, thinking inwardly, This is a new sword art I learned from the young master, although I had to pour out all the silver moon demonic chi accumulated through great heaven circulation, and I haven't fully mastered it yet. Its power is not to be underestimated. The Guangryang unit members cheered in unison upon seeing that from this side, Commander Yu Dea of the Guangryang unit defeated Bloodguard Purple Soul Yi Gwak. It seems the commander has done quite a bit of training in the meantime. Dea reminded them, "Don't lower your guard, the battle is not over yet." Yu Hua saw that and smiled with satisfaction. Wu Rip's lips curled up from this side. The shouts from all directions pierced directly into Yopi Wagio's ears. Those sounds came from Guangryang's subordinates, interspersed with the death throes of blood sect members. Even though he had used all his secret techniques, even those he hadn't deployed in the Red Snake Valley battle, his opponent showed no sign of weakening. The martial arts of the black-clad warriors who appeared with Guangryang were so strong that even he could not ignore them. The martial arts of the woman wielding twin swords before his eyes were like a natural disaster. Did the cheer just now signify Yi Guak's death, and that terrible explosion Yopi Gang must also have fallen? Is not the path of a warrior forged in blood and pain? For me, born and raised as a bloodguard, following orders and trusting my identity is the only path. But why do I feel so hollow? You've worked hard. With that gentle word, blood splattered in all directions along the blood sect master's sword blade. High-On Yu Rip's world was now left with only black emptiness. After that, a downpour began. Wu Rip's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone has worked hard, although there are casualties, they are not a cause for great concern. Peng Yin continued, "Our Guangryang unit is not the Guangryang unit of old. Take us with you wherever you go." Wu Rip smiled. "Thank you, but you all should rest for a while and wait in the eastern region of the Sichuan Alliance. After I deal with the Tang clan's matters, I will join you there. You don't need to get involved in this particular task." Having finished speaking, he immediately left with his companions. The Guangryang unit members watched their retreating figures. "Didn't you all see something? Young Master So is truly a monster. He completely neutralized the blood sect members and the martial soul berserkers with just his archery. He defeated an enemy commander with a single punch and moreover displayed extremely brilliant swordsmanship. Can we do that? We'd have an easier time setting things on fire and pulling out hair." Jaeon Ryu, hearing their words, burst into tears of sorrow. The scene shifts to the Tang clan. This place was currently engulfed in flames and experiencing extreme chaos, and the Blood Sect had unleashed 5 Blood Knight Berserkers and 2 Martial Soul Berserkers. This became an unavoidable catastrophe. Despite the pouring rain reducing the power of poison techniques by half, the Asura unit's fierce attack showed no sign of letting up. This was Tibet's strongest fighting force. Dang Qian pointed with his finger and shouted loudly, "Reinforce the right flank, the Great Hall must not fall." He admired inwardly. If our sect hadn't listened to Guangryang and had gone to the Sichuan Alliance instead of returning, the Tang clan would probably have collapsed long ago. Thanks to Go GMGO's support, the Tang clan could defend the Great Hall, but how long could MA already wounded hold out? The biggest problem was that, who on earth was that fellow that he could achieve a draw with our sect leader, one of the 10 great masters of the world? Gajin Qian gazed at them coldly. For poison palms to display such powerful might even in this weather, as expected of one of the 10 great masters of the world. His opponent was the Poison King Dang Zhou. The Poison King's poison palm was the strongest martial art in Sichuan, but excluding the sect leader, I too am an undefeated master in Tibet. The tide of battle had already completely turned in favor of the blood sect, so I just need to buy time. If I can tie the Poison King down here, the remaining 7 souls and Asura unit can take care of things. In the end, we'll finish off the Tang clan leader by ganging up on him. He was a supermaster, even more skilled than void stepping. His thick killing intent seemed to pierce the skin, and the hidden weapons scattered on the ground all shot up into the sky. The Poison King stood there performing the extreme shadow illusion art half-moon sky flight, after which a rain of hidden weapons poured down. All the hidden weapons concentrated on God Jin Qian's location, and he barely managed to dodge and block them. The Poison King still controlled the hidden weapons with great ease, and after a moment all the hidden weapons returned. This astonished the Poison King. God Jin Qian was still standing firm without a single scratch. He stared at the Poison King and provoked him. "Is that all?" the Poison King calmly replied. "How could that be? One cannot treat a guest from afar with such disrespect." Immediately after, all the hidden weapons and conventional weapons scattered on the ground flew up once more. The technique he was about to unleash this time was the 10,000 characters flying blades. The Poison King drifted above his head and said, "Will you accept this illusion?" God Jin Qian, unafraid, gripped his sword hilt and frantically circulated his true chi. Wu Rip was still rushing here from his side. The engagement between the two commanders temporarily halted both factions, and they turned their heads to look in that direction. Dang Qian was inwardly astonished. "He's even blocking the sect leader's 10,000 characters flying blades? All soldiers gather here. Quickly infuse your weapons with internal energy." A person from the blood sect side asked worriedly, "Should we help the commander?" The deputy commander shook his head. "No problem. Focus on supporting the 7 souls." Dang Qian cursed inwardly. Damn it, they don't even bat an eye when their commander is in danger. I expected at least some agitation, but they're utterly heartless bastards on this side. An elder had his chest pierced by a Blood Knight Berserker, and he squeezed out his last remaining strength to telepathically speak to Dang Qian. "Listen to me, Dang Qian. We cannot continue like this. Quickly take the sect leader and flee," he replied telepathically. I wish I could, but senior brother won't listen to me, the old man reminded him. The young sect leader has not yet mastered the 10,000 characters flying blades. If anything happens to the sect leader, this secret technique will not be passed on. Go quickly. I no longer have the strength to speak telepathically. Dang Qian gritted his teeth. Could it be that heaven truly intends to block our sect's path to survival? Just then, Wu Rip arrived. A terrifying presence immediately charged towards the Blood Knight Berserker. Everyone there was startled, and their gaze concentrated on Wu Rip on the rooftop. He stood there, narrowing his eyes and looking down. I arrived as quickly as possible, but the damage is too great. I must help the Tang clan. Zhang Qian and his group, hearing those words, attacked in unison, and Jinwan reminded them, remember the battle at Hopkook with young Mistress Dang So-So. Pair up and take down the madman. The Blood Sect members, seeing that, immediately gave orders, stop those bastards, the remaining people follow me. Just then, Wu Rip jumped down again, blocking their path. Where are you all going? He glanced at Yu Hua next to him and instructed, you go to Marshal Anti-Jaso. Don't overexert yourself, the deputy commander said solemnly. Are you Guangriang? Those black-clad figures seem skilled, but can only 10 of them contend with Blood Knight Berserkers? Wu Rip laughed coldly. You worry about yourself. I did not raise them to be useless. Wu Rip, seeing his opponent, admired inwardly. It's natural for him to recognize and be wary of me. This unit attacking the Tang clan must be the force Wu Chongnuk values most. Let's see how skilled these bastards who underestimate my children are. The deputy commander's face hardened, and he blocked with his sword. That true chi is too dangerous. He stood there performing defensive swordsmanship to block the attack. Wu Rip exclaimed, oh, in admiration when he blocked it. These bastards are far more skilled than the Blood Guards from before. They're probably the Blood Sect's elite unit. As Wu Rip thought, the Asura unit was indeed the Blood Sect's elite fighting force, and this man was their deputy commander. If he could just buy a little time, he could find a way to retreat. Wu Rip stood there, looking up and admiring, truly composed. Wu Chongnuk truly has some capable subordinates. The deputy commander telepathically reminded Gajin Qian. Flee, Commander. Guangriang's martial arts are far stronger than we thought. Those black-clad figures are also formidable variables. Even if you defeat the Tang clan leader, the Asura unit will no longer be left. Gajin Qian, hearing those words, frowned and looked grim. He then turned his sword and sent it flying towards his opponent. Although the Poison King ducked to avoid it, he was grazed by the sword chi, receiving a cut on his cheek. Gajin Qian, without hesitation, immediately turned and fled, ordering his comrades to retreat. The Poison King, seeing that, commanded, we've lost him. Just then a loud voice was heard again. No need to pursue, protecting the Tang clan is the top priority. The Poison King immediately turned his head to look in that direction. Who is that fellow? The person shouting loudly was Wu Rip. He muttered inwardly, yes, flee quickly. Flee and report to Wu Chongnuk that Jin Wu Rip has appeared in the Tang clan. The battle at the Tang clan finally ended. Dang Zhou admired. Marshal Anti-Jaso, are you saying the Sichuan alliance will collapse? Jaso confirmed. That's right. Understand your confusion, but we have no time to delay. Hide your families and bring those who can fight to follow us. Ma and the Tang clan were ambushed and Qingcheng was annihilated. Therefore the collapse of the Sichuan alliance is only a matter of time. Dang Zhou was still very puzzled. But then our sect will be empty, won't it? This is not a normal strategy at all. Is this the strategy of that fellow, Guangriang? Jaso confirmed. That's right, if not for this young lad, both you and I would have died. What do you say? Are you willing to trust him? Dang Zhou thought inwardly. He appeared in the collapsing Tang clan and quickly turned the tide. He is truly the Tang clan's benefactor. 5 Blood Knight Berserkers defeated 2 elders of our sect, accomplishing something that even the Sichuan Alliance's martial officials would find difficult to handle. Madalim, Sichuan's foremost demonic sect. The Sichuan Alliance was created to suppress the resurgence of prestigious families, but now they are being saved by them instead. I only realized this fact after our elders and families were on the brink of death. The reputation of our sect that I had clung to all this time was ultimately nothing but a fleeting illusion. Having thought this far, he opened his mouth. My apologies for the late greeting. The Tang clan will never forget this kindness today. Until our sect completely disappears from the Murim, the Tang clan will remember this kindness for generations to come. Wu Rip smiled and replied, cupping his hands. Let's save the greetings for later. We'll sort it out when there's time. If you wish to repay me, please come with me to save the Sichuan Alliance warriors. Sect leader, please gather all the warriors who can move immediately. I have already arranged for reliable people to care for the injured, so rest assured. The scene shifts to another side. Kong Riowal gripped the arm that held her sword, trembling violently. A person behind him reminded, Elder, not yet. We must endure and wait. Kong Riowal replied, I know, the time is not yet ripe. Jukmoge thought inwardly. Qingcheng has fallen and ancient Sichuan is under terrible attack. Fortunately, he is a man of cultivation, so I cannot let my guard down. If young Master Jin misses anything, I must fill in the gaps. Everyone who came here was elite and there were enough carriages prepared for the injured. This is war. This is war. Jukmoge snapped out of it. Dong Chogai next to him asked, puzzled. Commander Yun, why do you look so serious? Jukmoge, surprised, looked at him. Are you not afraid? The Blood Sect and the Sichuan Alliance are locked in a battle to the death right before our eyes. Dong Chogai was still very calm. What is there to fear? My elder brother will protect me. This is my elder brother. The person he referred to was Yangchu. Dong Chogai said they had sworn brotherhood. Juk Moge thought inwardly. The Hochian unit is composed of old masters of the Sichuan Murim. Not far away, 30 Madalim warriors from the Chengdu branch were awaiting orders. The Guangriang unit members, having recovered their internal energy, also arrived on time, along with Yuk Gun Miang and the rising stars of the 4 great factions. The total force Juk Moge had assembled here was 150 people, and moreover these 2 fools were also with them. As the Gongguaimeng was still busy evacuating the families of various sects, this could be said to be their entire fighting strength. Participating in the bloody battle Shui Zan before them was beyond their capability, so we can only desperately take the retreating people and flee. Having thought this far, he opened his mouth. The Sichuan Alliance warriors will attempt to retreat. Therefore we must prepare for battle against the blood sect members pursuing them. You wait with the rising stars in the forest yonder for orders. Yuk Gun Miang replied, understood. I will act immediately when the signal comes. Dang Wu glanced at So-So from his side and said, Sister, will our sect be safe? So-So replied, Of course, isn't the sect leader there? Dang Wu nodded. Probably right, Father is also there. Yuk Gun Miang then stepped forward and listened solemnly. Healing intent was surging. Fools, come out before you all die. The interior was now utterly devastated, with corpses strewn everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood assailed their noses. Of the 2,000 warriors, only 500 could still stand on their own 2 feet. Their screams echoed, then suddenly stopped, vanishing as if they had never existed. The reason lay where their gaze fell. Han Qian Wall was in an utterly pathetic state with one arm severed. The blood demon opposite him mocked. You're a little inferior to Panchen Lama whom I fought in Tibet, but you live up to the name Heavenly Light-Flying Immortal Sword. I merely thought you were a useless old man clinging to the Sichuan Murim, Han Qian Wall snorted coldly. I don't need your recognition. Clearly my martial arts are stronger than those of my senior brother who died by your hand. But I could not become the Qingcheng sect leader simply because I was not the head disciple. I did not want to become an old man confined to the back mountains of Qingcheng, which is why I created this Sichuan alliance. I have not yet been defeated. The blood demon, looking bored, approached and swung his sword, severing his remaining arm as well. What is all this nonsense? Did I ask you that? As the domain he had desperately tried to protect crumbled, his remaining eyes saw his life flash before him. The years gone by sped past as if yanked hard by 2 hands. With his final sword strike, the blood demon cut his neck. Jiang Mu and his group all froze blankly at this sight. He glanced behind him and telepathically said, Ya Jiang, retreat quickly. The alliance leader has fallen. If we stubbornly remain, we will all die. Immediately, they shouted loudly, and all the martial artists of the Sichuan alliance retreated towards the east gate. No one resisted. All bowed their heads and fled quickly. Zhang Weiguiam, one of the 3 blood fiends of Taegawang, sat on the rooftop and laughed. Only now do you try to run, it's futile. Just become a sacrifice for our sect. As soon as he leapt from the rooftop, he was startled and dodged something flying towards him. A hidden weapon? Who is it? Dang Qian stood on the rooftop and snorted coldly. The blood sect truly has many madmen. Zhang Weiguiam laughed loudly and rushed towards him. Are you not fleeing? Then die. Dang Qian stood there, circulating his true qi and unleashing the 7-step poison palm. Zhang Weiguiam, who was rushing towards him, was startled and cursed. Just then, someone appeared in front of him and blocked the attack. Dang Qian's strike was thus repelled by the opponent. Is that the Tang clan's 7-step poison palm? Old Sam, if you're hit by this strike, you'll die within 7 steps. This person was So Wei Min, the second fiend. Dang Qian glanced behind him and commanded, Sol Ran, quickly lead the Jiamho unit to the east gate. Dang Qian frowned, glanced behind him and thought. The distance between our retreating forces and the pursuing enemy is too short. At this rate, most of the retreating army will die before reaching the east gate. Most of the people fleeing now are those I've never even spoken to. But perhaps that fellow has made me foolish. Recalling Wu Rip, he sighed, and the weapons scattered around him automatically flew up. Dang Qian decided to unleash the extreme shadow illusion art, full moon sky flight. You damn blood sect rascals, die. A rain of hidden weapons immediately poured down from the sky, and the blood sect twin fiends both grimaced at the sight. Just then another person appeared. He struck with his fist, repelling Dang Qian's move and saving the lives of the twin fiends. Dang Qian cursed inwardly at the sight. Damn it, are there still masters left? This person was Masasu, the great fiend. The blood demon was also observing from the side. Is this the son of Dang Zhou? He's much more skilled than that old man. Xiao Injiang approached and reported, My lord, the Asura unit has returned. The blood demon heard that and asked, What is the situation at the Tang clan? The other party explained. Guangriang appeared on the battlefield, and they failed to complete their mission of diversion. The blood demon immediately became enraged upon hearing that. That Guangriang again? Xiao Injiang stepped forward and persuaded him. My lord, I apologize. The return of the Asura unit means the Conflagration Heaven Kill unit has failed. Since coming to Sichuan, everything has proceeded according to plan. Qingcheng was annihilated, MA lost half its forces, and the Sichuan alliance has also collapsed. The only loss our sect suffered in that process was the young sect leader and the death of MA's warriors. But wherever he appears, our plans go awry. Strategist Xiao Injiang and blood demon Wu Chang'uk both had the same thought at this moment. Should have killed Jin Wu Rip back then, by any means necessary. the blood demon commanded after a moment. If he appeared in the Tang clan, he couldn't have gone far yet. And if he's not utterly foolish, he wouldn't appear on the Sichuan Alliance battlefield. I leave the pursuit here to Injiang. Gaojin Qian approached and knelt. My lord, I failed to complete the mission of diversion. The blood demon glanced at him and said angrily, if you continue to be so useless, you're finished. Lead the way, we will return to the Tang clan. We must kill that fellow by any means necessary. The scene shifts to the Tang clan. This place was now in ruins. A piece of cloth hung outside the gate with something written on it. The entire army of the Sichuan Alliance was still fleeing madly. Jiu Yongmu continuously encouraged his comrades loudly. No need to regret anymore. The collapsed alliance is finished. Quickly flee. Don't look back. Dang Jiang approached and reported. All the alliance warriors have evacuated, Commander. Jiu Yongmu nodded. Understood. You also flee quickly. As soon as they went outside, they quickly closed the gate. One person loudly reminded, the east gate is closed, but it won't hold for long. The blood sect did not miss them and immediately scaled the wall in pursuit. Jin Wu Rip observed from the forest and admired. It's useless. Although you've done your best, dispersing the enemy forces will only lead to your own encirclement. This is not a distance where reinforcements can reach. Although it's a bit early, it seems it's time for me to step in, Yu Hua reminded. Young master, I know you want to help, but exposing the number of our forces would be very disadvantageous. Wu Rip gripped his longbow firmly and circulated his true chi. I know, if they knew the number of our forces they would surely be delighted and rush in. So we must not expose our combat strength. Yu Hua, still very worried from behind, called his name, but Wu Rip still earnestly drew his bowstring and aimed. This astonished Yu Hua even further. Are you going to shoot an arrow from here, young master? Wu Rip curled his lips. It wouldn't normally reach there. Having finished speaking, he released his hand, and the arrow did not fly forward but soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguiom and the blood sect cultists were excitedly pursuing the Sichuan Alliance martial artists. Everyone pursue quickly. Grand Strategist commanded not to leave a single remnant. I must personally capture that Tang clan fellow from before. If you spot me, notify me immediately. Just then he sensed something and looked back. An unknown immense power was flying towards him. Zhang Weiguiom's face was filled with astonishment as he cried out, what kind of monstrous thing is this? Countless arrows immediately appeared from the sky. The blood sect members hastily dodged, but they simply couldn't believe it. It fell from the sky? What in the world is that? Xiao Injiang stood on the back wall frowning. Arrows falling from the sky. The Sichuan Alliance certainly doesn't have the capacity to hide an ambush. The Gongguaimeng is busy evacuating the families of various sects, so they couldn't send reinforcements. What madman would dare to jump into this land of death? Could it be that Guangriang fellow? So Weeman approached and asked worriedly, Grand Strategist, what should we do now? Xiao Injiang gritted his teeth. We have overwhelming forces here, and the Seven Souls are also supporting us. First, report to the Lord that Guangriang has appeared here, the person behind replied. Lord just departed with the Asura unit. Xiao Injiang trembled with anger. This damned Guangriang? He appeared at the Tang clan to lure the Lord out. Meanwhile, the blood demon, while running, suddenly stopped and looked back, thinking, are the cultists I left behind being attacked? I don't know if this is a coincidence or for some other reason, but if I miss this opportunity, the alliance will be annihilated. Thinking so, he immediately shouted loudly. The entire army immediately dispersed into the forest ahead. In the forest, Dang Wu and his party were ambushed at this moment. Sister, I hear an explosion from the east gate. That's right, it seems to be the signal commander sent earlier. Everyone quickly get ready. There was also a group of people on the cliff led by Kong Rio Wall. Dang Wu gripped his hidden weapons firmly and resolved inwardly. I can do it. I will save everyone. Very quickly, the pursuing forces from both sides appeared below. Yak Gunmiang and his party unhesitatingly cheered loudly. We've come to save you. Sichuan Alliance, quickly take cover. Jiu Yongmu was greatly surprised to see them, and seeing the arrows flying, he hastily commanded his comrades. The entire army, quickly take cover. Meanwhile, the people on this side continued to unleash arrows and hidden weapons, and the pursuing blood sect members were caught off guard and died helplessly. Arrows and hidden weapons poured down like rain from the dark forest. Some of the enemy blocked the hidden weapons, but they couldn't block the arrows that Jin Wu Rip supported from left and right. Xiao Injiang leapt from the wall and shouted loudly, lower yourselves and break through the enemy lines. They're not coming out of the forest is to confuse us visually, so there won't be many ambushes. Wu Rip thought inwardly, it's that fellow I met in the forest last time. He's quite sharp. Xiao Injiang broke through, blocking the arrows. It is you, Guangriang, Wu Rip laughed. Did you think I came here alone? I invited many esteemed guests. The young man was startled and looked back and felt inwardly tense at the sight of the people behind him. Isn't that the Poison King Dang Zhou and even M.A.'s Hang Mahong? Wu Rip continued. Isn't it a pity to lose the fish that entered your net? If you're angry, then lead your subordinates into the forest. I'll turn you into forest fertilizer. Xiao Injiang gritted his teeth and growled. That damned mad demon Jin Wu Rip, in his eyes, he now seemed like a demonic entity. After a moment he reluctantly stopped and called back all his pursuing soldiers. The forest ahead is very dangerous. As they left the forest, Jaso asked, unable to understand, Benefactor, is it all right to spare his life? Wu Rip reassured her. It's fine, it will be more beneficial to let them live. Aren't those who use their heads easier to deal with? Meanwhile, Xiao Injiang reminded his comrades, the Tang clan and Ma are ambushed in the forest. We cannot recklessly rush in. Block our noses and mouths and maintain a distance of 100 paces to surround the forest. We will fight in a rotating battle until the Lord returns. Facing the enemy's formation, strategist Xiao In-jiang quickly made a decision. After calculating the variables, he decided to deploy forces around the forest in a 100-pace radius, and that entire process was completed in just one sijin. But by the time he reached the other side of the forest, dozens of carriages carrying the injured Sichuan alliance members had already long since departed. Wu Rip sat in a carriage, smiling cheerfully, and waved goodbye to him. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon also arrived at the Tang clan and received the message Wu Rip had sent. Message to Wu Chang'uk, only your empty house remains. The scene shifts to Tibet. A fierce battle had just taken place here as well, and the corpses of blood sect cultists and zombies lay strewn about. Dai Zhongqiang lifted someone and asked, "Where's the Blood Knight Berserkers camp? Tell me what you know." The other party did not answer but instead smiled, and his eyes narrowed further. Amused, even though all your subordinates are dead? Good, then have fun in the underworld. The last one was also immediately killed by him. Panchen Lama and his party were waiting behind, and around the hill lay over 100 corpses. Dai Zhongqiang's 100 subordinates ended the battle in the blink of an eye. During that time, the soldiers were forming a formation as if escorting Panchen Lama's disciples. As soon as they arrived in Tibet, they were pursued by the Blood Sect's Blood Flame unit. The pursuit continued until they reached Jeopiang County. They knew that fact, but there was no other way. If they killed one, 2 others chased. If they killed again, other eyes watched them. This time, their opponent was the 4th strongest unit among the Blood Flame units. Their leader, the Golden Blood True Sword, was a master whom even I had difficulty meeting long ago. Furthermore, they had prepared 5 Blood Knight Berserkers and 2 Martial Soul Berserkers. This proved that it was a trap the Blood Sect had dug in advance. They had expected the Lama to return to Tibet, but there was one thing they hadn't expected. That was the overwhelming power of Dai Zhongqiang and Sang Qian. Even Grandmasters and unranked warriors all possessed internal energy no less than that of the leaders of mid-tier sects. The battle began and ended in just one sijin. During the extermination of hundreds of enemies, Dai Zhongqiang's warriors lost only one person. Having thought this far, he telepathically spoke to Wanzagai. Wanzagai, to think Sang Qian's power would reach this level. If they ever say they want to take over Tibet, Wanzagai shook his head and sighed. If they truly had such ambition, they would have seized the Central Plains first rather than Tibet. Dai Zhongqiang approached a subordinate who was still panting heavily and asked, "Are you in a lot of pain?" The person replied, "I don't know, I can't feel anything. It seems I won't be able to return alive. If the battle ends in victory, we will be one step closer to the Heavenly Lord's will." Dai Zhongqiang held his hand. "It will surely be so. The day when our brothers and families can walk proudly in the world, that day will surely come." The young man tried to leave his last words before he died. "My son Wei Ryanchu, I wonder if he's doing well and eating properly right now. If you ever meet him, please convey my regards." Everyone was saddened by his death. Just then, Panchen approached and patted his shoulder. "I am truly sorry." Dai Zhongqiang sighed inwardly. "The day we can walk proudly in the world, may that day truly come." The scene shifts to another side. Dang Qian awoke with a start from his coma. "Where am I?" Solran, who was next to him, replied, "Inside a carriage. We are on our way to Chongqing." Dang Qian was astonished to hear that. "Then the alliance truly collapsed?" "The Tang clan leader, my father," Solran reassured him. "The leader is still here with the martial artists. Although the Tang clan suffered immense damage, young Master Jin saved the Tang clan from danger. If he hadn't been there, neither the Tang clan nor the retreating martial artists would have survived." Dang Qian sighed. "I owe him another debt of gratitude." 2 days after the bloody battle of the Sichuan alliance, the carriages carrying the injured continued to move. Thanks to the subordinates under Juk Moge preparing new horses in the village, the warriors could take turns resting and recovering their strength. Meanwhile, several leaders were gathered around a fire, talking. "Unbelievable. He predicted that the Blood Demon would come to the Tang clan. Is that true?" "Yes. When we left the Tang clan, he advised us to take a detour and join up outside. If we had gone straight from the Tang clan to the Sichuan alliance, we would surely have encountered Wu Chang'uk and his elite forces." Jiu Yangmu suddenly realized, that's right, that was young Master Jin's plan, no commander's plan. Given young Master's personality, this wasn't a prediction but a deliberate lure, Jaso continued. "A lure? Tang clan leader, think about it. If you were the Blood Demon, who would be the most dangerous person in Sichuan?" Dang Zhou was silent for a moment, unable to answer. Jaso continued to explain. "Guangriang, the one who burned down Red Snake Valley in Tibet and annihilated all of the enemy's pursuing forces. He also killed the enemy's young sect leader at Ma Mountain, and saved the Tang clan. All the damage the Blood Sect has suffered so far originated from Guangriang. He must have clearly known that if his whereabouts reached the Blood Demon's ears, the enemy would come to the Tang clan. A sophisticated plan was devised under his influence." Jiu Yangmu added, "At that time, an elite unit appeared at the Tang clan, and if the Blood Demon hadn't left, we would probably all be in the underworld by now." As the Sichuan alliance crumbled and those who had lost hope fell into despair, Jin Wu Rip's military achievements shone as a beacon of hope. Guangriang was a light, and true to the meaning of the name Mumiang Nameless, he gradually became the light that illuminated their path. On that day, the Madwoman became Guangriang's woman, that is, the Madwoman. She had been content with the name Madwoman, but after being called Mumiang Nameless a few times, she eventually realized something was wrong.